Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Born with Healing Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The late afternoon glow of the sweltering sun beats down on the city in the waning months of summer, painting the sky with hues of reds and oranges as it dips down towards the horizon. Weaving through the streets below, a young Izuku Midoriya sits in the back seat of his mother's car, watching the city pass by in a blur. His mother is speaking, talking to Auntie Mitsuki on the phone. But her voice is muffled, a mere background noise idly brushing his ears. Mothers always talk a lot, and he has far more important things to be paying attention to, like deciding whether that cloud looks more like All Might or Endeavor. The biased, fanboy side of Izuku wants to say All Might, but the way the light of the sun is hitting the cloud is turning it orange, making it look like Endeavor's hellflame. Izuku is still gazing at the strangely shaped cloud in contemplation when a delightful laugh slices through his thoughts, drawing his attention to the background noise that is no longer muffled. He glances away from the window at Inko. Mothers always talk a lot, but he never minds when Inko talks to Auntie Mitsuki, because Auntie Mitsuki always makes her laugh more than anyone. A part of him thinks that Auntie Mitsuki probably does it because she likes to hear Inko's laugh as much as he does. Sweet and soft, and somehow has a way of making you feel just a little bit happier to be alive, even if you're already having the best day. Izuku's glad that she has a best friend so eager to bring out that beautiful laugh, and it's even better that said friend is the mother of his own best friend. They're talking about him now, gossiping, as mothers do, about their children right in front of them, as if Izuku can't hear. I was just getting a little worried, you know, Inko is saying. Well, you know how anxious I get, as she cuts off, and Auntie Mitsuki must have made a comment because she lets out a little snort before continuing. Anyway, so I took him to the doctor today, just to be sure he, would be manifesting a quirk, and Dr. Tsubasa reassured me that everything was fine. He took some x-rays of his feet and found that he didn't have an extra joint on his little toe. Apparently that's some indicator of quirklessness. I know, right? I didn't even realize people could have a joint there. She laughs, airy and cheerful, and it instantly brings a smile to Izuku's face. He looks down at his feet and wiggles his toes inside his shoes before going back to staring out the window. Still, he idly listens to his mother as she continues to talk to Auntie Mitsuki. So he basically told me that Izuku is just a late bloomer. It's not often kids turn 5 without manifesting their quirks. So he says that Izuku will get his any day now. Izuku can hear a muffled voice from the phone, but despite how loud his best friend's mother is, he can't make out what she is saying. However, a moment later, Inko answers his silent wonderings when she calls back to her son in a light voice. Hey, Izuku, Mitsuki-san wants to know what quirk you're hoping you'll get. Izuku blinks. Of course, that's something he's thought about a lot. His eyes are drawn back to the cloud, which he has to admit is an Endeavor cloud. Perhaps the winds high above have shifted, but parts of the cloud are now streaking slightly, making it look even more flame-like in the light of the sun. The Endeavor cloud stands strong and proud against the crimson sky, but Izuku feels nothing but apprehension curling in his stomach. A couple of years ago, he might have wanted to be a fire breather like his father. It would no doubt be a cool quirk to have, and maybe he could even become a hero with it. He used to watch a bunch of videos about flame heroes like Endeavor since he was so convinced he'd inherit his father's quirk. Now, however, Izuku's not as inclined towards it as before. For as long as he can remember, it's always been him and his mother. His father just hasn't been in the picture, so Izuku thinks it would be odd to get his quirk. It would be like getting a stranger's quirk. Inko always seems a bit sad whenever he asks about him, and making his mother sad is the last thing he wants to do, so perhaps it would be better for him to inherit her quirk. It might not be very strong, but that's because Inko never wanted to become a hero. Izuku's sure that if he got her quirk and he trained it hard, it would become strong enough to help him become a great hero like All Might. Turning his gaze away from the fiery cloud, Izuku grins brightly at his mother and chirps, I want to get Mama's quirk. Inko smiles in response, and it makes Izuku's heart flutter happily. Did you hear that? She asks Auntie Mitsuki and then laughs at her response. Oh, don't be so dramatic. You know Katsuki-kun adores you too. He just doesn't want to look like such a mama's boy. Izuku giggles, already having a pretty good idea of what Auntie Mitsuki said about her son, and turns back to the window. He looks away from the clouds and turns his attention to the sky dyed with crimson. Despite the ominous color, he doesn't feel any sort of unease. Instead, he finds himself reminded of a certain red-eyed boy. Can I go hang out with Kaken when we get home? He asks abruptly. Let me ask Mitsuki-san, dear, Inko replies before doing just so. She must get an enthusiastic response, because she lets out another giggle that tickles Izuku's ears like jingling bells before saying, all right, just give us a few minutes to change and we'll be there soon. The two women bid goodbye, and a minute later the Midoriyas are pulling into their driveway. Izuku immediately jumps out and starts towards Kaken's house. But Inko is quick to snatch him and shoo him into their own house to get changed. Once the two are ready, Izuku takes his mother's hand and eagerly begins leading the way down the street towards the Bakuga's residence. Their neighborhood is small and has only a handful of kids, including Tsubasa and Inaba, who both live a bit farther from Izuku than Kaken does. But Izuku doesn't mind the small size, and the lack of a large friend group has never bothered him. Why would he ever need anyone other than Kaken? Speaking of, the sky has darkened now, but Izuku finds the same shade from earlier in the pair of eyes that pop out from behind the window as they approach the Bakuga's house. "Oi, Zuku!" Kaken's shout is muffled. "Hurry up, slowpoke. Kaken, you little get down from there. Go away, old hag." Kaken disappears from the window and shouting erupts from within the house. Izuku giggles and Inko lets out a fond sigh as they approach the door, no doubt steeling herself for a very loud night. She knocks and the door swings open, revealing Kaken and a very irritated-looking Auntie Mitsuki behind him. Her expression smooths out the second she sees Inko and she spreads her arms welcomingly. "Inko-san, come in, come in." "Hey there, little Izuku." Izuku blushes as she ruffles his hair and Kaken groans in annoyance. The blonde brushes past his mother and grabs him by the arm before beginning to drag him towards his room. Auntie Mitsuki scowls at her son as they pass. "Oi, dinner's gonna be ready in 20 minutes, you hear?" She snaps, "Don't start making a mess." "We won't." Izuku reassures her as he gets pulled along, but Auntie Mitsuki just smiles sweetly at him. "Oh, Izuku, you know I don't mean you." She sends a pointed glare at Kaken, who just rolls his eyes. Yeah, fine. Come on, Zuku." He takes the smaller boy to his room and shuts the door loudly. Turning to him, the blonde demands, "Well, Tsubasa-kun said Auntie was taking you to see his grandpa about your quirk. What'd he say?" Izuku ponders. "The doctor visit this afternoon was a bit boring. Dr. Tsubasa said a lot of stuff and spoke more to his mother than to him." But Izuku dutifully recounts the gist of what he understood of the events that transpired. And when he's finished, Kaken huffs and folds his arms. "Well, what's taking so long?" he asks impatiently. Izuku gives a small, clueless shrug. "I dunno, but he said it's gonna come any day now. I'm excited." He clenches his fists and beams at his friend. "I can't wait to be a hero like All Might." Kaken scowls. "Nah, I'm gonna be like All Might." He opens his palms and lets out a couple of explosions as if to prove his point. "I'm gonna be the best hero ever. Better than All Might, even." Izuku's eyes widen. "Better than All Might?" he asks in awe. "No way." "Yes way. Just you wait." Kaken brushes past Izuku to a basket of toys leaning against his wall. "Once I get bigger, I'm gonna beat up all the villains in the world. No one will beat me. You'll see." Izuku gazes after his friend fondly. Kaken is loud and abrasive, just like his quirk, but he's also the most determined person Izuku knows. Nothing ever seems to scare him or make his confidence waver. He's just amazing. Even before his quirk manifested, he was always amazing. His quirk just made him even cooler. Not cooler than All Might, though. Kaken, his back still turned to Izuku, proceeds to turn the basket over and dump all of his toys on the ground. Izuku frowns. Kaken, your mom said not to make a mess," he says uneasily. Kaken scoffs. "Who cares what that old hag says? Come on, I want to play heroes." He takes out an All Might action figure and pushes an Endeavor figure towards Izuku. "Here, you can be my sidekick." A bit disgruntled but used to it by now, Izuku takes the toy and settles down next to him. Kaken quickly starts setting up a narrative, using dramatic voices and his quirk for effect. As they play, their mother's muffled chatting coming from the kitchen, Izuku thinks back to their earlier discussion. "I wonder what quirk I'll get," he ponders aloud. Kaken stops swooping the All Might action figure through the air and gives him a look. "I hope I get Mama's quirk, or maybe a mix of hers and Dad's, although I don't know if that can happen." Kaken stares at him for a few moments, then turns away with a dismissive snort. "Well, no matter what quirk you end up with, you'll never be able to beat me." As soon as he says that, Auntie Mitsuki's voice calls from the kitchen, telling them that dinner is ready. Kaken quickly scrambles to his feet and runs out the room. Izuku doesn't follow for a few moments, instead sitting back and listening as the mother and son start snapping at each other. Kaken's words leave an odd feeling in his chest. He wouldn't say they hurt, because he knows better than to put so much personal offense behind the boy's words. Kaken is always rude and often speaks without thinking. That's just the way he is, and he should be used to it by now. But still, "Oi, nerd, get over here, we're eating sukiyaki." Ignoring the odd ache in his heart, Izuku gets to his feet and dashes over to the kitchen. Coming, now that they know with certainty that Izuku will be getting a quirk, all that is left to do is wait. And so they do. Every morning, Izuku wakes up, expecting to feel different, expecting for this to be the day his quirk will manifest. Every morning, he attempts to telekinetically pull objects towards himself or to breathe fire. And every morning, nothing seems to change. Nothing seems different. At first, he doesn't worry about it too much. 1 week since seeing Dr. Tsubasa goes by and life goes on as normal. But then 1 week turns into 2, then into 3, then into a month. By the end of October, just over 2 months since he turned 5, Izuku still has yet to manifest his quirk and he's beginning to get impatient. Kaken is too. Not only that, but he seems to also be getting disappointed, bored with Izuku. The greenette can see it in his eyes after each time he asks if his quirk manifested that day. After each time he replies negatively. He can see the disinterest, the way he turns and chooses to spend more and more time with Tsubasa and Inaba, both of whom have already manifested their quirks. It leaves an unsettling feeling in his gut. He doesn't understand. Why won't his quirk come? It will come, won't it? The doctor said it would, but people whisper things around him now. His teachers give him concerned, pitying glances when they think he's not looking. His classmates are confused and mutter to each other behind his back. Then one day, Inaba says it. Maybe he just doesn't have a quirk. Izuku freezes. He, Kaken, Tsubasa, and Izuku are exploring a nearby forest after school, one they've been to a few times before. The 3 boys still let Izuku tag along on their adventures, but lately he can tell it's with some reluctance, so he hangs back. Still, despite being a few feet behind the trio, he hears Inaba's suggestion loud and clear. That's stupid, how could he not have a quirk? Kaken snaps, and a part of Izuku is relieved that his best friend is defending him, despite having disappointed him. But then Tsubasa pipes up. My dad says it's called being quirkless. And that word, the one people have been whispering around him, acting like he can't hear. Quirkless, as in, without a quirk. Him? No, it's impossible. Sure, he's a little later than normal, but the doctor, some people are just born without them. Tsubasa continues, oblivious to Izuku's inner turmoil. My great-aunt doesn't have one. I'm gonna have a quirk. Izuku insists, interrupting him. The 3 glance over their shoulders at him and he falters. I don't have an extra toe joint, he explains hesitantly. Dr. Tsubasa-san said that all quirkless people have an extra toe joint, but I don't, so I'm just a late bloomer. The trio share dubious glances before Kaken tosses his head and scoffs. Well, then hurry up already, Zuku. We've been waiting forever. Izuku smiles nervously and trots after them as they continue their exploration of the forest. He'll get his quirk. Doctors are smart people, and Ko says to listen to them. He just needs to be patient. Soon enough, his presence fades into the background once again as Kaken decides to start showing off his quirk now that there are no adults around. Tsubasa and Inaba encourage him to make bigger explosions, whooping with excitement each time they grow in size. Kaken preens under all the attention, gloating over the power of his quirk as he braces himself for another explosion. Get ready, guys, this one is gonna be the biggest. He hollers, holding his palms out. Izuku smartly decides to take a step back and watches as his friend tenses up before unleashing an impressive explosion. His awe is short-lived, interrupted by a pained yelp from Kaken. Kaken, he cries out, rushing to the blonde who is clutching his wrists with gritted teeth. Tsubasa and Inaba are closer to him, but somehow Izuku reaches his side first. What happened? He takes Kaken's wrists in his hands and frowns at the sight of slightly burned skin on his wrists and palms. Kaken pushes his discomfort away and glances at Tsubasa and Inaba. Quit worrying, it's nothing, guys. He scoffs dismissively. Just happens sometimes when I overuse my quirk. As he talks, Izuku keeps staring down at the boy's injuries. The skin feels hot beneath his fingers, but there's something else to it too. Something strange, like there's an odd substance, or perhaps a presence. He isn't quite sure how to name it, but he can feel it lingering right underneath Kaken's skin. Without his awareness, he finds his eyes fluttering shut. As he focuses on that strange heat, he's surprised to discover something similar swirling within him. He doesn't even notice it until he feels it flowing out of him, through his hands and into Kaken's skin. It all happens so quickly and ends abruptly when Kaken notices Izuku still holding onto him and yanks his wrists out of his hands. Oi, what are you doing, idiot? I said I'm. The blonde stops mid-sentence, glancing down at his hands in surprise. His eyes widen. It feels better. He murmurs in shock. His head snaps up to Izuku, glaring. What did you do? Izuku is confused until he notices that the burns on Kaken's hands are completely gone, the skin unmarred. Hey, what happened? Inaba asks, stepping closer to observe Kaken's wrists. Hey, your burns are gone. Yeah, no sit, but how? Kaken snaps, still glaring at Izuku. The other 2 boys turn to look at him. Did you do this, Midoriya-kun? Tsubasa asks, tilting his head curiously. Izuku anxiously shifts his feet under the attention and wrings his hands. I don't know, he squeaks. I don't know, it felt weird. I don't know what happened. Inaba blinks and his eyes widen. Hey, maybe this is her quirk. Try it again. Izuku turns to Kaken, who is still glaring. and holds out his hands. Kaken huffs and begrudgingly lets Izuku hold his wrists. Izuku tries to find that strange warm sensation again, but it seems to have vanished alongside Kaken's burns. He frowns. I don't think I can do it now, he says. The feeling is gone. I don't know how to get it back. Well, what did it feel like? Inaba asks, surprisingly patient. Describe what happened. Izuku presses his lips together and tries to find the right words. It was like warm. Kaken's burns, I mean. But not his skin, it was like something underneath his skin. It wasn't like regular warm either. I don't know how to describe it, but I could just feel it. And then I felt the same thing in me. Except it was leaving. It was like flowing out of me into Kaken, and then his burns were gone. He trails off uncertainly. The feeling was so strange and alien that it kind of scares him, especially not knowing what it is. They all turn when Tsubasa suddenly spreads his wings. Hold on, I've got an idea, he says before disappearing up into the trees. There's a moment of silence, then the sound of leaves rustling and branches snapping. A bird shrieks, making Izuku flinch, before Tsubasa reappears. Here, he says, landing in front of them. He pushes a small bird into Izuku's hands and says, I broke its wing. See if that weird feeling comes back. What? Izuku exclaims. Tsubasa-kun. That's so mean. Poor bird. Tsubasa rolls his eyes, but Izuku doesn't notice, too busy focusing on the bird in his palms that is frozen in fear. As soon as his fingers brush over the bird's wing, he feels the strange warmth again. This time, though, he can feel it swirling around the bird's wing joint. The word dislocated comes to mind. He sees it happening to heroes' arms sometimes in movies. Closing his eyes, he tries to summon the warmth within him that he felt earlier, only to discover that it's already flowing out of him. Now that it's not as shocking anymore, he takes the time to really focus on the feeling and try to decipher what it is. Oh, he yelps, dropping the bird. It unfurls its wings and takes flight, fleeing back up into the trees. He frowns down at his finger where the bird pecked him, but there's no blood. Hey, it worked. Inaba exclaims, you healed it. You have a healing quirk. Cool. Tsubasa grins. What? Kaken barks, scowling. That's not possible. His parents don't have healing quirks. Inaba shrugs cluelessly. I dunno, man, maybe it skipped a generation or two. That's really cool, though, Midoriya-kun. Tsubasa says, I've never seen one like that before. How does it work? What does it feel like? Taken aback by the sudden positive attention, Izuku flounders for a moment. It felt like. He racks his brain, trying to find the right word to describe the feeling. It felt like energy. Yeah, like energy or something. It's like I pushed my energy into the injury and it got better. And I could also kind of tell what the injury was. Like I could feel Kaken's energy swirling around his burns and the birds around its wing. But with the bird I could tell that its wing wasn't broken but dislocated. It was like the energy was more focused around the joint. Like it was trying to fix it. It sounds confusing even to him. And one look at his friends' faces tells him they think so too. But his confusion is being pushed aside by his excitement. This is his quirk. He finally got his quirk. Oh my gosh, I have a quirk now. He exclaims, jumping up and down. I have a quirk, I have a quirk. Inaba laughs. Well, come on. Let's see if you can heal more stuff. With a mischievous grin, he reels his fist back and punches Tsubasa's shoulder. Oh, jerk. Tsubasa growls. Before he can pounce on Inaba, however, Izuku latches onto his arm and wow, he doesn't even have to try to use his quirk. It just activates automatically as soon as he feels an injury. Whoa, Tsubasa breathes, flexing his arm. The pain went away so fast. Thanks, Midoriya-kun. The praise has Izuku's heart fluttering and he can't help the grin that breaks out on his face. Hey, I want to try. Inaba whines. Punch me, punch me. Hey, Kaken says. But he gets ignored. Tsubasa snickers and is more than happy to sock Inaba in the arm. The boy hisses but soon smiles when Izuku eagerly uses his quirk on him. Man, you're so lucky. Inaba says. That's gonna be such a useful quirk. Hey, Kaken repeats. Let's go see what else you can heal, Tsubasa says. Hey, idiots. Kaken finally snaps. We're not doing that. Tsubasa and Inaba turn to him and whine but he merely snarls back at them. I'm taking Zuko back to Auntie. This is weird shit and we've got to figure out what's going on before he gets hurt. Hurt? How would he get hurt? Inaba tilts his head. Kaken gives him, are you stupid? Look, all quirks have drawbacks, especially when they're overused, he says, flexing his wrist. Inaba opens his mouth to argue, then closes it and frowns thoughtfully. Izuku's a bit disappointed he just got his quirk and now Kaken wants him to stop using it. But then notices something. He's a bit tired. Not terribly so, but more than he usually is at this time of the day. Perhaps the whole energy transfer thing drains his own energy. I guess I am feeling a bit tired, he admits. Kaken arches his brow at Inaba as if to say see. and the other boy just rolls his eyes. Fine, we'll play with it more tomorrow, Inaba says. Yeah, you gotta show the class, Tsubasa says. Izuku smiles. I can't wait. Kaken decides that it's time to go and grabs him by the arm, dragging him back towards the street. Thanks for helping me figure out my quirk, guys. He calls back. Yeah, no problem. Congrats. Still beaming, Izuku turns back around and lets himself be dragged by Kaken. He still can't believe this is happening. He's never been so confused and happy in his life. Isn't this great, Kaken? He says, I finally have a quirk. Kaken doesn't look at him as he replies, yeah, great. His tone is low and he doesn't sound too happy. Izuku's enthusiasm wanes. What's wrong? He asks, confused. Nothing, Kaken retorts, let's just get you to Auntie. She'll figure out what's going on. Izuku pouts. Thankfully, the walk back home is short, so soon he's swinging the front door open and crying out, Mom, Mama, I got my quirk. What? Inko exclaims, rushing over from the kitchen. Oh, sweetie, that's wonderful. She scoops Izuku up and presses numerous kisses onto his cheek. He whines and tries to squirm away. Kaken fidgets impatiently by the door. Oh, my baby, I'm so happy for you. Finally managing to push her face away. Izuku says, and you'll never guess what it is. Oh, Inko asks, feigning confusion. What is it? Healing, Kaken interrupts. She turns to the blonde in surprise and he stares back up at her sullenly. It's some sort of healing quirk. Now Inko's confusion is real. Izuku nudges her repeatedly and whines. Mama, you never told me we had healing quirks in our family. Inko is still glancing between the two boys, her mind clearly whirling. We don't, she says softly, his brow furrowing. Honey, are you sure? Yeah, Izuku says enthusiastically. Inko blinks and glances at Kaken, who is gazing at her with an unusually serious expression. Katsuki-kun, she questions with an uncertain tone. Sensing her hesitance, Kaken huffs and stomps into the kitchen. He pulls out a small knife from the drawer, alarming Inko, but before she can stop him he purposefully slices the edge of his palm. Katsuki-kun, what on earth are you doing? Zuku, Kaken says, holding his palm up to the smaller boy who is squirming out of his mother's grasp. Show her. Izuku takes Kaken's hand in his and his quirk immediately flows. Now hold on, you can't just Inko's eyes widen comically as the cut vanishes within seconds. For a few moments she just stares, even when Izuku beams up at her proudly. See, she blinks slowly, a soft O escaping her lips. Okay. She speaks haltingly, as if she's still trying to wrap her brain around the situation. Okay. Let's. She straightens up and looks down at Izuku, plastering on a nervous smile. Why don't we visit Dr. Tsubasa-san again? Honey, okay. Izuku agrees cheerfully, bouncing from foot to foot. Kaken is still frowning. Kaken-kun, why don't you head home? And maybe have your mother check out your hand. But his hand's fine, see. Izuku says, I healed it. I know, honey, but just in case, Inko says, quickly grabbing her purse and keys and herding the kids to the door. Come on, then. Izuku bids Kaken goodbye and Inko watches the boy until he has disappeared down the street before she puts her son into the car and drives off. Dr. Tsubasa looks stunned when Inko tells him about Izuku's strange new quirk, but he doesn't look disbelieving. Instead, he calmly retrieves a scalpel and scrapes off a small amount of skin on his wrist before asking Izuku to demonstrate his ability. The boy happily obliges and the doctor watches with fascination as his own skin heals right before his eyes. Well, he huffs good-naturedly. That's a healing quirk all right. Inko's eyes widen as Izuku squeals in excitement. Really? He asks, eyes sparkling. Yes, and a pretty powerful one if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Tsubasa replies, much to the delight of the young boy. A healing quirk. He really has a healing quirk. And a powerful one. But Tsubasa-san, Inko says, smiling hesitantly at her son's happiness, I don't understand. No one in my family or my husband's family has a healing quirk, at least, none that we knew of. And I wouldn't expect them to. Dr. Tsubasa explains, notably looking at both Inko and Izuku as he does so as opposed to only the former like he did during their earlier visit. You see, healing quirks are exceptionally rare and one of the reasons for that is because they're not hereditary, meaning that they aren't passed down through genetics. Only a small amount of quirks spontaneously manifest in people without a prior genetic inclination for that quirk, and an even smaller amount of that small amount are healing quirks. He smiles at Inko. Your son has something truly special here, Midoriya-san. Inko inhales sharply and smiles again, this time more warmly. Oh, she breathes, tucking her son closer to her side. That's good then. Very good, the doctor says. In all my years as a medical professional, I've never seen a quirk like his before. Healing quirks usually work by manipulating some aspect of the patient's body to help them heal faster. I'm sure you've heard of the youthful heroin recovery girl. Both Inko and Izuku nod, the latter more vigorously. Well, her quirk speeds up a person's natural healing ability by drawing from their stamina. An old colleague of mine could manipulate blood, which was helpful in stopping bleeding. I've also heard of a handful of people with pain-stopping quirks, but this energy transfer that your son has described, well, I've never seen anything like it. And the speed that his quirk healed at. He laughs incredulously and shakes his head. It's truly amazing. I'm envious even. Most doctors and nurses either have diagnoses like quirks or more minor healing quirks. People with stronger healing quirks are so rare they're usually snatched up by hero agencies as soon as possible. Izuku gasps at the words hero agencies and clutches his mother's arm excitedly. Inko brushes her hand through his hair, but her smile wavers slightly. So, Izuku's quirk, she starts, everything's alright, then? It's so unfamiliar and rare that I can't help but worry. Oh, yes, of course, Dr. Tsubasa says. All quirks have drawbacks, as I'm sure you know. From what Izuku has told me and from what I've seen, it seems like his quirk relies on him passing his own energy to someone else. He mentioned being tired after using it a lot, so I assume that limited amount of energy to give, and if he overuses his quirk he'll exhaust himself. So he turns to fix Izuku with a kind but firm look. Let's not use your quirk to heal every single scrape and bruise your friends might get, okay? Izuku smiles and nods. Okay, good. Dr. Tsubasa nods and pats his head. Well, aside from that, you should have no worries. He smiles when he says that, but for some reason his smile seems to falter after a moment. Izuku doesn't notice, already getting up as the doctor's tone of voice suggests the appointment is about to finish, but Inko notices it immediately. She stands up when the doctor does and begins walking with her son to the door. Before she leaves, however, Dr. Tsubasa stops her with his arm. He hesitates, then smiles down at Izuku. Hey, Midoriya-kun, why don't you play with the toys in the waiting room for a little bit? He suggests, his voice light. I just need to talk to your mother about some paperwork for a few minutes. Izuku simply shrugs. Okay. They wait for him to leave, then shut the door behind him. He skips down the hall into the waiting room, humming in contemplation. Dr. Tsubasa said a lot of things with a lot of big words, but Izuku thinks he understood most of it. Excitement bubbles in his chest. His quirk is super rare and he can help people with it. Can this day get any better? When he re-enters the waiting room, he spies a basket of toys in the far corner. There are already a couple of kids playing, but he figures he can join them. Before he might have hesitated, but he has a quirk now, why should he? The two kids smile at him and let him join their game. And when the topic of quirks inevitably comes up, he cheerfully proclaims that he has a healing quirk. Their eyes widen and they ooh and ah, causing pride to fill his chest. Having a quirk to be proud of is something new and amazing for him. God, he's so happy his quirk manifested. They play for a few minutes while talking about their powers. Oki-kun can make plants grow when she spits on dirt, and Yamabe-kun can turn hard objects soft. Then they both get called in for their appointments, and Izuku is only alone for a minute before his mother returns. He beams at her, but for some reason she looks troubled. Mama, he questions, but she merely plasters on a fake smile and tells him that it's time to go. The anxious look on her face doesn't disappear on the drive home, and when he tries to distract her with conversation, her replies are short and tense. Izuku doesn't understand. The doctor just told them great news and his quirk is even better than he expected. Why isn't she happy? She also takes them straight to Kaken's house instead of their own home. Uncle Masaru is surprised when he answers the door but welcomes them in anyways. Zuku, Kaken shouts as a greeting. He stomps over and demands, what did the doctor say? Auntie Mitsuki ruffles her son's hair and ignores his indignant squawking. The little brat told us what happened today. She props her hand on her hip. So is it true? Does Izuku have a healing quirk? Why yeah, apparently, Inko replies, rubbing the back of her neck. It's super rare, but healing quirks just manifest spontaneously, so they're not passed down from the parents. Izuku can kind of pass his energy to other people, and I guess that heals them. Wow, Auntie Mitsuki says, flashing a grin at Izuku. Nice one, kiddo. Yeah, Uncle Masaru agrees, but then trails off when he looks at Inko. He must see something in her expression because he turns to the two young boys and says, hey, how about you guys go play in Katsuki's room? Izuku looks up. Oh, okay. Kaken scoffs and starts pulling him towards his room, but instead of going inside he stops at the end of the hallway. Turning to Izuku, he presses a finger to his lips and crouches down. Kaken, Izuku whispers, what are we doing? SHH. Kaken hisses back, idiot. They sent us away because they want to talk about stuff behind our backs. Izuku blinks and then tilts his head in confusion. Then, shouldn't we leave? Kaken scowls and covers the other boy's mouth with his hand, leaning closer to the entrance of the hallway so he can hear better. Inko-san, Uncle Masaru asks quietly, is everything okay? There's a few moments of silence, then a soft sniffle. Inko-san, Auntie Mitsuki cries out a little too loudly, causing her husband to shush her. What's wrong? Nothing. Inko replies hastily, but her voice breaks. I mean, nothing's wrong with Izuku. I'm happy for him, really. It's just... Her voice trails off and she sniffles a couple more times, trying not to hiccup. Hearing his mother struggle not to cry makes Izuku want to go out and comfort her, but Kaken holds him still. Uncle Masaru's voice speaks up. Why don't we sit down and you can tell us what happened? Inko must nod because there's the sound of footsteps and then chairs scraping against the floor. Izuku hears his mother inhale shakily before beginning to speak. It's just something the doctor wanted to warn me about before we left. I don't mean to scare you with what I'm about to tell you, Midoriya-san, Dr. Tsubasa says as he closes the door behind him, but considering the situation, I just feel I have to give you a heads up. Please, take a seat. Inko does, and the doctor sits in a stool across from her. Clasping his hands in front of him, he says, I just need to emphasize how rare your son's quirk is, and how powerful it could potentially become. He's only 5 years old and yet he was able to completely heal a dislocated bird's wing. I have no doubt his quirk will only strengthen with age, but he trails off for a moment, then asks, how much do you know about Recovery Girl? Inko blinks in surprise, then admits, not much really. I just know she works at UA. Dr. Tsubasa nods. She is also considered to have one of the most powerful healing quirks in Japan, if not the most powerful. She doesn't do this as often anymore, but she used to travel all across Japan and sometimes the world to heal people with her quirk. She's also the only reason UA can train their students the way they do. Without her, I'm sure the school would have to face numerous lawsuits from parents whose children come home from school injured every day. And since healing quirks are so rare, hero agencies never seem to have enough healers, and they often travel between agencies to help out where they are needed. He pauses, opens his mouth, then closes it. Finally, he settles on, basically what I'm trying to say is, Izuku will be highly sought after once people become more aware of his quirk. Oh, Inko says, that's wonderful. Izuku has always loved heroes. He wants to be one too, although I suppose with his new quirk things might happen a bit differently. But I'm sure he'd be thrilled to work with them. She smiles, but it fades away quickly at the look on the doctor's face. What is it? It's just, he sighs, then meets her gaze head on and says, healers are not only sought after by heroes. It's not unheard of for villains to seek out healers and try to kidnap them, especially organized crime groups. See, they can't go to the hospital if they get hurt in a fight, so healers are valuable to them too. Hero agencies usually keep their healers close and protected at all costs, especially in the most recent decade. But, well, I'm sure you heard of the incident with the healer at Endeavor's agency. Yes. No, I haven't, Inko replies, clutching her purse anxiously. Oh, well, I suppose it's been a while. Probably only a couple of years before Izuku was born, actually. Well, there was a bit of drama going on with Endeavor's hero agency because his healer was stolen by villains. Endeavor managed to rescue him a couple of days later, of course, but it was quite the scandal. People criticized Endeavor rather harshly. But it ended up with hero agencies significantly increasing the protection around their healers, so overall there was a good outcome. Inko nods and looks down at her shoes, biting her lip as her anxiety rises. Dr. Tsubasa notices and places his hand over hers. I'm sorry, I really don't mean to scare you with this. I just need you to be aware, he says soothingly. Izuku's quirk is wonderful, but you just need to keep a close eye on him. Right now he's at his most vulnerable because he's young and cannot defend himself. Maybe just make sure he always has a friend with him when he walks home from school. At this point, Inko is fighting off tears. Oh God, she hiccups. I don't know. I never thought about this. I never even considered. She sniffles and lets out a wavering sigh. Izuku loves heroes and I'm sure he'll want to use his quirk to help them, but should I not let him? Should I just? No, actually, Dr. Tsubasa interrupts. His love for heroes is a good thing. If he wants to become a hero healer, then he absolutely should. What you just said. His quirk will get attention no matter where he goes, he says. But if he ends up working with heroes, then he'll have their protection. That's why I said most doctors and nurses have minor healing quirks, because people with powerful ones often catch the attention of heroes, who will in turn protect them from any villains who also have their eye on them. Oh, okay, Inko says, nodding rapidly. She takes a deep breath and nods once more, her mind racing. Okay, this is a lot, but she exhales sharply and laughs shakily. And I was worried he'd breathe fire. The doctor chuckles sympathetically before sobering up. He pats her hand and smiles at her reassuringly. Don't ever forget Izuku's quirk is a good thing. He just needs to be a bit more careful than most children. Inko sniffles and wipes her watery eyes. Uncle Masaru hands her a tissue that she gratefully accepts and dries off her tears. Wow, Auntie Mitsuki says, her voice unusually soft. Long day, huh? Inko lets out a wet laugh. I'm sorry, I probably look like such a mess. She apologizes profusely. It's just the thought of some villain snatching up my poor baby. Hey, that's not gonna happen, Auntie Mitsuki reassures. We're not gonna let that happen. I'll make sure our little brat stays by his side at all times. Inko says. Oh, no, I don't want to impose. Nonsense, Auntie Mitsuki insists. They're already best friends, it wouldn't be any trouble. And perhaps, Uncle Masaru suggests, when Izuku is a bit older he can take some self-defense classes. Oh, Inko perks up a bit. That's a good idea. Maybe he. As the parents continue to discuss things quietly, Izuku and Kaken listen from the hallway. Izuku is struggling to understand what's going on. His mother sounded so sad that he kept wanting to run to her side and comfort her, but Kaken kept grabbing him and holding him back. They tried to keep their tussing as quiet as possible, but Izuku still missed some of what was said. He kept hearing the words healer, Izuku's quirk, danger, and heroes, and combining that with what little else he heard, his mind comes to the realization that he's been wondering about ever since his quirk manifested. I can become a hero, he says to Kaken excitedly. Unfortunately, he also said it a bit too loudly and conversation in the other room stops. SHH, Kaken hisses, but it's too late. Boys, Auntie Mitsuki barks, come out here. Flaring at Izuku, Kaken huffs and begrudgingly walks out of the hallway, the smaller boy on his heels. Auntie Mitsuki frowns at them as they approach the table where the adults are sitting. You shouldn't eavesdrop, she scolds. Sorry, ma'am, Izuku begins to say, only to be interrupted by Kaken. What's going on here? He snaps. Why would someone want to take Zuku? His quirk isn't that cool. What? Yeah, it is. Izuku protests, but shrinks away when his friend glares at him. I can be a hero with it. Kaken snorts. What? No way. You're just gonna become a doctor or some sit. Boy, don't say sit like that, brat. Auntie Mitsuki snaps, but her son merely rolls his eyes. Dismayed, Izuku glances from Kaken to the adults and cries, but I don't want to be a doctor, I want to be a hero. And you can be a hero, Inko says, causing Izuku to beam. Well, sort of. I was just talking about it with Dr. Tsubasa-san. You can be a hero healer. The children share the same confused expression and both tilt their heads nearly simultaneously. A what? A hero healer, Uncle Masaru explains. All hero agencies have them. They're people with really good healing quirks that heal heroes when they get hurt while fighting villains. Oh, Izuku blinks thoughtfully. He'd never really thought about something like that before. Of course heroes need healers. It makes sense that they would. They don't just magically get better after all. But him, a healer, he isn't sure. Kaken sniffs and tosses his head. Well, when I'm a hero I won't need one. He says braggingly. I'll be so strong I'll never get hurt. He flashes his quirk to prove his point, but shrieks furiously when Auntie Mitsuki gives him a little slap on the back of the head. Of course you're gonna get hurt, you little sit. She snaps. All heroes get hurt one way or another. Didn't you just say Izuku healed you when you overused your quirk? Kaken grumbles angrily and looks like he wants to argue back. But Uncle Masaru eases the tension by saying, even All Might's agency has healers. Kaken and Izuku perk up at this, so the man smiles and adds, every hero needs a healer and, according to Dr. Tsubasa-san, they're apparently in high demand. Yeah, so you better keep little Izuku close or another hero will snatch him up. Auntie Mitsuki teases. Kaken's eyes widen and dart from his mother to his friend before they narrow. What the hell? No way. He growls. If you're gonna be anyone's healer, you're gonna be mine. He grabs onto Izuku's arm and the smaller boy giggles. Everyone has been looking at him with bright and hopeful eyes ever since he manifested his quirk just a few hours ago. Tsubasa and Inaba are actually pretty nice to him. Usually they either ignore him or tease him as they follow Kaken around. And Dr. Tsubasa, he seemed really impressed with his quirk. And Auntie Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru, and Inko are all really enthusiastic about this whole healer thing, but I won't really be a hero, will I? He asks, his voice downtrodden. The adults turn to him in surprise. I thought maybe if I got Mama or Papa's quirk I could, but he looks down at his hands. He can still remember the feeling of his energy being passed to the bird's wing. He clenches them, looking up at his mother. He struggles to keep the tears out of his eyes as he says, I can't beat up villains with a quirk like this. I can't protect people, so how could I really be a hero? Kaken is gazing at him with an odd expression, like he can't quite decide how he feels about the situation. Izuku sniffles and rubs his nose with the back of his hand as Auntie Mitsuki kneels down in front of him. Hey, healers are important too, you know, she says, knocking his forehead lightly with her knuckle. Don't dismiss yourself so easily. Yeah, it's a bit of a change of plans for you, but that doesn't mean you can't still be a hero. How? You're literally gonna be the hero of heroes. So chin up, kiddo. Izuku blinks at her with wide eyes. The hero of heroes. That does sound kind of cool. And, Inko says, joining Auntie Mitsuki, you won't be giving your poor mother anxiety about you putting yourself in danger every day. Auntie Mitsuki barks out a laugh and Uncle Masaru smiles. Then why do you sound so upset? Kaken asks, bringing attention back to him. We heard Auntie crying. The three adults share glances between them, obviously silently communicating. It clearly frustrates Kaken, but soon his father sighs softly and explains. We're just worried about people taking advantage of Izuku, he says. Do you know what that means? Izuku frowns. I heard Auntie say that bad people want to take Zuku. Kaken declares. Auntie Mitsuki huffs, grumbling something about eavesdropping under her breath. Uncle Masaru puts a hand on her shoulder, but the next moment she straightens up and fixes Kaken with a hard look. Well, you won't let that happen, now will you? She snaps. Kaken scowls. Huh? If some FR comes along and decides to snatch Izuku because he wants to force him to use his quirk, what are you gonna do? Auntie Mitsuki asks. Uncle Masaru tries to warn her not to be so blatant about it so to not scare the kids. But her fiery question gets the reaction she wanted. I'll beat him up, of course. Kaken jumps up, flaring his quirk. I'll beat up any FR who tries to take him. That's right. Auntie Mitsuki nods approvingly, then roughly ruffles her son's hair. Kaken grumpily shoves her hand away and scoffs. PSHH? That's what you were so worried about. His gaze lands on Inko, who is looking at him with watery eyes and a smile, and he blushes. He glances away with a huff and grabs onto Izuku's arm again. Yeah, I'll keep him safe, he grunts, feigning nonchalance. The adults seem pleased, but Izuku tilts his head in thought. I would have healed them if they asked, he says innocently. Inko shakes her head and takes his hands into hers. No, baby, I'm sorry, but you can't just use your quirk on anyone who asks you to, especially not strangers. There are some bad people out there that might want to take you so they can use your quirk. Izuku doesn't look like he quite understands, but wouldn't they not take him if he just heals them? But Kaken scowls and bares his teeth. His grip on Izuku's arm tightens. I won't let that happen. Good. Auntie Mitsuki gives a single, satisfied nod. Thank you, Katsuki-kun, Inko says much more gently. She smiles at him and lightly scratches his hair, but he doesn't push her hand away. Instead, he merely blushes and averts his gaze, pulling Izuku back towards his room. Come on, Zuku, let's go play video games or something, he grumbles. You're staying for dinner, right? Inko startles, suddenly noticing how late it is, and jumps to her feet. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stay so long, I don't mean to impose, Auntie Mitsuki laughs and wraps an arm around her shoulders. Oh, shut up. You know you're always welcome. Oh, well at least let me help with dinner. Nope. You're gonna sit down and drink a big glass of wine and get this tension out of your shoulders. As Inko continues to babble, Uncle Masaru follows the two women into the kitchen, shaking his head with a soft smile on his face. Kaken rolls his eyes and pushes Izuku into his room. Ugh, grown-ups. Katsuki isn't really sure how to feel about all this. Zuku's new quirk is weird. It's weird it manifested so late. It's weird that it's so different from his parents' quirks, and it's weird that it's a healing quirk of all things. Katsuki doesn't like surprises, and he most certainly did not appreciate this one either. He thought Zuku would get one of his parents' quirks like everyone else. He thought he'd manifest his mother's weak-ass telekinetic quirk or maybe his father's fire-breathing quirk. Something weak compared to his explosion quirk, but something that could at least provide some entertainment for them. Playing with a healing quirk might be a bit hard though, and it doesn't seem like it'd be very fun anyway. The grown-ups are being so weird about Zuku's quirk too, making it seem like it's so special, and that annoys Katsuki, but it seems to scare Auntie Inko. Even as a 5-year-old, Katsuki could see the genuine fear in her eyes as she told her son why he couldn't use his quirk on strangers. Katsuki likes Auntie Inko. She's pretty and kind, all smooth curves and round softness, so different from his own mother's roughness and harsh edges. Her hugs are the only ones that Katsuki never pushes away because they feel like being wrapped in a warm blanket fresh from the laundry. And she has doe-like eyes that crinkle when she smiles. Zuku has those eyes too, along with all of his mother's softness. He's timid and gentle and cries easily and so unlike Katsuki in so many ways, but maybe that's what makes him the best playmate. Not that he would ever admit it. He's always the first one to run up to a dog in the street and pet it. And he's always the first to run away from something fun and dangerous instead of towards it. He's small and weak, and so Katsuki supposes, if he thinks about it, that perhaps this new quirk is actually quite fitting for him then. It's not flashy or strong, and neither is he. Honestly, Katsuki can't even imagine someone as meek as Zuku with anything better than some lame healing quirk. Figures he'd need someone as strong as Katsuki to keep him safe. It makes sense. A feeling of importance fills Katsuki's chest, and his gaze roams over Zuku as the smaller boy kneels beside their hero toys scattered on the ground. Even though Zuku's new quirk isn't nearly as cool as his, Katsuki can at least see its usefulness. Overusing his quirk always makes his wrists ache terribly, but Zuku made the pain go away almost as soon as he touched him. And even though he still stands by what he said earlier, he'll be so strong, he'll never get hurt, he sure as hell isn't going to let some other hero snatch up Zuku. His mother said that every hero needs a healer, and Katsuki was Zuku's friend first, so Zuku is his healer. He'll beat up anyone hero or bad guy that tries to take him for his quirk. Kaken, are we going to play? Zuku turns and asks, blinking at him with his large, innocent eyes. Katsuki jerks out of his thoughts. Of course we are, nerd. He snaps roughly, making Zuku startle. He steps over to him. Maybe this won't be such a bad thing. Zuku's new quirk. Being Zuku's protector. It'll make Auntie and Co happy. He'll get to have Zuku as his healer, and he gets to be the hero in all this. As he plops down next to Zuku, the smaller boy wordlessly hands him the All Might toy with a bright smile. Katsuki feels something in his chest stir and he takes it. Yeah, he'll protect him all right. The next day at school, Izuku does something he's wanted to do for ages. He shows off his quirk. Tsubasa and Inaba are more than willing to help. Tsubasa somehow got a scrape on his knee after Kaken and Izuku left yesterday, so he bounces up to Izuku as soon as he arrives at school and shows him. If Izuku didn't know any better, he'd say the winged boy almost seemed proud of his scrape. So, once they've gathered the attention of all of their classmates and a couple of their teachers, Izuku reaches out to heal his scrape. He's nervous at first, almost worried that the previous day had been a dream and he didn't really have a quirk. But like before, his quirk seems to activate the second he touches the injury. His peers watch with awe-filled eyes as it fades away into unblemished skin within seconds. Wow, one girl exclaims, "That's so cool, Midoriya-kun. Definitely worth the wait." Another laughs. "Oh, geez, what a godsend that quirk is." One of the teachers whines good-naturedly. "These kids are always roughhousing and getting hurt." Izuku beams at the praise. Next to him, Kaken puffs up his chest with pride. "And guess what?" he declares. "When I'm a hero, Zuku's gonna be my healer." More oohing and eyeing from the crowd of children. One of the teachers looks amused. "A hero healer? Huh," she says. "Well, you've certainly got the quirk for it. How did you say it works again?" Izuku explains his theory of energy transfer and she hums contemplatively. "I've never heard of a quirk like this before, and I bet it will only get stronger as you get older." She winks and pats his curls. "It's always good to see young people with healing quirks. Lord knows there's not enough of them." Dr. Tsubasa-sen said it's cause healing quirks aren't hereditary. His teacher asks and he nods. The other teacher raises his eyebrows. "Really? I didn't know that." Izuku opens his mouth to say more, but Kaken drags him back to the group of kids before he can. They swarm around him, asking him questions about his quirk and how it feels and why it was so late. Izuku answers as best as he can, but soon Kaken starts to fidget impatiently beside him. After a few more minutes, he clearly gets bored that the attention isn't on him and shoos the other kids away. Izuku doesn't mind too much, though. All of this attention is new and overwhelming. He's used to just fading into the background and staying by Kaken's side. Thankfully, the rest of the school day goes by fairly normally, aside from a couple of kids coming up to him during lunch asking him to heal their scrapes and bruises. Then he briefly gains another small audience while he uses his quirk. He doesn't really know how to respond to praise other than awkwardly smiling and scratching the back of his head, so he doesn't linger very long and the group usually disperses soon after. Kaken can't seem to decide whether he wants to boast about having Izuku as his healer or be grumpy that the attention isn't on him anymore. Inaba tries to reassure him. "Don't worry, it's just cause it's a new quirk. I'm sure the hype will die down after a couple of days." Kaken merely grumbles inaudibly, but Izuku lets out a sigh of relief. "I hope so," he says exasperatedly. "I don't know if I like all this attention. I feel so awkward." Kaken snorts but seems appeased by his response. At the end of the day, the four of them walk home together, Tsubasa and Inaba splitting off a couple of streets before theirs. Kaken insists on walking Izuku to his door, which is a bit strange and unnecessary, but Izuku doesn't protest much. When his mother comes back from home soon after, she seems extremely relieved when she sees him, but her expression smooths out a moment later and she announces she's making katsudon for dinner. The prospect of his favorite dish erases immediately takes Izuku's mind off of any oddities he may have perceived, and he later chatters happily to his mother about his first day at school with a quirk as they eat dinner. Before going to bed, he decides to take out a new notebook and start researching everything he can about hero healers. Just like with his hero notebooks, he begins filling pages with information about individual healers, although he quickly discovers that there's a lot more information about Recovery Girl available than there is for any other healer. His eyes roam over article after article about the healer traveling to other countries to heal people, to heal heroes, to save people that others couldn't save in ways that no one else could. By the time Inko peeks into his room, Izuku is fast asleep in front of his computer with Recovery Girl's biography displayed on the monitor screen. She ends up carrying him to bed. And from that night on, Izuku's admiration for Recovery Girl only continues to grow. The second day of school goes just about the same as the first, but the third day is a bit more interesting. It seems that word has spread all over the school about Izuku's quirk. He finds himself being approached not only by classmates but by upperclassmen too, asking him to heal paper cuts and bruises and even a twisted ankle. Izuku happily obliges, but as the weeks go by, more and more students approach him with their injuries. He never realized how many scrapes and bruises children got until he was faced with them. They're usually the same students too, ones that like to roughhouse or play sports. Kaken's mood steadily sours as the number of kids to approach Izuku rises. He tries to tell the students to suck it up, especially with those with smaller injuries, but Izuku can't find it within himself to turn someone away when they're asking for help. This results in him sometimes going home extremely tired from using his quirk so much. Kaken always yells at him when this happens, but Izuku takes it as a learning opportunity. His quirk is called Healing Energy. That's what they decide when Inko takes him to get it registered. The next day he asks his mother for a new notebook and begins filling it with notes about his own quirk, rather than those of heroes. At school there are plenty of opportunities for him to practice with his quirk, so he learns a few things as time passes. The first thing he discovers is that his quirk doesn't work at all if he's injured or sick. A week after his quirk manifests, he accidentally trips down the stairs and twists his ankle. He doesn't think too much of it until he discovers that he can't use his quirk when someone asks him to at lunch. He panics, wondering what happened, and it only clicks in his mind the day after when his ankle is feeling better that it probably had something to do with that. To test this, he has Tsubasa punch him in the arm and tries to heal a scrape, to no avail. So there's that. The second thing he discovers is that skin-to-skin contact is needed to heal. This, he does not discover by accident but because he is genuinely curious. He supposes it should have been a bit obvious. The third thing he learns about his quirk is that it works best when he's well-fed and well-rested. This kind of relates to the whole it won't work if he's injured or sick, except it's just something he notices over time. Like if he doesn't sleep so well the previous night or skips breakfast before school, then his quirk is more sluggish and he tires out a lot faster. The fourth thing he discovers is that he cannot do anything to help illnesses. He tries futilely to pour his energy into Tsubasa when the winged boy gets a cold during the winter, to no avail. Kaken eventually drags him away to prevent him from getting sick. The fifth thing he learns is that when he heals someone, he brings them to their absolute best. He discovers this with Kaken one day during winter break. They're off in the forest again, just the two of them this time. And Kaken is trying to push the outer limits of his quirk and make bigger explosions. Whenever he overuses his quirk, Izuku heals him and he seems to be extra energized afterwards, making even bigger explosions than before. Izuku wonders if he has an effect on other people's quirks, but he figures that if he brings them to their full health then it's only natural that their quirks would be working at their best. He can also sort of sense injuries too, which he knew about with the bird's dislocated wing, but it's especially helpful during the first few weeks after his quirk manifests. Kaken isn't too good at asking for help, even when he knows Izuku can provide it, so sometimes he'll lean against his friend's side and feel with his quirk if he has any injuries. But Kaken doesn't like to bring it up, so Izuku will just grab his hand as they walk home and let his energy flow. Kaken never comments on the sudden energy he feels and instead ruffles Izuku's curls into a rat's nest, much to the greenette's displeasure. Just when he thinks he's learned all he can about his quirk, he discovers something new. It's exciting and quickly comes to love his new power, scribbling down everything he learns into his quirk notebook. He doesn't even mind too much when he goes home tired from healing because it's evidence of his hard work. Inko, however, does mind. "Please, Izuku, you need to learn how to say no," she says one night during dinner. "I know you want to help everyone, but it's not good for you to be draining yourself so often. You need energy too." Izuku shoves some rice into his mouth and protests, but it's good quirk practice. Besides, Kaken always uses his quirk. Like, every day. "Izuku," Inko says with a firm tone, so Izuku sighs in defeat. Okay. The next day after school, Izuku is waiting just outside the main building, watching kids as they walk home or get picked up by their parents. Kaken got detention for getting in a fight with another student, which isn't uncommon even though Izuku has made his disapproval very clear, so he has to wait for him to be done. Kaken had insisted that he wait for him, even though Tsubasa and Inaba offered to walk him home, but whatever. He should be done soon. "Oi, Midoriya-kun." The boy glances up to see a couple of fourth graders approaching him. He recognizes them, Akamine and Furuya. They treat Izuku well enough, but from what he's heard they're a couple of troublemakers. They always come to him with their scrapes and bruises from whatever tussle they got into. Normally, he'd heal them without any complaint, but after what his mother told him, "Hey, I've got a couple of scrapes, you mind healing them?" Akamine asks as soon as they reach him. "Sorry, not today guys," Izuku says apologetically. Akamine looks briefly surprised. "Oh, come on, they sting a lot and they're really nasty." He whines. "Look." He pulls up his sleeve to reveal scrapes and bruises that do look a bit uncomfortable, but are really not that bad. They'd heal in a week on their own. "Yeah, and I got punched in the face," Furuya states bluntly, turning his head to show Izuku the bruise blooming on his cheek. The boy sighs, not even bothering to ask how he got it. "I'm sorry guys, but I've kind of been using my quirk a lot for the past few days and I'm trying to take a break," he explains patiently. "Yeah, but this won't take that much energy," Akamine insists. "Come on, man, do us a favor." Izuku shrinks under the pressure, but a ball of irritation forms in his chest. It's his quirk. He shouldn't be pressured to use it if he doesn't want to. Actually, I do you guys a lot of favors, he says, slowly backing away from them, pretty much every week, really. So I think this one time you can. Furuya suddenly reaches out and grabs his upper arm, pulling him back over to them. He grins down at him, but it doesn't look friendly at all. Izuku suddenly notices how tall these older boys are, how much bigger they are than him. Even amongst boys his own age, Izuku is pretty short, so these guys practically loom over him. He gulps. Awa, come on, Midoriya-kun. Furuya sneers, don't be like that. He grabs Izuku's hand and puts it on his bruised cheek. To Izuku's dismay, he feels his energy begin to leave him through his fingertips and he struggles to pull away. Another thing he's noticed about his quirk is that it automatically activates when he touches an injury. He hardly ever has to think about turning it on, but it's only now that he realizes he has no idea how to turn it off. He panics when Furuya refuses to let go of his hand and Akamine starts reaching for his other arm. Hey, stop it. He snaps, I said no. I said no. You want to be a healer, don't you? Akamine jeers, grabbing his forearm and pulling him closer. What kind of healer refuses to heal? He starts to bring Izuku's hand towards his bruised arm, but no matter how hard Izuku pulls, he can't break out of his grip. Stop it, he cries out, his eyes welling with tears. Let me go. Leave me alone. He yelps as Furuya squeezes his arm hard and he thrashes futilely, panic making his heartbeat rapid. The two boys are so much stronger than him he's never felt so helpless before. He hates it. He feels like he's going to be sick. He doesn't understand why they're doing this because he said no. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Izuku nearly cries with relief at the sound of Kaken's voice. Akamine and Furuya both pause as they look up at the blonde boy rushing out the building towards them. Izuku has never seen his friend look so angry, but the two upperclassmen don't seem intimidated. UFers, Kaken shrieks, get your hands off him. Izuku tries to pull away again, but Furuya doesn't let up. Or what? He laughs. Akamine snickers. Yeah, what are you gonna do about it, first grader? In response, Kaken lets out a battle cry and crashes into them with explosions dancing on his palms. As soon as their grip on him is broken, Izuku turns around and flees. His heartbeat is pounding in his ears, but he can still hear the cacophony of explosions and yells behind him. For a second he feels a flash of worry for his friend, but he knows that he would only get in the way if he went to go help him. So, he takes cover behind the nearest tree and waits for it to be over. For all their talk, Akamine and Furuya don't last long in this fight. Oi, get off me, you're freaking crazy. Akamine shrieks. There's the sound of scuffling feet and Izuku hesitantly peeks out from behind the tree. Kaken stands with his back to him, facing down Akamine and Furuya who are covered in multiple burns and bruises. They stare at the blonde with wide eyes that are somehow both angry and terrified at the same time. We're gonna tell Yo-san. Furuya snaps, you'll pay for this tomorrow. Kaken merely raises his fist threateningly in response. The upperclassmen both tense up before gritting their teeth and fleeing. You're gonna regret this. Furuya shrieks before he disappears. There's a moment of silence. Then, Kaken wipes his nose on his arm and turns around, clearly looking for Izuku. Tears blur his vision as Izuku jumps out of his hiding spot and runs over to him. Kaken, he cries out, thank you. Thank you, oof. He collides with Kaken and wraps him into a tight hug. He's too busy sobbing into his friend's shoulder to realize that his quirk isn't naturally responding to the cuts and bruises that litter his skin. I was so scared. He hiccups. They kept pulling on me and enforcing me to use my quirk even though I told them no. Hey, what are you even saying? Kaken growls without heat, pushing him off. I can barely hear you when you're... He pauses, staring down at Izuku's forearms. Izuku looks down too and sees that his sleeves have pushed up slightly, revealing angry red bruises forming from where Furuya and Akamine grabbed him. Oh, Izuku sniffles, trying to wipe away his tears. Kaken is eerily still for a few moments, then almost quite literally explodes. I quote LL kill them. He screeches, whirling around as if to look for the two older boys. Kaken, Izuku yelps, pulling him back. It's fine, it doesn't hurt that bad. Although, I don't think I can really heal you. He takes Kaken's hand in his and tries to pour his energy, but nothing happens. Kaken's eye twitches. Izuku lets his head hang. I'm sorry. What are you effing apologizing for? Kaken snaps. I'm the one who's supposed to. He cuts himself off, his teeth grinding audibly as he glares at the ground. They're both quiet for a few moments, Kaken silently seething while Izuku tries to get his tears under control. He sees the other boy glancing at his bruises and is surprised to find not only anger in his eyes, but guilt. Izuku blinks. You were really cool back there. Kaken, he says softly, I can't believe you took on 2 fourth graders and won. Kaken straightens up and lifts his chin. The best hero always wins. No matter what, they always come out on top. Despite his words, his voice lacks the usual enthusiasm it usually has when he says something like that. Izuku sniffles once more before smiling. You're already my hero. Kaken's eyes widen slightly and Izuku lets out a wet chuckle. You are. You saved me, didn't you? Kaken stares at him for a few moments before his lip twitches up into a half grin. Yeah, I did. I saved you. Izuku smiles back at him and the boy full-on grins, puffing his chest up. Well, come on then, Zuku. Let's get going. Helplessness is a feeling that Izuku soon grows to hate. Inko panics when she finds out what happened later that day. She puts ice packs on Izuku and Kaken's bruises and then calls the school. Surprisingly, Kaken doesn't get in trouble for fighting again. The administration is extremely apologetic, although a part of Izuku wonders if they would have been as concerned if he were another student. He knows most of the teachers tend to like him since he's polite, doesn't cause trouble, and helps prevent kids from going home with whatever minor injuries they acquired that day. Furuya and Akamine get a harsh scolding and are suspended for a couple of days. Still, the incident remains fresh in his mind for the next couple of weeks. He stays a bit closer to Kaken than before, and even Tsubasa and Inaba become more protective. He still heals people once his bruises are gone, but he learns to limit himself and say no to smaller injuries like paper cuts. Most people are understanding, but Kaken is quick to chase off anyone who's persistent. He almost looks like he enjoys it too, but Izuku tries not to pay too much attention to that. Things are fine for a while. They all start to relax more as time passes. Kaken and Izuku still basically spend all day together, but they're not as attached to the hip anymore. Like now, for example, they're back in the forest once more with Tsubasa and Inaba. Kaken has just turned 7 and decides that he wants to claim the entire forest as his territory. They usually only go a little ways in, but Kaken knocks down the perimeter fence with an explosion and leads the way. So now they're exploring deeper than they've ever gone before. Izuku is trailing a few feet behind the others, glancing around at the scenery. He's a little nervous, if only because they might get in trouble if they're caught, but he finds the trees and plants to be very pretty. It's the beginning of May, so everything is in full bloom. Hey, check out that river, Kaken shouts, pointing at a shallow creek with a fallen log over it. Let's go cross it. Yeah, Tsubasa and Inaba cheer. Izuku just smiles and trails after them. The log is a bit slippery from moss, but is large enough for the boys to cross confidently. Kaken's high-pitched voice echoes amongst the trees as he chants some song he's made up for his future hero agency, fearlessly leading his posse across the log. It's amusing until the blonde's foot slips and he falls off the log into the river. Kaken, Izuku cries, already scrambling off the log and making his way down the riverbank. Hey, are you okay, man? Inaba calls down. As soon as Izuku steps into the river, Kaken reemerges from the water and shakes his head. He looks unharmed, but Izuku still worries. Are you all right, Kaken? He asks, finally reaching him. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun. Tsubasa says, you know Bakugo-kun. He's tough. Izuku grabs onto Kaken's hands and starts feeling for injuries with his quirk. But the blonde rolls his eyes and pushes him away. I'm fine, relax. He complains, you think I'm gonna get hurt from falling into a little river? The greenette pouts, you could have hit your head. Come on, guys, get back up here. Inaba says, sure. As Kaken starts back towards the shore, clearly intending to cross the log once more, Izuku pauses, tilting his head. He heard something just then. It sounded like a meow, but what would a cat be doing in the middle of a forest? He's about to brush it off, but then he hears it again. This time, he looks around and pinpoints the source of the sound. Zuku, come on, hurry up. Kaken calls out. He's already climbing back up the shore. The cat meows again. It sounds distressed. Izuku's heart clenches and he knows he has to do something about it. So, he turns away from Kaken and begins climbing up the opposite shore. Hey, where are you going? His friend questions. Zuku, hey, stop. Wait up. He starts wading back through the river, but Izuku doesn't wait for him. He's already at the top of the slope. Come back here. I heard something. Izuku replies, I want to check it out. Wait up. Hey, I said wait for me. Midoriya-kun, what's up? Tsubasa and Inaba reach him first since they were already halfway through the log. But Kaken is catching up. He looks irritated and stomps over to him, dripping wet. Before he can start yelling, Izuku says, I think I heard a cat. A cat. Inaba raises a brow. It sounded like it was in trouble. Izuku points to the direction where the sound came from. I think it's coming from there. I want to check it out. Kaken scowls. Idiot. What the hell would a cat be doing here? Oh, hey, there is something there. Tsubasa says. The four of them look over to see where he's pointing. A flash of silver peeks out from the distant shrubbery. Tsubasa and Inaba glance at Kaken, but Izuku is already making his way over. Kaken growls and trots after him. As they get closer, they realize that the flash of silver is really a wired fence. It looks old and is full of cobwebs. But that's nothing compared to what's on the other side. It's strange, seeing a place so barren and devoid of life in the middle of the blooming forest. The ground is dry and dusty and there's only a few scraggly-looking trees. In the middle of the large yard is a rickety old shed, looking as if no one had been in it for years. What the hell is this place? Kaken frowns. Do you think anyone lives here? Inaba asks. I think I can see a house over in that shadowy area, but it looks old. It's kind of creepy, Tsubasa admits. As he says that, Izuku hears the same now once more. It's a lot louder now and it seems like it's coming from the shed. He perks up. Did you hear that? He asks excitedly. That was the cat. It's here. I didn't hear anything. Me neither. But it's here, he insists, pressing his face closer to the fence. I think it's coming from that shed. The other boys are silent, sharing dubious glances between them. Then Kaken scoffs and turns around. Whatever, this is lame. Let's keep exploring. Yeah, Inaba agrees, following him. What? Izuku asks, dismayed. His friends are already walking away. But we have to save it. Kaken is starting to get irritated again. There's no cat there, Zuku. Now, come on. Tsubasa glances back to where he's still standing and gives him a pitying look. If someone does live there, we could get in trouble for being on their property. He points out, let's not cut our adventure short. Izuku watches them walk away, his anxiety growing with every step they take. He glances to and fro, wondering what to do. He's not crazy, he did hear a cat. He knows it's in that dirty old shed, he just knows it. Why didn't they hear it too? Why don't they believe him? The boy looks back at the strange yard and frowns. The shed doesn't look that far away, and he wouldn't be cutting their adventure short, not if he's fast. Just a few seconds, in and out. That's all he needs. There's a weak spot on the side of the fence too. He hesitates. The cat meows again, weaker this time, and his mind is made for him. Hey, Zuku, you coming or what? Kaken hears metal clanging and glances over his shoulder just in time to see Izuku slipping through a weak spot in the fence. Zuku, he shrieks, spinning around and running back. What the hell are you doing? Tsubasa and Inaba panic too and run after him. He slams into the fence and tries to force his way through the same spot Izuku got through. But he's bigger than the other boy and it's not as easy for him to slip through. Zuku, Midoriya-kun, come back. Is he crazy? Meanwhile, Izuku is still dashing across the yard as fast as he can. He can hear his friends yelling behind him, but for once he doesn't care. He's almost halfway to the shed when a sudden volley of deep bark stops him in his tracks. He looks up to see a large dog charging across the yard towards him, snarling furiously. It must have been snoozing in the shadows of one of the trees because Izuku is certain he otherwise would have seen it. The dog is massive and is charging right at him and it looks really mad and oh god, what does he do? What does he do? He can hear his friends telling him to run, but he can't help it. He freezes in fear, staring with wide eyes at the snarling dog. Panic rises in his chest and he finds his mind thinking back to the incident with the two upperclassmen, the horrible feeling of helplessness returning with a vengeance. What was he thinking? He's not like Kaken or Tsubasa or even Inaba. He can't defend himself. He can't even run away. What was he thinking running in here like that? The dog is only a few feet away from him before he manages to react. And even then he only has time to stumble back a couple of steps before the dog is upon him. Teeth flash before his eyes and he screams. Suddenly, the dog lets out a yelp just as two hands wrap around Izuku's arms and he's lifted into the air. Wings flap on either side of him and he gasps, looking down to see Kaken aiming his explosions at the dog. He snarls even more ferociously than the mud and keeps swiping at him, making the biggest explosions Izuku has ever seen him make. The dog flinches and whirls around, quickly running away with its tail between its legs. Kaken's explosions don't stop until the dog disappears back to where it came from, and only then does he relax. Tsubasa returns a shaky Izuku back to the ground as Inaba catches up. Midoriya-kun, are you okay? He asks worriedly, putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder to steady him when he wobbles. That dog almost got you. Izuku struggles to catch his breath as he trembles uncontrollably. The overwhelming relief has him feeling faint, as if he just healed a bunch of people all at once, but he swallows hard and nods. I am okay, he gasps. I just... His words are cut off when Kaken suddenly stomps over to him and gives him a hard smack on the back of his head. He yelps, more out of shock than pain, and stares at his friend with wide eyes. Hey, Tsubasa yells, but Kaken ignores him, his red, furious eyes locked on Izuku's. What the F were you thinking? He roars, grabbing the front of Izuku's shirt and pulling him close so he can snarl in his face. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you have a effing death wish? You listen to me, idiot. If I tell you not to go somewhere, don't go there. And if I tell you to run, you run. Never freeze like that. Do you hear me? He roughly shakes Izuku, who cries out and nods rapidly. What if that dog had gotten to you before I did? You can't even throw a effing punch, you would have died, Izuku. And I. The blonde cuts himself off, struggling to find his words as he seethes. You ain't just you effing GAH. F you. Before Izuku knows it, Kaken has his arms wrapped tightly around him and is growling obscenities into his hair. Stupid effing idiot. Moron, you little effing. Izuku blinks in surprise, the fear dying down a bit. Kaken is hardly ever the one to initiate hugs. It's a bit uncomfortable. He's squeezing a bit too hard and Izuku's chin is trapped against his shoulder, but he can feel just how fast his friend's heart is beating against his chest. His eyes widen slightly. Oh, he scared him. He scared Kaken. He almost doesn't believe it at first. He never thought Kaken could be afraid of anything. But the evidence is here. In the heartbeat he can feel thumping against his chest, and the arms wrapped tightly around him as if they'll never let go. Izuku nearly cried after the dog almost attacked him, but now his eyes are watering for an entirely different reason. Kaken, he croaks, his voice muffled against the boy's shoulder. I'm sore. Hey, guys, Tsubasa interrupts nervously. If there's a dog here, then that probably means there's people too. We should go. Kaken pulls away and wipes his nose with a sniffle, but before he can say anything, a high and very audible meow reaches their ears. Izuku freezes. He'd completely forgotten about the cat. Inaba perks up. Oh, I heard that. Me too, Tsubasa says a bit uneasily. His eyes glance towards the house in the distance. Kaken meets Izuku's gaze, and he must have a pleading look on his face because the blonde grits his teeth before letting out a huff. Well, we've come this effing far, he bites out. Then, he fixes Izuku with a hard glare and leans close. But you better effing listen to me this time. I'm going first and you're gonna stay behind me. Izuku swallows, but he's not going to argue with Kaken when he has an expression like that on his face. So he simply nods. Kaken turns and leads the way as the four boys hurry the rest of the way to the shed. The blonde cautiously opens the door before peeking his head inside. Izuku and the others wait with bated breath, watching him anxiously, but then he steps inside and waves for them to follow. Tsubasa goes first and Inaba brings up the rear, keeping Izuku between them. The inside of the shed is even more ragged and dirty than the outside. A heavy layer of dust covers everything and lingers in the air, causing Tsubasa to sneeze. Well, Kaken asks, where's the cat? I dunno. Izuku frowns, glancing around, then begins calling out, Kitty, Kitty, where are you? Idiot, it's not gonna come just because you. Imararu. Of course, Inaba snickers at Kaken's deadpan expression, but the explosive boy just shoulders him roughly before moving towards the source of the noise. Izuku follows at his heels and peeks over his shoulder when he stops in front of a dusty, broken table. Kaken squats down and Izuku does the same, his eyes landing on a lump of fur leaning against the wall. He gasps, but it turns into a coughing fit when the dusty air hits his lungs. Kaken rolls his eyes at him as the other two boys join them. It's a kitten, Kaken says, I think. Are you sure? Inaba asks skeptically. It kind of just looks like a giant, furry. The lump of fur lets out a loud meow. Oh, nope, never mind, that's a cat. Kaken snickers and Tsubasa puts a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Hey, you were right, Midoriya-kun. Good job. Don't encourage him, Kaken snaps. It was still the stupidest thing he's ever done. Once his coughing is under control, Izuku starts crawling underneath the table. As he gets closer, two pale yellow eyes appear from the mass of fur and stare at him. Even though the kitten is fairly small, Izuku still finds himself intimidated by that gaze. Be careful, Midoriya-kun, Inaba says, it might be mean. Izuku cautiously reaches out with a hand to let the kitten sniff him. It does, and the boy smiles when its whiskers tickle his fingers. He gets the feeling that the kitten isn't too impressed with him, but he takes the chance and gently touches its belly, brushing aside its long fur. He immediately gasps. He's hurt, Izuku says, then frowns down at the wound. It looks like it got bitten by something. Inaba tilts his head. Hey, maybe it's that dog. Maybe it chased the cat into here and trapped it. Maybe, but let's hurry up, Kaken says. I don't want to risk getting caught by whoever owns that dog. Izuku nods and turns back to the kitten, pressing his fingers to its skin and letting his energy flow. The dog bite is the most serious wound he's ever healed, but it isn't very big since it's on a cat, so it doesn't take too much energy to heal. The kitten relaxes beneath his fingers and blinks up at him, letting out a curious meow. Come on out, little kitten, he coos. Don't worry, we're nice. We're gonna take you somewhere safe. The kitten continues to stare at him, not making any move to get up. Thankfully, he doesn't make much of a fuss when Izuku just picks him up, tucking him into his arms as he clambers out from underneath the table. Oh my gosh, he whispers, he's so cute. It's dirty. Kaken wrinkles his nose. Well, yeah, 'cause he's been living in here for who knows how long, Izuku says, readjusting his grip. Let's get him out of here. The four turn to leave, but freeze when they hear paw steps right outside the shed. The dog is back, snuffling at the door and bumping it with its head. Izuku tenses up, but Kaken strides forward and yanks the door open, snarling as he lets out a bunch of explosions. The dog immediately yelps and runs away again, and Kaken puffs up his chest, looking smug. Come on, then. They make sure the coast is clear before running back over to the fence. Turns out Kaken had blown a bigger hole in it in order to get through, so they slip through it easily and make their way back to familiar territory. They stop by the river to wash some of the dirt off the kitten, and to their surprise he actually seems to appreciate it. Yeah, he is kind of cute, I guess, Inaba admits, scratching behind the kitten's ear gently. The feline sneezes on him in return. He's adorable. Izuku squeals, I want to keep him. Kaken rolls his eyes. Izuku uses his shirt to dry off the kitten, and now that he's clean, the boy can see that his long fur is a mottled mix of blacks and grays, with more of the latter covering his neck and chest. His paws are pretty big too, which makes Izuku wonder what breed he is. They continue trekking through the forest, the kitten sitting comfortably in Izuku's arms, and by the time they reach their neighborhood the sun is starting to set. Inko must be wondering where he is, so he and Kaken bid goodbye to Tsubasa and Inaba before heading over to his place. The soft scraping of their feet against the sidewalk is the only sound that fills the air as they walk beside each other. Izuku casts a sideways glance at Kaken. The blonde's hands are shoved deep in his pockets, jaw set and shoulders hunched as he glowers at the sidewalk beneath his feet. Somehow Izuku can tell that the scowl on his face right now is different than his normal one. Hey, Kaken. Kaken grunts. Maybe let's not tell Mom about the thing with the dog, Izuku suggests sheepishly. Kaken lifts his head to glare at him silently for a moment. Then he grumbles, only cause I'm too tired to deal with her freaking out right now. Izuku lets out a sigh of relief, but his friend's not done. But don't you ever do something that's stupid ever again. He snaps. I won't, Izuku promises. I mean it, Kaken warns. That. You. He lets out a frustrated growl and practically spits out. You effing scared the shit out of me back there, dumbass. I don't know if you've realized, but you might as well be quirkless when it comes to fighting. So you leave that shit to me, alright. He huffs and turns away sharply, as if to end the conversation, but something stops Izuku from letting him do so. A flicker of irritation and frustration blooms in his chest and he can't help himself from snapping, I'm not helpless. His voice is loud, surprising both him and Kaken, who stops and turns to face him. Izuku clenches his jaw and readjusts his hold on the kitten. I'm not helpless, he repeats, quieter this time. I hate that feeling. I don't want to be helpless, but be back with Furuya-san and Akamine-san. His eyes prick and he squeezes them shut as Kaken stares at him. They were just so much stronger than me and they kept grabbing me and I hated it and I hated that I couldn't do anything to stop it and now this thing with the dog. The kitten in his arms shifts and rubs his face against Izuku's chest as he clearly becomes more and more distressed. He struggles to find his words. I just always thought I'd get a quirk like Mom or Dad's, you know. Something I could become a hero with, something I could be strong with. And in what I have now is great, but he sniffles and rubs his eyes on his sleeve, although there's no point in trying to stop the tears from flowing. Head drooping, he mumbles miserably, Kaken, I love my quirk, but I just wish it wasn't so useless. His tears drip into the kitten's fur as he sniffles pitifully. Kaken is silent for a moment, then, that's effing bullshit, Zuku. Izuku looks up in surprise, his vision blurry from tears. He croaks. Kaken's jaw clenches and his nostrils flare as he huffs. I said that's effing bullshit. He snaps. Your quirk isn't effing useless and you know it. It's effing cool, alright, and rare as shit. You healed a dog bite in like 2 seconds. Yeah, it might be kind of useless in a fight, but that's why you've got me. I'll gladly kick anyone's ass for you, just name him. Izuku chuckles wetly and wipes his eyes on his shoulder sleeve. That's probably the nicest thing Kaken has ever said about his quirk, even though he sounded pissed off the entire time. He smiles sadly at his friend and says, I know I can rely on you, Kaken. Of course I know that. I just wish I could rely on myself too, you know. I mean, don't tell me it doesn't get annoying following me around all the time. Well, too effing bad cause I'm telling you that. Kaken growls. Trust me, I'd much rather hang out with you than those damn extras that keep tagging along with us. Kaken. He scolds lightly. Kaken snorts and gives him a contemplative look. Sniffing, he glances away and feigns nonchalance. As for relying on yourself, well, I suppose I can show you some moves. Izuku frowns. Moves? Yeah, you know. The blonde gestures vaguely with his hand. Teach you how to fight. I don't want my future healer to be completely useless in a battle. He arches a brow and gives him a sharp look. Not that you will be fighting, but just in case. Izuku stares at him for a few seconds as the words process, then tilts his head. Kaken, do you even know how to fight? Kaken glares. I mean, like, without your quirk. Izuku stammers, professionally, you know. Who cares if it's professional? What only matters is that it works, Kaken snorts. So it's decided. Izuku blinks. We'll start tomorrow after school. Without another word, Kaken turns around and continues walking down the street. Come on, Zu. I can't wait to see Auntie's face when you bring home that flea bag. Izuku glances down at the kitten, who is gazing after Kaken rather judgmentally. He sighs and follows, wondering just what he got himself into. As he leads the way back towards Zuku's house, Katsuki hears his friend continue walking behind him. There's a brief shifting of fabric, and then a soft coo. He doesn't need to glance over his shoulder to know that Zuku must be fawning over that ugly-ass cat. That ugly-ass cat that he almost got his effing face ripped off for. Katsuki's fists curl. His mind replays the encounter with the dog over and over again. The irritation and anger he'd felt when he'd seen Zuko slip through that fence even though he told him not to. How in a split second it morphed into cold, heart-stopping fear as soon as he'd heard the volley of barks, as soon as he had seen the massive dog charging towards his best friend, his healer, his Zuko. He'd never felt fear like that before. It was such pure, utter terror in its most unadulterated form. Terror because what if he didn't make it in time? What if he wasn't fast enough? What if he wasn't strong enough? Zuko was going to get hurt. Zuko was going to get killed. Like a horse kicked with a spiked heel, the fear had spurred him into action, giving him the strength and speed he needed to cross that field in a matter of seconds. The icy daggers in his heart melted into a burning fury that he'd aimed at the mutt for daring to attack what's his. Then at Zuko for being naive enough to do something so infuriatingly moronic in the first place. And now he aims it at himself, glaring at the ground as he quietly seethes. That was by far the stupidest thing Zuko has ever done. But Zuko is stupid and soft, and Katsuki knows this because he knows everything about Zuko, and he should have known he would have gone after that effing cat. He loves animals, and he hardly ever says no to healing people, and Katsuki was an absolute idiot for thinking his friend would just forget about an animal being potentially hurt just because Katsuki told him to. Although the thought of Zuko ignoring his orders, of not listening to him and nearly getting himself killed for it, leaves a bitter taste in the back of his throat. He grits his teeth. That was way too close. And Zuko is right, of course. Even though Katsuki reassured him, his quirk really is effing useless when it comes to fighting. There's no denying that. So of course he can't have a healer that can't fight. That's an easy fix, he can teach him, but he also can't have a healer that won't listen to him. That might prove to be a bit more difficult, depending on just how stupid Zuko is insisting on being. But maybe this incident will scare him straight and he'll think twice before disobeying Katsuki again. Aren't you the cutest little thing? Zuko coos in a sickeningly sweet voice behind him. Huh, aren't you? Irritation claws at his heart and his scowl deepens. But of course it won't be that easy. Because Zuko is timid and gentle and cries easily and so unlike Katsuki in so many ways, but that's alright. Because where Zuko is weak, Katsuki will be strong. He can be more than strong enough for both of them. Remnants of the fear still lingers in his chest, however, like the stubborn stench of smoke that refuses the air even after the raging wildfire has long gone. His mind unwittingly flashes back to the incident: clanking metal, quick footsteps, vicious snarls, Zuko's scream and his hands twitch, sparks threatening to pop. His chest feels tight, and he lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding. It comes out shaky. That causes him to become even more angry with himself. Why the hell is he shaken? It was just a stupid dog and he beat it anyways. What's he so scared about? He did his damn job and he did it well. He protected Zuko from the dog, just like he protected him from those two upperclassmen a-holes because he's the strongest. That mutt didn't even touch him. He blames it on the fact it was such a close call, and that a dog is much more dangerous than two elementary school bullies. Even if he did teach him how to fight, Zuko couldn't have done anything against that thing, not without a combative quirk. He really is so weak, which means that Katsuki needs to be better, stronger. He can't make a mistake like that again. Zuko hates feeling helpless. Fine, Katsuki can help him gain a little self-confidence. And in the meantime, Katsuki will continue to work to become even stronger, faster, better, to protect him from any form of danger that comes their way. Kakin. Zuko's voice cuts through his thoughts and he abruptly stops. The freckled boy is standing in the middle of the walkway up to his house, gazing at him in confusion. Katsuki had been so lost in his own mind that he had unknowingly started to walk past his house. Zuko tilts his head. Aren't you coming? Katsuki's eyes drop down to the kitten in his arms. Snapping jaws flash in his mind and his heart gives a little jolt. He clenches his fists. And fear. Of effing course I'm coming. He snaps, marching towards Zuko and roughly shouldering past him. Fear can go F itself. His mother is surprised, to say the least, when he comes home late with a kitten in his arms. He explains that he found him in the forest, not mentioning the dog or the probably illegal trespassing. Inko listens with a look on her face saying, I know where this is going, but smiles when he tells her how he healed the kitten's wounds. Finally, he gets to asking if they can keep him and she hesitates. Please, Mom, he begs, I'm almost 7. I can take care of a cat. I promise I'll feed him and clean his litter box and brush his fur. He goes on and on about all the things he'll do, and to his delight he sees her expression start to soften. He gives her his best puppy dog eyes and she sighs heavily. There's a moment of silence. Then, she admits, he is awfully cute, and Izuku knows that he has one. Kakin is stunned. Then, he huffily grumbles, of course. The only thing he tells him before he goes home is to not name it something stupid. So, of course, Izuku decides to name the kitten Sushi after the dinner he has that night. Kakin thinks it's stupid. But Kakin is a biased party because he never liked the cat to begin with in the first place. And it becomes pretty clear early on that Sushi doesn't like him either. They take Sushi to the vet during the weekend and learn that he's a mix of Maine Coon and some other breed, so he's going to grow pretty big. Izuku thought, based on his current size, that perhaps Sushi was around 4 or 5 months old, but apparently he's only 2 months. Inko's eyes widen when she hears this and she suddenly looks rather apprehensive. Thankfully, though, Sushi settles into their life fairly easily. He's fun to play with and the Midoriyas are more than happy to spoil him. He enjoys laying on Izuku's desk while he does homework and claws at his pencil when he decides he needs a break. He gets along with Inko well enough, but it's clear that Izuku is his favorite. Not that the boy is complaining, but man, it's almost comical how much Sushi hates Kaken. He doesn't puff up his fur and hiss, no, he's much more elegant than that. Whenever the blonde comes over, Sushi will plop himself right in Izuku's lap and just glare at him judgmentally. And it is glaring, there's no other way to describe it. Inko thinks it hilarious how expressive the cat is. He can communicate exactly what he's thinking just by looking at you. And he's never thinking anything good about Kaken, but the feeling is mutual. Izuku nearly pisses himself laughing when he walks into his room one day to find Kaken and Sushi having a glaring contest. "You think you're effing better than me, huh?" Kaken growls. "Think staring at me will freak me out. You're just a stupid-looking furball that batted your eyes into a new family. But I've known Zuku for a hell of a lot longer than you have, so back off, Fleabag." Behind him, Izuku is silently wheezing with laughter. He tries not to draw attention to himself, but he can't help the snort that escapes him. Kaken whirls around with wide eyes and Izuku just loses it. He bursts out with laughter as Kaken sputters indignantly and shrieks, "How effing long have you been there?" Izuku's laughing so hard he can't even breathe, let alone respond. His laughter angers Kaken even more. "Oh, piss off," he screeches. "That cat's got a effing attitude and you know it. F knows why you keep him around." From the other room, Inko gently scolds Kaken for cursing. Despite his mirth, Izuku notices the blush on his friend's cheeks and tries to control his laughter, but he ends up just wheezing even harder. It doesn't help that Sushi is still sitting regally on his dresser, giving Kaken a smug look. Eventually, Kaken just grabs Izuku and drags him outside for another fighting lesson, which Izuku soon learns is really just an excuse to beat him up. Kaken has been staying true to his word and makes them train nearly every day after school, although Izuku isn't sure if train is the right word. Just as he expected, Kaken doesn't really know much about actual fighting, just about rough housing. He never really hurts Izuku, but he's a rowdy boy and he's got the muscles and dirty moves to prove it. The first couple of lessons are okay, but eventually their training sessions just turn into Kaken wrestles with Izuku for an hour and always wins. Izuku doesn't know what he expects from him. It's no secret that he's not as big or strong as Kaken or most of the other boys in his class. For that regard, not that he's by any means a runt, he's just on the shorter side. Always has been, although he supposes that these training sessions do count as him getting exercise, which is never a bad thing. Still, he's getting tired of Kaken repeatedly pinning him to the ground or grappling with him and telling him to escape. How can he escape if he's not even learning any real fighting moves? Needless to say, their lessons soon start to involve a lot more of Kaken chasing Izuku around and trying to catch him than any actual fighting moves. They have to make sure Sushi stays inside or goes somewhere else to train because on more than one occasion the cat has appeared and attacked Kaken's legs while he chases Izuku. Kaken adds it to the list of reasons why he hates Sushi, but Izuku finds it endearing. "He's just being protective of me, Kaken," Izuku says as he pries the cat off of his friend. "It's his way of showing he loves me." Kaken's gaze lands on Sushi, who is glaring daggers at him from his spot in Izuku's arms. The blonde bares his teeth and the cat hisses in response. It's his way of being a little sit. Izuku pouts. Over the next 3 years, Sushi continues to grow both in size and personality. He reigns over the Midoriya household absolutely, watching over his humans with sharp eyes, often from atop the kitchen fridge. Izuku has woken up multiple times during the night to find those pale yellow eyes gazing at him from amidst the darkness. It's a little creepy, he's not gonna lie, but he loves the feline enough to just accept it. What is a bit harder to accept is the strange habit that Sushi develops only a month after living with them. He starts popping up in random places where he's not supposed to be, like in the neighborhood, on top of other people's cars or roofs, and even at Izuku's school a few times. The Midoriyas don't understand how he does it. All their windows and doors are locked when Inko leaves for work, and they don't have a cat flap, so how? It's a bit nerve-wracking at first, but they take solace in knowing that at least Sushi isn't the only outdoor cat out there. Inko suspects he likes to roam around outside because he was probably born as a stray. So, more often than not, Kaken and Izuku will find themselves joined by the fluffy cat on their way back home from school or whenever they're playing with the other kids in the neighborhood. Like now, for example, Kaken and Izuku are both 10 years old and are going to the arcade by themselves for the first time. Well, actually they're supposed to meet up with a few other kids from school there. But Auntie Mitsuki manages to convince Inko that if the boys are old enough to walk to school by themselves, then they're old enough to walk to the arcade while the two mothers have a ladies' day. That still doesn't stop Inko from fretting over her son before they leave, though. Okay, you have enough money for tokens, right? Yes, ma'am. And your phone is charged. Yes, ma'am. Not on silent. No. Oh, make sure you. Mom, Izuku whines, I'll be fine. Kaken's coming with me and we're gonna be hanging out with other kids the entire time. Okay, I'm sorry, she apologizes, pressing a worried kiss onto her son's forehead. Be safe and have fun, alright. I will. Izuku beams at her before leaving the house, quickly jogging up to Kaken who is waiting for him on the sidewalk. The blonde ruffles his hair as he approaches and Izuku giggles, playfully pushing him away. They start setting off towards the arcade. But as soon as they reach the end of the block, Kaken says, We're being followed, dumbass. Izuku blinks and glances around. By who? I don't see any O. When he glances over his shoulder, he sees Sushi gazing up at him from the ground. Once again, he must have followed them from the house. Izuku turns around and coos, Don't worry, Sushi boy. I'll be back in a few hours, so go on back home. Sushi stares. Go on, go home. Izuku insists, but the cat doesn't move. He just keeps staring with unblinking yellow eyes. The boy pouts, Come on, Sush, don't make me take you back myself. You really gotta train that cat better, Zoo, Kaken grumbles, giving said feline his customary stink eye. He listens to me sometimes. Izuku protests, but it only makes his friend snicker. Sighing in defeat, he straightens up and says, Let's just keep going. He'll head on home eventually. They continue walking, and to Izuku's relief he doesn't hear the soft pitter-pattering of Sushi's paws following them. Soon, they leave their neighborhood and enter the city. The arcade is only a couple of blocks away from this point. Not too long of a walk. Still, Izuku feels very grown-up, like strutting through the streets without an adult by his side. When he glances over his shoulder, Sushi is nowhere in sight, and he lets out a sigh of relief. He hopes the cat actually goes home instead of just wandering around the neighborhood. But that might be asking too much. For some reason, however, he still gets the feeling that someone is watching him. The hair on the back of his neck prickles and his eyes dart around, but he doesn't spot anything suspicious. Then, a familiar pink-haired boy standing by the arcade at the end of the street spots them and waves them over with a friendly smile. Izuku-kun, Katsuki-kun, over here, pushing the strange feeling out of his mind. Izuku instead plasters a smile on his face and jogs ahead of Kaken to greet their friend. Hey, Haru-kun, Izuku-kun. Izuku squeaks as Haru pulls him in to give him a noogie. You guys took forever to get here. Everyone's already inside. Izuku squirms out of his grasp and pouts when he has to fix his curls. Haru just grins and snickers. The other boy had joined their friend group a few months ago when he transferred into their school. He's pretty cool and extremely friendly, so of course that means that Kaken thinks he's annoying. But Izuku doesn't care. He likes hanging out with Haru, and he also brought a couple of other friends into their group that Tsubasa and Inaba quickly befriend. Plus, he has a super neat quirk called Face Shift. Basically, he can shape shift, just only with his face. Kaken thinks it's useless, but Izuku thinks his friend is just jealous, especially since Haru can spend hours making Izuku laugh by giving himself a duck bill or turning his hair different colors. Haru greets Kaken, getting only a grunt of acknowledgement in response, and leads them into the arcade. There are no overhead lights, but they can still see just fine because all the games and booths are lit up with neon lights. It's loud and a little overwhelming, but Haru just laughs and ushers them along to where their group of friends is waiting. The next few hours are probably the most fun Izuku has ever had. Their group goes around playing nearly every single game they see. Kaken challenges practically everyone to beat him in whatever racing games he can find, and he wins most of the time. Izuku tries to beat him and loses, which, while unfortunate, is never a surprise when it comes to Kaken anymore. But Haru cheers him up by giving himself a lizard tongue and flicking it into his ear. Izuku squeals and runs away, Haru giving chase and pursuing him for a couple of minutes until Kaken gets annoyed and drags Izuku off to play air hockey. Turns out, he's pretty good at it. His explosive friend's face is priceless when Izuku beats him the first time, and only gets more and more comical when Izuku continues to beat him 2 more times. Tsubasa and Haru watch from the sidelines, the latter whooping and cheering for Izuku, which only drives Kaken to fight even harder until he finally wins. Still, at the end, Haru comes up to Izuku and congratulates him. "Dang, Izuku-kun, you're really good at air hockey," he says, grinning. Izuku laughs and scratches the back of his head. "Thanks, I never thought I've never really played it before today." "Ah, so you're a natural." Haru puts an arm around him and pointedly ignores the withering glare Kaken sends him. "Well, I think you deserve a prize, then. Come on, let's check out the claw machines." They wander over to the tall box of prizes, and Izuku quickly spies a stuffed, marshmallow-shaped All Might toy. He moves to put a couple of tokens in the slot, but Haru stops him. Allow me, he says smoothly, already grabbing onto the joystick. Izuku blinks. Are you sure? Please. Haru winks. It's my treat. Which one do you want? He presses the start button and proceeds to expertly move the claw around, picking his way through the toys until he reaches the All Might stuffy that Izuku points out. Izuku watches with bated breath as the claw lowers and clasps onto it, bringing it over to the drop box and releasing it without a hitch. Haru grabs the toy and hands it to Izuku with a bit of dramatics, which causes him to giggle as he accepts the gift graciously. Then the taller boy straightens up and beams at him, and something about it makes Izuku's heart feel a little funny. His cheeks grow warm and he quickly finds himself hiding his burning face behind the plushie. Thanks, he squeaks, voice muffled. They all leave soon after that to get lunch somewhere, and as they walk out of the building, Kaken spots some TVs in a shop's window broadcasting a villain fight. Further investigation leads to the realization that it's an All Might villain fight, so naturally this sidetracks them for a while. Watch him here, Kaken says. I bet he's gonna bam. See, I told you he'd do that. He pumps his fists, his eyes practically sparkling as he watches the screen. Man, it doesn't get any cooler than All Might. There's still that other one creeping up on him, though, Haru comments, just as invested as the blonde is. Do you think he'll Did you see that? Guy didn't even stand a chance. Izuku watches with rapt attention too, albeit behind the group of boys. He'd like to get close, but he knows how excited they can get when they watch one of All Might's fights, and he doesn't want to accidentally get in the way of any flying hands. But man, All Might is never not cool. Izuku wishes he'd brought his hero journal with him, despite the fact that All Might already has almost an entire notebook dedicated to just him. A flash of gray in the corner of his eye distracts him and his head whips around. Was that Sushi? No, it couldn't be. He couldn't have possibly followed him all the way to the arcade. Just to ease his mind though, Izuku quietly sneaks away from the group to follow the flash of gray. It disappeared into a nearby alleyway, but when he reaches it, the cat is nowhere in sight. The alley is dark and full of trash cans and empty crates that lean against the walls. Izuku wrinkles his nose. Sushi, he calls out, but the cat still doesn't appear. Letting out a sigh of relief, he's about to turn back and rejoin the group when one of the trash bags suddenly rustles. An empty bottle clatters to the ground. Sushi, Izuku exclaims, walking into the alley. Where are you? Come on out, boy. Silence meets him. The bag rustles again. Izuku frowns. Are you stuck, buddy? He asks, jogging over to it. Don't worry, I'll. As soon as he gets close, a man suddenly lunges out from behind the trash bags and pounces on him. He immediately screams and scrambles backwards, but the man grabs him and uses his weight to force him to the ground. A hand covers his mouth, muffling his yelp of pain as his back hits the gravel beneath him. Panic floods his system and he thrashes around wildly, trying to escape. But the man must have some sort of vine quirk, because the moment there's thick black vines wrapping around his body, pinning his arms to his sides and locking his legs together. He wails, but black vines quickly wrap around his mouth, gagging him. The man lets out a huff of laughter as he keeps him pinned to the ground, sneering down at him as he continues to struggle. Don't make this difficult, kid, he growls. Two vines come up to cover Izuku's eyes, blinding him, and the terror within him escalates as his world is plunged into darkness. The man chuckles in his ear. It'll be better for both of us if you just play nice. Do something funny and I'll make you regret it. Tears well up in Izuku's eyes as he hears a second pair of heavy footsteps approach them. Hey, another voice says. Did you get him? Course I did. His attacker replies. Hands grab at Izuku and he feels himself being pulled to his feet. His legs are still bound together so he can't walk. But that doesn't seem to matter to the man as he drags him down the alley. Good, the second voice says. You sure he's the right one? There were a bunch of kids in that group. Of course I got the right one. The first voice snaps. Izuku continues to struggle against his grasp, letting out muffled screams until the man gives his head a hard slap. Oi, you brat. I told you to behave. To his partner, he says, don't worry, he's the one. I've been watching this kid for the past 3 weeks. I've seen how his quirk works. Trust me, he'll definitely be worth a pretty penny. Izuku's heart skips a beat at this. They want to sell him for his quirk. How could this be happening to him? In the back of his mind, he recalls what his mother told him the day his quirk manifested. Baby, I'm sorry, but you can't just use your quirk on anyone who asks you to, especially not strangers. There are some bad people out there that might want to take you so they can use your quirk. So this is what she was afraid of. This is why she always has Kaken following him around. He had never truly understood. He thought that she was just being overprotective, or perhaps was worried about people being mean to him like Furuya and Akamine, but God, this is so much worse than Furuya and Akamine, and this time Kaken's not here to save him. He wails again and thrashes around, slamming his head into his captor's chest. The man lets out an oof and his grip slackens, just a little bit, but it's enough for Izuku to wiggle free. Desperation fills his chest as he tries to make his escape, but it's a pathetic attempt. He's only able to turn and hop forwards once, his limbs still bound, before his second captor is upon him. hands grab at him and pull him backwards, dragging him even further down the alleyway. They're soon joined by another pair of hands. These ones rougher and no doubt leaving bruises. Little brat. He doesn't even know which one is speaking now. All he's aware of is the sudden explosion of pain in his head as one of the men strikes him. Effing behave or I'll make this hell for you. Just get him in the bag. The other voice snaps. It'll be easier to bring him in then. Dazed, Izuku feels himself being pushed forward as something is pulled over his head. Fabric. No, he heard the man say bag. They're putting him in a bag. The fabric jolts and the next thing he knows his feet are being swept off the ground. He falls onto his side, but his body doesn't hit the ground. Instead, the fabric wraps tighter around him as he gets carried in the bag, his captor's legs hitting him occasionally. Come on, now, one of the men grunts. The car's out back. Izuku feels like he's going to be sick. The helpless feeling is worse, so much worse now. He's so pathetic. He can't even do anything. He can't even fight. Why did he ever think he could stand a chance on his own? He was right when he told Kakin that his quirk was useless. It was stupid of him to ever think otherwise. He wishes his friend was with him now. He'll no doubt be wondering where Izuku went. Oh god, his mother's never going to find out what happened to him. He'll never see her or Kakin or any of his friends again. Hiss, what the fuagh? One of the men suddenly shouts. Izuku is abruptly dropped to the ground and he grunts, wondering what's going on. He can hear hissing and spitting and one of his captors is yelling. But no, wait, he's heard that hiss before. He hears it every time Kakin comes over to his house. But it can't be. Oshi, he cries, his voice muffled by the black vines. What the F is wrong with this effing cat? The man shrieks, get it off, get it off. You know, they say cats are excellent judges of character. An entirely new voice suddenly says. Feet hit the ground with a loud thud and the vines around Izuku disappear. He blinks at the darkness of the bag, confused and terrified. He doesn't know what's happening, but he thinks the new person is fighting his captors. If the sounds of punching and grunting are anything to go by, something sharp pokes at his arm and he flinches, feeling a heavy but all too familiar weight settle on top of him. Tears leak out of his eyes. Sushi hi. He hiccups. A loud meow in his ear is the response he gets and he winces as the cat starts trying to claw the bag open. It's enough to spur him into action and try to get out on his own, but his movements are slow and awkward. His head is still throbbing in pain from when one of the men struck him and he feels extremely nauseous when he pushes himself onto his hands and knees. There's not much space in the bag and the fabric presses against his face as he straightens up, trying to figure out where the opening is. He kicks and pushes everywhere he can, but it must be tied shut because nothing budges. Sushi, he cries, trembling with fear. I'm stuck, I can't. Hang on, kid, the new voice says and suddenly there's hands pulling at the bag from the outside. I've almost got you. Light pierces his eyes and he winces, blinking rapidly. As soon as he's freed from the bag, Sushi climbs onto his lap and nuzzles his face, purring loudly. He lets out a wet chuckle of relief, wrapping his arms around the feline before he blearily looks up. A black-haired man with a scarf around his neck is crouched in front of him, staring at him with thinly veiled worry. It's obvious that he's the one who saved him, but Izuku is dazed and shaken from the attack, so when the man reaches towards him he can't help but flinch away. The man notices and immediately retracts his hand, instead reaching into his pocket to pull out a plastic card. I'm an underground hero, the man says, showing him the card. My name's Eraserhead. It's all right. I won't hurt you. I just want to see where you're injured. Izuku blinks at him slowly, still clutching his cat to his chest. An underground hero. A pro hero. He knows. He'd normally be freaking out right now, either asking the hero a million questions or begging him for his autograph. Probably both. But all he can do is let his eyes slide past the man to the far wall, where his two kidnappers are leaning against each other unconscious. They seem to be tied up in some sort of gray cloth. He looks to his right to see a car parked only a few feet away, its trunk wide open. The bag is on the ground next to him. Then, he looks back at Eraserhead and promptly bursts into tears. He cries harder than he's ever cried in his life, tears and snot dripping down his face as relief crashes into him. He hugs Sushi tight and just sobs into his fur, his dissipating fear and adrenaline leaving him trembling violently. Eraserhead waits patiently for him to cry himself out, putting a large hand on his shoulder in an awkward attempt at comfort. Izuku was nearly taken. He was nearly kidnapped. For his quirk. For what he gave out of generosity. People just wanted to take, to steal without any regard for him, and oh god, it's so much worse than any middle school bullies. Those men were watching him, if he hadn't been there. Izuku is suddenly all too aware that the car is still only a few feet away. His stomach flips and he sobs even harder. Eventually, probably a solid 5 minutes later, Izuku finally manages to lift his head up from Sushi's now thoroughly soaked fur and croaks brokenly, thank you. No problem, Eraserhead says, blinking down at him. What's your name, kid? My Midoriya Izuku, he replies, slightly slurred. Did you hit your head? When Izuku nods shakily, the hero takes out a small flashlight from his utility belt and shines it into his eyes. You have a mild concussion. Are you hurting anywhere else? Izuku nods again and Eraserhead proceeds to check him head to toe, speaking softly to him the entire time. Aside from the concussion, he just has a bunch of scrapes and bruises, most of them from the vines, which, Eraserhead explains, disappeared because he used his quirk to erase the first man's quirk. That's cool, Izuku murmurs, giving him a weary smile. Thanks, Eraserhead huffs. I'm gonna call the police to take these guys in. Do you have any idea why they targeted you? Yeah, Izuku replies, sniffling. His voice is small and shaky as he says, my quirk. They wanted me for my quirk. It's a healing quirk and they said they wanted to sell me, I think. He squeezes his eyes shut at the memory and hugs Sushi tighter. When he opens them again, Eraserhead's jaw is clenched. Right, he grunts. Well, sit tight, kid. Eraserhead keeps a comforting hand on his shoulder as he fishes out his phone and calls the police. As he reports what happened, Izuku fumbles around with his own phone and is relieved to see that it isn't damaged. The light hurts his eyes, but he notices the numerous text messages and missed calls that have popped up on his screen. His fingers are trembling too hard to type out a proper message, but he manages to send his location to Kaken before his phone slips from his hands. You shouldn't use your phone when you have a concussion, Eraserhead says. The hero sits down heavily next to him and leans against the wall. He raises an eyebrow at Sushi, who doesn't seem to mind his presence too much. Is that your cat? Izuku nods. His name is Sushi. That seems to amuse the pro hero, who lets out a snort. He's not supposed to be out here, Izuku adds, mostly because he doesn't want to sit in silence. He usually only stays in our neighborhood, but he wouldn't listen to me when I told him to go home. Yeah, cats aren't exactly obedient, Eraserhead replies. He glances at the entrance of the alleyway, which Izuku didn't realize was so far away. The villains must have dragged him farther than he thought. He's near the opposite end of the alley that opens up to a barren parking lot. Hence the car that he almost got trapped in. The car that almost took him away from his life forever. Izuku sniffles again and tightens his grip on Sushi. Where are your parents? The underground hero asks, pulling him out of his thoughts. Are they nearby? No, I was with Zuku. Eraserhead tenses up as Kaken appears at the entrance of the alley, panting heavily. His crimson eyes land on the man and he bares his teeth, charging forward. Who the hell are you? He snarls, explosions popping in his palms. Get away from him. Kaken, wait. Izuku cries. Eraserhead stands up and intercepts the blonde before he can reach them. His scarf flares around him and his eyes flash red, causing the explosions to disappear. Kaken only manages to look down at his hands in surprise before the scarf wraps around him, binding him tightly. What the hell? Kaken screeches, thrashing around. Get off me. I'll kill you. Kaken, Izuku yells more insistently. The loud noises are killing his head, but he ignores it for now. Stop. He's a pro hero. You know this kid? Eraserhead asks, sounding a bit unimpressed. Izuku confirms and he sighs, loosening his grip slightly. Relax, kid. I'm not gonna hurt your friend here. He was just attacked by a couple of villains and I took them down. He turns slightly so Kaken can see the unconscious men still tied together. Kaken's eyes narrow before he squirms out of his scarf. Zuku. He runs over to Izuku and kneels down in front of him, grabbing his shoulders lightly. Are you alright? What the hell happened? And what the F is Sushi doing here? Sushi, who is still curled up against Izuku's chest, hisses and tries to swipe at Kaken, but the boy dodges. Izuku stutters. The pain in his head is making it hard for him to talk and he kind of just wants to take a nap. But he forces his eyes to stay open. Thankfully, Eraserhead explains for him. Those guys were trying to kidnap him and sell him off, he states bluntly. Kaken's eyes widen and he whips his head to look at him. Eraserhead continues. Healing quirks are rare and considered valuable, so I know that. Kaken snaps. Eraserhead's eye twitches, but Kaken just turns back to Izuku, hands flexing like he doesn't know what to do with them. Shit, Zuku, are you? His eyes roam over him, from his bruised arms and face to his glazed eyes. His jaw clenches. Shit, sit. If you could call his parents, that would be helpful, Eraserhead interrupts. Kaken surprisingly does so without much fuss. Izuku cringes at the police sirens as they get closer. His head feels like it's about to explode and he's even more tired now. He can hear Kaken on the phone with his mother, who is no doubt freaking out. Eraserhead helps him to his feet and leads him to one of the police cars, ushering Kaken in as well before turning to help some officers put the two villains into another car. He's not coming with us, Kaken asks as the officer in front starts driving away. Heroes don't usually accompany victims to the police station, kid. The officer replies he has to stay behind to give his report and then he'll probably just continue his patrol. Right, I knew that, Kaken grumbles under his breath. He glances at Izuku, who is idly petting Sushi with drooping eyelids as he leans against his shoulder. Hey, stay awake. Izuku whines but obliges. The drive to the police station is fairly quick and soon Izuku is being examined by a nurse, who confirms that he has a mild concussion. Kaken has to hold Sushi the whole time, which neither of them are happy about. He shifts in his seat impatiently while she cleans and bandages Izuku's scrapes, telling him to take it easy for the next few days to give his brain time to heal. Thankfully, it's summer break, so at least he won't have to take time off of school. Then, a police officer comes in and asks him a bunch of questions, helping him file a report which he writes down on his clipboard. Kaken stays silent the entire time, only occasionally growling at a particular detail or grumbling when Sushi digs his claws into his lap. Once the report is complete, the officer hands it off to someone else before waiting with them for their parents to arrive. 10 minutes later, Inko bursts in with Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru at her heels. She's already a blubbering mess, but when she sees Izuku's bruised face she cries even harder. Oh, my baby, she sobs, hugging him tightly. My baby, my poor baby. Glad to see you're okay, kiddo, Auntie Mitsuki says, then turns to Kaken with a scowl on her face. And where the hell were you? Hey, I thought he was with me the whole time. Kaken snaps. I didn't even realize they'd taken him until... Guys, please, the officer interrupts, raising her hands. Lower your voices. Midoriya-kun has a concussion and yelling isn't going to make him feel better. Inko whimpers and buries her face into her son's hair. Sushi, who made the mistake of climbing back into Izuku's lap while they were waiting, meows in distress as he's squished between them. Sushi, Inko hiccups, pulling away slightly. What are you doing here? Izuku smiles tiredly and snuggles him closer. He tried to fight off the bad guys, he says, a hint of pride in his voice. Inko looks confused. Uncle Masaru turns to the police officer and asks, please, can you tell us exactly what happened? We only got a vague idea from Katsuki. Did someone really try to kidnap Izuku? The officer nods and repeats what was reported by both Izuku and Eraserhead. Inko looks like she's about to faint when she hears that the villains wanted to sell Izuku for his quirk. Auntie Mitsuki growls and Uncle Masaru tenses up, casting a worried look toward the boy. When the officer is done, she informs Inko of Izuku's injuries and tells her that he will need to take it easy for the next few days and get lots of rest. Inko nods hastily and thanks the officer before helping her son into the car. She was still with Auntie Mitsuki when she got the call from Kaken, so the woman drove her and Uncle Masaru to the station in her car. It's a bit of a squeeze with 5 people and a cat, but they make it back home with relative ease. When they get out of the car, Kaken, who was silent the entire ride, asks Inko if he and Izuku can have a sleepover. Oh, of course, Inko says. I'll put the futon in Izuku's room. Just remember that he needs a lot of rest and no video games. They're bad for his concussion. It's fine, Kaken replies. I just want to. He trails off, eyeing Izuku before glancing away with gritted teeth. Inko smiles understandingly and nods. Do you mind if Masaru and I come over for a bit? Auntie Mitsuki asks. I can help you cook dinner. And, you look like you could use some company. Thank you, Inko sighs. So they all enter the Midoriya household, Inko helping Izuku to the couch like he's made of glass. Kaken and Sushi settle in beside him while the adults move to the kitchen. There's not much to do since he's not allowed to watch TV, but he's too tired to do that anyway, so he just lets his head drop onto his friend's shoulder. After a moment, Kaken wraps his arm around Izuku and pulls him closer, resting his chin on top of his curls. Izuku lets out a soft sigh, closing his eyes and listening to his friend breathe. He can hear the adults in the kitchen and Inko's muffled cries. His mother is obviously trying to keep her voice low as she speaks with Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru in hushed tones, but her sniffling and occasional whimpers are as clear as day. His heart aches for her. He knows how badly this must have shaken her. But right now, he's too tired to even consider consoling her. So, with his head on Kaken's shoulder and his cat curled up against him, Izuku drifts off to sleep. If some FR comes along and decides to snatch Izuku because he wants to force him to use his quirk, what are you gonna do? I'll beat him up, of course. I'll beat up any FR who tries to take him. Katsuki is Zuku's protector. He knows this. It's been this way for over half their lives now, and not once has he complained about it. The role comes as naturally to him as the explosions in his palms do. Those guys were trying to kidnap him and sell him off. His arm tightens around Zuku's sleeping form. But this time someone else had to save him. Someone else had to be his protector. Someone else had to do Katsuki's damn job for him. And if they hadn't, Zuku would be. Auntie Inko's soft cries from the kitchen reach his ears, interrupting his thoughts. He can hear his mother's voice, gentler than he's ever heard, trying to soothe her as she struggles to muffle her sobs. His chest suddenly feels too tight. He knows that if he looks down he'll see the numerous scrapes and bruises from the villains littering Zuku's skin. And where the hell were you? And where the hell were you? And where the hell were you? Zuko lets out a soft whimper. Katsuki immediately loosens his hold around him. Having unconsciously tightened his arm into a vice grip, Zuko relaxes against him once more, but the burning, self-loathing anger remains. There's something else to it, though. He's used to anger. There's not a day that passes in which he doesn't get angry at one thing or another. But this is different. This is what he felt back when he saw the bruises those two upperclassmen holes left on Zuko. Or what he felt when he saw that dog going to attack him, except it's worse because he didn't win. He didn't fight. He didn't protect him. This is Katsuki's first taste of failure, and he doesn't like it one bit. After that, the danger that Izuku's quirk puts him in becomes more real. Inko sits him down a few days later and tells him everything Dr. Tsubasa warned her about the day his quirk manifested. She hadn't wanted to fully tell him when he was younger because she didn't want him to worry, or worse, think his quirk was a bad thing. But now it's clear that in order for him to be safe, for him to really take his safety seriously, she needs to tell him everything. So she begins by explaining how Dr. Tsubasa said his quirk is very strong and will only get stronger as he grows up. Which is a wonderful thing, but it means they have to take some precautions. She goes on to say that because healing quirks are so rare, especially powerful ones like Izuku's, that it's not unheard of for healers to be sought after by both heroes and villains. The latter because they can't go to the hospital after a fight, so healers are especially valuable to them. In fact, healers getting captured by villains isn't something that might happen but something that can and has. She hesitates to mention the incident with Endeavor's healer, not wanting to scare her son, but eventually she tells him he deserves to know everything now. Izuku listens with a blank look on his face, gazing down at his lap the entire time. He stays silent when Inko finishes, and it makes the woman fidget nervously. Finally, she takes his hands into hers and has him meet her gaze. Her eyes are watery, but her gaze is firm. Baby, she starts, then clears her throat. Izuku, I don't want to scare you. I never wanted to scare you by telling you this. It's okay, Mom, he says, I understand. It's a little weird, you know. Me. It's weird to think that I'm desirable to people I don't even know and just for my quirk. It's just weird. He scratches the back of his head. And I always thought that Kakin was a bit paranoid and overprotective, but now, I guess it makes sense. Oof, and I bet he's gonna be a lot worse after this. He lets out a huff of laughter, but there isn't much humor in it. Inko gives him a sad smile and squeezes his hands. I know it's probably going to be annoying and tiresome being attached to his hip all the time, but I need you to take it a bit more seriously. Katsuki-kun is your protector. He knows that, and I need you to know it as well. Izuku presses his lips together and nods once. And it won't just be him. Inko adds, Dr. Tsubasa-sen said that a lot of hero agencies upped the security around their healers after the incident with Endeavor's agency. So, just know that Katsuki-kun isn't going to be the only overprotective hero you're going to have to deal with when you get older. She laughs. Izuku rolls his eyes but smiles a bit. I'm excited for you to become a healer, his mother says, but you haven't joined the world of heroes yet. And until you do, you need to be careful. So, she takes a deep breath before continuing. I've talked about it with Mitsuki-san and Masaru-san, and I think it would be a good idea to enroll you in self-defense classes. Izuku perks up. Really? I know it might be a lot on top of school and I know you like to hang out with your friends, but no, Mom, I'd love to. Izuku insists, leaning forward. Finally, he'll be able to fend for himself if he needs to. Inko blinks in surprise. Really? He nods rapidly and she smiles. Oh, good. Katsuki-kun would be going with you. Of course it'll be good for him too. Maybe give him an outlet for that explosive energy. Yeah, Izuku agrees eagerly. When do we start? Oh, next week, Inko says, giving him a firm look, if even. You're still recovering from your concussion, sweetie. Izuku sighs heavily and groans. I told you I'm feeling a lot better. My head only hurts a little bit now. And you'll start next week when your head doesn't hurt at all. Inko's voice has a tone of finality and Izuku knows there's no budging on this. Fine, he grunts. So he now has self-defense classes to look forward to while he recovers. This whole week has been kind of awful for Izuku. First he nearly gets kidnapped and now he has to do absolutely nothing for an entire week. He can't even play video games or watch movies. The nurse told Inko that electronics are bad for someone recovering from a concussion, so now his screen time is severely limited. It doesn't help that he's been having nightmares just about every night too. During the first night when Kakin had come over for a sleepover, Izuku thought perhaps he'd be too tired from his ordeal to have a nightmare. But no, at 2 a.m. he woke up thrashing and screaming, scrambling backwards in his bed to escape his non-existent kidnappers. Kakin had jumped from his futon and been at his side in an instant, pulling him into a tight hug when he whimpered and cried. He seemed upset, too angry. mostly, and had nudged Izuku aside so he could crawl into bed beside him. Izuku clung to his arm and fell asleep again, only for Kaken to wake him up from another nightmare at 5 a.m. So, needless to say, he's both exhausted and bored out of his mind. And on top of all this, he has to somehow tell Haru that he lost the All Might stuffy he won for him. He didn't realize until the next day that he had lost the gift during his ordeal and instantly felt bad. Haru would probably be forgiving if he knew the truth, but Kaken had explained their sudden absence by texting the group that Izuku felt sick, so he took him home. Izuku is grateful for that. As much as he likes his friends, he knows that news of Izuku's near kidnapping would spread like a wildfire across school if any of them got wind of it. So now he has to think of what to tell Haru. Or maybe he can just take a nap and hope that the boy doesn't mention it when they go back to school. Yeah, that sounds better. At least, during his very long week of rest, he's able to spend some quality time with his hero journals. He adds a couple of pages for Eraserhead, who he hadn't known about until the hero rescued him. He was only able to thoroughly freak out the next day. He had met a pro hero, an underground one, and talked to him. Like, actually talked to him. Not just sputtered awkwardly and begged for his autograph. Izuku's almost glad he had a concussion then, so at least he was 2 days to embarrass himself. Still, Eraserhead was so cool. Izuku diligently writes down what little he learned about him from their encounter and spends the short amount of time he's allowed on the computer researching more about him. Not much is known about the underground hero, which isn't very surprising, but Izuku is at least able to find out about his quirk and fighting techniques. The latter part he thinks is very cool. He basically fights quirkless. He rambles about his findings to Kaken, who comes to his house every day that week to keep him company. The blonde doesn't seem too interested but listens anyway because, like Izuku, there's not much for him to do. He doesn't want to play video games if Izuku can't play with him, and they can't go train in the backyard either because Inko wants him to rest. So they're both bored. They talk about anything and everything, from what they ate for dinner to their futures at UA. Because of course they're going to UA. Nothing could make them happier than going to All Might's alma mater, even if Izuku will probably have to apply for general studies. He wonders if he'll meet Recovery Girl if he gets in, and that leads to him pulling out his healer journal. Kaken is kind enough to use Izuku's phone and computer for him and reads out loud whatever Izuku wants him to research. They spend an entire afternoon updating Izuku's healer journal, the greenette scribbling down information while the blonde reads with a disinterested tone. Still, that eventually gets boring. Izuku is grateful for his friend's presence but feels bad that he's sacrificing a week out of his summer break just to sit around with him and do nothing. Surely there are other fun things he would rather be doing. But when he mentions it, Kaken just nudges him with his foot and tells him to not be stupid. Sushi, at least, is enjoying his constant presence. Inko gave the cat a very stern talking to for following Izuku into the city, which was very amusing to watch. But now Sushi is living his best life since Izuku has time to spoil him. He and Kaken discover that the feline, for some reason, really likes water. Izuku hasn't used the bathtub in years, mostly because he just prefers the efficiency of showering. But since he has nothing else to do, he started taking long soaks in the hot water. And without fail, Sushi always somehow gets into the bathroom, even if he closes the door, and proceeds to jump in with him. Kaken calls Sushi a freak and the cat merely hisses at him in response. After what feels like ages, Izuku's week of rest is finally over and he's feeling more restless than ever. He has to practically beg his mom to let him and Kaken walk a couple of blocks away to get ice cream from a small corner shop. He doesn't blame her for her incessant worry, but it does get a bit annoying, especially when he notices Kaken glancing around suspiciously every few seconds as they walk. He hopes this paranoia won't last too long. Maybe if he gets really good at self-defense they won't worry so much. At least, that's what he's hoping for as he walks into the martial arts gym with Kaken for their first class. It's exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time. But he relaxes slightly when the teacher greets them with a wide smile and mentions that all the other students are beginners too. Kimura-sensei is super nice, even though she looks really intimidating. Her skin is made up of hard, purple-tinted scales that are tough like crocodile skin, and her eyes are yellow with slitted pupils. Despite this, she has a soft voice and a bubbly personality. But it becomes clear she also doesn't take any bullshit when Kaken makes a snide comment after she says that the first couple of lessons will be just learning how to properly throw punches and kicks. The blonde blinks in surprise when her entire personality changes and she throws a fiery retort at him that makes the rest of the class snicker. He clearly takes her a bit more seriously after that. The self-defense classes are fun but a lot harder than Izuku thought they would be. Once school starts back up again, Izuku finds himself restraining himself from using his quirk just so that he has enough energy to get through his after-school lessons. They're only on Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, but Kimura makes it very clear she expects them to keep practicing at home. So, after a few months of now real training, Izuku and Kaken start going on runs together. The lessons are physically demanding for both of them, so they figure that running might help them build muscle and become stronger. Izuku likes it, especially when he discovers that he's a faster runner than Kaken, which pisses his friend off. Their casual jogging often turns into full-on sprinting as they race each other. It's super fun, even if it does leave their legs shaking with exhaustion afterwards. Izuku soon starts having to put his hair into a small ponytail when he exercises. When Kaken questions why he's growing out his hair, Izuku replies that he just feels like it. He doesn't mention that he thought it would be cool to grow his hair out like Eraserhead's. That would no doubt lead to endless teasing. He's not sure how long he's going to grow it or if he's even going to keep it this way, but he'll see how it goes. As time goes by and the two boys get older, Inko gradually becomes more relaxed. She still worries about Izuku, but at least he doesn't have to text her every 10 minutes when he's somewhere that isn't school or home. She listens with a smile on her face when Izuku comes home and tries to show her the moves he learned during self-defense class that day, and he knows that his growing strength is definitely helping to ease her mind. Kaken clearly enjoys the classes too. A bit too much, actually. It's not super concerning at first because he's usually too sore and tired to do much outside of class, but once they start learning how to actually fight, things start to take a bit of a downward spiral. Izuku first notices it when Kaken eagerly jumps up to volunteer when Kimura says she needs someone to act as an attacker so she can show them a particular defense move. Kaken gets knocked to the ground, of course, but Izuku finds it a bit odd how excited he gets whenever they do one-on-one fighting. He's always willing to take the offensive role, and it only starts to become a bit of a problem when Kimura starts actually teaching them how to attack, deeming it important to learn both defensive and offensive skills. Then one day Izuku walks onto the schoolyard with his lunch in hand just in time to see Kaken using one of the new offensive moves on a fellow classmate, and that's when things take a turn for the worse. It's not that Izuku's unused to Kaken getting into fights. He's healed his friend more times than he can count after he gets into a scuffle. The problem now is that Kaken is no longer just showing off his quirk or roughhousing. He's got real fighting experience and is practicing those moves on random school kids. It horrifies Izuku and he immediately tries to put an end to it, but Kaken doesn't seem too pleased with him. "Come on, Kaken. You've gotta admit it's kind of unfair," Izuku protests one day as they're walking home. "You know a lot more about fighting than they do, and one day you're gonna get someone really hurt." "So?" Kaken rolls his eyes. "I've got you around, so why does it matter if they get hurt?" Taken aback, Izuku scowls. "I'm not going to heal people just so you can beat them up again." Kaken just grumbles in response. After a moment, he snaps, "And who cares if it's unfair? Fights are hardly ever fair, and those kids know what they're getting into when they're challenging me." Izuku would hardly call it challenging. Kaken is usually the one to seek out fights. Sighing, he changes tactics and instead suggests, "Listen, why don't we start sparring after school? It'll be good to burn off any extra energy you have, and I'm sure Kimura-sensei will be glad to see that we've gotten some more practice in." Kaken doesn't look impressed. "Well, yeah, but..." He turns his head away and grumbles unintelligibly under his breath. Smiling a bit, Izuku nudges his shoulder and says, "Come on, it'll be fun." "Yeah, but I can't." Kaken cuts himself off and Izuku tilts his head curiously. The blonde lets out a ragged sigh and gestures vaguely with his hand. "I mean, I can't hurt you, so what's the point?" Izuku blinks in surprise. His stomach churns uncomfortably. Something about what he said doesn't sit right with him. Clearing his throat, he asks warily, "Do you want to hurt people?" Kaken glances at him but doesn't respond. Izuku swallows. His friend's violent streak has always been a bit annoying, but has generally never really been a cause for concern. But now, well, if you say it like that it sounds bad. Kaken finally huffs. "It is bad," Izuku says immediately. Then hesitates. "Kaken, I don't think you should want to hurt people." The other boy is quiet for a moment, then suddenly snorts and bumps his shoulder. "Oh, relax, Zuku," he sneers. "You're overreacting. I just like to mess around and roughhouse a bit." Izuku must not look very convinced, because he adds, "But fine, yeah, whatever, let's spar if it'll make you feel better." It does, but only a little bit. They spar in their self-defense class sometimes, so doing it after school isn't really anything new. It seems to slightly satisfy Kaken's violent tendencies. But the boy is still much too harsh to the other kids at school for Izuku's liking. It starts with Haru. Kaken has never really liked Haru, and Izuku has never really understood why. Haru is kind and friendly and can always make Izuku laugh until his cheeks hurt. But for some reason when they turn 12, Kaken decides to start picking on him. It's just little things at first, rude comments about his quirk or making fun of something he did. Izuku does his best to ease the tension with a light smile and a changing of subjects, but soon it's not enough. As they get older, the occasional teasing becomes constant, turning meaner and crueler every day. Even when Haru eventually stops hanging out with them, Kaken still seeks him out to pester him. And where Kaken leads, Tsubasa and Inaba follow. It's really sad to watch, actually. to see Haru's former friends turn against him and relentlessly torment him. Izuku tries to soothe him in between class periods or right after lunch. But when Kaken finds out, he gets pissed and does everything he can to stop Izuku from speaking with Haru. The situation leaves a very bad taste in Izuku's mouth. He just feels so sorry for Haru. He hates seeing the familiar helpless look in his eyes when Kaken starts hounding him. It frustrates him and it angers him too. But no matter what he says, no matter how much he protests this harsh treatment, Kaken doesn't let up. In fact, he starts harassing other students too. But Haru is his favorite victim. It all comes to a head during the first month of their third year of junior high. Kaken and Izuku are both 14 years old, the former almost 15, and puberty is hitting hard. Hormones are high and Kaken's violent streak is returning with a vengeance. Over the years, both he and his quirk have grown dramatically. Self-defense classes on top of regular exercise has led to Kaken developing a good few pounds of muscle. Izuku hasn't bulked up as much as his friend has, but he's lean and defined and, most importantly, he's still faster than him, so there's that. Aside from Kaken's increase in muscle and height, he hasn't changed much appearance-wise. Neither has Izuku, although his hair is a lot longer now, falling a few inches below his shoulders. In contrast, his quirk hasn't grown much, although Kaken's definitely has. The boy's explosions are so powerful they can be heard from the other side of school. But what's worse is that he's become unafraid to use them against other people. Izuku tries to convince himself that it's just hormones. That hormones are the reason why Kaken's become more aggressive and pushy with him lately, why he goes as far as to physically drag him away from people he doesn't want him to talk to. That hormones are why he continues to start fights with other kids, even when no one is crazy enough to want to get into a fight with him anymore, so he just ends up pouncing on innocent victims. That hormones are why he teases and sneers at his own friends. But there's no way hormones can explain why Kaken treats Haru the way he does. It drives Izuku crazy, especially since Haru has never done anything to wrong him. In fact, he actively avoids Kaken because he knows what'll happen if the blonde catches him. So when Kaken starts attacking Haru after school one day during the second week of their third year, Izuku tries once again to stop him. Kaken, Izuku cries out, running towards the two boys rolling around in the dirt. Kaken, stop it, please. He almost reaches them when he's suddenly stopped by a large red wing. Hey, Midoriya-kun, Tsubasa says, grinning at him. Behind him, Izuku can see Haru desperately snapping at Kaken with his face turned into a dog's snout. Oh, don't worry about Bakugo-kun, Tsubasa continues. He's just teaching Haru a lesson. He's hurting him. Izuku protests, flinching when he hears an explosion followed by a yelp of pain. Stop it, Kaken, stop it. He tries to run towards them again, but Tsubasa's wing stops him once more, this time blocking his view too. The larger boy steps closer. Come on now, Midoriya-kun, Tsubasa says. He starts slowly flapping his wings towards Izuku, forcing him to step backwards or get hit. Hey Tsubasa-kun. Frustrated, Izuku tries to step around, but Tsubasa's wings have grown with him and are much larger than they used to be. Izuku grunts as a wing hits his chest, gentle enough to not hurt him but hard enough to push him back. Relax, Midoriya-kun. This is just hero stuff, Tsubasa says dismissively, using his wings to herd the smaller boy away. Don't concern yourself with this. Bakugo-kun will walk you home soon enough. To Izuku's disbelief, the boy is smiling at him like nothing is wrong, like he doesn't even realize that what Kaken is doing is horrible. He can still hear the angry yells and explosions from his childhood friend behind Tsubasa, as well as Haru's grunts and yelps of pain. It makes Izuku's eyes sting with frustrated tears and a hard ball form in his throat. A feeling of helplessness rises within him. But it only angers him even more, spurring him into action. With a hard shove, he pushes past Tsubasa's wing with his shoulder and dashes over to the two boys. Kaken has Haru pinned to the ground and raises his fist once more, sparks dancing across his skin. Kaken, no. Izuku lunges forward and wraps his arms around Kaken's chest, stumbling backwards as he drags him off of Haru. Kaken sputters and thrashes wildly, but it buys Haru enough time to scramble out from underneath the blonde and stagger to his feet. Izuku watches as Haru, burned and bruised with a bleeding nose, casts him a grateful look and runs away before Kaken manages to break out of his hold. Zuku, what the F? Kaken shrieks, twisting away from him and whirling around. What's your effing problem? You, Izuku shouts, clenching his fists as he glares angrily. Kaken, you could have killed him. Kaken rolls his eyes and scoffs. Oh, don't be so dramatic, Zuku. I was just roughing him up a bit. No, you weren't. You were hurting him. Izuku protests. What did he ever do to you anyway? He was pissing me off, Kaken states, as if that explains everything. What the hell are you even doing here? I thought I've told you a million times to stay out of the way when I fight. Yeah, sorry, Tsubasa says, scratching the back of his head as he walks over to them. He got past me. Kaken arches an eyebrow and snorts. How pathetic are you to let a guy with a healing quirk get past you? Izuku frowns, his heart still thudding with adrenaline. What's that supposed to mean? he snaps. It means Kaken swings his head back to fix him with a hard look, poking him in the chest with a finger. That you've got no business getting involved with fights. You're gonna be a healer, not a hero, so quit acting like you're anything more than a guy with a healing quirk. Izuku's eyes widen and he stumbles back a step, as if struck by a physical blow. A flash of something passes over Kaken's face before it regains its usual cocky expression. Izuku swallows and grits his teeth, glaring hard. Well, anyway, we gonna head to the arcade or what? Tsubasa asks. Inaba-kun should be here soon. Yeah, Kaken huffs, still eyeing Izuku. Sure, whatever. He pauses before clearing his throat impatiently, turning his face to show his bruised cheek where Haru must have landed a hit on him. He doesn't say anything, but the expectation is clear. Izuku almost laughs out loud. Kaken seriously expects him to heal his injuries after saying something like that to him. Bullshit. Izuku usually tries not to curse much, but right now he wants to scream obscenities at his childhood friend. But instead he just takes another step back. I need to get something first, he says, voice hollow. I forgot something in the locker room. I'll come with you, Kaken starts to say. No, Izuku interrupts, already turning away. I'll be right back. Without waiting for a response, he turns and dashes over to where he saw Haru disappear. He spots the boy sitting against the wall next to the water fountain, hissing as he dabs at his burns with a wet tissue. Haru-kun, Izuku whispers. Haru flinches but relaxes slightly when he realizes it's him. He gives the greenette a weary smile that Izuku cannot return. He slowly walks over to where the boy is sitting, gasping softly when he sees the extent of the wounds littering his body. Burns, scrapes, bruises. God, Kaken brutalized him. I'm sorry, he croaks, falling to his knees in front of Haru. I'm so sorry, I should have stopped him sooner. I don't understand why he treats you this way. Izuku-kun. It's okay, Haru says, and Izuku lets out a single wet laugh at the old nickname. This isn't your fault, Haru continues. I guess Bakugo-kun found out I was thinking of applying to UA. You are. Izuku blinks in surprise. I was, Haru corrects, then winces. Now I'm thinking maybe it's best if I don't. I only mentioned it to a couple of people, but Bakugo-kun must have found out anyway and, well, he gestures to himself. He's pretty adamant about you and him being the only ones from this school to get into UA. Izuku grits his teeth. I didn't know you wanted to be a hero, he admits. Oh, no. Haru shakes his head. I was going for general studies. Izuku can't believe his ears. If Kaken beat up Haru because he wanted to get into the hero course, well, it wouldn't have made it okay, but at least it would have made sense. Kaken's always been the competitive type. But to beat up Haru just because he wants to get into the same school as him? God, what the hell has Kaken turned into? Izuku's never been so pissed off before in his life. Taking a deep breath through his nose in an attempt to calm himself, Izuku reaches forward and places a hand on one of the burns on Haru's arm. His quirk activates automatically in response to direct contact with the wound in Haru's eyes. Izuku focuses on the energy flowing out of him, healing burn after burn until... Hey, Izuku lets out a choked yelp as he's suddenly yanked backwards by the scruff of his shirt. Kaken brushes past him and looms over Haru, who is quickly scrambling to his feet. What the F do you think you're doing? Kaken snarls, eyes narrowing when he notices Haru's lack of injuries. Think you can effing use my healer's quirk without my permission? I'll kick your ass even harder this time. Kaken, no, Izuku shouts, jumping in front of him and pressing a hand to his chest to stop him. Leave him alone. Get the F out of my way. Dumbass, Kaken snaps, trying to shoulder him aside, but Izuku won't let him. No, I need to teach this effer another lesson. He needs to learn his effing place. Then, Kaken glares daggers at Izuku and adds venomously, and maybe you do too. Slap. Kaken stumbles back a couple of steps, lifting a hand to his stinging cheek in shock. His eyes are wide as he stares at Izuku, stunned. Behind him, Izuku can hear Haru's fading footsteps as he takes the chance to run away. He's breathing heavily and glaring at Kaken, but he's also shaken. He's never struck Kaken before in his life, and the fact that he did so shocked both of them. However, Kaken quickly recovers and peels his lips back in a snarl. He lunges forward, grabs Izuku, and slams his back against the wall. Izuku yelps at the impact, but Kaken is in his face before he can do anything. What the F do you think you're doing? He hisses, his red eyes burning with fury. Normally Izuku would shrink back and try to ease his friend's anger, but now he's too pissed to even consider it. He gets right back in Kaken's face and spits, "You are a bully, Kaken." He tries to squirm free, but Kaken has a firm grasp on his biceps, chest heaving with every ragged breath. Izuku shouts, "You are mean, Kaken. You are so mean and cruel, and I don't understand why. You treat everyone around you so horribly. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with me?" Kaken barks, "What's wrong with you? How many times have I told you not to talk to that effer? But instead of listening to me, you go behind my back and choose to heal him over me. It's my quirk, Kaken, and I'll use it however I damn well please." Izuku growls back at him. No you effing won't, Kaken shouts, shaking him. Not if I effing tell you not to. Fed up, Izuku tries again to break free of his hold, but Kaken merely readjusts his grip and shoves him back against the wall. They struggle against each other for a few moments before Izuku hisses, God, you are so controlling, Kaken. You can't just push me around however you like and expect me to be okay with it. You can't expect me to stand back and watch you hurt people that don't deserve it. How can you expect to be a good hero if you can't even be a decent human being? If you keep this sit up, then you can forget about me ever becoming your healer. I will never stay by your side if all you do is hurt people. Kaken freezes at this, his red eyes wide and glaring. His whole body is trembling with rage and his grip on Izuku's arms is punishing. Izuku struggles to swallow past the hard lump in his throat as he glares at the blonde with watery eyes. Kaken is quiet for a few long moments. Then, still holding Izuku's gaze, he leans closer and hisses in a low voice, I'm not going to let you mess everything up, you little sit. I'm going to become the best damn hero this world has ever seen. And you're going to become the best damn healer. His voice quivers with fury as his hands flex their grip. And you are going to be mine. Izuku stares at him, feeling like he's about to throw up. Without a word, Kaken suddenly grabs Izuku's hand and lifts it to his face. The greenette only realizes what he's doing when he feels his quirk activate in response to the bruise on his cheek. Disgusted, Izuku tries to pull his hand away. Stop it. Kaken just tightens his grip and glares at him. Let me go, Kaken. Izuku spits, pulling harder. Let me go, you ass, let me go. Hey, guys, are we going or? The two freeze as Inaba stares at them. His eyes lock on Kaken's hands grabbing Izuku and for a moment the latter feels a spark of hope in his chest. But no, Inaba won't stand up to Kaken. Not even for him. Is everything alright? Before Kaken can respond, Izuku headbutts him in the nose. As soon as his grip slackens, Izuku shoulders past him and dashes away. Zuku, he hears Kaken call out, Oi, where the F do you think you're going? Zuku, leave me alone. He shrieks, not sparing a glance behind him. Footsteps pound against gravel as Kaken gives chase, but luckily Izuku has always been faster than the blonde. He dashes past the school gates and rounds the corner sharply, spewing apologies as he nearly rams into multiple passerbys. He runs harder than he's ever run before, tears flying in the wind as desperation claws at his chest. God, he feels like he can't breathe. He feels stuck, so utterly trapped. He feels like he's about to pass out. Izuku stumbles to a stop and presses his hand against a building, chest heaving as he gasps for air. Kaken stopped chasing him a few blocks back. But even so, his eyes dart around anxiously. People give him curious looks as they walk by him. After a few minutes, he finally catches his breath and straightens up. A quick glance around reveals that he doesn't really know where he is, but he finds himself not caring much. All he can think about is Kaken. That asshole, Izuku hisses, his voice breaking. The sidewalk is blurry beneath him. Wiping away tears, he starts walking down the street and muttering under his breath. How could Kaken say something like that? The look in his eyes terrified him, genuinely terrified him. He felt like a mouse caught in a cat's claws. He'd always known that Kaken was overprotective of him, especially around people like Haru. He'd just always thought it was because Haru could make him laugh and it made Kaken jealous, since he'd always had Izuku's attention since they were kids. But no, now Kaken is being downright possessive. Like anyone who could take Izuku's attention away from him is some sort of challenger or threat to him. Izuku sniffles and wipes his nose, recalling Kaken's words on the day his quirk manifested. It was after Auntie Mitsuki had teased her son that he'd better keep Izuku close or another hero would snatch him up because healers are in such high demand. What the hell? No way. If you're gonna be anyone's healer, you're gonna be mine. Then when they were discussing Izuku's safety later, I'll beat up any effer who tries to take him. Then at school, and guess what? When I'm a hero, Zuku's gonna be my healer. Mine, Izuku grumbles under his breath. He'd never realized how much the word bothered him until now. I'm not yours, you jerk. He scowls. I'm my own freaking person, you can't just hog me to yourself. It's like all this time he's always done what Kaken wanted. Like he's just a piece in Kaken's master plan for his life and he's just expected to go along with it. Like it doesn't even matter what he wants. Maybe he doesn't want to join his hero agency when he gets older. Maybe he wants to be like Recovery Girl and go around the world helping where he's needed. Or maybe he just wants to have the freedom to figure it out because God forbid he doesn't know exactly how his life is going to pan out at 14 years old. He just wants to do things and make decisions without Kaken hanging over his shoulder. And if he forced him to use his quirk, it was like Furuya and Akamine all over again. He startles out of his thoughts when he bumps into someone. Oh, sorry, sir. He apologizes, jumping back. Thankfully, the man waves him off. Don't worry about it, kid, he says. You seeing this? He jerks his chin forward and Izuku follows his gaze. There's a few TVs in a shop window all simultaneously playing the news, which is broadcasting a villain fight. It looks like some sort of sludge monster is rampaging in the Tatooine shopping district only a few blocks away. Izuku perks up when he sees the hero Death Arms arrive on scene and quickly takes one of his hero journals to write notes in, pushing his anger out of his mind for the moment. The man beside him gives him an amused glance and asks, "Are you a fanboy?" "Oh," Izuku startles, then shrinks in on himself sheepishly. I guess so. I just really like analyzing quirks and stuff." He trails off awkwardly, not quite knowing the proper response. Normally Kaken would have saved him from answering by either doing it for him or snapping at the stranger to mind his own business. Thankfully, the man just smiles. "No need to be ashamed," he says. "There are plenty of worse hobbies to have. Oh, would you look at that?" Izuku looks back at the screen in time to see the villain swatting Death Arms away before attacking his sidekicks. It seems that the sludge villain has taken a woman with a fire quirk hostage and is somehow utilizing her quirk to wreak havoc. Other heroes show up, but it's clear their own powers aren't suited to deal with this situation. Izuku feels bad, both for the woman and the heroes. He knows how awful it is to feel like you're powerless in a certain situation. The struggle goes on for a lot longer than he would have thought it would. The heroes dodge attacks but make no attempt to go on the offense. The woman is unconscious now, hanging limply in the villain's grasp as it continues to use her quirk. It's a rather ugly situation to watch, and the man next to Izuku expresses his disappointment in the heroes. Izuku wants to say something in their defense, but before he can, a flash of white darts into attack. A moment later he realizes that it's All Might, seemingly in his civilian clothes. The sludge villain grabs onto the number one hero with its sticky tendrils, but, unlike Death Arms, he's able to pull himself free. Then, he grabs the woman with one hand and with the other he blasts the villain away with a Detroit smash. Izuku's jaw drops in awe and people around him stop too, looking up at the sky where a large wind tornado spirals upward. A few moments later it dissipates, followed by dark clouds rolling in and drizzling rain. "Wow," the man beside him barks. "He changed the weather with just one punch." "That's All Might for you." Izuku giggles and looks back at the screen where All Might is standing amongst the wreckage of the attack. He raises his fist as the crowd goes wild, then gently scoops up the unconscious woman and brings her to paramedics waiting nearby. While they check her over, he talks to reporters and the other heroes gather up the scattered pieces of sludge. Satisfied, Izuku is about to turn and keep walking when a sharp gasp from a reporter catches his attention. The camera focuses on a paramedic who solemnly declares that the woman is dead, apparently having suffocated while in the sludge villain's grasp. Shocked gasps ripple through the crowd as the camera then focuses on All Might, who looks devastated. The next few minutes are filled with him apologizing repeatedly and expressing his regret, but for some reason he seems a bit restless. Izuku's not the only one that notices, and when All Might abruptly apologizes and says that he must leave, one reporter criticizes him harshly, saying, "You came too late and now you're just going to leave." Izuku winces. He's sure All Might has his reasons, and he does apologize repeatedly before quickly taking his leave, but his departure doesn't look good to the press. HMPH, the man beside him tusks, shaking his head. Not a good day for the heroes. Izuku swallows and then sighs. Even if it didn't end so well, it was still cool to see All Might. Unfortunately, thanks to the number one hero, it's now drizzling and he doesn't have an umbrella. "I guess I should go home then," he murmurs to himself, then winces. He hopes he doesn't run into Kaken. He'd like to avoid that confrontation for as long as possible. He checks his phone, which is still set on silent since he was in school, and wrinkles his nose at the numerous text messages and missed calls from Kaken. The last one was sent 5 minutes ago. Thankfully, it seems he hasn't said anything to Inko, or otherwise Izuku would have over 100 missed messages. Ignoring the blonde's texts, Izuku pockets his phone and starts walking again. He figures he can find his way home if he can just find a familiar landmark. Of course, he could also probably just search up a map. But it's kind of exciting being out on his own. A bit nerve-wracking since he's lost his protection, but exciting nonetheless. It's like he's exploring. And the best part is that he decides what turns to take instead of just following Kaken around. It doesn't take very long for him to find a familiar street. It's fairly empty at this time of day, so he relaxes slightly, enjoying the setting sun beaming on him as he walks down the street. The drizzle has faded away by now, leaving everything slightly damp. Izuku is in the midst of pulling his hair up into a ponytail when the sound of harsh coughing startles him. Pausing, he glances around before following the source of the noise. It leads him towards an alleyway, which makes him a bit nervous. He's always avoided alleys since that day, but they're in a relatively nice neighborhood, so he cautiously continues walking until he can peek his head around the corner. A tall skeleton of a man is leaning heavily against the wall. His eyes are closed and he seems to gasp for breath. Izuku frowns. He doesn't like the sound of that. Every inhale and exhale is slightly gurgly, like there's something wet in his lungs that he can't get out. And he looks awfully skinny, especially in those clothes that are obviously much too large for him. There's also something weirdly familiar about him, so Izuku doesn't feel particularly unsafe as he slowly steps into the alley. Excuse me, sir. The skeletal man startles, his eyes flying open. Izuku startles too and raises his hands, placating. I am sorry, he apologizes. I didn't mean to surprise you, it's just, are you alright? The man swallows thickly and nods. Izuku frowns and steps a bit closer. Are you sure? He asks, keeping his voice light and friendly. You don't look so good. Do you need help, or is there someone I can call for you? No, the man finally speaks, his voice sounding raspy. I'm fine, really, it's just an old. Just then, Izuku notices the blood in his hand and his eyes widen. Oh my gosh, he gasps, rushing over to his side. You're hurt. The man looks down at his hand, as if he just noticed the blood. Oh, no, this is nothing, really. He gives what Izuku assumes is a grim attempt at a smile. Then the man suddenly chokes and blood spews out of his mouth and right onto Izuku's face. Izuku recoils in disgust and takes a couple of steps back. But the stranger immediately starts fretting over him. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. He sputters apologies, blood still dribbling down his chin. Here, I can help, let me just. Izuku tenses when the man places his large hands on his shoulders to steady him and immediately reaches up to grab them. But as soon as his fingers make contact with the skin on the man's wrists, his quirk activates, letting him feel the energy flowing through the man. He goes still. Holy shit. He can't help but whisper, his eyes wide as he stares at the man's chest. Usually, when a person is injured, their energy will swirl around the points of their injuries as the body attempts to heal naturally. But this man, not only does he have a huge mass of swirling energy on his left flank, there are some areas where the energy is just missing. Where his left lung and stomach should be, there's no energy at all. It's as if the organs aren't there. It's a horrible wound to feel, and it causes tears to prick at Izuku's eyes, finally managing to tear his gaze away from the man's chest. He stares up into his eyes and whispers breathlessly, You're really hurt, aren't you? The man pauses in his fretting and looks down at him, a confused expression on his face. What are you talking about? He asks. He gently tries to pull his hands away, but Izuku doesn't let him, tightening his grip on the man's wrists. Young man, what are you doing? I feel odd. Izuku's quirk activated as soon as he touched the man's skin, immediately reacting to his wounds. But Izuku has never healed an injury this severe before. He can't control his energy as it flows out of him rapidly, trying to reach the wounds as fast as possible, trying to fill what's missing. He feels like his energy is being drained out of him and he wobbles on his feet, the man's hands pressing down on his shoulders to steady him. Kid, are you alright? Izuku can't respond. The man keeps talking, keeps asking something, but it all washes over his ears like a wave. He can barely think. All he knows is that he can't stop the energy from leaving him, and it's terrifying. He's never tried to stop the flow before, but it's also never taken this long to heal someone before. Usually the minor injuries he heals vanish almost instantly, but his energy has rapidly flowing out of him for nearly a minute now. Black dots dance across his vision and his knees buckle. Kid, the stranger cries, struggling to hold him upright. He ends up pressed against his side, the side with that horrible wound, and his quirk sings, reaching out for the wound that he can practically feel through the man's shirt. The last thing Izuku sees are worried blue eyes peering down at him before his world turns black. Kid, damn it, kid, what the hell? Toshinori leans over the boy as he gently lays him onto the ground. The boy remains unconscious, leaving Toshinori to wonder what the hell is going on. Shit, he curses to himself, ready to pull out his phone and call an ambulance. For some reason, though, he pauses. Ever since the boy grabbed his wrists, he's been feeling strange. He immediately figured it was the boy's quirk and made to move away, but the boy didn't want to let him go. Well, whatever he was doing, it didn't feel bad. Gran Torino would probably scold him and say something about quirks being deceiving, but the kid didn't seem like the type to have malicious intention. If anything, it looked like he activated his quirk by accident. Either way, Toshinori let the curious warm feeling flow into him, and now he feels energized, which is strange because only a minute ago he felt like he was about to cough up his only lung. And not only does he feel energized, but he feels like he could stay in his muscled form for another 3 hours if he wanted to. Toshinori looks down at the boy, wondering what exactly his quirk is. Well, whatever it is, it clearly affected the boy rather negatively. So, he puffs up into his muscled form, surprised that it doesn't hurt as much as he thought it would, and scoops the kid into his arms, backpack and all. Then he takes off into the sky, aiming for the nearest hospital. He makes sure to clean his blood off of the kid's face before he lands. When the paramedics ask what happened, he makes up a quick lie and says that he just found the boy alone and unconscious in an alley. They believe him without question, of course, and he leaves after that. Normally he would probably go back to his apartment at this time of day, but since he's feeling so great he decides that it wouldn't hurt to stay out longer. There's something that he wanted to do tomorrow, but now he finds the family of the woman who was killed by the sludge villain a mere couple hours before and personally apologizes to them, bowing low to the ground. He doesn't quite know how well they take it the woman's death is so fresh. And there's a good chance they blame him for it, because he sure does, but in the end they thank him, especially when he insists on paying for her funeral, after getting their information and sending it over to his agency. He gives his condolences once more before leaving. It's a pity he wasn't able to reach the woman in time to save her. He'd felt like such an idiot when he realized that the bottle he'd trapped the sludge villain in earlier had fallen out of his pocket while jumping through the sky. Then he'd ended up wasting even more of his precious time searching for the villain again. Thankfully, he'd had just enough energy to defeat the bastard again when he saw the ruckus downtown. But by then it had been too late. Staying to talk to the press had been awful. He'd just been barely holding his hero form, and then leaving right after the woman's death was announced. That looked bad, really bad, even for the #1 hero, and he knows his agency will probably have to deal with some bad press in the coming days. But for now, he pours himself into his work for the next couple of hours, taking down villain after villain until he decides to retire for the night. He still has some energy left, but he doesn't want to risk ending up in a situation like he'd been in earlier when he'd gotten too tired to hold his hero form and deflated in an alleyway. So he heads back to his apartment. He's just about to get into the shower when it happens. A low rumbling noise erupts from his abdomen. He startles so badly he nearly slips and clutches the edge of the shower to steady himself. Eyes wide, he looks down at his torso in surprise. Is it just him? Or is his scar just slightly smaller than it used to be? Jaw slackening, he raises his head and gazes at himself in the mirror above his sink. No, he spent hours staring at this scar in disgust before, and it's definitely looking less horrible than it usually does, if only slightly. The low rumbling sound returns, and with it a stab of pain. Toshinori chokes. The feeling is so alien and yet so familiar, but he hasn't felt it in 5 years. There's no way he could possibly. No, there's no way. What happened? What? The boy. As soon as his eyes widen in realization, his stomach growls again. His stomach. The one that he lost to all for one 5 years ago. The one that most certainly wasn't there this morning. Completely forgetting about the shower, Toshinori scrambles for his phone and dials a number. Come on, Shio-san. We need to talk. Izuku wakes up in complete darkness. His brain feels light and foggy, and it takes him a few moments to process that he is, in fact, awake. When it finally registers, he abruptly jolts into a sitting position and immediately regrets it when a wave of nausea makes his stomach roll. Struggling not to gag, he lets out a small groan, the sound thin and miserable coming from his incredibly dry throat. He swallows thickly and glances around, spotting a glass of water sitting on an unfamiliar nightstand next to his unfamiliar bed. When he moves to reach for it, the world seems to shift beneath him and the nausea returns with a vengeance as he's slammed with a wave of dizziness. Choking back a whine, he manages to wrap his trembling fingers around the glass and brings it back towards himself, not without spilling some water on the sheets. He hastily gulps it down until his stomach churns with dissatisfaction, then shakily wipes his mouth and glances around again. It looks like he's in some sort of hospital room. His mother is fast asleep in a chair next to his bed, and there's a needle in his forearm connected to an IV. As his eyes land on her, his vision swims and he lets his body lean back against his pillows, wishing for the dreadful wave of dizziness to stop. What the hell is going on? He's never felt so nauseous and lightheaded before in his life. What happened to him? A flash of blonde, a horrible empty chasm of energy, his quirk flowing, his quirk singing. Oh, Izuku blinks. That man. He remembers the skeletal man from earlier. How he tried to heal that horrible wound of his. How his quirk wouldn't turn off. He must have drained his own energy so much that he passed out. That would explain why he's currently in a hospital. The man probably called an ambulance. He relaxes slightly. That man had been strange, and his injury was even stranger. He wonders how he got so hurt in the first place. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought the man had been missing a couple of organs. What with the way his energy has been absent in some places. Even though he passed out, Izuku hopes he managed to heal him at least a little bit. Coughing up blood must not be fun. His hand trembles violently when he moves to set the now empty glass back on the nightstand. But he somehow manages to do it quietly. He also spots his phone next to a digital clock that says 3 a.m. Grabbing it, he turns it on and, after grimacing against the harsh light that makes his head spin even worse for a solid minute, checks to see what he missed. The first thing he notices is the date. At first, he thinks it must be wrong, but then he sees all the texts from Kaken he ignored after he ran away, and they're all from 2 days ago. He's been unconscious for 2 days. Shocked, his head whips towards his mother, an action he regrets as it triggers both dizziness and nausea to Rebound, who is still fast asleep. He can't see very well in the low light, but he can tell that she's looking a lot more ragged and exhausted than she usually does. Guilt stabs at his heart. It feels like all he does is worry her. Sighing, he averts his eyes and sinks back into his pillows. It's probably best to let her get as much sleep as she can. He doesn't feel so bad if he doesn't move around too much, so he turns back to his phone. Still ignoring Kaken's texts, he instead checks his social media feed. He follows plenty of All Might fan accounts, and most of them are still talking about the sludge villain incident from earlier. Apparently, All Might paid a visit to the deceased woman's family later that day and personally apologized. Izuku smiles a bit, continuing to scroll. Another post catches his attention. This time from one of the All Might spotting accounts he follows. He clicks on it and his eyes widen into saucers. Only half an hour after the sludge incident, All Might was spotted carrying a young teenage boy into a hospital. And that boy is him. He stares at the picture in shock. It's angled so his face isn't quite visible, but there's no doubt about it. That's his hair, that's his clothes, that's his backpack. Holy shit. All Might took him to the hospital. The #1 hero saved him. Heart leaping into his throat, he struggles not to squeal out loud and wake up his mother. This is so crazy. He met his hero. Well, sort of. Damn, he wishes he had been conscious. In the back of his mind, he wonders why the skeletal man didn't just call an ambulance for him. He figures that All Might must have come across them right after he passed out. But something about that doesn't sit right. He looks down at the picture again, noticing that All Might was still wearing the same clothes from the sludge incident. He thinks of the skeletal man and how he seemed so weirdly familiar. He thinks of the clothes that hung off his skinny frame and realizes that they looked exactly like All Might's clothes. That's a strange coincidence, but it doesn't mean anything. Maybe Izuku thought he seemed familiar because his clothes were so similar to All Might's, who he'd seen on the TV earlier that day. But there's just something about the way his clothes were just so obviously big for him, as if they were meant for someone much larger than him. His eyes widen. No way. No freaking way. There's no way. No way All Might could be so skinny, so injured. But maybe that's why he had to leave the sludge incident so suddenly. Izuku startles out of his thoughts, glancing over at his mother who is blinking at him blearily. As soon as their eyes meet, she perks up and lunges at him, throwing her arms around his shoulders and immediately bursting into tears. Izuku, she wails, "You're okay. You're okay." Izuku grunts, feeling slightly suffocated, and pats her back comfortingly. As soon as she calms down enough to pull away, she cries, "What happened, Izuku? What happened?" Huh? He tilts his head, bewildered. "I could ask you the same thing." "Oh," she gasps, straightening up. "Oh, right, of course. This must be very confusing for you." She lets out a wet giggle, although Izuku isn't really sure why, and wipes her own tears away. "You passed out from quirk exhaustion, sweetie. The doctors said your vitals were low, so your body went into a comatose state in order to regain your strength. And guess what? They said that All Might was the one to bring you in. Apparently he found you alone and unconscious in an alley, so he brought you to the hospital." Izuku's eyes widen for an entirely different reason, but Inko misreads his reaction and giggles. "I know, right? I was surprised too. I guess I'll have to join one of your All Might fan clubs after this." Inko continues to ramble on about what he's missed over the past couple of days. But Izuku isn't paying attention. He's too busy freaking out as his mind makes connections against his will. All Might found him alone. Alone, as in, without the skeletal man that he used his quirk on. He briefly wonders if the skeletal man perhaps just left him there and ran off after he passed out. But for some reason Izuku doesn't think he'd be the type of person to do that, even though he hardly knows him. But if that man was All Might, then he would have just taken Izuku to the hospital himself. It's really too much for his mind to handle right now. He doesn't even know what he'd do if he found out this is true, that All Might really is like that. Even though he's awake now, he's still extremely tired and nauseous, and his mind is so boggled and confused that he decides to just forget about it for now. "Izuku." The boy looks up at his mother as she asks, "What we don't know is what made you lose so much energy in the first place." She looks so nervous, and Izuku knows he can't tell her about the not All Might man that he met, so instead he just quickly comes up with a lie. He stammers, I came across a dog that had been hit by a car and I tried to heal him with my quirk. But, it was really hurt and I guess I used too much energy. I tried to stop when I felt like I was going to pass out, but for some reason I couldn't make my quirk stop. I couldn't even move. It was weird." He finishes lamely and winces. Well, at least the last part isn't a lie. He's still pretty disturbed about that too, but he'll think about it later when the more pressing matters are settled. Inko relaxes in her chair and smiles, reaching out to hold onto his hand. "That's good," she sighs, then corrects herself. "I mean, not good. You definitely should never try something like that again, but I'm just glad it was something that you did and not the fault of some villain." Izuku blinks and shakes his head rapidly, then regrets it when a wave of dizziness hits him. No, it was just me." he says, but has to pause and press a hand to his head when the dizziness lasts a few seconds. Inko frowns. Izuku, sweetie, are you okay? Yeah, he replies. I just got a little lightheaded. When she continues to look worried, he decides to change the subject. So, what did you do while I was asleep? Oh, Mitsuki-san and Masaru-san have been keeping me company for the past couple of days. So has Katsuki-kun. She trails off and Izuku sighs. He said that you ran off after you two got into an argument, and that's why you were alone when you overused your quirk. Izuku nods once, not saying anything. Inko is obviously curious and gazes at him expectantly. When he still remains silent, she adds, he didn't really tell us what the fight was about. He just said that you got upset. Izuku shrinks under his mother's gaze as she continues to gaze at him, waiting patiently. Eventually, he looks down at his sheets and mumbles, he was being a jerk. Inko waits for more, but that's all he's going to say. He's still pissed at Kaken, but he knows that if he tells Inko about it, then she'll just give him a lecture about why he should forgive him. He's not going to forgive him that easily. Not this time. Thankfully, after a few moments of silence, Inko just sighs and leans back into her chair. You look tired, honey, she says, get some more sleep. We'll talk in the morning. She curls back up into her chair and Izuku reluctantly sinks into his pillows once more. He's grateful that she's not pressuring him to talk about it. And even with his mind still whirling from everything that happened, the fight, the not all might, the quirk exhaustion, he still finds himself falling asleep within minutes after his head hits the pillows. When he wakes up again, it's light outside. A quick glance at the clock tells him it's 8 a.m. and his mother is already up and about. She goes to call a doctor as soon as he wakes up and they check him over fairly quickly, taking his vitals while telling him how his quirk exhaustion affected him. He still feels terribly weak, although the nap did help a bit, so they want to monitor him for the rest of the day just to be safe. But they expect that he'll be able to go home by dusk. He's in the middle of eating an extremely healthy breakfast when the Bakugas burst into his room. Izuku, Auntie Mitsuki cries, and the next thing he knows he's being squeezed tightly by the woman. Damn it, kid, you scared the shit out of us. Sorry, he squeaks, squirming in discomfort. Uncle Masaru gently pulls his wife away before expressing his relief to Izuku in a much more mellow manner. Izuku smiles and they chat with him and Inko for a bit, mostly about Izuku's condition and what this will mean for the future. Meanwhile, Izuku pointedly ignores glancing over at Kaken, who remains by the doorway, sulking with his hands shoved unnecessarily deep into his pockets. Izuku can see that his nose is clearly bruised from when he headbutted him, but he doesn't feel bad about it in the slightest. Uncle Masaru, of course, is the first to notice the tension between them and mutters something to his wife. Auntie Mitsuki immediately straightens up and grabs Kaken by the arm, dragging him fully into the room while he shrieks indignantly. I don't know what the F you did to piss off Izuku enough to make him run away, but you're gonna effing fix it right now. Auntie Mitsuki shoves Kaken towards Izuku and he just barely catches himself on the railing beside his bed. Talk about it, dumbass, she snaps as she proceeds to usher Uncle Masaru and Inko out of the room. And if I hear you effing yelling, I'm gonna come in here and kick your ass. The door slams shut with a loud bang, leaving the two boys alone. Kaken grimaces and glances at Izuku, but the latter is stubbornly avoiding his gaze. He simply turns his head the other way and closes his eyes. There's no way in hell that he's going to be the first to apologize. Not this time. Not when it's obviously Kaken's fault for being such a jerk. However, it seems that Kaken doesn't want to be the first to speak either. He just grits his teeth and glares at the ground, silently seething. Neither of them make a sound for nearly 2 minutes. As the silence continues, Izuku feels his irritation grow and grow. Well, since Kaken clearly doesn't plan on saying anything for once in his life, then Izuku's sure as hell going to make sure what he has to say is heard. I'm gonna go first. He bites out and Kaken's head snaps up. And you're going to freaking listen. You're not going to interrupt me or talk over me or anything, none of that crap. All right. Kaken stares at him, then clenches his jaw and glances away in response. Good, Izuku says. He takes a deep breath before he starts. I didn't like all that shit that you said about me. How you think I'm just some guy with a healing quirk and that I need to learn my place. Kaken's gaze is on him again and Izuku glares at him. You don't get to decide what my place is, Kaken. I'm my own person, and I'm going to decide what my place is. I'm going to be more than just a guy with a healing quirk, and I'm going to be more than just your healer. I don't care if that pisses you off. We've always ever done things your way, you know. Ever since my quirk manifested, it's like you've already decided everything for me. You've decided that I'm going to work in your hero agency, that I'm going to be your healer, and then you think that you can just decide when I can and can't use my quirk. My own damn quirk. His voice starts to rise with his anger, so he stops and takes another deep breath. When he speaks again, his voice is calm but no less firm. Have you ever considered what I wanted? Because I've never even thought I could consider that until now. I've been so wrapped up just being a little piece in your master plan for your own life that I never considered that I could want something different. So, I'm going to decide stuff for myself now. I don't know exactly where I'm going to end up in the future, but whatever it is, you're just going to have to deal with it. Kaken had been fidgeting impatiently ever since he started talking, but now he steps forward and snaps, "Listen here, you little. I'm not effing done." Izuku interrupts him. "You don't get to say your part until I've said mine." Kaken glares at him with fiery red eyes, grinding his teeth audibly, but he says nothing. Izuku tries again. "Now, in regards to Haru-kun, that little effer deserved it." Kaken explodes. "He deserved every bit of." "Oi," Auntie Mitsuki's voice shouts through the door. "Don't make me effing come in there, brat." Kaken snarls wordlessly at the door but falls silent. Izuku immediately continues. "He did not deserve to be treated that way," he says firmly, "especially not by someone who's aiming to be a hero." Kaken flinches ever so slightly. "How do you think things will go in UA, Kaken? You think they'll just let sit like that fly? Heroes aren't supposed to want to hurt people, Kaken. And damn it, I'm allowed to have friends other than you. Haru-kun is nice to me and makes me laugh and smile. If you really cared about me, you would be happy about that. But no, you just get jealous because God forbid you don't get to hog me to yourself. And it's not just him. Ever since junior high started, you've just been downright mean to people, and I don't get it. Does it make you feel better to push other people down? Does it make you feel big and strong when you beat them up? Well, let me tell you something, Kaken, all it does is make you look pathetic. And I meant what I said back there, too. I will never stay by your side if all you do is hurt people." Kaken stares at him with wide eyes, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. After a few moments of him struggling uselessly to find his words, he grits his teeth and glares. "So, what are you effing saying then?" He growls. "You. What? You don't want to be friends anymore? Is that it?" Izuku groans. "No, Kaken." He sighs heavily and rubs his face tiredly. "I just need some space." You're just so controlling, Kaken, and possessive. And what we have isn't healthy. We're never going to grow if we're attached to the hip all the time. I want to be able to figure things out by myself and figure out what I want to do with my life without having to work our friendship into my plans as well. If we're true friends, then we won't even have to work to stay in each other's lives. We'll just naturally always be there for each other. We need some space, Kaken. Kaken is quiet for a long time after that. He opens his mouth, looking like he wants to go on a rant of his own, but then he closes it. He glares at Izuku for a while, then at the ground. His fists clench and unclench repeatedly as he thinks, displaying his anger. Finally, he tosses his head and scoffs. "Whatever." Izuku must look disappointed, because he adds, "Yeah, whatever. I still gotta walk you to school and sit, but whatever, you follow around whoever the F you want to when we're in school. See if I care." He swallows, scowling as he shoves his hands back into his pockets. "And I'll stop beating people up. For you," he grumbles. "It's not enough." "No, not for me," Izuku presses. "I want you to stop hurting people because you know it's wrong." Kaken rolls his eyes and huffs. "Sure, whatever. The kids at school are weak-ass losers anyway. It's not perfect." It wasn't even an apology, really. Izuku still has a bad taste in his mouth when Kaken leaves the room, but it's something. The beginnings of progress. Now Izuku just has to wait and see if Kaken will keep his word. And if he does, well, they'll go from there. Shoulders feeling slightly lighter, Izuku spends the rest of the morning in bed. A doctor comes in later to check on him and has him walk around a bit to see if he's steady. Despite the lightheadedness and nausea returning with the movement, he somehow is able to walk on his own. But his legs tremble with the effort and he ends up leaning against the wall for support after just a minute. His mother, of course, is extremely concerned. But the doctor says his body is still trying to rebuild its energy after it was depleted so suddenly and to expect some weakness for the next few days. He's having lunch when he's told that some people are here to see him. He sighs, glancing down at his half-eaten sandwich. What's with people interrupting him when he eats? First the Bakugas and now, wait, who's here? Inko frowns and glances at him questioningly. But he shrugs, just as clueless as she is. His mother gets up and goes to speak with the doctor in hushed voices. Izuku can't hear what they're saying, but he tenses up when Inko gasps. She nods frantically and goes to stand beside Izuku while the doctor goes to open the door. "Mom, what's going?" Izuku's jaw drops when the door swings open and Recovery Girl walks into his room. Like, the Recovery Girl. She's in his room. He's in the same room as Recovery Girl. He doesn't think he can get any more surprised, but then Not All Might walks in right after her. His eyes must be as wide as dinner plates and he must be catching flies with how low his jaw is hanging. But he can't bring himself to react in any other way aside from utter shock. Recovery Girl smiles at him and he nearly dies. As she moves to sit on a chair next to his bed, she greets, "Hello, Midoriya-kun." Izuku lets out a strangled noise. She knows his name. The healer chuckles at his reaction and it's enough to make him snap his jaw closed. He blushes furiously and stammers out in a high-pitched voice, "Hello, Recovery Girl. You're Recovery Girl. Hi." This time when she laughs, so does Not All Might. Izuku turns to him apprehensively. If he's here, then that must mean something, right? Why would a random stranger come to see him unless he was? But could he really be All Might? Could the number one hero really be this scrawny? Izuku is dying to ask a million questions like who are you and what the hell is going on? Not All Might is watching him intently, as if he's trying to read his thoughts. Izuku gulps and glances back at Recovery Girl, who he now notices is watching him just as intently as Not All Might. He doesn't know what to say. Thank you for showing us the way, Sugawara-san, Recovery Girl says. It takes Izuku a moment to realize she's talking to his doctor. Do you mind if I talk to Midoriya-kun privately for a moment? The doctor nods and quickly leaves. It isn't until Recovery Girl turns to Inko expectantly that she realizes she means her too. Oh, Inko jumps in surprise. Are you sure? She glances between her son and the two adults nervously, her gaze lingering on Not All Might. Obviously, she isn't too keen on leaving her only son with strangers. Mom, Izuku stresses. Come on, it's Recovery Girl. He emphasizes her name as if just that will convince his mother that she's trustworthy. It's enough for Inko. Right, of course. Inko hurriedly gathers her coat and purse and steps out of the room. My apologies. Take as much time as you need. The door shuts behind her and Izuku turns to the two adults. Not All Might opens his mouth to speak, but before he can, Izuku's restraint breaks. Are you All Might? He blurts out. The man blinks in surprise, slapping his hands over his mouth. Izuku mentally curses himself before stammering, I'm sorry. It's such a weird and random question, but when I thought about it, it made sense because your clothes were the same as his when he was fighting the sludge villain and when he brought me to the hospital, but they said he found me alone, but you were there. Young Midoriya. And I thought maybe you ditched me, but then I kept thinking and wondering about your injury and how All Might had to leave so suddenly when he fought the slime villain. Young Midoriya. But it's crazy, right? I mean, there's no way All Might can look like you. Not that you look bad or anything, but you just look very different. Not All Might sighs heavily and suddenly inflates. There's no other way to describe it. But the next thing Izuku knows, there's a very big and very real All Might standing before him. Izuku chokes. Recovery Girl, seeming very disgruntled but not at all surprised, glares at All Might and says, thanks for the warning, you drama queen. All Might grins briefly before shrinking back down into the skinny stranger that he'd met a couple of days ago. Well, he shrugs sheepishly, sitting down into another chair with a huff. He basically figured it out anyway. To Izuku, he asks, you're a clever one, aren't you? The noises that are coming out of Izuku's mouth don't even sound human anymore. This can't be real. There's no way that All Might is in his room right now, in this form. Even though Izuku was thinking about it, he didn't really expect his theory to ever be confirmed. But now, he gawks. I don't understand is what he wants to say. But then All Might's words sink in and he hesitates, taking a moment to try and focus his racing mind. Your injury, he stammers, looking up at the number one hero. It makes you like this. All Might nods seriously. You know how guys at the pool are always sucking in and flexing and try to hold their buff. I'm like that. His words completely contradict his grave attitude. Izuku sputters and Recovery Girl rolls her eyes. Oh, come on. You owe this poor boy an explanation, especially before. She trails off and Izuku frowns. Before what? Right, sorry, All Might apologizes. Then looks at Izuku. I hope I don't have to tell you how important it is that you don't tell this to anyone. Right, Izuku yelps, spine nearly snapping as he straightens up immediately. Of course, All Might saves everyone and wins the day with a fearless smile. If people knew about your injury. All Might nods again. Good, so you understand then. Izuku blanks. Not really. He's completely unprepared for the gruesome injury the number one hero reveals when he lifts up his shirt. It's an ugly, gnarled scar that spreads all across his left torso, and Izuku instantly knows that this is the injury he felt when he used his quirk on the man. I got this from an enemy's attack 5 years ago. All Might explains with a grimace. Believe it or not, before I met you it looked a lot worse. Worse? Izuku squeaks in disbelief. It already looks so horrible. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed. All Might goes on, and I lost my whole stomach. I've become emaciated from repeated surgeries and the after effects. That's terrible, Izuku whispers. As All Might lowers his shirt, he asks, you said 5 years ago. So was it your fight with Toxic Chainsaw? You know your stuff, kid. Izuku blushes. But no, a punk like that couldn't defeat me. I asked that this fight not be made public to the world. All Might gives a pale imitation of his signature smile. It's more of a grimace. I will save people with a smile. The symbol of peace cannot be daunted by evil. However, deep down I was very afraid. My body has been steadily failing me over the past 5 years. And no matter how many healers I saw, none of them could fix what that villain had done to me. Izuku is quiet as All Might leans forward in his chair, his gaze intense. So imagine my surprise when a 14-year-old boy stumbles upon me hacking my lung out in the middle of an alley and proceeds to not only give me enough energy to maintain my muscle form for hours afterwards, but to also regrow my entire stomach. Izuku doesn't quite process that right away. Huh, he squeaks. Huh, I what? All Might tilts his head. You didn't know? No, Izuku is beyond shocked. No way. I had never tried healing such a large wound before. And I've never really had quirk exhaustion before. He trails off anxiously, pulling at the edge of his shirt. A whole stomach. All Might turns to share a glance with Recovery Girl. The woman straightens up a bit and asks, Midoriya-kun, do you mind telling us how your quirk works? Oh, right. Of course. This is far from the first time Izuku has had to explain his quirk to someone, so the explanation comes easy to him. It's called healing energy. Basically, as soon as I touch someone's skin, my quirk will activate. Depending on whether or not they're injured, release a flow of my own energy into their body to heal their wounds. I can also sense a person's own natural energy, and it helps me tell where and what their injuries are, although it's not super specific. It also doesn't work with illnesses or when I myself am injured. And, something I noticed when I was healing All Might. I can't seem to be able to stop my quirk once it's activated. I mean, I had never really tried to before since I only ever healed minor injuries. So, I think that's why I passed out. Because your injury required more energy than I had to give. All Might and Recovery Girl are staring at him with mixed expressions of curiosity and solemnity. Shrinking a bit under the attention, Izuku scratches the back of his head nervously. I guess I don't really have that much control over my quirk, really. It kind of just does its thing. He laughs awkwardly. Yes, Recovery Girl says, frowning. That was really quite a dangerous thing for you to do, Midoriya-kun. Frankly, I've never heard of a healing quirk powerful enough to regrow lost limbs or organs. Usually that's only the case for some self-healing or self-regeneration quirks. And the fact that your quirk is fueled by your own energy, well, it was a very reckless thing to do without proper training. However, it sounds like you didn't quite know to what extent your quirk would go to heal. All right, Izuku nods. Do you want to be a healer? All Might asks suddenly. Izuku looks at him in surprise. Huh, a healer. Surely you must have heard of them. He nods and the man asks, well, a small, bashful smile creeps onto his lips as he looks down at his lap. I've wanted to be a healer ever since my quirk manifested, he admits. All Might smiles. Well, I think you'll be a fantastic healer, young Midoriya. Izuku nearly passes out. All Might laughs as he starts sputtering. I'm serious, kid. He barks. I've seen just about every single one of the most powerful healers out there, and none of them were able to do what you have done for me, young Midoriya. All Might leans closer and puts a large hand on his shoulder, his gaze firm. I ate a cheeseburger yesterday. It's such an odd and out-of-place statement that Izuku can't help the disbelieving laugh that escapes his lips. What? Recovery Girl rolls her eyes. And since he's barely been eating for the past 5 years, he threw up the entire thing 20 minutes later. It was worth it, All Might says resolutely. And it happened thanks to you. Flustered, Izuku ducks his head. I didn't even know I could do something like that, he says. I knew my quirk was powerful, but your quirk is powerful, Recovery Girl says. I knew that as soon as All Might told me about you. And I'm glad to hear that you want to become a healer, because now I can make my offer without much trouble. Izuku blinks. Offer? I want you to come to UA so that I can personally train you, Recovery Girl says, and Izuku's heart stops. You what? It's one of the reasons we came here today. Actually, All Might says. Well, 1, because I wanted to thank you, and 2, because we figured it would be a good opportunity for everyone involved. You're in your 3rd year of junior high, right? Izuku nods. Then I can get you into the hero course through recommendations. Izuku can hardly process all this. Why the hero course? But my quirk, it's not combative. Yes, but healers are, in fact, considered heroes, Recovery Girl explains. There are a lot of different ways you can serve as a healer. Some are combat medics, meaning they're often on the scene with heroes ready to provide medical aid. Others are part of rescue teams that save civilians in events like natural disasters. No matter what you choose to do, you're going to need to learn how to fight and be able to handle yourself in dangerous situations. Izuku listens with rapt attention. He'd never even considered all those other skills he'd need to know. He's just been relying on his quirk so much. But still, he asks, the hero course. Would I really be able to get through it with a non-combative quirk? Most of the classes in the day of a student in the hero course consists of general education classes, which you will take along with your classmate. As for the hero classes, you would participate unless the lesson involves the students directly using their quirk for combat or particular situations, which might seem like all of them, but don't worry. A lot of the classes also focus on basic fighting skills and preparing the students for a variety of different situations and scenarios. And whenever you aren't participating in a class, you'll be on standby in case someone gets hurt, which, in the hero course, is often. Recovery Girl huffs at this before continuing. I know perhaps this wasn't what you were expecting out of your high school experience, but in the hero course you'll be presented with more opportunities to heal bigger injuries and train your quirk. Once she's finished, the 2 pro heroes gaze at him expectantly. Izuku blinks rapidly, trying to process the sudden onslaught of information. This is better than anything he could have asked for. He's getting the chance to train with Recovery Girl, to get into UA through recommendations. It's too good to be true. He's still not entirely convinced that this isn't all just a dream. But there's just something he still doesn't quite understand. Thank you, he says breathlessly. Thank you so much. This is such a wonderful opportunity. But I don't understand. This is so much you're offering to me and why are you helping me? They stare at him as if they're confused by his question. Looking down at his lap, he wrings his hands as he continues in a soft voice. My mother told me when I was younger that people would want me for my quirk, that both heroes and villains would seek me out. And I just remember thinking that was so weird, that I'm desirable to people I don't even know. And I just can't help but wonder. All Might stops him before he can continue. He leans forward and places a hand over Izuku's, stopping them. Young Midoriya, he says, his blue eyes piercing. Would you have healed me even if you knew the effect it would have on you? Would you have sacrificed yourself for my sake? Izuku frowns, confused. Yes, of course. All Might smiles and leans back, seemingly satisfied. Well, then, there's your answer. The very core of being a healer, no, of being a hero, is having the will to sacrifice oneself for another. All Might says, young Midoriya, you would be a great healer even if you were quirkless. Izuku inhales sharply, his wide eyes filling with tears. He quickly averts his gaze, but he can't help letting a couple of tears escape and roll down his cheeks. He clutches at the warm feeling blooming in his chest as the corner of his lips twitch up into a smile. He didn't realize how badly he needed to hear those words until now. Thank you, he whispers. All Might dips his head. You know, there are so few healers in the world, we need to stick together, Recovery Girl says gently, and I know you can become a healer that will save countless lives. It would be an honor if you would allow me to train you. Also, she smiles and laughs a little. I'm getting on in years. And with so many injured kids at UA, it would be nice to have an apprentice around to help me out. Izuku giggles and nods. Of course, I'd love to. He turns to All Might. And I would be more than happy to heal the rest of your injuries as soon as I am capable. As soon as you've trained your quirk, Recovery Girl says pointedly, you're going to need a much better grasp over that power of yours before you can even consider healing someone like All Might again. I don't want you to go into another coma from quirk exhaustion. Izuku frowns a bit. Right. Looking up at All Might, he says with some worry, I don't know how long that will take, but All Might interrupts him with a laugh. Young Midoriya, he says warmly, putting a hand on his shoulder, you've already given me more than I ever thought I would have. Don't worry, I can wait. I'll be more than content to watch you grow into a fine young healer. Smiling, Izuku glances between the two before taking a deep breath. No turning back now. I accept. Inko is overjoyed when Recovery Girl talks to her about training Izuku. The boy doesn't think he's ever seen his mother agree to something so quickly before in her life. She sputters and thanks Recovery Girl repeatedly until Izuku whines for her to stop. The healer tells them that she'll come over during the weekend to hash out the details, but she needs to talk to Principal Nenzu first. You're going to be a bit of a special case, she says, but I'm sure he'll be fine with it. He might actually want to personally meet you. Izuku nearly faints. First All Might, then Recovery Girl, and now Principal Nenzu. Seriously? Recovery Girl laughs. Of course. It's not every day UA gets a new apprentice healer. Before they leave, both she and All Might give him their personal phone numbers so they can keep in contact with him. Izuku nearly faints again, especially when All Might tells him to write Toshinori Yagi in his contacts. His real name. Izuku knows All Might's real name. The number one hero explains that he doesn't want anyone to accidentally see All Might's name pop up on Izuku's phone. He also gives Izuku permission to refer to him as Toshinori when they're with other people. I both mentally and physically cannot do that, Izuku says, causing All Might to let out a bark of laughter, but I'll try. Needless to say, when Izuku gets home that night, he's very emotionally, mentally, and physically worn out. Sushi greets him happily, and he lets out a sigh of relief as he hugs his cat. He can't believe how much happened in one day. Thankfully, it's a Friday, so he doesn't have to worry about school tomorrow. Inko is still squealing in excitement about the news. Oh, my baby, I'm so proud of you, she cries, hugging him tightly. It's like you got scouted. Izuku laughs and squirms out of her grasp. The next day is rather calm. Much to his relief, the majority of his nausea has subsided by now, but he's still rather weak and tires quickly with movement, so he spends most of the day either napping or lying on the couch with Sushi. He uses his phone to Google healer training, but he doesn't find much information aside from the regular training medical students go through to treat patients through traditional quirkless means. Since healers are so rare, it's not like there's a specific school for them, so Izuku puts his phone away and figures he'll just leave it to Recovery Girl. Maybe he'll ask what her training experience was like. Most of her biographies only focus on the work she did as an adult. On Sunday, Recovery Girl texts him asking if she can come over and he immediately says yes, canceling his usual self-defense class without a thought. Not that Inko would even let him go in his condition, although by Sunday he's at least able to stand up without his legs trembling, so that's an improvement. He makes a mental note to never let himself succumb to quirk exhaustion ever again. To his surprise, when Recovery Girl arrives, she's not alone. His heart leaps to his throat as none other than Principal Nezu trots in after her. Before Izuku can choke out a greeting, the furry white creature hops up to him and takes his hand. "Midoriya-kun," he chirps, "so very nice to meet you. I've been hearing a lot about you lately." Izuku's mind can't focus on anything aside from the fact that the Principal Nezu is shaking his hand. "Of course he has," Recovery Girl says. "We've been busy discussing your future at UA. May we come in?" Izuku nods hastily and steps aside, letting them walk past him. Into his house. Oh god, Principal Nezu and Recovery Girl are in his house. Inko does her best not to fret over their guests too much, but hurriedly sets out some tea on the coffee table in front of them as they take a seat on the couch. She makes to excuse herself, but Nezu insists that she stay, saying, as his mother, "This involves you just as much as it involves Midoriya-kun." So, Izuku and his mother end up sitting next to each other, both trying not to show just how nervous they are, right across from the healer and the principal. Sushi is squirming in his lap, clearly wanting to go over and sniff their new guests. The cat is staring at Nezu with an intensity that makes Izuku nervous, so he tightens his hold on him. Thankfully, Recovery Girl wastes no time getting right down to business. They discuss how he'll be accomplishing his training, seeing as his particular situation is a bit different from other students. They want him to be able to get the general education he needs, as well as to be able to train as both a hero and a healer. Therefore, they've decided that it would be best if Izuku were to meet with Recovery Girl after regular classes have finished, since he can't sacrifice one of his classes during the school day in order to meet with her. That way he'll be able to accommodate all three facets of his particular education into his schedule. "I realize that this will probably be very difficult and time-consuming for you," Recovery Girl says, "and I know we're asking you to give us more of your day than we are for other students. However, as a healer, you're going to have to expect to be working a little bit harder than your peers. You're going to be learning what the Hero Course students are learning in addition to what I will be teaching you." "Of course," Izuku nods determinedly. "I'll work hard." "Good," Recovery Girl says, "because I would like to get started as soon as possible." He blinks in surprise, but she simply turns to the bag she brought with her and takes out a massive book. She plops it onto the coffee table with a loud bang, and Izuku's eyes widen at the thickness of it. "Human Anatomy and Physiology," she says. "This book has everything you need to know about the human body and then some. I've had it for decades and it's one of my most reliable resources." She looks at him. "I want you to have read it 3 times front to back by the time you get to UA. Izuku stares at the heavy book in front of him. God, there must be at least 1,000 pages. Inko pats his back sympathetically. "In addition to this," Recovery Girl says, "I don't want you to rely on your quirk anymore to heal people." That makes Izuku look up at her. "You're not actually supposed to be allowed to use your quirk in public," she says, "and unlicensed healing quirks can only be used under the supervision of a medical professional." Izuku glances at his mother in confusion. "Have I been breaking the law?" He blurts, "I always heal my friends." Recovery Girl gives him an amused smile. "Well, it's a very lax rule, but your excuse can be that you were just young and unaware." Izuku feels very stupid. Of course quirks aren't allowed to be used in public. He knew that. Why didn't he think it didn't apply to him too? Right, so, for now, let's just focus on learning everything you can about human anatomy, and once you're in UA we'll start working with your quirk, she says, and Izuku nods. Of course, Principal Nezu pipes up. "You actually have to get into UA first." Izuku jumps. "Right, of course." He turns to Recovery Girl. "You said something about recommendations earlier, right?" He's hesitant just in case she changed her mind. They've already offered him so much. It seems rude to expect more, but the older woman simply nods. "Yes, Toshinori-san has offered to be your sponsor," she says. "Toshinori-san?" Inko asks, frowning in confusion. "Who's that?" "My colleague." Recovery Girl replies easily, saving Izuku from having to lie to his mother. "He's the blonde man that was with me on Friday." Though, Inko still looks a bit confused, but she doesn't ask any more questions. "Wait a minute," Izuku says. "If I'm going to be your apprentice, then why don't you recommend me?" Principal Nezu answers this time. That is because Recovery Girl is a member of UAS staff, and no one who is a member of our staff is allowed to sponsor a student in the event that they might give them an unfair advantage by telling them what the recommendation test will entail beforehand. It's an old rule, but one with merit, so we still abide by it." "Oh," Izuku says, "that makes sense, I guess." Also, Toshinori-san will be working at UA come next spring, but he's still allowed to sponsor you since he won't have any prior experience with the recommendation test by the time it comes, Recovery Girl says. Izuku's eyes widen. All Might is going to be a teacher at UA. That's incredible. Is he going to be teaching a heroics class? Is Izuku going to be taught by All Might? As for the actual recommendation test, Recovery Girl goes on, your main focus should be on passing the written portion. There is a physical portion as well, but the judges will be made aware of your situation so you won't be expected to do an exemplary job. Just do the best you can and maybe consider doing some sort of athletic training in the months beforehand to help you succeed. Izuku nods. I've been taking self-defense classes since I was 10. He says, and I run with my friend a lot. He trails off when Kaken comes to his mind. Principal Nezu and Recovery Girl seem pleased. That's very good. The healer says, well then, all I can tell you now is to study hard and stay focused. I'll be anticipating your arrival at UA. Thank you. Izuku grins, standing up when the adults do. They bid their goodbyes and leave shortly after. Izuku shuts the door behind them before leaning his back against it, clutching his chest. Holy shit, he exclaims breathlessly. Inko giggles and swats his arm. I can't believe this is actually happening to me. I can, Inko says. You're going to be a wonderful healer, baby. She kisses his forehead gently before glancing at the book on the table. And you have a lot of homework to do. Izuku groans and she walks away giggling. Later that night, while his mother is making dinner, Izuku finds himself lying on the couch with the medical book in hand. He tries to balance it on his stomach, but it's so heavy that he has to put a pillow between it and his stomach in order for the position to work. He's just cracked it open when his phone buzzes on the coffee table. The screen shows a text from Toshinori Yagi. Izuku is confused for a moment before realizing, All Might. He just got a text from the #1 hero himself. When All Might had given him his number, Izuku assumed it would only be for emergencies only, or to discuss logistics when the time for the recommendation test comes. He never thought he'd be getting a text 2 days after he'd met the man. He quickly grabs his phone and unlocks it. How did your talk with the mouse go? Mouse? What oh, he must be talking about Principal Nezu. Smiling a bit, Izuku types his response. It went well, I think. Then, after a moment of consideration, he adds, Are you sure he's a mouse? I thought he looked more like a bear. He sets his phone down and cracks the book open once more. However, a minute later, he gets a response. A mouse, bear, who knows? Your guess is as good as mine. Anyway, I wanted to ask whether or not he told you that I'm going to be working at UA next year. Recovery Girl mentioned it. That must be super exciting. Are you going to teach the hero course? Yes, although I find myself rather apprehensive. I've never been a teacher before. I'm sure you'll do great. What does that mean? Izuku slaps a hand over his face, blushing furiously. Why did he add that emoji? It means that you're super strong and that you've got this. For some reason, Izuku gets the sense that All Might is probably laughing at him. Forgive me. I'm getting old. All Might, or not old. I believe the proper response is lol. Izuku snorts. Izuku, honey, dinner is ready. Inko calls from the kitchen. Coming. Still smiling, Izuku pushes his book aside and gets up. He barely pays attention to his mother as he eats, typing out messages and giggling at the responses he gets. God, it feels so weird to be texting All Might. He's a lot funnier than he thought he'd be. But it's a surprisingly dry type of humor that Izuku wouldn't have expected from someone like him. The boy is sent into peals of laughter when All Might reacts in dramatic horror to the picture of the anatomy book he got from Recovery Girl. Inko keeps glancing at him throughout the night, clearly wondering who he's texting but not wanting to pry. She just smiles at the sparkle in his eyes as he grins down at his phone and leaves him to it. Izuku ends up texting back and forth with All Might for the next couple of hours. The book goes unread and Sushi sits on his chest as he lies in bed, idly petting his cat with one hand and typing with the other. Eventually, he has to bid goodbye because he has to wake up early for school the next day. And he's so giddy with happiness that he doesn't even have time to realize that he'll have to see Kaken again tomorrow before he falls asleep. School is tense the next day. Not because of the classes. Izuku's never really had much trouble when it comes to grades. It's tense because of Kaken. They walked to school together in total silence. Kaken kept a whole foot of space between them and didn't say a word, not even the occasional growl or scoff. Izuku knows his mother told Auntie Mitsuki about Recovery Girl taking him under her wing, so Kaken must know too, but he doesn't say anything about it. Well, that's fine. If Kaken wants to give him the cold shoulder, Izuku will give it right back. So Izuku ignores the blonde during class and sits with Haru during lunch. The boy is surprised and glances nervously at Kaken, but Izuku tells him not to worry about him. And if Tsubasa and Inaba are wondering why he's not sitting with them anymore, they don't ask about it. That's how pretty much the entire week goes. Izuku has never gone so long without speaking to Kaken before in his life. Inko cancelled his self-defense classes for the whole week because, despite how much he might deny it, he's still not quite feeling 100% back to normal. He doesn't feel awful, there's just a lingering tiredness, like he's slowly regaining his strength, but Inko refuses to budge. So that means Kaken has to walk him home right after school on days when they would usually go train. But Izuku doesn't know if he goes to his own lessons right after. He doesn't ask. He doesn't talk to him. It's both refreshing and exhausting. The former because he's finally able to rekindle his friendship with Haru and spend time with other people without Kaken hanging on his shoulder. The latter because, well, it's hard to stay angry for so long. Izuku's never really been one to hold grudges, so this is kind of new for him. He's not sure how long the whole silent treatment thing is supposed to last. When can things go back to normal? How will he know whether or not Kaken has learned his lesson if he doesn't talk to him? But Izuku doesn't want to be the first to reach out, so instead he watches him, keeps an eye out for the nasty behavior that he hates so much, and, to his surprise, he sees nothing. Kaken is still far from polite, but for some reason he seems to be holding his tongue. There are plenty of opportunities where he would normally lash out with fury, but instead he just growls and turns the other way. It's almost as if he's sulking. It's odd, practically a complete 180 for his behavior. And Izuku isn't the only one that notices. Damn, Izuku, what you do to him? Haru asks him one day during lunch. He eyes the blonde from across the cafeteria and arches a brow. Izuku sighs. It's been 2 weeks since he's last spoken to Kaken. He'd be lying if he said he didn't miss him. He munches on some noodles and mumbles, I dunno, told him off. Haru snorts. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you neutered him. Izuku sputters and the boy snickers. Hey, I won't judge. It worked when I got a dog that needed to calm down. Kaken's not a dog, Izuku says. But he can't help giggling a little. Sure. Izuku flicks a piece of broccoli at him. Later, when he's walking home from school with Kaken, the silence seems to press down on him harder than before. He fidgets uncomfortably, glancing at the blonde. Kaken makes no effort to seem like he even notices Izuku's presence. Sighing loudly, Izuku asks, Do you want to go get ice cream? Kaken stops and glances at him. His face is confused for a moment, as if he isn't sure if Izuku was even talking to him. Then, his expression closes off and he shrugs indifferently. There's a small ice cream shop near their neighborhood, so they make their way over there. Kaken wordlessly pays for them both before they continue walking back home. Izuku is content to lick at his mint and chip ice cream cone in silence while Kaken near assaults his rocky road cone. They finish before they reach the former's house, but when Izuku steps up to open his door, he hesitates. Kaken is still standing on the sidewalk watching him when he glances over his shoulder. He always watches Izuku go into his house, as if to make sure he actually makes it inside even though his door is right there. Their eyes lock. Izuku opens his mouth to ask something. He doesn't know what to say. He doesn't know if it'll make things better or worse. He ends up losing his confidence and scrambling into his house. Sushi meows at him judgmentally, but he just sighs heavily and goes to start on his homework. And once he finishes that, he starts on his other homework, human anatomy and physiology. Even though it's been 2 weeks since he's received it, he's only just barely finished chapter 1. It's not that he doesn't find it interesting, it's just very dry. He's definitely learning a lot, but it's kind of hard to remember it all when the text is so small and there's so much of it on every page. It's as if the book is really 2,000 pages, but they needed to save paper so they just crammed it all into 1,000 pages. He's grateful that there's pictures because a lot of the stuff would be very confusing without the visual aid. And at least Recovery Girl has also highlighted important parts and written down her own notes in it, although that's probably from her own studying and not done specifically for him. Still, it's just dry, and he doesn't want to say boring. But he often finds his mind trailing off while he's staring at a page and then he has to go back and reread it. He's determined to finish it, though. Even if he doesn't like it, he will read the whole book and remember everything he can from it. So with this determined mindset, he sits down on the couch and cracks it open once more. Inko comes home from work an hour later to find Izuku with his face smushed against the pages, drooling slightly. Okay, I never thought I'd say this, Haru says, but you need to talk to him. Izuku lifts his head up from where it was leaning against his palm and frowns. What? Dude, you're miserable, Haru says. You've got a red mark on your cheek from leaning against it so much. That's a classic sign of moping. I'm not moping, Izuku protests as he rubs his cheek petulantly. And I'm not miserable. I don't need him. Haru rolls his eyes. Yeah, and I don't need porn, but look how much happier I am with it in my life. You, Izuku grimaces. What's with you comparing Kaken to weird things? Because he is a weird thing. Haru points at Izuku with his chopsticks. A weird thing that you need in your life. I thought you hated him. Oh, I do, he replies firmly. But you gotta admit, he has changed a bit. Whatever you said to him really made him shape up. Sure, he's still an ass, but he hasn't gotten into a fight in almost a month. That's gotta count for something. Izuku stares at him, then sighs. He glances at Kaken sitting with Tsubasa and Roundabout across the cafeteria. It's just, I dunno, he says. I've always had him in my life, you know, and it's weird that he's not anymore. But I don't even know what I would say to him at this point. I don't know how to fix this. He falls silent, picking at his rice without much appetite. Haru gazes at him for a few moments, then sighs. Well, I think I have an idea, he says, standing up. Izuku raises an eyebrow questioningly, but Haru doesn't say anything else, instead grabbing his tray of food and walking away. Izuku watches him leave, confused as to what he's doing until he realizes he's walking over to Kaken's table. He bolts up. Haru-kun. He abandons his tray and starts running towards him, but there's no way he can get there in time. All he can do is watch as Haru walks behind Kaken and not so accidentally spills his drink over his head. The reaction is immediate. Kaken roars and jumps to his feet, whirling around to snarl at Haru. What the F do you think you're doing, bastard? Oops. Haru raises his hands innocently. It was an accident. Kaken's fists clench and his body tenses up, ready to pounce. Izuku's heart leaps to his throat, and for a moment Haru looks scared too. Everyone in the cafeteria stares, waiting for a fight to break out. To all of their surprise, however, all Kaken does is get in Haru's face and yell, "F you," before he storms off. Izuku freezes, his eyes wide with disbelief. Kaken didn't start a fight. He was certain he would. A month ago he would have murdered Haru for spilling his drink on him. But he didn't do anything. His lips twitch upwards without him realizing it. Haru turns to him as everyone goes back to their lunches and smirks. It falls a moment later and he looks strangely somber for a brief second. Then his face lights up again and he jerks his head to the door. Go after him, Izuku, breaking out into a full-on grin. Izuku smothers Haru in a hug and whispers in his ear, "Thank you." Then he lets go and races out of the cafeteria after Kaken. He finds him in the boys' bathroom, grumbling obscenities under his breath as he tries to wipe the juice out of his gakurin with a damp paper towel. They both freeze when they see each other. Kaken stares for a few seconds before scowling. "Did you set that effer up?" he growls accusingly. Izuku shakes his head. "No." Silence follows. Kaken swallows and turns away sharply, going back to rubbing his gakurin. Izuku exhales slowly and steps closer. Kaken doesn't move, but his eyes do flicker towards him briefly before looking away. He squibs harder. "It'll be easier if you just..." Izuku finally reaches him and puts a hand on his arm, stilling his movements. Just take it off," he says quietly. He reaches up and slowly unbuttons his gakurin, sliding it off his shoulders and leaving him in his undershirt. Kaken watches him with an unreadable expression as he takes it and turns towards the sink. He holds the stained part under the water and reaches to turn on the faucet. Something bumps the back of his head. It takes him a moment to realize it's Kaken's forehead. He pauses. They stay silent for a long time, just listening to each other breathe. Izuku's hands clutch the edge of the sink as tears prick the edge of his eyes. A hard lump forms in his throat. He realizes now why he's been feeling so awful for the past few weeks. It's not just because he's still mad at Kaken for what he said. Hey, I miss you." Kaken's voice rumbles in his ear. Izuku sighs but stays silent. The stained gakurin is forgotten in front of him. A moment later, Kaken continues, Can we talk?" Izuku sniffles. "Sure." Silence. "I mean, not like serious talk." Kaken grunts, his forehead still pressed against him. "Just talk." Izuku nods. "Okay," he says quietly. Nothing happens for a few seconds after that, but then slowly, ever so slowly, Kaken's arms wrap around his middle, pulling him closer. Izuku inhales deeply and shifts in his hold, turning around so they can hug properly. He wraps his arms around his friend and leans his head against his shoulder, closing his eyes. Kaken buries his nose in his green curls and takes a deep, shuddering breath. He isn't sure how long they stay like that, just holding onto each other in the middle of the boys' bathroom during their lunch period. All he knows is that, for the first time in weeks, he feels, like everything is going to be okay now. Izuku smiles and hugs him a bit tighter. Then, "Do you want to play video games after school?" Kaken lets out a huff of laughter and he feels it against his chest. "Yeah," he replies softly. "Yeah, let's do that." The lunch bell rings before they can remember to wash the gakurin, but neither of them care that much. Izuku's never been so excited to walk home later that day. It's still kind of quiet. Kaken finally asks him about getting scouted by Recovery Girl, and Izuku is more than happy to tell him about it, but there's still plenty of pauses and somewhat awkward silences here and there. But Izuku finds himself not minding that so much. It's hard to mind when Kaken's finally back on his couch again, sitting beside him and getting fully invested in whatever video game they're playing this time. Izuku keeps glancing at him throughout their game, and when he inevitably loses, all he does is smile and giggle. As Kaken gloats over his win, Izuku leans against his side and lets his cheek smush against the other boy's shoulder. He's missed his player too. Izuku finally finishes reading the anatomy book 2 months later. When he announces his triumph, Kaken gives him a mildly impressed look and Inko cooks him katsudon for dinner. All Might sends him a carefully crafted thumbs-up emoji. He texts Recovery Girl too, and her response goes along the lines of "Good job, now read it again." It makes him grimace, but the healer surprises him by dropping by his house during that weekend to give him a gift. It's a bunch of DVDs of this old show called House MD. Recovery Girl gives them to him in hopes of making the learning process more interesting. It was made way back before quirks appeared, so it'll be a good introduction into traditional quirkless medical practices, many of which are still used today. Izuku questions the fact that it's a drama show, and she says that, despite how exaggerated everything is, the episodes are based on real medical issues. She seems really adamant that he watch the show, so he just shrugs and accepts the DVDs without complaint. Later that night, he drags Kak into his couch and forces the blonde to watch with him. 2 days later, they're on season 3. God, I hate this effing show. Kaken growls as he stares at the screen with rapt attention. He's too captivated to even care that Izuku's feet are resting on top of his legs. I like Cameron, Izuku chirps, snuggling into a pillow. She's so cute and friendly, like a rabbit. Kaken snorts, figures you would like her. She's way too soft to be a doctor, if you ask me. He leans back and glares at the TV, waving his hand vaguely. But I don't get why women like this house guy. He's such a jackass. Why do people hang out with him? I dunno. Probably the same reason I hang out with you. Oi. Kaken throws a pillow at his face. July 3rd. Guess what, young Midoriya? What? Since we met, my time in my muscle form has increased by 40 minutes. Woohoo. Yes, woohoo. And I have gained 20 pounds. Woohoo again. You've been eating well, then? Yes, although I wish Recovery Girl wasn't so bossy about what I ate. Apparently eating fatty American foods isn't considered a healthy way to gain weight. Well, even if you are malnourished, gaining weight too quickly will probably give you indigestion at the very least. And probably some metabolism problems too. And issues with your blood sugar. See, now you sound like Recovery Girl. I will take that as a compliment. So no ice cream. No. What if I told you I haven't been able to eat ice cream for the past 5 years? I would believe you, but still no. Why don't you make a list of all the stuff you really want to eat, and then you have that to look forward to? Sounds like that would just make me want to eat that stuff right now. No, it'll be motivational. 'Cause you'll see that list and think, wow, I want to eat that food. Better keep eating whatever Recovery Girl is making me eat so I can get to the good stuff sooner. Fine. But can I say that nutrition shakes are disgusting? Your complaint is noted. If you hate them so much, then why don't you try another flavor? There's more than one flavor. Yeah. I hear the chocolate-flavored ones are really good. There's chocolate-flavored nutrition shakes. What the hell has Chio been making me drink then? Hold on, I need to make a call. All might. I would like to actually have a mentor when I go to UA, you know. Rip Recovery Girl. I have successfully negotiated for strawberry cream-flavored shakes. Deku. July 20th. What kind of ending was that? I'm assuming you finished House. I am conflicted. I thought it was solid. But it's also been a few years since I've seen the show. More importantly, what did you learn? There are so many more things that can go wrong with the human body than I had initially thought. And that didn't even cover injuries. I asked Kaken what he learned, and he said no one can fire you for being in a hole if you're the best at your job. I am mildly concerned. Yes, but don't worry. Unfortunately, most doctors and healers are not like House. Unfortunately, the whole ruggedly handsome look isn't as popular in the medical community as I would like it to be. My roommates and I watched House when we were in med school. And we got all these high expectations for the male doctors we would be working with in the future. But alas, no, I have not met a doctor like House. I am still a single woman, after all. I can feel your judgment through the screen, boy. I didn't say anything. Ruggedly handsome. Go read your book. By the time winter comes around, Izuku's anatomy book is filled with a cacophony of highlights and brightly colored sticky notes. Recovery Girl gave him permission to write on the pages, and he finds it a lot easier to memorize things when he has visual cues like colors to help him remember. He's nearly done with his 4th round of reading the book, which is more than Recovery Girl asked, but he wants to be extra prepared. There hasn't been much time for anything but studying during winter break. There's studying for school, for Recovery Girl, and for the UA entrance exam in February. To make matters worse, All Might tells Izuku that the recommendation exam occurs a week earlier than the general exam. It's to give the judges time to evaluate the scores, the number 1 hero says over the phone, rather than doing it after the general exam, when they'll also be busy evaluating a larger number of students. It also gives those who fail the recommendation exam the chance to take the general one. It makes sense, of course, but damn if it doesn't rile up Izuku's already shot nerves. The boy is a mess of anxiety during the entire month of January. Despite constant reassurances from Inko, Haru, and all the Bakugas, he pours himself into his studies and repeats information like a mantra in his head during class until the day finally comes. I don't like that you're going to be going by yourself, Kaken growls as Izuku struggles to pick what to wear. It's still early in the morning, but the blonde had come over anyway. knowing that his friend would no doubt be working himself into a worried fit. He's right, to some degree. Izuku was too nervous to eat much for breakfast, so instead he's focusing on making himself presentable. I'm not going to be alone, Kakin, Izuku says as he pulls out a tank top, frowning in consideration. It's still pretty cold outside, but he knows there will be a physical portion and he doesn't want to risk getting too hot. But then again, his main focus is on the written exam. Recovery Girl's colleague is going to meet me at the train station, remember? Kakin grumbles unintelligibly. What do you think I should wear? Izuku asks, giving up and putting the tank top back. I want to be practical, but I also want to look nice. Kakin huffs before getting up and not so gently nudging him aside with his shoulder. Izuku goes to sit on the bed and waits while Kakin rummages through his closet, eventually pulling out a pair of black leggings that he usually wears to spar or run, as well as a white long-sleeved shirt and a black track jacket. He throws the clothes at Izuku with more force than necessary and snaps at him to get changed already. He ends up walking Izuku to the train station to meet All Might, who is waiting for them in his non-muscled form. Izuku smiles when he sees him. He hasn't seen the #1 hero in person since April, so he hasn't been able to see his physical progress since then. All Might is definitely back to a healthy weight now, and his health shows in every aspect of his body, from his shiny hair to his straightened posture. His eyes and cheeks are no longer sunken and gaunt, and when he smiles at them it's a lot brighter. He looks happy. Izuku can hardly recognize the once skeletal man he met in the alley. Young Midoriya, it's good to see you again. All Might greets, waving them over. His eyes land on Kakin, but his smile doesn't fade. And you must be young Bakugo. Kakin eyes All Might skeptically as he nods. Yeah, Izuku hasn't really talked much about All Might, or rather, Toshinori, with Kakin, so he knows the other boy is a bit wary around him. But even without being in his muscled form, All Might is still a very tall and lean man, so eventually Kakin mentally deems him worthy enough to leave Izuku in his care. Text me when you get there, nerd, he says, turning away, and good luck. With that said, he bumps his shoulder and leaves. Izuku and All Might turn to each other and both simply grin for a few moments. You look good, Izuku says, proud when his voice doesn't squeak, even though he's technically been talking to All Might for months. There's a big difference between texting and meeting up personally. The boy is hit with yet another reminder that he is totally not over his hero worship. Thank you, All Might says, puffing up his chest proudly. Then, his grin softens and he asks, how are you feeling? Like I'm about to die, Izuku answers truthfully, and All Might laughs. Nonsense. He clasps the boy's shoulder, leading him to their platform. You've already won the favor of Principal Nezu and Recovery Girl. All there's left to do is pass the written portion and do as well as you can during the physical demonstration. You'll be fine. I know how hard you've been studying. I know, it's just. Izuku scrunches up his shoulders and looks at the ground. What if I don't get in? I mean, what'll I even do then? What if all this was for nothing? How will I ever become a healer if I can't train with Recovery Girl at UA? Bold of you to assume that Chiyo-sen wouldn't train you even if you didn't get into UA. All Might chuckles as they step onto the train. I don't think you understand how excited she is to have an apprentice. Besides, you know that if you don't pass the recommendation test, then you can always try for the general exam next week. Sure, you wouldn't get into the hero course, but Chiyo-sen would still be able to train you if you were in general studies. Izuku takes a deep breath and sits down, All Might taking the seat next to him. You're right, he sighs. I just worry, you know. Yeah, no kidding. All Might lets out a huff of laughter and Izuku puffs out his cheeks in mock offense. Thankfully, the train ride to UA isn't very long and All Might talks for most of the time, clearly trying to distract the greenette as he anxiously tugs at his curls. At one point, the #1 hero pauses and coughs a little, immediately taking out a handkerchief to quickly wipe his mouth. But Izuku doesn't miss the splash of red on the cloth before it is pulled away. You're still coughing up blood, he asks softly. All Might clears his throat. Yeah, I think it has more to do with my lung than my stomach. Izuku frowns, feeling a pang of guilt, even if it would be detrimental to him. He technically does have the ability to heal the hero, and yet here he is, making him wait. All Might must read Izuku's face because he smiles reassuringly and says, don't worry about it. I told you, I can wait. Besides, I already feel loads better thanks to you. Trust me, this is nothing. Izuku blushes lightly at the praise and looks down at his lap, smiling. He eventually stops fussing with his hair and pulls it up into a ponytail before they arrive at their stop. It'll be better to have it out of his way during the written and physical exams. The train station is only a short walk away from campus, and soon Izuku is gawking in awe as UA looms over him. All Might laughs at his reaction and puts a hand on his back to lead him inside. It's more amazing than he ever could have imagined, and it's so big part of him wonders if it's because they have to accommodate students with mutant or gigantification type quirks. As they walk past the gates, All Might inflates into his muscled form. I don't think anyone but Principal Nezu and Chiyo-sen know that I am the one that is sponsoring you, he says, so I apologize if there is a bit of a fuss. That's all right. Do you think we're early? Izuku asks, glancing around for other recommendation students. All Might looks at his phone. Not really. I'm sure others will be arriving shortly. Although, I will admit I'm a bit out of my depth here. He scratches the back of his head. To keep things fair, Nedzu-san only told me what the other sponsors were told. All I know is that we're going to meet in the beta gym. He nods at a smaller building to the left of the main building and they start walking towards it. After that, I assume that you'll be directed to wherever your test will be taken. Okay, Izuku says as they approach the teacher's center. How many recommendation students will there be? Are there a specific amount of spots to be filled? Or do they just accept as many as they want? All Might shakes his head and shrugs cluelessly. I really don't know, young Midoriya. This is new for me too. Right, sorry, he apologizes. They're at the door now, but they both stop in front of it. All Might turns to him and, after a moment of gazing, lifts his hand as if to ruffle his hair comfortingly. He then seems to reconsider it since he'd ruined Izuku's ponytail, so instead he just gives him a thumbs up before pushing the door open. The first thing Izuku notices is that the flame hero Endeavor is standing at the end of the hallway with another boy. The second thing he notices is that as soon as Endeavor glances over his shoulder, he immediately starts glaring heatedly at All Might. Izuku is not unaware of the apparent despise Endeavor holds for the number one hero. It's fairly common knowledge that he's always been jealous of the latter's status. In fact, the only one who doesn't seem to notice his hatred for All Might is All Might himself, which is evident in how the hero perks up at the sight of Endeavor and waves. Yo, Endeavor, All Might calls in his deep voice, wearing his signature grin as he approaches the other man. Izuku trails behind him nervously. Long time no see. All Might, Endeavor practically growls as he fully turns around. Izuku gulps. The flame hero is far more intimidating in real life than he is on TV. Izuku was interested in him for a little while before his healing quirk manifested because he thought he might inherit his father's fire-breathing quirk. Even back then, Izuku couldn't find himself liking the hero very much, mostly because, despite his fire quirk, he just seemed so cold, especially compared to someone like All Might. He's never been known for being particularly friendly, and Izuku can see that now more than ever. He makes sure to stand slightly behind All Might when he stops in front of Endeavor. I haven't seen you since that talk we had with the press 10 years ago, huh? All Might says, completely ignorant of the glare the other hero is sending him. If looks could kill, the number one hero would be nothing but a pile of ashes by now. What are you doing here, All Might? Endeavor asks and All Might visibly brightens. Before Izuku can react, the blonde has his hand on his back and is pushing him forward. I'm here to sponsor this fine young man, Midoriya Izuku. All Might proudly announces. Izuku very nearly shrivels when Endeavor's glare turns to him. Heart racing in his chest, he can't help but shrink slightly when the flame hero narrows his eyes suspiciously. Izuku tries to hold his gaze but very quickly loses his nerve and drops his eyes, instead looking over to the boy standing next to him, who he assumes is his son, Todoroki Shoto. He's heard very little about him. Endeavor is especially tight-lipped when it comes to talking about his family. But it seems that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree because Todoroki is glaring at him just like his father, albeit less heatedly. No, his eyes are cold and his face is carefully devoid of emotion, but somehow Izuku still gets the feeling that he's being sized up. You are sponsoring someone? Endeavor's voice is carrying a hint of something else now, something Izuku can't quite decipher. Well, he must be a very special young man if he was able to catch your eye. Even though his words seem kind, he practically spits them out. All Might pats Izuku's shoulder and grins brilliantly. Indeed, he proclaims, puffing up his chest with pride. Young Midoriya here has one of the most powerful quirks I've ever seen. Izuku has never wished so badly for All Might to shut up before. He knows the older man means well, but dear God, how can he not see that he and Endeavor are on completely different pages? As soon as All Might says those words, Endeavor's flames seem to grow. His attention is fully on Izuku now and the poor boy can virtually feel the intense heat radiating off of him. A quick glance tells him that Todoroki is still staring at him with cold eyes. Well, sit. What the hell is going on? Is that so? High praise from the number one hero. Endeavor growls, low like rolling thunder. I look forward to seeing it. After a few more moments of glaring, he straightens up and gestures to his son. My Shoto is taking the recommendation exam as well. He somehow makes the statement sound like a threat. I believe this will be a fine opportunity for everyone to show off their strength and skill. Then, much like how All Might did with him, Endeavor puts his hand on Todoroki's back and pushes him forward. So now Izuku is awkwardly standing in front of Todoroki while the other boy continues to glare at him icily. Crap, why is he so creepy? Izuku is used to the explosive rage that Kaken constantly displays. Not this silent, cold intimidation. It's so terribly unnerving he hopes he never has to use his quirk on him. No, what the hell is he thinking? Intimidating or not, Todoroki could be one of his future patients. He should make himself seem friendly and open. No doubt he'll have to form strong relationships with heroes in the future. So, why not start with one of his potential classmates? Looking up at Todoroki, Izuku forces himself not to shrink under his gaze and instead smiles. Unfortunately, Todoroki must interpret it the wrong way because his eyes narrow in response. Certainly. Meanwhile, All Might is still talking to Endeavor. I look forward to seeing young Shadow's power as well. You've always been so secretive about him, Endeavor. Endeavor huffs and opens his mouth to respond. But before he can, the door behind him opens and a head pops out. Izuku perks up, instantly recognizes her as the R-rated hero Midnight. "Oh, there you guys are," Midnight says. "Well, don't just stand out here. Come on inside. We're just waiting for a couple more people." Endeavor sends one last scathing look to All Might before brushing past her. Midnight hastily dodges, narrowly avoiding his flames. Todoroki follows his father silently. As soon as they're gone, Izuku feels as if a giant weight has been lifted off of his chest. Sighing wearily, he turns to All Might and asks, "Is he always that intense?" "Yep," All Might replies, popping the P. "But he's a strong and well-respected hero, although I haven't had the chance to work with him many times." He sounds so genuinely disappointed that Izuku nearly snorts. How can someone so powerful and successful be so oblivious? All Might straightens up. "Having young Shadow as your ally will no doubt be beneficial." He says it so confidently that Izuku can't help but smile in response. Well, just because his first impression of Todoroki wasn't so good, that doesn't mean he should let it cloud his judgment of the other boy. So, without further ado, Izuku walks into the gym with All Might and gets his first glimpse of what could very well be his future classmate. The entrance of All Might immediately draws everyone's eyes and many people seem surprised. He can hear a few gasps ripple across the room and he ducks his head slightly, walking in with All Might's gentle hand on his back. There aren't as many recommendation students as he thought there would be. He estimates around 15 or 20, but since they all have a sponsor with them, there's close to 40 people in the room. And as soon as they get over their shock at the sight of All Might, all of their eyes land on him. He gulps. Maybe it would have been better if All Might had sponsored him as Toshinori. At least then nobody would be staring at Izuku as if he just openly challenged them all to a duel. It's not hard to tell what everyone is thinking. He knows how this must look. The number one hero is personally sponsoring some random kid they've never seen before to help him get into his alma mater school for heroics. They're probably thinking he must have some super powerful combative quirk if he was able to catch the eye of the greatest hero in Japan. He should probably say something, just to make sure there's no misunderstandings. Before he can, though, All Might brings attention back to himself by greeting everyone cheerfully. Izuku only recognizes a few of the heroes that are sponsoring their own students, but All Might seems to be somewhat familiar with most of them. He supposes that, as the number one hero, he must regularly meet a lot of heroes. As the large man begins to chat idly with a couple of people, the buzz of conversation resumes. However, Izuku still sees many curious and suspicious eyes glancing at him as the sponsors and students whisper amongst themselves. It feels a bit isolating, but one student seems to have no problem marching right up to him. He's extremely tall with a broad chest and shaved head, but it's his wild eyes that really catch his attention. Izuku can't help but tense up slightly as he approaches. However, unlike Todoroki, this boy grins at him widely. Well, I never thought I'd be seeing All Might sponsoring somebody today. The boy says loudly, "That's super freaking cool, man. I'm Yurashi Inasa." He promptly sticks out a large hand. Izuku blinks and glances at All Might uncertainly, but the blonde simply gives him a thumbs up before turning back to his conversation. Smiling politely, Izuku takes Yurashi's hand and shakes it. "Hello, I'm Midoriya Izuku." Yurashi shakes his hand a bit too enthusiastically for his tastes, practically jerking his whole arm up and down repeatedly. "Midoriya-kun," he nearly shouts, or Izuku-kun. "Izu-kun, I like that better. Can I call you Izu-kun?" Izuku laughs nervously, slowly retracting his hand. Well, he's definitely friendly. Kaken would totally hate him. Still, Yurashi's overwhelming energy is much better than Todoroki's cold demeanor, so Izuku just finds himself smiling and saying, "Sure." "Great." Yurashi grins. "Are you as excited as I am?" "I'm totally stoked right now." "Yeah, no kidding. I just love UA. It's the most passionate high school in Japan." "Do you think?" Yurashi ends up doing most of the talking during their short conversation. Izuku just keeps smiling and nodding, but he doesn't find himself minding too much. It takes his mind off of his anxiety for the test, and Yurashi's obvious passion for heroics is kind of charming. He's clearly boisterous and rowdy, but his friendliness seems genuine. Izuku wouldn't mind talking to him after this is all over. A few minutes later, Principal Nedzu walks in and announces that the written portion of the exam will now begin. He goes on to say that afterwards they'll be moving to ground beta for the physical portion. The students separate from their sponsors as they're led to another section of the gym where rows of desks await them. Izuku takes a deep breath, refocusing his mind to the situation at hand. The written test. All he has to think about right now is the written test. He can worry about everything else later. Sure, the physical exam is literally right after this one, but he tells himself repeatedly that he doesn't have to worry about that one as much. Even Recovery Girl said so. Wait a minute, where is Recovery Girl? And begin. Pushing his thoughts out of his mind, Izuku swallows his anxiety and focuses on the test. The next couple of hours go by way too quickly, even though Izuku studied months in advance. He still comes across a good handful of questions that he doesn't know the answer to. It's obvious that the recommendation test is meant to be a lot more difficult than most high school entrance exams, or even UAS General 1. Still, he thinks he does fairly well overall. Definitely not the highest score, but far from the lowest. As soon as the timer is up, Present Mike bursts into the room, startling nearly everyone. Okay, the written test of the recommendation entrance exam is over. He shouts, "Now, little listeners, I'm sure you're wondering what the physical portion will entail. Get up and follow me." Without waiting for a response, he whirls around and starts dramatically marching out the door. A few students blink at each other for a couple of moments, stunned by the sudden appearance and disappearance of Present Mike's wild energy. Someone else comes by and tells them to leave their tests on their desks so they can be collected while they're gone. Izuku glances at his papers once more before getting up. Whatever anxiety he can have over the written portion doesn't matter anymore. It's done, it's over, and now Izuku can finally relax. Maybe he can even have fun with the physical exam. He feels so much lighter now that he's finished the most important part, at least for him. Smiling, he trots up to Yurashi's side. "How do you think you did?" "Pretty good." The taller boy grins down at him. "It was a lot harder than I thought it would be, though." "Yeah, same here," Izuku says. "I got really worried when I saw the question about." From the front of the group, Present Mike calls out, "Please refrain from discussing specific test questions." A few people snicker around him as Izuku's face turns red. "Sorry," he squeaks, clapping his hands over his mouth. Yurashi laughs, but not unkindly. "Don't mind." He didn't seem too mad about it. He slaps Izuku on the back good-naturedly, but the force of it sends him stumbling forward. "Oops, sorry." "Don't mind," Izuku giggles, regaining his balance. "Although, I wouldn't be surprised if you had a strength quirk." Yurashi puffs up his chest. "God, why does he have to be so big? It's not even his height alone, he's just generally large." "Nope," he says, "my quirk's called Whirlwind. It allows me to manipulate wind currents." "A wind quirk, not even a physically enhancing quirk. So he's just that tall because of genetics, then? Life is so unfair." He doesn't notice the pair of heterochromatic eyes watching him as he replies to Yurashi, "That's super cool." Yurashi practically glows at the praise and peers down at him curiously. "What's your quirk?" "Oh, it's all right, listen up, kiddos." Present Mike yells loudly, interrupting Izuku. The boy blinks in surprise and looks around. He hadn't even realized they'd stopped in front of ground beta. The thick walls loom above them, concealing what's inside. Present Mike pulls out a projector and projects a screen onto one of the walls. The physical test will be a 3-kilometer-long obstacle course. The voice hero explains, "Students will receive numbers and will race 6 at a time. Use your quirks freely to reach the finish line. Of course, attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are prohibited. In addition, your sponsors will be waiting for you at the finish line." "Okay, any questions?" Nobody speaks up, so Present Mike gives them a few minutes to go change into whatever clothes they want to wear for the test. Most of them are wearing some form of workout clothes underneath their outfits, and Izuku just takes off his jacket and pushes it into a locker. Then, Present Mike goes about handing everyone a paper with their number on it. Izuku ends up being placed in the last group to go, but so does Yurashi, so they get to chat with each other while they wait for their turn to go. Izuku's surprised that Yurashi doesn't seem the slightest bit worried. Most of the others, aside from Todoroki, are fidgeting or hopping from foot to foot. He must be very confident in his quirk's abilities if he's able to go into this with such an easy mindset. Either that or he's just really good at hiding his anxiety, which Izuku would envy. When it's finally their turn, Present Mike has them line up against the starting point and wait for the alarm. "Good luck, Yurashi-kun," Izuku chirps as he steps up beside Todoroki, glancing over at the bi-colored boy. He tries smiling again and gets a cold look in response. Not to be deterred, Izuku asks, "Are you excited?" Todoroki narrows his eyes. For a moment, Izuku doesn't think he'll reply, but then he says in a low voice, "It's my goal to surpass All Might and become the #1 hero." Izuku blinks in surprise, mostly because he wasn't really expecting him to respond. Well, he didn't really answer his question though. Where did that come from? Well, anyway, it's not exactly an uncommon goal. Kaken's been telling him for years that he's going to become the #1 hero. Why Todoroki felt the need to tell him in such a threatening way, Izuku doesn't know, but maybe he's fishing for support. Izuku opens his mouth, ready to say something along the lines of "you can do it" or "good luck," but Todoroki's not done. "So, if you've got something from him," he says, "then I'm going to beat you too." With that said, he turns away and focuses on the obstacle course ahead. Izuku frowns, bewildered. "Something from All Might? You mean, besides his recommendation?" All he has time to utter is a confused "huh," before the alarm blares, signaling the start of the exam. Everyone immediately bolts towards the obstacle course and Izuku scrambles after them a second later. Todoroki uses his ice to push himself forward, but Urashi quickly takes the lead, propelling himself with his win. Izuku only has a few seconds to gawk at how cool the quirks are before the two disappear over the first obstacle, which seems to be some sort of rock wall. The three other recommendation students all appear to have pretty well-rounded quirks too. One girl with a ponytail seems to pull a grappling hook out of her stomach to help her get over the wall. Izuku knew full well prior to the exam that he's probably going to come in last place, so he doesn't feel too bad when he's quickly overtaken. Still, he does his best to clamber over the rock wall as fast as possible, and he mentally pats himself on the back for having kept himself in good physical shape. It's definitely helping him now. The obstacle course is hard but clearly doable even if one doesn't have a combative quirk. However, it is clear that above-average physical skill and fitness is needed to get through it. He's probably naturally faster than most of the students he's competing against, and it shows when he starts to catch up to the students other than Todoroki and Urashi. But it takes a lot more time for him to get over the obstacles, and that slows him down significantly. Still, by the time he reaches the finish line, he only comes in about a minute or so later than the last person does, which is pretty good, all things considered. The others, however, clearly don't think the same. They all watch him as he runs towards the finish line, sweating and panting heavily. Confusion is written all over their faces, including the sponsors. Well, except for All Might, who just gives him a thumbs up, and Todoroki, who stares at him with a carefully blank expression. Urashi is glaring at Todoroki for some reason, but even he looks puzzled when Izuku finally crosses the finish line. Nevertheless, he's still friendly enough to flash him and grin and walks up to him as he catches his breath. "Yo, Izuku, you made it." His grin is wide, but the confusion is clear in his mind. Did you not use your quirk? Or, behind him, the other students glance at each other. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Izuku swallows and looks up. "Oh, no," he pants. What the hell is this?" A shout from the group of sponsors catches everyone's attention. A few of the adults back away from Endeavor, whose flames are flickering as he scowls with rage. Turning to All Might, the flame hero snaps. "Does your successor not feel the need to take this test seriously? What, is he just playing around? Think this is all for fun?" Endeavor All Might tries to say, but Endeavor interrupts him. Or maybe he's just so overconfident in his quirk that he believes he doesn't need to use it for the test. He snarls, "Figures you would sponsor someone just as pretentious as yourself, but I will not stand by and let him make a mockery of this test and its participants. Who does he think he is?" Despite All Might's numerous attempts to calm him, Endeavor continues to rant at the number one hero without even pausing for breath. His face is twisted with rage and his flames are nearly covering his entire upper body, making for a truly frightening scene. Meanwhile, Izuku is still standing amongst the recommendation students, staring at Endeavor in dismay. Guilt claws at his heart. He didn't think anyone would be getting so upset by this. "I am sorry," he chokes out, embarrassed tears pricking at his eyes as his cheeks burn. "I didn't mean to offend anyone." Endeavor is yelling so loudly that none of the adults can hear him, but the recommendation students all turn to him. The girl with the ponytail puts a hand on her hip and tilts her head. "Well, then, why didn't you use your quirk?" she asks. "I figured you would possess an exceptional quirk if you were sponsored by someone like All Might." No," Izuku replies, wringing his hands nervously. "I mean, yes, but, I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I don't have a combative quirk, I have a..." "Endeavor, please." Principal Nedzu's voice rings out. He turns to see the principal approaching the group of sponsors with Recovery Girl in tow. Izuku lets out a sigh of relief when he sees her. "It's all right now. Everything's going to be okay. Recovery Girl will be able to explain everything and then Endeavor can stop being so mad." "Endeavor," Nedzu says, patting up to the number 2 hero, "calm down, please. Midoriya-kun here is a bit of a special case because he's..." Endeavor doesn't hear him out, instead whirling on the mouse and snarling. "Oh, so he's getting special treatment because All Might recommended him. I never pegged you as the type 2. "Oh, shut up, you dolt." Recovery Girl suddenly snaps. Everyone glances at her in surprise. "Shio-san." All Might looks embarrassed. Recovery Girl rolls her eyes and steps up right in front of Endeavor. "Now listen here, young man," she says, glaring up at the hero. "Midoriya Izuku is not getting any special treatment from anyone. He is taking this test just like everyone else and is not being given an unfair advantage." But Endeavor tries to interrupt, but Recovery Girl keeps going. "However, I think you need to think twice before making assumptions about people. That boy has the best damn healing quirk I've ever seen, and I'm not going to let some pompous, bull-headed fool get in the way of me training him to become a healer. So, I'll say it again, shut up. There's a moment of silence in which everyone just stares at her in shock. Endeavor opens and closes his mouth repeatedly, his face morphing between rage and confusion as if he can't decide which emotion to feel. Eventually, he somehow manages to settle somewhere between the two, and he turns to All Might. Healing quirk, he questions, but you said his quirk was. I didn't say. Actually, All Might interrupts, although perhaps I should have. I wasn't lying earlier, though. It is one of the most powerful quirks I've ever seen. Endeavor glances between him and Izuku for a moment before growling. But this test is to get into the hero course, he claims. What business does someone with a healing quirk have there? Both Midoriya-kun and his classmates will benefit from him being there. Recovery Girl explains with a firm voice. He will assist me in dealing with the numerous injuries that hero students acquire on a day-to-day basis, and will learn how to react and defend himself in potentially dangerous situations. I'm sure you know that past incidents have shown the hero community that healers can sometimes face the same dangers that heroes face. Izuku's jaw nearly drops in shock. Recovery Girl didn't mention it by name, but there's no doubt that she's referring to the incident involving one of Endeavor's healers being stolen by a villain over 15 years ago. He can't believe she went that far. Endeavor's teeth grind audibly as he glares down at Recovery Girl. But he won't argue with the healer after he's been so thoroughly chastised by her, at least not in front of a bunch of other heroes and children. Still, Izuku feels the need to speak up. I'm sorry, Endeavor, he apologizes nervously. I didn't mean to upset anyone. Don't worry about it, young Midoriya, All Might says softly. It was just a simple misunderstanding. Izuku must not look very convinced because Urashi claps a hand on his shoulder and says, don't mind. Izuku smiles a little, turning to face the rest of the recommendation students that are gazing at him with much friendlier expressions. Even Todoroki isn't glaring at him anymore. In fact, he almost looks a little embarrassed. He doesn't say anything, but when Izuku smiles at him once more, his only response is to drop his gaze to the ground, the barest hint of a flush on his cheeks. So, you really have a healing quirk? Urashi asks and Izuku nods. He grins. That's super cool, man. How does it work? The girl with the ponytail asks. Before Izuku can answer, a boy with scary-looking teeth thrusts his arm out in front of him. Hey, I got a scratch on my arm from the mountain area, he says abruptly, jerking his head at the obstacle course. Can you heal it? Izuku glances at Recovery Girl for permission. He knows he's not supposed to use his healing quirk unless he's under the supervision of a medical professional, which Recovery Girl clearly is, but he isn't sure if their training has officially begun yet. To his delight, however, she merely smiles and nods at him to continue. Izuku turns back to the boy with a grin. Sure. He rolls up the other's sleeve, revealing the relatively shallow scratch, and gently places his hand over it. A few seconds later, he pulls it away, revealing perfectly healthy skin. Whoa, all of the students close around him as they stare at the boy's arm with wide eyes. That's so awesome, Urashi exclaims. It was so fast. The boy he healed gawks at his own arm before grinning at Izuku. Thanks, I'm Honuki Juzo, by the way. Midoriya Izuku, Izuku replies, shaking his hand. The girl with the ponytail introduces herself as well. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo, Takage Setsuna. The other girl says, Yoarashiinasa. Urashi shouts, unnecessarily loud. He laughs and grins down at Izuku. But you already knew that. Izuku giggles and there's a moment of silence before they all turn to Todoroki expectantly. His face remains blank. Todoroki shouto. Then, his head tilts ever so slightly and he asks, why did All Might sponsor you if you're going to train with Recovery Girl? Oh, Izuku's mind races for a moment before he settles on. Well, Recovery Girl-sen couldn't sponsor me herself because she works at UA and there's like an old rule saying that teachers at UA can't sponsor students. Cause I guess they might help them cheat. He didn't really answer Todoroki's question, and from the look on his face he can see that too. But Izuku is saved from further questions by Principal Nedzu announcing the end of the recommendation exam. He congratulates them all for finishing the test and tells them that they will receive their letters of acceptance or declination before the end of the week. Endeavor immediately turns to leave. Shouto. He barks, come. Todoroki presses his lips together before following his father out of ground beta. Izuku notices Urashi gazing after them with an unusually hostile expression. What's wrong? He asks and the taller boy looks down at him, his face quickly smoothing out. Nothing. Another sponsor calls out and Honuki turns to them, saying, hey, I've gotta go, but it was cool meeting you guys. Yeah, Izuku says, I hope I see you guys at UA this spring. You too. Yeah, see ya. Bye Izukun. Huffing a little laugh, Izuku turns and jogs back over to All Might. He can't help but have a skip in his step. He just finished the recommendation exam. It's finally over. The number one hero grins and begins leading him out of the training ground. As soon as they're out of hearing range, Izuku chirps, "Well, that went well." All Might just laughs. Izuku receives his acceptance letter from UA that Thursday. Even though he knew there was a pretty good chance he would get in, he still lets out a huge sigh of relief when he learns that he actually got accepted. Inko cries and hugs him tightly for a few minutes before inviting the Bakugas over, who all congratulate him in their own way. Izuku pulls away from Auntie Mitsuki's hair ruffle only to get caught by Kaken, who ruffles his hair even more. "Kaken," he whines, but the boy just snickers. "Next week, it's my turn to get a letter." He grins. All Might and Recovery Girl congratulate him over text, and Izuku expresses his surprise to the former that he was in his acceptance letter. "I suppose it's not a secret anymore that you're going to be working at UA." "Nope. The cat is out of the bag. Should I start calling you All Might Sensei, then?" "Oh, this is going to be weird." Izuku laughs. The rest of the school year seems to fly by quickly, which he's thankful for. To no one's surprise, Kaken passes the general entrance exam with top scores. Izuku and Kaken are the only students from their junior high to get into UA, so they get praised and complimented numerous times by both students and teachers. Kaken preens under the attention. Only Tsubasa, Inaba, and Haru know that Izuku got in through recommendations, although they still think it was Recovery Girl's recommendation. They congratulate him, but Tsubasa and Inaba's attention quickly shifts to Kaken once he gets in. That's all right, though. Haru doesn't sit with them at lunch, but Izuku still hangs out with him as much as he can, so they get time to talk about UA. Haru decided not to apply, despite Izuku reassuring him that Kaken wouldn't hurt him anymore. Instead, he's chosen to go to another high school that's fairly well known. He has a bashful look on his face when he tells Izuku that he wants to work with kids in the future, maybe as a pediatrician or something. He scratches the back of his head. "I don't know yet, but I just thought, well, my quirk is good for making people laugh. And I want to make kids laugh and feel better when they're maybe not feeling so good." Izuku listens with a soft smile that only grows as he speaks. Reaching to place his hand over the boy's, he says earnestly, "That's really cool, Haru-kun. You've always been great at making me laugh." He grins. "I'm glad you're thinking of ways to help people with your quirk. You're like a hero." Haru's wide-eyed expression sends him into a fit of giggles. Finally, April arrives and it's time for their first day of class at UA. Izuku practically vibrates with excitement and nerves as he and Kaken walk past the front gates. Even though he's been here before, he still gazes at everything with wide eyes, trying to take it all in. Kaken looks straight ahead as he walks next to him. He's trying to seem cool and indifferent, but Izuku's known his friend long enough to tell that he's just as excited as he is. "Relax, Zuku," Kaken growls half-heartedly. "It's just the first day. We're probably not even going to do much. Opening ceremonies take forever. I can't help it." Izuku puts a little spring in his step. "I'm just so excited. What do you think our classmates will be like? I wonder how other recommendation students got in. I hope I see Yorashi-kun again." "Who?" Kaken arches a brow. "Yorashi-kun," Izuku repeats. "I told you about him. We met during the exam and he was really tall and loud but really friendly too. The wind quirk guy." Of course Kaken would remember that part. "Yeah." The blonde grunts a noncommittal reply. "There aren't many students here yet, mostly because they had to come early to meet with Recovery Girl. Part of Izuku's training includes meeting up with her before and after school. The morning meetings are going to be short, mostly just him checking in with her before going to his homeroom, while the later meetings are going to be longer as she'll be teaching him then. The infirmary is located right in the middle of the main campus. Recovery Girl welcomes them inside when they arrive, but Kaken is content to just wait in the hallway while they talk. "So, I'm assuming you're excited, Midoriya-kun?" Recovery Girl asks with a twinkle in her eyes. Izuku grins and nods rapidly. "That's good. It's always so nice to see the energy of the youth." She turns in her chair and gestures to the room around her. "There's not much to go over right now, but of course you'll be expected to become very familiar with this room as time goes by. It may not seem very big, but I like to keep things organized, especially paperwork." She nods at the small shelf of binders and books on her desk next to her computer. "I asked that a desk be made for you as well, although I'm afraid there's no computer yet." Izuku notices the smaller desk on the opposite side of the room and smiles. It's so nice of Recovery Girl to give him his own space in her office. He spots a couple of textbooks on it and starts to walk over to them, but Recovery Girl just waves her hand. "Oh, don't worry about those yet," she says. "We'll be going over my lesson plan for you later today. For now, I just want you to focus on getting settled in. You have Aizawa-san as your homeroom teacher, right?" "I think so," Izuku says. "Is he nice?" For some reason, his mentor looks amused. "Yes, but he might not seem like he is at first. He has a nasty habit of expelling a lot of his students." Izuku's heart leaps to his throat. "What?" His panic must show on his face because Recovery Girl quickly adds, But he won't expel you. All the teachers know that you're my apprentice. They're allowed to give you detention if you misbehave. But if they want to expel you, then they'll have to go through me first. Izuku smiles and relaxes, but only slightly. Just because he's safe doesn't mean that Kaken is. He hopes his ill-mannered friend will at least try to stay out of trouble today, although that's a rather tall order. Well, you should probably head on to your class now, Recovery Girl says. There are plenty of teachers wandering around, so if you get lost, just ask them. Okay, he bows politely. Thank you, Recovery Girl Sensei. The older woman rolls her eyes. None of that, now. Just San if you must. Rather pointless to put it on my hero name, though. Giggling, Izuku straightens up and rejoins Kaken outside. Together, they walk through the massive halls of UA, trying to find their classroom. The door for Class 1A is massive, but Kaken pushes him inside before he can gawk at it for too long. It seems that they're allowed to choose their own seats. So Izuku just follows Kaken and takes the seat behind him. The blonde immediately makes himself comfortable, leaning back and kicking his feet up onto the desk in front of him. Normally Izuku would complain about that, but right now he's too excited to even think about scolding the other boy. We're finally here, Kaken. He whispers, are you nervous? Kaken scoffs. Of course not. And why the F are you whispering? We're the only ones in here. As soon as he says those words, the door slides open and two people walk in, a girl with pink hair and skin and a boy with spiky red hair. Izuku perks up and smiles at them, hoping to come off as friendly. It seems to work because the two smile back at him before taking seats near each other. They chat with each other as a few more people walk in, but it seems like most of them are trying to keep to themselves. It's not surprising. It's a bit intimidating to talk to people you don't know yet, although the pink girl and red-haired boy do seem to be familiar with each other. Still, Izuku hopes that smiling at the students that walk in will help them feel more welcome. Quit smiling at everyone, weirdo, Kaken grunts, it's effing creepy. Izuku frowns, but just then a familiar bi-colored boy walks in. Todoroki glances at him briefly but remains silent as he walks to the back of the classroom and takes a seat there. Izuku stifles a sigh. Well, at least that's one more familiar face. He keeps hoping for Yurashi to appear, but the wind wielder is nowhere to be seen. However, a couple of minutes later the girl with the ponytail walks in. Yaoyorozu, was it? She smiles when she sees him and walks over. Midoriya-kun. She asks a bit uncertainly and relaxes when he nods. It's nice to see you again. It's nice to see you too. Izuku smiles, straightening up in his seat. Kaken raises an eyebrow. You know this chick, Zuku? He eyes Yaoyorozu up and down, looking a bit unimpressed. She frowns. Yeah, she's a recommendation student, Izuku replies. To Yaoyorozu, he says, this is my friend, Bakugo Katsuki. Kaken, this is Yaoyorozu Momo. Nice to meet you, Yaoyorozu says. Kaken merely rolls his eyes and turns away with a huff. Yeah, sure, Kaken, Izuku warns, giving him a look. Before he can say anything else, they're suddenly approached by a tall blue-haired boy. He marches up to them with purpose and promptly frowns down at Kaken. Don't put your feet on the desk, he loudly orders. Kaken narrows his eyes and smirks. Huh. The boy makes an odd motion with his hands and points at the desk. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and to the people who made the desk? Nope, Kaken sneers. What junior high did you go to, you side character? Kaken, Izuku scolds while Yaoyorozu puts a hand to her mouth in shock. The blue-haired boy looks surprised too, but he quickly straightens up and replies, I attended Sumi Private Academy. My name is Tenya. Kaken's eyes practically light up in the worst way possible. Sumi, so you're a damn elite? Huh, looks like I'll have fun crushing you. And yep, that's Izuku's cue to step in. He doesn't mean that. He yelps, jumping to his feet. Hell yeah, I do. Kaken retorts. No, you don't. He rushes to put himself between Kaken and Ida, smiling apologetically as he pushes his friend's feet off the desk. The blonde lets him, but he grumbles the entire time. Sorry about him. Izuku laughs nervously, scratching the back of his head. He has a bit of a rough sense of humor. I see, Ida says, still frowning slightly. At the same time, Kaken snaps. No, I don't. Still smiling, Izuku replies, yes, you do. I'm effing hilarious. I'm Midoriya Izuku, he says, ignoring Kaken as he holds his hand out to Ida. The blue-haired boy shakes his hand. Ida Tenya, nice to meet you. Oi, nerd. Kaken growls behind him, standing up. Don't effing ignore me. Are you two really friends? Yaoyorozu asks warily, watching the scene with a skeptical expression. Kaken bares his teeth with raised hackles. Of course we effing are. He snarls at her. Why wouldn't we be? Izuku waves his hands apologetically as Yaoyorozu and Ida glance at each other. Kaken and I have known each other since we were kids, he explains. But before he can say anything else, something catches his eye. It looks like a yellow caterpillar, just standing in the entrance of the classroom. Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Kaken follow his gaze and frown in confusion. Then, the caterpillar sheds its skin to reveal a scruffy-looking man with black hair and a gray scarf. It takes a moment for Izuku to recognize him, but as soon as it clicks he perks up. The Racerhead, Ida and Yaoyorozu still look confused, but Kaken grunts in acknowledgement. This guy again. The Racerhead's eyes narrow at them and he says in a drawling voice, "If you're just here to chat with friends, I suggest you leave now." They stare at him for another moment before Ida stiffens up, apparently realizing that he means for their group to disperse. As they all go to sit in their own seats, a Racerhead steps out of his sleeping bag and bundles it under his arm. "It took 10 seconds for you guys to settle down," he says. "Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough." He glances around the room with tired eyes. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shouta. Nice to meet you." While everyone murmurs in shock, Izuku's heart practically leaps. The Racerhead is his homeroom teacher. The Racerhead. Recovery Girl never told him that part. God, UA is already so cool. The underground hero reaches into his sleeping bag and pulls out some uniforms, telling them to get changed and go out onto the field. As they walk towards the changing rooms with their uniforms in hand, Yaoyorozu walks up to Izuku's side. "Midoriya-kun," she says. "You and Bakugo-kun seem to recognize Aizawa-sensei when he walked in." "Who is he?" Visibly brightening, Izuku replies, "He's a super cool underground hero. He can erase other people's quirks just by looking at them. Plus, that scarf around his neck is really a weapon that he uses to capture bad guys." As he talks, his mind thinks back to the page he has for Eraserhead in his journal. His obvious enthusiasm for the hero catches the attention of a few other students, who glance at him curiously. Yaoyorozu looks intrigued. "Oh, an underground hero?" She asks, "How did you find out about him?" Izuku hesitates, not wanting to go into detail about his near kidnapping. Eventually, he settles on, "I found myself in a bit of trouble a few years ago and he rescued me. I guess I've become a bit of a fanboy since then." He blushes and looks at the ground. Before Yaoyorozu can say anything else, Kaken calls out from ahead, "Come on, Zuku, hurry it up." "Coming, Kaken," Izuku says, then smiles at Yaoyorozu, "See you on the field." Even though the changing rooms aren't very different from the ones in their junior high, just more spacious, Izuku still gawks for a few moments until Kaken snaps at him to get dressed. He hastily changes into his training uniform, so cool, before making his way onto the field with the rest of his class. Aizawa gazes at them with tired eyes and promptly announces that they'll be taking a quirk assessment test. "But what about the opening ceremony?" A brown-haired girl in the front asks. "The orientation? If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events." Aizawa grunts. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. He gives them a sharp look, making a few students tense up. The teacher goes on to explain how the education system is slacking and they're going to redo the physical fitness tests from junior high with a slight change. Then, he has Kaken throw a softball, giving him full permission to use his quirk. The blonde seems a bit surprised, but eagerly pitches the ball into the air, using an explosion to propel it far. Questionable choice of words aside, he creates an impressive result that causes the rest of the students to get excited. "This looks fun," the pink girl from earlier says cheerfully. "Fun, huh?" Aizawa drawls. "All right then. Whoever comes in last place will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion." Izuku gulps as everyone around him gasps. Well, Recovery Girl did warn him about this, and even though he knows he's safe from expulsion, it's still a bit unnerving to know that one of these students might end up going home after today. "We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students." Aizawa gives them a terrifying grin. "Welcome to UAS Hero Course." The brown-haired girl from earlier protests that the test is unfair, and Izuku can't find himself agreeing with her. Even though Aizawa's decision might seem cruel, he knows there must be some logic behind it. Recovery Girl said that deep down Aizawa is nice, and Izuku saw that for himself when the hero comforted him after his attack. So he's probably not doing this to be mean. If someone with no potential stayed in the hero course, well, even if they did manage to become a hero, Izuku supposes that they might not last long. He knows from experience how dangerous villains can be, and if you're not properly prepared or able to deal with them, then you would probably end up dead. It seems that Aizawa tries to tell them this too, in his own strangely ominous way. Next to Izuku, Kaken is already warming up, stretching his arms with a grin on his face. "All right, the demonstration's over," Aizawa says. "The real thing starts now. The first test is a 50-meter dash, so go line up in pairs over there." He nods to a series of lines near the wall of the changing room. Izuku moves to follow his classmates as they start to walk over, but the teacher calls out, "Midoriya Izuku." A word. Kaken arches a brow questioningly, but Izuku waves him off to join the others. He forces himself not to freak out, or worse, fanboy out, as he approaches Aizawa. He wonders if the man even remembers him. There's no flash or hint of recognition in his eyes. But then again, he seems to be purposely keeping his face neutral during this whole thing. He stops in front of Aizawa and politely asks, "Yes, sir." Aizawa slowly blinks at him and grunts. Obviously, you won't be expected to use your quirk in this assessment. However, I still want you to try your best. It's my job to train you and make sure you can handle yourself in a dangerous situation, so I need to know where you're at physically. Got it. Yes, sir. Izuku nods and Aizawa motions for him to rejoin his classmates. The test begins soon after. It's kind of interesting to see how nearly everyone uses their quirks to help them get through it. Ada turns out to have engines in his legs and very quickly secures the top score for the race. A few manage to get close to his score, though. Kaken uses his explosions to propel himself forward, and a girl with a frog-like quirk swiftly covers ground in long leaps and bounds. Izuku doesn't do half bad himself, thanks to all those long runs he goes on with Kaken. Plus, there are other students with quirks that aren't helpful in this situation, like the girl with strange ears and the boy with electric blonde hair, that he actually gets a better score than. The grip test he doesn't do as well in, but it's clearly biased towards people with some sort of strength-enhancing quirk. He still has fun admiring the brawn of a six-armed boy who introduces himself as Shoji. He gawks at his impressive score until Kaken drags him away with a huff. The standing long jump is amusing too, if only because it's funny to see the awkward position Kaken puts himself into in order to keep his feet off of the ground for as long as possible while his explosions propel him. Todoroki impresses everyone by making some sort of ice bridge to get him across, and Yaoyorozu creates a long pole vaulting stick for herself. As the tests go on, Izuku tries not to let it bother him that his quirk isn't helpful right now. Everyone is finding some way to get an impressive score in at least one of the tests, but he repeatedly tells himself that it doesn't matter. He's doing just fine, which is fine in and of itself, but he can't help but wish he could be a little above average in something. Every score he gets is very middle of the pack. Not awful, but not outstanding either. Not that he needs to be. He's going to be a healer, not a hero, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't. He should just think about something else. The ball toss is fun to watch, especially when the brown-haired girl from earlier gets a score of infinity. Izuku giggles along with a few other people, but Kaken just grumbles because she got a better score than him. Then there's toe touches, sit-ups, and a distance run, all of which he does fairly well in. At the end, when Aizawa announces their final scores, Izuku finds himself in 15th place. Beside him, Kaken snarls angrily. Izuku startles and is about to ask what's wrong, but then he sees it. To his immense surprise, his friend didn't get first place, or even second. No, those places belong to Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, respectively. That leaves Kaken in third place, which isn't really that bad, but the blonde still looks furious. "Don't mind, Kaken," he says, patting his shoulder soothingly. "You did great." "Shut up." Kaken snaps and Izuku frowns. The explosive boy just shoves his hands into his pockets and glares heatedly at the ground, grinding his teeth audibly. Last place goes to some poor kid named Minta, who is promptly sent packing by Aizawa. Izuku feels terribly sorry for him as the boy leaves in tears, but he does notice how many of the girls look relieved. He makes a mental note to ask Yaoyorozu later if she knows why. Aizawa sends them off after that, telling them to look at the handouts of the curriculum after lunch. As they walk back to the main building, Izuku notices that a lot of the students are now chatting with each other. Even Kaken is talking to the boy with spiky red hair, although it seems like the latter is doing most of the talking. Izuku perks up when he sees Yaoyorozu and Todoroki walking together and jogs to catch up with them. "Hey, guys," he says, coming up on Todoroki's left. "Great job getting first and second place." "Thank you." Yaoyorozu smiles. "I'm a bit surprised Aizawa-sensei had you participate, though. Does he know that you have a healing quirk?" "Oh, yeah, but he just wanted to see how capable I am," Izuku replies. "Physically, I mean. I think I'll be participating in most class activities, unless they involve direct combat using quirks." Yaoyorozu tilts her head. "And how will you be training with Recovery Girl, then?" "I'm going to be meeting with her before and after school for lessons." Yaoyorozu looks surprised, and even Todoroki casts him a glance. Izuku grins and scratches the back of his head. "Yeah, it's a bit of extra work, but I'm excited." He pauses, then remembers a thought. "Hey, I was wondering if you guys know if Irashi-kun is here." Yaoyorozu frowns. "Was that the boy from the recommendation exam? The one with the wind quirk?" "Yeah," Izuku says. "I haven't seen him yet, so I thought maybe he got put in class 1B. Yaoyorozu shakes her head and says, "I haven't seen him either, sorry." She glances at Todoroki, but he doesn't seem to be paying much attention to the conversation. "Oi, Zuku." Izuku suddenly finds himself being dragged forward by the arm. Kaken stomps doggedly towards the boys' changing room and growls. "Come on, nerd, I'm effing hungry, so get changed quick so we can get to the cafeteria before these other losers." "Oh." Izuku blinks and looks back at Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, who stare at him as he gets dragged away by Kaken. "Sorry, see you later, guys." He turns away before he can see the quizzical glance they share. The rest of the day goes by fairly quickly. Izuku feels like he's getting whiplash from seeing one pro hero after another. He's met more heroes today than during his entire life, and they're his teachers. Yue is just too cool. By the time the end of the day arrives, he's both overwhelmed and tired. He doesn't know if his brain can handle any more new information. But he's excited to learn from Recovery Girl, so he gives himself a quick slap on the cheeks to wake him up and marches towards the infirmary. Kaken comes too, even though Izuku tells him he doesn't have to come, but the other boy insists. He ends up lying on one of the beds and playing on his phone while Recovery Girl asks Izuku how his first day went. "I can't believe Eraserhead is my homeroom teacher." Izuku gushes, "Thanks for the warning, Recovery Girl." The healer looks amused. "I didn't know you were a fan." Most kids have never heard of him before. "I met him once, actually," he says, "but I don't think he remembers me." "Oh really?" Recovery Girl hums. "How'd you two meet?" Kaken doesn't move, but he does glance up at Izuku. The greenette can't quite read his expression, but he doesn't look like he's about to protest. "So," Izuku says, "a couple of villains tried to kidnap me when I was 10. Recovery Girl stiffens in alarm, eyes widening slightly. They wanted to sell me for my quirk, but Eraserhead stopped them. He probably saved my life, really." His mentor opens her mouth, then closes it. Her brow is furrowed. I started taking self-defense classes right after that, though." Izuku hastily tries to reassure her. "And that's the only time something like that has ever happened." "That's good," Recovery Girl says, her eyes trailing to Kaken. The blonde notices and grunts. "I walk him to and from school. Don't worry, I know how to keep him out of trouble." That seems to satisfy her enough. Recovery Girl nods and turns back to Izuku. "Well, I'm sure Aizawa-sen remembers you. He's just a difficult man to read." She goes to sit in her chair and leans back with a sigh. "Anyway, there's not much I can teach you on the first day of school. I don't usually see many injured students until the second or third day. However, when we do get to healing people, I want to teach you traditional methods first. I don't want you to rely so much on your quirk, especially since you can't control it well. We'll get to training with your quirk in a couple of weeks. But for now." She nods at the books on Izuku's desk. He goes to pick them up and notices that there's only a couple and one of them is a bit thicker than the other. Thankfully, though, neither of them are even close to the size of his anatomy book. The smaller book is all about basic first aid, Recovery Girl explains, and the other one has a bunch of information on how to treat common injuries like sprained ankles, concussions, dislocated shoulders. You get the picture. I've gone in and highlighted the ones I see students get most often, but I want you to learn about all of them. "Okay," Izuku says, still looking down at the books. "When do I need to read them by?" "The first aid one, preferably by the end of this week," she says. "It's a lot of information, but it's a relatively easy read." Izuku nods determinedly, already moving to put them into his backpack. "And while you learn about that," Recovery Girl continues, "I also want you to think about how quirks could potentially harm their users." "Huh?" Izuku asks. "You saw your classmates use their quirks today, right?" He nods. "Consider what drawbacks their quirks might have and how overuse might affect them. Like how, for example, overusing your quirk makes you tired." Izuku frowns in thought, glancing over at Kaken, who's still lying on the bed. "Well, sometimes Kaken's wrists start to hurt when he makes too many big explosions." He muses and the blonde looks up, and during the quirk apprehension test one of the boys, I think his name was Aoyama, he mentioned that he gets a stomachache if he shoots his laser for more than a second. I suppose Ida-kun would eventually tire out. And Aizawa-sensei's quirk relies on staring, so he would probably get dry eyes. He subconsciously dissolves into muttering, but Recovery Girl doesn't seem too bothered. He tries to recall as many of his classmates' quirks as possible, but he only just met them all. "I'm sorry, I haven't really memorized everyone's quirks yet." "That's all right," his mentor says, "but you've got the right idea. UA likes to push their students to the brink of exhaustion, go beyond, plus ultra and all that." She rolls her eyes and Izuku's lip twitches. "So, injuries from quirk overuse is something that we're going to have to deal with often. I want you to learn how your classmates' quirks could affect them and, if necessary, prevent them from going overboard." Izuku blinks in surprise at this. "Prevent them?" Recovery Girl reads his face and gives him a firm look. "Believe it or not, but healers do have some authority over heroes. If you think a student is about to get themselves seriously injured, you have the right to order them to stop or make the teacher stop them. Now, I'm not saying you can go around flaunting your authority right away, but it's just something that you should know, especially since a lot of heroes like to act tough and ignore their injuries." She sounds so utterly annoyed that Izuku can't help but laugh. Kaken grumbles to himself from across the room. "Okay," Izuku giggles. After a few more minutes of talking, she sends them on their way. Their meeting only ended up being a little over half an hour, but she makes sure to remind Izuku that his future lessons will be much longer. "I just feel kind of bad that you're going to be waiting for so long, Kaken," Izuku says as they walk towards the train station. Kaken scoffs. "Don't be, idiot. What do you think I'm going to do? Let you walk home by yourself?" His tone leaves no room for argument. No, Izuku rolls his eyes. But maybe you could, I don't know, hang out with some friends somewhere while I'm with Recovery Girl. What friends? Kaken raises a brow. Izuku gives him a look. Come on, Kaken. You can't act like you're not going to make any friends at UA. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to be a hero, he says grouchily. Besides, our class is just full of annoying dumbasses. That's not true. Izuku sputters. Yaoyorozu-san is nice and not dumb. I bet. He wrinkles his nose. And Ida-kun seemed friendly too. Loud, Kaken grunts. So are you, Izuku retorts. Kaken snarls wordlessly. There's a few moments of silence in which they just walk. And then Izuku adds, it's not a bad thing to make new friends, you know. Kaken narrows his eyes at him. He smiles, makes things more fun. The blonde tosses his head and snorts, PSSH, whatever. Izuku casts a worried glance at his friend. Kaken could just be being gruff, but Izuku really hopes he befriends someone other than him. Kaken's crude attitude takes a long time to get used to, though. His mind wanders back to the red-haired boy who was chatting with Kaken earlier and smiles. $5 says you have a new friend by the end of next week. Oh, F off. Later that night, Izuku takes a break from reading his first aid book to text All Might. I didn't see you at school today. I was there, but I spent most of my day in the teacher's lounge preparing for my future classes. I wanted to check on you after school, but Recovery Girl messaged me saying that one of your friends was with you in the infirmary. I figured it would be best to avoid raising suspicions on the first day of school. Oh, okay. Don't worry, I'll try to convince Kaken to wait somewhere else during my lessons. Did you have fun today? In response, Izuku sends him a picture of his open first aid book, which is half covered by sushi sitting on it. I already have homework divided by, but it was really fun. My classmates have such cool quirks. Your cat looks upset at the book and I agree. What could you possibly be learning about on the first day of school that would warrant that much homework? Basic first aid. But don't worry, I have till the end of the week to read it. Oh good. Well, I will be teaching hero lessons tomorrow. No spoilers, but I think it will be very fun. But then again, what do I know about teenagers? Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be a great teacher. I know kids these days enjoy memes. Should I incorporate memes into my lesson? TLZ don't. Izuku is distracted from his phone by Sushi meowing very loudly at him. He looks up to see the cat glare at the book under his large paws and then at him. Sighing, Izuku leans forward and tries to pull the book away. Come on, Sush, I gotta keep reading. Sushi just stares at him and meows again, long and annoying. I think he's telling you to take a break, sweetie, Inko says as she walks by. You said you have until the end of the week to read it and yet you're already almost halfway through. Izuku huffs, frowning at Sushi. I'm just excited. I want to hurry up and heal people, even if I'm not allowed to use my quirk. His shoulders droop for a moment. Then he perks back up. And it is interesting. First aid stuff, I mean. That's great, Inko replies. But again, you don't need to rush. Ever since you met Recovery Girl, it's like you've been reading non-stop. Yeah, well, healers have to know a lot. He sniffs. I don't doubt that, his mother says, but you should learn to limit yourself. You had a long day today, didn't you? Take a break. You don't have to learn everything right away. With a small sigh, Izuku gives in. Fine, he says, leaning back against the couch. What should we do now, then? Inko pauses in thought, then smiles. Do you want to rewatch some episodes of House? I Love You. The next morning, Izuku checks in with Recovery Girl before homeroom begins. You already read half the book. She blinks in surprise. I thought it would take longer. It certainly did for me, but you seem like you're a faster reader. I'm still impressed that you, a 15-year-old boy, willingly read Human Anatomy and Physiology 4 times in less than a year. I feel like it took me ages to get through that book when I was in college. Izuku smiles and she turns to her desk, pulling something out of the lower drawer. Well, then, I have no worries giving you this. She pulls out what looks to be some sort of costume. Izuku tilts his head questioningly as his mentor explains. You're going to need this for today's hero lesson. I've already spoken with Toshinori-san and apparently the class is going to be combat training. Since it's really just a chance for the students to show off how their quirks can be used in battle, you will be on standby for injuries. Oh, okay, he says, still confused by the costume. She gives him a firm look. Now remember that until you learn how to control your quirk, you're not allowed to heal anything beyond minor injuries. However, since you read a good deal of that first aid book last night, you can also choose to treat minor injuries through traditional means. He nods and finally she gestures to the costume in her hands. You never submitted a form for your costume. Huh, costume? He asks, but I thought. Healers often wear costumes too. Especially since most work as combat medics, Recovery Girl explains, so that they're more easily identifiable on the field. I hope you don't mind, but I went ahead and spoke with your mother to create your costume for you. There are some regulations that combat medic costumes have to follow, but I think we made something rather nice. His breath catches and he wants to reach for his costume. but Recovery Girl puts it back in her drawer. You won't need that until after lunch, she says. But one of the things it comes with are a few pouches full of medical equipment. Today's class will be a good opportunity to become familiar with them. A bit disappointed that he can't become familiar with them now, Izuku pouts and nods. Recovery Girl's eyes twinkle with amusement and he blushes, looking down at his feet. Okay, she smiles before adding, and remember what we talked about yesterday. Izuku ponders. Oh, I can observe my classmates' quirks more closely today. And think of how overuse would affect them. Recovery Girl nods and the warning bell rings. Izuku bids his goodbyes before joining Kaken, who is waiting outside. Kaken frowns at the skip in his step and asks, "What are you so happy about?" Izuku beams. "I got to see my healer costume." He chirps. "Healer costume?" Kaken raises an eyebrow incredulously. "I know, right?" Izuku says. "I didn't even know I would get one." Apparently Recovery Girl designed it with Mom. "Oh no." Kaken smirks when Izuku gives him a look. They walk into Class 1 and take their seats. Homeroom begins soon after and Izuku's heart still gives a little leap of excitement when he sees Era's Aizawa walk in. He's Aizawa now, not Eraserhead. Man, it's gonna be a while before he stops internally fanboying over his teachers. There's even heroes in the Gotham cafeteria. Izuku nearly chokes on his food when lunch rush passes by his and Kaken's table. At least it's a bit easier with All Might during their hero class after lunch. While everyone freaks out at the sight of the number 1 hero, Izuku is able to remain a little more composed. Sure, he gawks too, it would be suspicious if he didn't. And All Might's Silver Age costume is really cool. But when All Might's smile gets just a bit brighter when their eyes meet, well, Izuku can't help but feel a little bit special. "I teach hero basic training," the hero announces once he reaches the podium. "It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject." Izuku's lip twitches. It sounds like he rehearsed this many times. All Might promptly announces that they'll be doing combat training, which Izuku already knew, but it's fun to see Kaken's enthusiastic reaction. Their costumes slide out of panels in the walls, and Izuku is pleasantly surprised when his is there too. Recovery Girl must have given it to All Might during lunch. As they get changed, Izuku takes a moment to admire his costume in one of the changing room mirrors. It appears to be a light green and white jumpsuit with pale yellow bands down the front and a darker red belt that holds his medical bags. Looking at it a bit closer, Izuku realizes with a fond flutter in his heart that it almost looks like a combat-ready, palette-swapped version of what Recovery Girl wears underneath her lab coat. It also has black gloves, elbow and knee pads, as well as a black face mask that he keeps on his neck for now. The most noticeable part, however, is the red Caduceus symbol on his chest, which is probably the required healer identification Recovery Girl mentioned. A smile tugs at his lips. He feels so important. Not bad. Izuku glances up to see Kaken giving him an appraising look. "Thanks," he says. "You look pretty cool too." Kaken puffs up his chest as he smirks. Izuku rolls his eyes and playfully shoulders past him, following the rest of his classmates as they start to make their way to ground beta. It takes a moment to realize that the tall suit of armor walking in front of him is actually Ada, but when he does, he trots up to his side. "Your costume is super cool, Ada-kun," Izuku says. Ada's armored face turns to him. "Thank you. Yours is interesting as well." He gets the feeling Ada doesn't quite know what to make of him. "Actually, I've been meaning to ask. They say the clothes make the man. Young men and ladies," All Might declares as, interrupting Ada, "be fully aware, from now on you are heroes." Izuku smiles and glances around at his classmates. They all look so cool. All Might just about voices his thoughts, seeming very excited as he gazes at all of their costumes. "Now, it's time for combat training," he announces, somehow straightening up even further. He goes on to explain that, since villains have a higher probability of attacking indoors, their training will take place inside. They'll be split into heroes and villains to fight 2-on-2 battles. The hero's goal is to find and capture the nuclear weapon that the villains are protecting. All throughout his explanation, students ask question after question. Izuku can see All Might's sweat dropping and stifles a laugh, but it gets really hard when the hero just pulls out a script to read from. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots, All Might says, holding up a box. Ada raises his hand. "How will teams of 2 be chosen if there is an odd number of students?" His classmates shift uncomfortably, recalling how easily Minda was expelled on just the first day of class. Izuku tilts his head. "Well, if he's going to be on the sidelines." "No worries, young Ida," All Might shouts, dramatically pointing to Izuku. "Young Midoriya here will not be participating." Most of the class aside from Kaken, Yaoyorozu, and Todoroki make various noises of confusion. UA has been given a unique opportunity to welcome a young healer into its ranks. Young Midoriya is being mentored by Recovery Girl, but he will be joining the hero course in many of its classes. However, during exercises that involve direct combat with quirks, he will remain on the sidelines in case any injuries are obtained. As Izuku shrinks under the sudden attention of his classmates, All Might gives a cheeky smile. Be grateful, young heroes. Healers are extremely rare and you are very lucky to have the chance to learn alongside one. Okay, he's really laying it on thick. And from the mirthful look on his face, it's on purpose. Izuku blushes as his classmates practically gawk at him. A healer. Hey, cool, I've never met a healer before. Like a doctor. No, dummy, he's like Recovery Girl. He has a healing quirk. Oh, I guess the wings make more sense now, the brown-haired girl says, and Izuku gives her a confused look. On your costume. The medical symbol. Oh, right. How does your quirk work? A lanky black-haired boy asks. You're not going to kiss us like Recovery Girl, right? All Might lets out a booming laugh, catching all of their attention. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll become very familiar with his quirk soon enough, he says. After all, as heroes in training, injuries are to be expected. Avoided if possible, of course, but nevertheless inevitable. Well, it's a good thing you're here, then. The red-haired boy that was talking to Kaken earlier grins at him. Midoriya-kun, was it? Yeah. He smiles back. All right, let's get started. All Might says. Lots are drawn, the teams are made. And then Izuku is heading with most of the class to the monitor room. Kaken, Ida, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu make their way to their assigned battle building, while the teams take time to make their plan of attack. Izuku opens his medical pouches and examines the contents. It seems like stuff that would be typically found in any first aid kit, but it's pretty extensive. Izuku is surprised that they were able to fit so much into these bags, and in an organized manner. He'll have to be sure to avoid letting it get messy. Seeing so much equipment, however, kind of makes him nervous. He finds himself wishing he had read more of the book last night. Sure, first aid seems simple enough, but what if he panics in the heat of the moment and completely forgets what to do? Of course, he could always use his quirk. Recovery Girl even gave him permission for minor injuries. But wouldn't it look bad for a healer to rely so heavily on their quirk that they don't even know basic first aid? If he ever gets hurt or sick, this is the only way he'd be able to help people. Why didn't he bother learning this stuff sooner? Young Midoriya. All Might's voice cuts through his thoughts. The number one hero is facing the large screen displaying the battle area, but he glances at the greenette in concern. Everything all right? He asks. You're muttering. Izuku waves his hands apologetically. Sorry, it's a bad habit. I'm just, making myself familiar with my medical bags. All Might nods and turns back to the wall of screens. Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D. He announces into the microphone. Izuku stands a few feet behind the rest of his classmates as they gather around All Might, gazing up at the screens that display the various angles of the interior of the building. Okay, everyone, All Might says, you all should think as well. The screens don't have any audio, but it's clear that Ida is trying to form a plan with Kaken, who is very obviously ignoring him. Izuku sighs and ponders about the possible outcomes of this exercise. Kaken and Ida might win out of sheer power, but Yaoyorozu didn't get in through recommendations for nothing. He watches as she whispers to Uraraka, who nods determinedly. As soon as All Might gives the signal, Yaoyorozu creates a ladder and the two girls climb to the second floor. She also creates 2 pairs of goggles. Then both girls are creeping along the corridor, their eyes concealed behind tinted glass. Why are they wearing goggles? Asks the electric blonde boy. Kaminari was his name. Izuku thinks back to All Might announcing the teams and nods. Yeah, Kaminari. It's probably part of their plan. Another boy, Ajiro, answers. Kaken does exactly what Izuku expected he would and attacks first, leaving Ida behind to defend the weapon. As soon as he launches himself at the girls, Yaoyorozu quickly makes a shield and throws something at Kaken with the other hand. All of a sudden, the screens turn white and everyone winces, either squinting or closing their eyes. A flash bomb. All Might laughs. Clever. The screens clear just in time for them to see Uraraka slap a disoriented Kaken with her hand. A second later, he starts floating into the air. The blonde shrieks indignantly and aims an explosion at Yaoyorozu, but the shield protects her. The force of the explosion sends the floating Kaken flying back into the wall. Izuku winces at the hard impact. Uraraka touches her fingers together, causing Kaken, still stunned from being thrown into the wall, to fall to the ground. The girls quickly dash forward and Yaoyorozu holds down Kaken's head and upper torso with her shield while Uraraka ties his wrists together with the capture tape in one swift movement. Bakugo Katsuki has been apprehended. All Might announces. Izuku cringes. No way Kaken is going down that easily. All Might. Kaken suddenly lets out a large explosion. The hero team leaps backwards in surprise. But Uraraka, who had just tied his wrists together, doesn't manage to fully escape the explosion. Her face contorts with pain as she pulls away with a very obvious burn on her arms. Exclamations of shock and outrage ripple through his classmates. What the heck, he just attacked them. Ashido shouts, Bakugo-kun, that's cheating. Kirishima frowns, not manly at all. All Might grips the microphone and says sternly, young Bakugo, I made it very clear that once you are apprehended you are out for the rest of the game. Kaken continues to thrash around, no doubt yelling furiously. He continues to release explosions, causing the hero team to back away from him, clearly confused. Uraraka ducks behind Yaoyorozu and her shield. Young Bakugo, All Might warns. Kaminari wrinkles his nose. Man, what a sore loser. Hey, he got free. Izuku tenses up as Kaken's wrists snap apart, having broken through the capture tape with his explosion. His face is twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. This is probably the first time Izuku has ever seen him lose a fight, and he's clearly pissed about it. He ignores All Might's repeated warnings and takes a step towards Yaoyorozu and Uraraka. Izuku frowns. Kaken usually gets away with a lot, but this is unacceptable. Gently nudging his way past his classmates, Izuku promptly takes the mic from All Might and says sharply, Kaken. Kaken freezes. Izuku glares at his image on the screen. He hopes the other boy can somehow feel it. Kaken's fists clench and unclench repeatedly. He lifts his foot. Kaken. Izuku snaps again, an edge of warning in his voice. After grinding his teeth and glaring at the two girls for a solid minute, Kaken snarls and backs down. He huffily leans against the wall and crosses his arms, still glaring daggers at Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, who both glance at each other before continuing to move to the third floor. Satisfied, Izuku hands the mic back to All Might and turns around. His classmates stare at him with wide eyes. What? He asks innocently. There's a couple more seconds of silence in which All Might unsuccessfully tries to smother his laughter. Then Kaminari speaks up. Dude, he breathes, his eyes wide with awe. That was. He didn't even listen to All Might. Izuku blinks, confused. You didn't even have to try and convince him. Zero gawks. All you had to do was say his name. Kaken. Asui tilts her head. You two must be very familiar. Izuku nods, still unnerved by their stares. Yeah, he says, scratching the back of his head. His classmates glance at each other and a few of them shudder. What? He asks again. Kirishima gives him a toothy smile and wraps an arm around his shoulders. That was super manly, dude, he says. But damn, I'm almost scared to find out what you had to do to make a guy like that listen to you. Izuku's eyes widen and he waves his hands around frantically. Oh, no, it's not like that. He protests. We're just childhood friends. He doesn't even listen to me half the time anyway. I'm not like, trust me, he kicks my butt all the time when we spar. Kirishima laughs and ruffles his hair. I like you, Midoriya-kun. He grins. Oh hey, there goes Ida-kun. Izuku tries to politely duck out from under Kirishima's arm to look at the screen. Ida isn't faring well against both Yaoyorozu and Uraraka. He attempts to keep the weapon out of their grasp by picking it up and running around, but Yaoyorozu creates a grappling hook and binds his legs together, making him fall to the ground. Their victory is secured soon after. Hero team wins. All Might yells victoriously. Man, Yamomo is super cool, Ashido says enthusiastically. Izuku smiles. Yamomo, what a cute nickname. Right. Another girl he thinks her name is Jiru says. Her quirk is really cool. Uraraka-san was pretty great too. Kaminari says. She sent Bakugo-kun flying. It's too bad about her arms, though, Zero says, wincing. That burn looks painful. There's a pause. Then all 14 students turn to Izuku expectantly. He blushes and looks at his feet. Young Uraraka, All Might says into the mic, will you need assistance getting back to the monitor room? He presses a finger to his earpiece, then nods. All right, then. Return promptly. To the rest of the class, he says, we'll review their performance together and then teams I and B will go. The students nod and Izuku smiles a bit. All Might is doing well for his first day as a teacher. The two teams enter the monitor room a few minutes later and Izuku immediately approaches Uraraka. She's holding her burned forearms close to her body, a pained grimace on her face. Izuku ignores Kaken's glower and instead focuses on Uraraka. Can I see your arms? He asks softly, holding out his hand. She nods and carefully stretches her forearms out. Izuku frowns down at the nasty burns marring her soft skin. They remind him of the burns on Haru. He instinctively reaches out to use his quirk, but then he hesitates. This isn't like the usual scrapes and bruises he's used to healing. If he could just use his quirk all the time, then Recovery Girl probably wouldn't care whether or not he knew first aid. Pausing, he looks over the burns for a few moments. Now he notices that bits of Uraraka's costume have been seared into her skin. If he healed her, would the fabric get trapped beneath her skin? He doesn't want to find out. Thankfully, the black gloves that are a part of his costume are covering his hands already. He doesn't want his quirk to activate as soon as he touches her, not with the pieces of fabric that have been seared into her skin. He'll have to cut it away first. He quickly finds some scissors and tweezers in his pouch and starts carefully removing the cloth. Sorry about your suit, he apologizes as he cuts around the burn. But Uraraka simply smiles and shakes her head. Don't worry about it, she says, wincing when he pulls another piece out. As soon as her burns are clear of any scorched fabric, he pulls off his gloves and gently puts his hands on her forearms, letting his energy flow. Uraraka watches in awe as the burns fade away right before her eyes. Well, she whispers, dude, that's awesome. Izuku jumps in surprise and glances around. He didn't realize that all of his classmates were watching him. It just disappeared in like 5 seconds. Kirishima exclaims. Takoyami gives him an impressed look. That's some quirk. How'd you do that, man? Kaminari asks. Izuku fidgets nervously. Not knowing who to look at, my quirk is called healing energy. It's like, I heal people by transferring my own energy to them. It, makes me really tired if I use it too much, though. He laughs sheepishly. Your own energy? Ida asks, peering down at him curiously. I've never heard of a healing quirk that works like that. Oh, yeah, I guess it's kind of uncommon. It sounds more like a question. Ashido bounces up to him and grins, her black eyes wide. What's the biggest injury you've ever healed? Izuku swallows and looks to All Might for help. The number 1 hero just grins and shrugs. Well, he supposes it's alright if he's vague about it. I regrew a guy's stomach once, he admits. The reaction is immediate. Whoa, but I passed out for like 2 days afterwards. He adds quickly. Whoa. Yaoyorozu puts a hand on her chin in thought. I suppose a quirk like that would carry more risks for you, she says. It must be a very self-sacrificing power. Izuku blinks. I guess so. All Might claps his hands, catching everyone's attention before they can continue questioning Izuku. Well, then, he says, let's discuss their performance. Who do you think the MVP is? His classmates mutter amongst themselves. But Izuku thinks it's rather obvious. He glances at Yaoyorozu, who looks torn between raising her hand and staying quiet. She probably doesn't want to seem conceited. Smiling, Izuku raises his hand. All Might nods to him. Yes, young Midoriya. I believe Yaoyorozu-san is the MVP of this exercise, he says. All Might's grin widens even further. And why is that? Time for Izuku's hero analysis skills to kick in. Yaoyorozu-san embraced this challenge. She thought of ways not only to apply her own quirk in battle, but her teammates as well. While sending Bakugo-kun to play the offensive role was a good idea on the villain team's part, it was obvious that they didn't communicate well with each other. It looked more like Bakugo-kun was going off on his own. Ida-kun did well to protect the weapon, but he took advantage of the fact that this was training. If the weapon had been real, carrying it around while fleeing from heroes would not be a viable option. Uraraka-san worked well with her partner, but she relied a bit too much on Yaoyorozu-san. Yaoyorozu-san was fully prepared to engage with her opponents. She had a strategy and never lost sight of the mission. When he finishes, everyone is staring at him again. Yaoyorozu's cheeks are tinged pink. Even All Might looks surprised. Izuku blushes. I like analysis. He mumbles sheepishly, scuffling his toe. Correct. All Might suddenly shouts, making everyone jump. Good observation, young Midoriya. Now, let's move on to the next match. Tackle this training after thinking about what we just talked about. As the next 2 teams leave, Izuku goes over to Kaken, who is sulking against the far wall. Hey, he asks, you alright? Kaken grinds his teeth. Effing superb. Izuku frowns. No, you're not. Your face is all scowly. You're upset about the training match. Kaken wordlessly snarls. Izuku remains unfazed. Leaning against the wall beside his friend, he says, don't feel too bad about it. It's just training, that's all. You can't always expect to win. That's bullshit, Kaken hisses lowly. I always win. No matter what. The best hero always comes out on top. Izuku gazes at him for a long moment. Kaken's pride has been hurt, no doubt, but there's something he's clearly not understanding. Kaken, Izuku says quietly, you're not the best here. The blonde's head whips up to glare at him. Izuku glares right back. You're not the best here. You're used to beating up people that are weaker than you, that don't have aspirations to be a hero. But guess what? Now you're surrounded by people just like you, people with strong quirks, people that all want to be the best hero. You're on even ground with everyone now. So no, you can't always expect to win. Before you were the strongest because you just happened to be born with a powerful quirk. But now, you're going to have to work to be the strongest. Got it? Kaken stares at him, his eyes slightly wide. Then, he grits his teeth and turns away sharply, burning holes into the ground with his glare. Izuku sighs. I don't really know what I'm doing either, he says. I thought I could just rely on my quirk for everything, but I can't. There's a lot of stuff I don't know yet and it is frustrating, but I'm willing to learn. Are you? Of course I effing am. Kaken snaps a little too loudly. A couple of classmates glance back at him from the group. Izuku smiles. Good. He looks back at the screens, which show Teams I and B getting ready in the battle building. Match 2. All Might announces a couple of minutes later, Team B will be our heroes, and Team I will be the villains. Look alive, kids. Show us you're the embodiment of good. He falters. Or evil. Let's go. Izuku smothers a snort behind his hand. All Might is doing pretty good for his first day as a teacher, but he's incredibly goofy at times. It's even funnier to know that his classmates probably think it's on purpose. As soon as the buzzer sounds, Shoji steps into the building and spreads his multiple arms, listening for his opponent. Izuku thinks back to what Recovery Girl told him about quirk overuse. He supposes that would only apply to emitter-type quirks, but he wonders what would happen if one of Shoji's extra limbs were cut off. Would it grow back? If not, would he still be able to replicate different body parts on whatever is left? He should ask when he gets back. After Shoji reports to Todoroki, he goes back outside. Murmurs of confusion ripple through the students. Izuku watches in awe as Todoroki places his right hand on the wall and freezes the entire building. Unfortunately, it also makes the monitor room very cold. Under normal circumstances, his classmates might gape at Todoroki's power. However, now they're just too busy shivering. Izuku steps closer to Kaken, who thankfully tends to run warm. He did not cause any damage to his teammate or the nuclear weapon. All Might says, his teeth chattering. And on top of that, he weakened the enemy. Hagakure and Ajiro appear to be stuck, their feet frozen to the ground. Izuku feels a brief flash of concern over potential frostbite. But Todoroki uses his left hand to both claim the weapon and unfreeze the building. Hero team wins. All Might declares. Todoroki's face remains impassive as he turns and leaves the building. Wow, Sato exclaims. Kaminari looks impressed, but a bit uneasy. Man, what's up with that quirk? As expected of someone who got in through recommendations, Asui comments. Izuku tilts his head, watching Todoroki through the screen. From the recommendation exam, he knew Todoroki's ice quirk was powerful, but this is a whole other level. His left side probably prevents him from getting frostbite, while his right probably prevents him from overheating. But why does he keep his left side frozen? Wouldn't that make it hard for him to use his fire, as well as reduce his mobility? As soon as the teams return, Hagakure bounces over to him. Can you use your quirk on me? She asks excitedly. I want to see it again. Also, my feet hurt. It's probably not that bad, Ajiro says, approaching more calmly, but takes off his shoes anyway when Izuku gestures for him to do so. It's just some frost nip, so he uses his quirk. He can't see Hagakure's feet, but he assumes they look the same as Ajiro's. They thank him once he's done and he looks up at Todoroki, who's standing a bit away from the group, gazing up at All Might impassively as he reviews their performance. Once the teams for the next match leave, Izuku approaches him. Todoroki-kun, he says, I was just wondering, why do you keep your left side frozen? Todoroki narrows his eyes and Izuku immediately backpedals. I was just worried about frostbite. He stammers, flailing his hands, even though your left side would keep you warm, which, by the way, why doesn't that just melt the ice? Wouldn't keeping your left side frozen reduce your mobility and make it hard for you to use your fire? And, I don't get frostbite. Todoroki interrupts, his voice monotone. Oh, Izuku squeaks, averting his gaze out of sheer embarrassment. Right? That's good. He notices that Todoroki didn't answer any of his other questions and looks like he has no intention to. Still, Izuku gets the feeling that he shouldn't ask. Your friend looks upset. Todoroki's face doesn't change, but his eyes slide past Izuku. The greenette glances over his shoulder to see Kaken glaring daggers at Todoroki. He lets out a shaky sigh of relief. An angry Kaken he can deal with. A cold, emotionless Todoroki, however, he has no idea how to deal with that. Right. Thanks, I'll see you later. Izuku turns away before he can see Todoroki's reaction, his face burning as he scampers back over to Kaken. What that effer want? His friend growls. Izuku just covers his face with his hands and not so subtly tries to hide behind Kaken. Nothing, he groans, I'm just awkward. The rest of the matches go on with relative ease. Izuku soon forgets his embarrassment and watches the screens with rapt attention, trying to learn as much as he can about his classmates' quirks. There aren't any more injuries for him to heal, although Aoyama tearfully asks him if he's able to heal his cape that Ashido accidentally burns. The class takes up most of their afternoon, so all there's left to do afterwards is change out of their costumes and return to homeroom. He's already thinking about his lesson with Recovery Girl as he walks back to the classroom. A few of the other students are enthusiastically discussing the training, but Izuku doesn't pay much mind to them. At least, not until the final bell rings and Ashido stops him from grabbing his bag. Midori-kun. She grins. Don't leave just yet. He asks in confusion, slightly unnerved by her gaze. I can call you Midori-kun, right? She asks. I have a feeling we're gonna be great friends. I'm Kirishima Ajiro. Kirishima seemingly pops up out of nowhere. We're all going over the training right now. I'm Shiro Hanta. I'm Ayama Yu. I'm Ashido Mina. I'm Sato. I know. He stammers, I heard. During the training. From All Might. He rapidly loses confidence as he continues to talk. Thankfully, his classmates don't seem to mind his awkwardness. I've never met a healer before, Ashido says. It's super cool that you get to be in the same class as us. Are you ever going to join a training lesson? Kaminari asks, but Shiro punches him in the shoulder lightly. No, silly, he's a healer. Healers don't fight. Actually, I do, he says, trying to keep his voice steady. I've been taking self-defense classes since I was 10. Somehow Ashido's eyes sparkle even more. You know martial arts. She squeals and Izuku nods. So cool. I love martial arts. Where do you train? Her intense energy makes Izuku struggle to find his words. Oh, why do you need to know how to fight? Shiro tilts his head. So you are going to be training with us? Kaminari asks. Yes, but not on days when we're supposed to use our quirks for direct combat. Izuku manages to stammer, I'll stay on the sidelines for that. To Shiro, he says, healers need to know how to fight because they're sometimes put in dangerous situations, especially for combat medics. Combat medics? Sato asks. Izuku nods. Yeah, like if they join a rescue team. Or sometimes I think they follow heroes when they fight big battles and are on standby for injuries. But they're technically out on an active battlefield then, so. Wow, Kirishima exclaims, I've never thought about all this stuff. I just figured healers stayed in the hero agencies or something. Do you? Boy. They all turn to see Kaken glaring at them, having just put his costume back in its case slot. He stomps over to them huffily. Quit hounding him, idiots, he snaps, shouldering his way to Izuku. He doesn't have time to answer your silly questions. He grabs Izuku's arm and pulls. But Izuku protests. Wait, yes I do. Kaken stops and glares at him. Don't you have a lesson with Recovery Girl or something? He sneers. You have after-school lessons too. Kaminari gives him a pitiful look. Yikes, that's rough. At the mention of Recovery Girl, Izuku perks up. Yeah, I do. Which reminds me. He turns away from Kaken and says, one of the things she told me to find out today was how my classmates' quirks affect them when they're overused. His classmates brighten. My brain short-circuits and I get really dumb for a while. Kaminari says, looking way too proud. My acid starts to eat away at my skin. My hardness gets hard to keep up after a while. I get really sleepy after I use my quirk. Oh, and the sugar also makes me kind of dumb. My stomach hurts if I shoot my laser for more than a second. Ayama winks. So it's a good thing you can grow me a new one if my stomach ever collapses. The mental image makes the conversation falter for a moment. Everyone just staring at the sparkly boy in shock and mild disgust. Then Kaken grumbles. I'm pretty sure I saw Round Face puke her guts out after the entrance exam. Izuku frowns. Round Face. Hey, Uraraka snaps from across the room. Ida suddenly starts shouting at a boy named Takayami for sitting on one of the desks, which grabs all of their attention for a few moments. Kaken tugs at Izuku's wrist again. Right, well, I do actually have to go, he says apologetically. No worries, Kirishima says. Isui's head pops out from behind him. If you would like, Midoriya-chan, we can go around writing down how our quirks affect us and give it to you tomorrow, Ribbit. Izuku protests, not wanting to trouble them all, but they take to the idea eagerly. Don't worry about it, Midoriya-kun. Anything to help out our class healer. It'll help us get to know each other better, too. He thanks everybody profusely as Kaken drags him out of the classroom, huffing in annoyance. They don't talk much as they walk to the infirmary, Izuku still reeling from the interaction. When he opens the door, he's surprised to see that Recovery Girl isn't alone. A boy with smooth blonde hair is sitting on the bed, complaining quite loudly about the pain he's in. Recovery Girl looks mildly annoyed. Kaken takes one glance at the scene before turning away with a snort. Have fun with that, Zuku. Izuku sighs as he walks away and steps into the infirmary. Ah, Midoriya-kun, perfect timing, Recovery Girl says as soon as she notices him. Come on over. Who are you? The blonde boy asks, seeming unimpressed. Midoriya Izuku, he replies, glancing between the boy and his mentor. Are you all right? Apparently, one of his classmates chopped him on the head, Recovery Girl says, her tone dry. Izuku's lip twitches. Kendo-san doesn't understand a joke when she hears one, the boy gripes. Recovery Girl stifles a sigh and looks at him. Basically, he has a headache. How would you heal him? Surprised, Izuku hesitantly replies, with my quirk. No, just ice it and give him a couple of painkillers, she says bluntly. Now that you're in the hero course, you're going to be dealing with injuries bigger than scrapes and bruises. You should learn how to spend your energy wisely and don't use your quirk unnecessarily, especially on minor injuries that will typically go away in a day. Izuku thinks back to the burns on Uraraka's arms. Usually minor injuries aren't too taxing on him. But if he heals a lot of them, they eventually take a toll. If he had to heal Uraraka's injury after healing a bunch of minor ones, he imagines he'd be very tired afterwards. He nods. Okay, that makes sense. Recovery Girl looks at him expectantly and he jumps, quickly going over to the mini fridge and taking out an ice pack. As he presses it to the blonde boy's head, he asks, "What's your name?" "Monomanito." The boy replies, eyeing him up and down, "Are you a nurse or something?" Amused, Izuku says, "I'm a healer. Or, well, I'm going to be. Recovery Girl is training me to become one. She said you were in the hero course." "Yeah, I'm in class 1A, he explains. "I'll join some of their hero lessons, but whenever they involve direct combat with quirks, I'll be on the sidelines in case anyone gets hurt." Monoma's face twists into something indecipherable. "You're in class 1A. How come they get a healer and we don't?" "Huh?" Izuku looks at him in confusion. "I'm in class 1B, Monoma says. How come 1A's getting special treatment?" "Oh, no, they're not. Recovery Girl interrupts him by slapping something into Monoma's hand. "Go to the water fountain outside and take these," she says. "You can keep the ice pack." Monoma blinks down at the pills in his hand. Recovery Girl ushers him out of the infirmary soon after and turns to Izuku with a huff. "I'll tell you something, Midoriya-kun," she says. "There are 2 types of heroes you'll encounter. Those that try to act tough and hide their injuries, and those that complain nonstop about every little thing." She sounds so annoyed that Izuku can't help but laugh. "Oh, come on, he didn't seem that bad," he teases. His mentor huffs again before asking how his day went. He tells her about the combat training and how cool his costume is. He also describes with detail how he got the fabric out of Uraraka's burn before he healed her. She looks impressed. "I'm glad I didn't have to teach you that myself. I'm sure by now you've realized why I'm having you learn traditional methods first." He nods and she gestures to one of the beds. "Your quirk is powerful, Midoriya-kun, but all quirks have limitations. What would happen if you healed a broken bone without taking an X-ray first?" He gets the feeling that she already knows how he'll respond, but he still says, "It might heal wrong. I mean, if it's a bad enough break that I'll need to set it first." Recovery Girl nods and smiles. "And I'll teach you how to do all of that. How to take an X-ray, how to set a bone. I'm glad that you had the foresight to remove the fabric from that young lady's burn before healing it. Wounds that are dealt with incorrectly often result in surgery being needed." Izuku suddenly becomes nervous. "Well, I need to learn how to do surgery too." He doesn't know if he can handle that much gore. Even Uraraka's burn was hard to look at. Recovery Girl notices his discomfort. "Don't worry, I'll definitely be saving that for later. No way will I be teaching a first year how to operate on a human being." Izuku lets out a sigh of relief and his mentor beckons him closer, grabbing a chart from her desk. She takes him through the list of students that she treated today, which isn't many since it's only the 2nd day of school. She asks him how he would have treated them before telling him how she did. It kind of feels like a pop quiz, but she doesn't get upset when he says something incorrect. He's grateful for her patience and afterwards he tells her about his classmates' quirks. He tries to remember what he can about what a few of them told him about how their quirks affect them. But eventually he just reassures her that they'll write down that information later. "Don't worry about it," Recovery Girl says. "Geez, you like to rush, don't you? Trust me when I say that you've already done more than I expected you to. It's not bad to be an overachiever, but I don't want you to get so worked up over thinking that you haven't done enough." Izuku takes a deep breath and nods. He can't help wanting to learn as much as he can as soon as he can. It's hard to take things slow. He wants to be a healer already. He wants to fix All Might's injury. Recovery Girl gets his attention again. "Now, how about you tell me how you think you treat each of your classmates' quirk overuse?" For the first time in his life, Katsuki lost a fight. The foreign yet distinctly recognizable feeling of failure that he hasn't felt in a long while returns now, and it only fuels the burning rage within his chest. He glares heatedly at the ground, slouching against the wall as he sulks in the hallway outside of the infirmary. His blood boils with anger and humiliation as he recalls the sit show that was their first hero lesson. He can't believe he had been taken down so easily. No, taken down isn't even the right word. It was hardly even a fight in the first place. If it was, he would have turned both of those beaches into mincemeat. He was going to. But they got him first, and he was about to say F it and blow their asses up anyway, just to wipe that triumphant look off their faces and make sure they damn well knew this didn't mean they won. But then Zuko called out to him with that tone and Katsuki begrudgingly backed off solely because Zuko sounded like he was going to get his panties in a bunch if he didn't, and Katsuki didn't want to deal with that. But damn, those beaches, especially that ponytail chick, she nearly effing blinded him. He had been expecting her to have some tricks up her sleeve. After all, she'd gotten a better score than him during Aizawa's quirk assessment test. And Zuko mentioned that she was one of the other students that got in through recommendation, so surely she must have some level of skill. And she sure as hell proved it. What the F was her quirk? Some sort of object creation quirk? Where the hell did she get that shield and those flash grenades from? Whatever, it doesn't matter. He underestimated her. He underestimated that round-faced chick too. He'd caught a glimpse of her puking her guts out earlier during the entrance exam and immediately dismissed her as weak, instead seizing up Ponytail as the bigger threat and deciding to focus on going after her. But then Roundface surprised him by appearing out of nowhere and sending him flying into a effing wall. And it's not just them, either. He'd underestimated all of his other classmates too. When he'd seen that half-and-half guy freeze the entire building, it felt like his own blood had been frozen as well. All he could do was stare at the screen in awe as the guy single-handedly defeated his two opponents. Something he failed to do in mere seconds. This was Todoroki Shoto. Katsuki recognized him, of course. This was the son of Endeavor, the son of the number 2 hero. A recommendation student, just like Ponytail Girl, and just like her, he already scored higher than Katsuki during the quirk assessment test. This was his competition, this was the real deal. Faced with such blatant, immense power, Katsuki had been momentarily stunned to find that he couldn't see himself defeating someone like him. The blonde clenches his jaw. His heartbeat flutters like a bird's wing in his chest as he ducks his head, squeezing his eyes shut. Damn it, no, this is the real deal. Yue is the best of the best. That's what Zuko was trying to tell him, wasn't it? To not feel bad about it, because he can't always expect to win now that he's up against people that are strong too. Right, Katsuki swallows heavily. Zuko, what must he think of him? To see Katsuki, the one who's supposed to protect him, to keep him safe, lose a fight. In all their lives, he's never seen him lose. What must be going through his mind? Surprise, a flicker of doubt. Is he thinking, perhaps, maybe he's not good enough then? Katsuki chases away the thought with a wordless snarl, but it's followed by another thought. A memory, the one of watching all of their classmates' matches. Feeling the hard knot in his chest growing by the second, then glancing over to see Zuko's awestruck expression, eyes sparkling in obvious excitement at the sight of such powerful quirks. Recognizing that look. He knows that look. Because even to this day Zuko still holds a healthy admiration for his quirk because he knows damn well how great it is and he can always make those eyes twinkle by doing something particularly flashy. But now those eyes are turning elsewhere. Katsuki's fists curl. A brief flash of fear brushes against his heart beating rapidly within the cage of his chest. He grits his teeth. F that. Yue the best of the best? Well then he'll be better than the best. He made the mistake of allowing himself to get too comfortable around the weak-ass losers in his junior high, but there's no time to F around anymore. He's in UA now. All Might's got him alma mater. Zuko may have been right about him being surrounded by people with strong quirks, but he was dead wrong about them being on even ground with him. He's going to kick ass during training. Show all these extras just how strong he is. Then he'll leave this place and everyone in his dust and become the greatest hero anyone's ever seen. And he'll be the best damn hero for Zuko, the only one worthy enough to protect him. The familiar burn of determination returns, filling his chest and overshadowing the unwelcome feelings of fear and failure. Katsuki straightens up, taking a deep breath through his nose as he clenches and unclenches his fist. There, that's better. Anger and determination, this he can deal with. The door to the infirmary suddenly slides open, making him flinch. He glances over in surprise. But it's not Zuko. Of course it's not. It's far too early. His lesson just began only 20 minutes ago. Instead, a girl walks out, an upperclassman. Katsuki thinks he might have seen her walk in earlier. She doesn't have a scratch on her now, and she looks a lot happier than she did before. Of course she does. She just saw Zuko. Katsuki can hear the muffled sound of his bright voice from inside the infirmary, followed by familiar, bubbly laugh just before the door slides shut again. The fear flicks at his heart again. Katsuki swallows, throat impossibly dry. Clenching his jaw, he turns back to his phone with a scowl and pushes all thoughts of the day's events out of his mind, stubbornly ignoring the lingering hint of fear in his chest that refuses to be snuffed out. Izuku leaves the infirmary a lot later than he did yesterday, even though he didn't do much healing today. He's still pretty tired after the long, exciting day he had. He finds Kaken sitting against the wall in the hallway, playing on his phone while he waits. Why didn't you go back to the classroom? Izuku asks as they walk to the train station. You could have chatted with our classmates instead of just being bored in the hallway. I wasn't bored, Kaken grumbles, but says nothing else. Izuku glances at his friend, frowning slightly. The explosive blonde almost looks like he's pouting as he trudges onward, his brows furrowed and his eyes on the ground. He must still be upset about losing to Yaoyorozu and Uraraka. However, Izuku already gave him a talk and he's kind of too tired to think of another one. So instead he just sighs and leans his head against Kaken's shoulder while they wait for their train to arrive. Kaken glances at him, but stays quiet. He doesn't say a word the entire way home, and as more time passes Izuku starts to get a bit concerned. Kaken isn't usually one to keep his thoughts to himself. He's not exactly the quiet type. Before he steps onto his porch, Izuku opens his mouth to speak. But instead Kaken interrupts him by saying, "If you ask if I'm alright, I'm gonna kick your ass." Izuku knows he doesn't really mean it, but he snaps his mouth shut anyways. He and Kaken watch each other for a long moment before the latter huffs. With a determined gleam in his eyes, Kaken straightens up and declares, "I'm just getting started, you hear? I don't give a shit about what happened today. I'm still gonna become the #1 hero. So you better keep your eyes on me." His words are unabashedly confident, like he doesn't have an ounce of doubt in his body that is his future, no matter what anyone else has to say about it, and Izuku doesn't expect anything less from him. He's so blatantly brash and arrogant. And after his behavior in today's hero lesson, Izuku should really be more chastised, but still he finds himself smiling. He nods. "I'll look forward to it." The next day, UA is surrounded. Izuku and Kaken stare out at the crowd of reporters swarming around the entrance of the school, shoving a microphone into the face of every student that tries to enter. I guess they heard that All Might is teaching here," Izuku says uncertainly. Kaken just lets out a very annoyed huff. He doesn't make a move, but his eyes are roaming over the mob, analyzing and searching for weaknesses. Izuku shifts uneasily. "So, how are we gonna?" Kaken suddenly grabs him by the arm and starts dragging him toward the crowd. A reporter notices them and immediately shoves a microphone at them. "You," she demands, "how are All Might's classes? Get the F out of my way." Kaken roars. It's startling enough for the reporter to jump backwards in surprise. Kaken proceeds to bulldoze his way through the mass of people, loudly snapping at anyone who tries to shove a camera in his face. Izuku, for once, is actually grateful to be dragged behind his friend. They make it through the crowd fairly quickly, and Izuku is only a couple of minutes late for his meeting with Recovery Girl. "Tusk," his mentor rolls her eyes. "I don't know how Toshinori-san deals with those vultures all the time. Has he said anything to you?" Izuku shakes his head. "No, not today. He texted me after I went home yesterday, but that was mostly just to ask what I thought of his teaching." "And what did you think of his teaching?" He ponders about it for a moment, trying to find the right words. "I think he has a lot that he can teach us, but..." He smiles and shrugs. "He's All Might, you know." Recovery Girl huffs and turns to her desk, saying, "Well, you don't have to worry about him today. You don't have a hero lesson, but you have PE, which Aizawa-san will be teaching. And before you ask, yes, you will be participating." Izuku closes his mouth. "It'll be a quirkless sparring lesson, so you'll get a chance to show what you learned in that self-defense class you mentioned." Izuku perks up. Finally, something he can join in on. His morning classes seem to take forever today. In the past few months, he hasn't gone to as many self-defense classes as he had before, mostly because he's just been so busy studying for the recommendation test or schoolwork or Recovery Girl. And now that he's in UA, he's completely dropped out of Kimura's class. 1. Because he simply won't have any time to attend her after-school lessons on top of Recovery Girls, and 2, because he'll be learning even more about fighting in UA. So, it's been a while since he's had a good sparring session. He's excited to train with his classmates, but part of him is worried that perhaps he's gotten a bit rusty. He doesn't want to embarrass himself. He wants to show that he's strong even though he doesn't have a combative quirk. "Quit effing muttering, Zuku." Kaken growls. Izuku snaps out of his thoughts and smiles apologetically. They're on their way to the cafeteria for lunch, although he thinks he might be too nervous to eat. Kaken gives him a look. "You've been acting all weird and fidgety since you checked in with Recovery Girl. Is it something about one of our lessons later?" He frowns. "We don't have any hero classes, just PE. What's so bad about PE?" Izuku wrings his hands. "You know I can't say." Kaken, he sighs. As Recovery Girl's apprentice, he's privy to information that other students don't know, whether it be about each other or their future classes. Just things that he needs to be aware of, like All Might's injury or certain students' allergies or a lesson that he needs to be prepared for in advance. But he can't just go telling that information to anyone who asks. Katsuki grumbles under his breath and Izuku hastens to reassure him. "It's nothing bad, though. You know me, I get nervous about everything." His friend snorts and thankfully drops it. He leads the way into the cafeteria, and while they're waiting in line for food, Izuku glances around. For the past couple of days, he and Kaken have been eating lunch by themselves, either finding an empty table or sitting with some upperclassmen that ignore them. But now that they're more familiar with their classmates, Izuku wants to go sit with them. He spots Ada and Uraraka sitting at a table together and starts walking over to them once he gets his food. As soon as Kaken realizes where they're heading, he immediately stops and scowls. "Hell no." Izuku sighs and Kaken starts roughly nudging him away with his shoulder. "Kaken, I'm not sitting with 4 eyes, the blonde growls, "and I sure as hell am not going to eat with round face. He's annoying as F and she effing threw me into a wall." "Well, technically your explosions did that." Kaken glares daggers at him and he swallows. "But alright, fine. We won't sit with Ida-kun and Uraraka-san." He glances around the cafeteria and spots Todoroki and Yaoyorozu sitting at a table in the corner. He perks up. "What about Todoroki-kun and Yaoyorozu-san?" Kaken raises an eyebrow, clearly not remembering their names, and turns to follow his gaze. His scowl deepens. "Each nearly blinded me." Izuku rolls his eyes. "And you act weird around effing Isaha." No, I don't, Izuku says. Then recalls that awkward moment with Todoroki yesterday and sighs. Fine, how about Kirishima-kun? He spots the red-haired boy sitting with Kaminari, Ashido, and Shiro. Kaken pauses and huffs, shitty hair. Izuku's patience is about to snap, but then the blonde shrugs. Fine, whatever. Izuku blinks in surprise. Fine, whatever. Wow, Kaken must really like Kirishima. When did they become friends? How did he not notice? Kaken scowls at his stunned silence. Well, are we gonna sit with them or what? Izuku nods rapidly and leads the way. Kirishima grins at him when they approach. Hi, guys. Do you mind if Kaken and I join you? Of course, man, no problem. Izuku makes sure that Kaken ends up sitting next to Kirishima while he takes a seat next to Ashido. This is the first time that Kaken has actually seemed to want to hang out with a particular person other than him, and Izuku is going to foster this new friendship as best as he can. Hey, Midoriya-kun, Kirishima says, handing him a piece of paper. We got that list that we were talking about yesterday. Izuku looks down at the paper, and to his delight he sees information about his classmates' quirks drawbacks, written down in various handwriting. He reads what is no doubt Yaoyorozu's neat handwriting and nearly smacks himself in the face. Of course she's susceptible to malnourishment. She can't create things out of nothing, but it's so cool that she can transform the molecular structure of her fat. He'll be sure to keep some extra nutritional bars in his medical pouch. In fact, as his eyes roam over the list, he realizes he can add a lot of things to his bag to help out his classmate. Some sugary candies for Sato, some anti-nausea pills for Uraraka. Maybe he can find something that'll help strengthen the lining of Aoyama's stomach. He'll have to ask Recovery Girl later. Looking back up at Kirishima, he grins. Thanks, Kirishima-kun. Kirishima flashes him a toothy grin and scratches the back of his head. No problem. It was actually kind of cool getting to hear about everyone's quirks. Hey, we helped too. Ashido pouts and Kaminari nods. Amused, Izuku smiles and thanks them too. Ashido immediately blushes and waves him off while Kaminari lifts his chin proudly and drawls, it's no big deal. Kaken snaps his chopsticks in half. Lunch with the three of them is very entertaining, much more so that sitting alone with Kaken is. Izuku spends so much time laughing at Kaminari's antics that his food is cold by the time he remembers to eat. Even Kaken is amused, although he hides it underneath gruff annoyance. Finally, after lunch is over, it's time for their PE class. Aizawa tells them nothing except to change into their training uniforms and meet him in Gym Gamma. If Izuku's classmates notice his obvious excitement, they don't mention it. Gym Gamma is a huge and spacious building. When they walk inside, they see numerous blue mats rolled out across the floor. Aizawa stands in front of them with his usual blank yet judgmental expression. We're going to be doing sparring lessons today, he says. Everyone starts to cheer, but then he adds, without your quirks. Wait. Aizawa blinks slowly, somehow looking very tired despite the fact that they haven't even started yet. Before you can learn how to fight properly with your quirks, he says, you're gonna need to become good at fighting without them. Most of you guys have emitter-type quirks. Now imagine if you came across a villain with a quirk like mine. A few students shudder. Your quirk can only take you so far, and relying heavily on it will only hold you back. What you need is to build a solid foundation before you can start applying your quirk to your battle skills. Some of his classmates seem a bit miffed that they don't get to use their quirks, but Aizawa's explanation is logical enough to appease most of them. He has them separate into two groups, those who claim to have experience in hand-to-hand combat and those who have none. Kaken and Izuku, of course, go to the experienced group. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu join them too, along with Ashido, Kirishima, Ida, and to Izuku's mild surprise, Ajiro. Alright, Aizawa says, you're gonna split off into random pairs and begin sparring. This is just so I can evaluate your skill levels and see where each of you is at, so there's no need to use excessive force. He sends a pointed look at Kaken, who huffs. You'll fight for about 20 minutes, or however long it takes for me to assess all of you. Afterwards, I'll spend the rest of the class demonstrating real fighting moves. Kaken moves to partner up with Izuku, but apparently Aizawa is the one that's going to decide who their partners are. Kaken ends up getting paired with Kirishima, Yaoyorozu with Ashido, Ida with Ajiro, and Izuku with Todoroki. The bi-colored boy turns his cold gaze at him and Izuku's sweat drops. Well, shit. As the groups disperse into pairs, he hears someone whisper behind him, geez, isn't it a little unfair to pair up the strongest in the class with the healer? I know, right? Hopefully, he'll go easy on him. The voices sound like they belong to Kaminari and Shiro, but that hardly matters. Izuku's mind freezes. They are underestimating him. Kaken keeps casting him sharp glances as Kirishima leads him away, and Todoroki falls into a fighting stance that definitely looks a bit lax, and oh my god, they are totally underestimating him. Indignance pricks at his heart. A very Kaken-sounding voice in the back of his head snarls, "Well, F that." Aizawa tells them to start, but Izuku doesn't move. Instead, he remains in the stance that Kimura taught him, muscle memory coming back to him despite his recent lack of training. He watches Todoroki, who eyes him up and down, realizing that Izuku won't be making the first move. Izuku takes a deep breath, keeping alert for any signs of an oncoming attack. Todoroki steps with his right foot before he punches. It's a common hint, one of the first things that Kimura taught him to keep an eye out for. A proper stance is the foundation of a strong attack, so you can anticipate a person's movements by watching their feet, and Izuku knows the perfect counter-attack. While Todoroki swings with his left arm, Izuku ducks under his fist and darts forward, aiming a punch at the boy's ribs as he steps past him. It takes Todoroki by surprise. But when he tries to turn and face Izuku again, he jams his elbow into Todoroki's temple. Hard, probably harder than he should have, but he doesn't give himself time to feel bad. As soon as Todoroki stumbles from the blow, Izuku grabs his wrist, aims a kick at the back of his knees, and pins him to the ground with his arm twisted behind his back. It's a quick takedown, probably not taking more than 10 seconds. Silence fills the gym. Izuku keeps his attention on Todoroki beneath him, watching him for any signs of movement. So when someone bursts out in loud, obnoxious laughter, it startles him. Head whipping up, he instantly flushes when he realizes that everyone is staring at him with wide eyes. Well, everyone except for Kaken, who is too busy laughing his ass off next to Kirishima. "Dude, did he just? Holy F," Kaminari exclaims. Even Aizawa seems mildly surprised, although he glares at Kaminari for cussing. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu gives him an impressed look and Ashido flashes him a grin. Izuku's face turns red under the attention. Below him comes Todoroki's muffled voice, "Can I get up now?" "Right," Izuku squeaks, jumping off of him. Todoroki peels himself off the mat and Izuku winces at the red mark on his cheek from being pressed against it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you so hard." There's a bruise blooming on the other boy's temple and shit, now Izuku feels really bad. "It's fine," Todoroki grunts, steadying himself. Aizawa sighs and calls out, "Good job, Midoriya-kun. But please try to avoid giving your partner a concussion. That goes for all of you." He briefly fixes the other students with a hard look, before he turns away. He says, "And Todoroki-kun." The boy glances up and Aizawa smirks slightly. "Don't underestimate your opponent based on their quirk." Izuku can't help it, he smiles and ducks his head. Todoroki looks a bit disgruntled but nods. "All right, back to work, brats." Izuku turns back to Todoroki and they both fall into fighting stances. In the corner of his eye, he sees Kaken finally compose himself and face Kirishima, but he still has a grin on his face. Izuku focuses on Todoroki when he moves to attack. And damn, Todoroki's fighting for real now. Not that Izuku's upset that he's finally being taken seriously. But after the third time in a row he gets knocked on his ass, he starts to feel just a smidge of regret. Todoroki is an extremely skilled fighter. His movements indicate experience, and he's got the muscle to back up his attacks. Fighting him would be fun if it wasn't also painful. Even so, he can tell that the other boy is pulling his punches. Not exactly holding back, just putting less power than he could behind his blows. Probably so he doesn't seriously hurt Izuku since this is training. After the 5th time he's beaten, Izuku starts to give Todoroki a run for his money. His fighting style is so different from Kaken's that it throws him off a bit at first. But once he gets used to it, the fights start lasting longer. He still loses the majority of them, which is frustrating, but at least he doesn't go down too easily. It's always worth it to see the look on Todoroki's face whenever he manages to beat the other boy. Whenever he's not laser focused on his partner, he takes note of his other classmates' sparring sessions. Ashido is faring surprisingly well against Yaoyorozu, and Ida and Ajiro seem to be evenly matched too. He noticed Kaken getting knocked down by Kirishima during the first few rounds, but that's probably because he was trying to simultaneously keep an eye on Izuku. Now he's doing much better against Kirishima, but the wins are a solid 60/40 in his favor, so the redhead isn't doing too bad himself. Izuku pays for his distraction by getting his feet swiped from under him. Time passes, and as they continue to spar, Izuku starts to notice one of his own weaknesses. Usually, sparring in Kimura's class doesn't last too long. They'll go a few rounds, then take a break or switch partners. But they've been at this consistently for nearly 20 minutes now and Izuku's stamina is rapidly draining. He's panting heavily. His clothes are drenched in sweat, and his curls are starting to escape from his ponytail. For what feels like the 100th time, Izuku gets knocked to the ground. But, for some reason, Todoroki doesn't just let gravity do the work like he usually does. The next thing Izuku knows, there's hands on his wrists and a heavy weight pinning him down, and holy shit, Todoroki's face is really close now. Todoroki stares down at him with narrowed eyes. His skin is flushed and he's panting slightly, but his gaze is unwavering. His heterochromatic eyes are gazing down at him with such intensity that it makes Izuku's breath catch. A flush creeps up his neck as he stares back up at Todoroki with wide eyes. Izuku feels like a butterfly pinned to a board, wings spread for the other to see. His heart threatens to beat out of his chest as he wiggles his hands experimentally. But it's clear Todoroki has no inclination to allow him any kind of movement. The grip on his wrists is like iron. Izuku gulps. Todoroki may be cold, but his eyes burn. For a few tense moments, they stare at each other, both panting, both high on adrenaline. Todoroki's bangs fall into his face as he looks down at him. Izuku has no idea what the hell is going on, but something in Todoroki's eyes slowly turns. Curious, he probably wouldn't even notice it if he wasn't so close to the other boy's face. Finally, Todoroki speaks. Not bad. His voice is low. Who trained you? Izuku can barely form a coherent thought right now. Todoroki's intense eyes practically erase his ability to think. Huh, comes his intelligent reply. Todoroki stares at him for another moment. The grip on his wrists flexes. He opens his mouth. All right, everyone, that's enough. Aizawa's voice cuts through the tension like a knife. Todoroki blinks and looks up at Aizawa as he tells everybody where to gather for his demonstration. As soon as the other boy's gaze is off of him, Izuku lets out a huge sigh of relief. He almost feels dizzy. He asks weakly, can I get up now? Todoroki looks back down at him and seems to just realize that he's still pinning him down. Oh, he gets off. Sorry. Izuku clambers to his feet, ignoring how his legs suddenly feel shaky. Todoroki stands back and watches him carefully. Laughing breathlessly, Izuku says, You're a really good fighter, Todoroki-kun. He hardly reacts. Thanks, he says. Then asks again, who trained you? Huh? Izuku blinks, recalling Todoroki's previous question. I took self-defense classes with a woman named Kimureki. Since I was 10, but I stopped recently. It doesn't seem to be the answer Todoroki was looking for, but after a moment the other boy nods and turns to join their classmates, who are gathering in a group in front of Aizawa. Izuku hastens to walk by his side. Who trained you? He asks, hoping to strike up a conversation. Todoroki's eyes narrow and he suddenly becomes nervous. Did he say something wrong? Is it a touchy subject or? He almost thinks Todoroki won't respond, but eventually the other boy huffs, my father. His father. Izuku's mind flashes back to the tall, intimidating man covered in his own flames. Of course Endeavor would be the one to train Todoroki. He's the son of the number 2 hero. Why would he need to train with anyone else? But the way Todoroki just replied, he didn't sound very proud. If Izuku didn't know any better, he'd say his tone was almost resentful. Maybe they don't get along too well. He can't imagine training with a man as terrifying as Endeavor would be very fun. They reach the group quickly and Izuku sits down next to Kaken. He hears Todoroki sit down close by. As Aizawa starts demonstrating some basic forms for the less experienced students, Izuku has trouble focusing. There's something nagging at the edge of his mind, something he can't quite grasp. He feels Kaken watching him out of the corner of his eye. You all right? His friend asks in a low tone. Did that icy hot effort rough you up too much? No. Izuku trails off, glancing to his right. Todoroki is sitting a couple of feet away from him, watching Aizawa with a blank gaze. His left side is facing Izuku. Green eyes land on a blotchy red scar. For some reason, Izuku feels his stomach sink. Zuku, Kaken questions. Nothing, he murmurs, turning away from Todoroki. He doesn't meet his friend's gaze. I'm just awkward. Later that night, Izuku goes on the computer and researches everything he can about burn scars. There's even more press at the entrance of UA the next day. Kaken grits his teeth and Izuku sighs tiredly. He stayed up a bit too late last night with homework and reading for Recovery Girl and that thing about Todoroki's scar. Ever since their sparring session, he's just had a lot on his mind. No solid ideas or theories or anything, just his mind overreacting as usual. It also doesn't help that he's still sore from yesterday. Recovery Girl offered to heal his bruises during their lesson, but he politely declined. It's been a while since he's felt the ache of a good spar. No need to worry about some sore muscles, sure. It'll prevent him from using his quirk, but he's focusing on traditional healing methods anyway. Still, he's not too inclined to take on a crowd of reporters again when he's not feeling 100%. All right, beaches, Kaken growls, cracking his knuckles, time for round 2. He grabs Izuku again and starts shrieking at the reporters as he enters the mob. But it's a lot harder this time. There's twice as many people and cameras than yesterday, and everyone seems to be even more determined to interview students. Izuku is finding it hard to follow Kaken despite the fact that he's practically being dragged along. Suddenly, a hand clasps around his wrist and yanks him back. Yelping, he stumbles and Kaken's hand loses its grip on his arm. Hey, the blonde snaps, whirling around. But as soon as they're separated, the crowd of reporters swarms around them. Zuku, hey, F off. Get. Kaken, unable to see his friend amongst the mass of people, Izuku starts to panic. Whoever grabbed him still has an iron grip on his wrist. He tries to pull away using one of the wrist escapes that Kimura taught him. But as soon as the grip is broken, more hands grab onto him. Let me go. Let me go. Kaken, you. A microphone is shoved in his face. Give us a statement. Tell us about All Might. Izuku glances around frantically. There's flashing lights and cameras no matter where he turns. He feels suffocated by the crowd of people pressing down on all sides. The hands on his wrist tighten and yank again. Oh, he grimaces, trying once more to pull away. Please, let me go. I have to go to class. To his disbelief, the reporters sound angry. Just a statement, kid. Come on, you gotta give us something. What is the symbol of peace like as a teacher? Tell us. Over the droning of the crowd, he hears Kaken screech. Get the F away before I blow your asses up. Shit, he's getting angry. He's been doing so well not getting into any fights. But if he uses his quirk on civilians, then he'll definitely get in trouble. Kaken, I'm alright. Izuku calls out, tugging his wrist again. I'm fine, it's okay, I just have to. Let go of him. A cold voice suddenly cuts through the commotion. Izuku nearly cries with relief when he sees Todoroki approach him, the crowd parting for him slightly as he walks. One of the reporters grabbing Izuku perks up at the sight of the son of the number 2 hero, but a sharp look from him has her faltering. Todoroki's eyes land on the hands gripping Izuku's wrist. The air around him seems to drop 10 degrees. And Izuku isn't the only one that notices. You know, Todoroki says lowly, coming to stand in front of Izuku while keeping his gaze on the offending reporters. Most people wouldn't dare lay a hand on a healer. His eyes narrow dangerously. Heroes tend to be protective of them. There are 3 people grabbing onto Izuku's wrist. 2 of them stiffen in alarm and instantly pull away, but the woman instead perks up. A healer. Her eyes flash hungrily. Yue has a new healer. Her co-worker looks nervous. Sasaki-san. At least he seems to realize the implications of Todoroki's words. Now that there's only one person holding onto Izuku, he's able to break her hold fairly easily. He immediately pulls back and ducks behind Todoroki, rubbing his wrist gingerly. Kaken's voice roars again. Zuku, I'm fine. Izuku calls back. Todoroki looks at him, and then at the reporters. We're leaving now, he says, his tone leaving no room for argument. Izuku stays close behind Todoroki as they make their way out of the mob, keeping his arms close to himself in case someone tries to grab him again. As they weave through the crowd, Izuku glances up at Todoroki's face. The other boy isn't looking at him. His scar draws Izuku's attention, reminding him of his research the previous night. He'd spent almost an hour looking at various pictures of different types of burn scars, so he knows now that Todoroki's scar must be from water rather than fire, which is relieving. After the way he sounded talking about being trained by his father, which really wasn't more than a couple of words, Izuku couldn't help but wonder if his scar had been caused by endeavor, which would absolutely be none of his business, even if his father had been the cause. He just has an overactive imagination. Kaken is already at UAS gates when Izuku and Todoroki escape the crowd. His eyes widen and he rushes over. Zuku, damn it, are you alright? Izuku starts to reassure him, but then the blonde's eyes land on his bruising wrist. What the F? Who effing did that? I'll kill them. Kaken, it's fine, he says. A couple of reporters grabbed me, but Todoroki-kun made them leave me alone. He turns and smiles at said boy, who is standing a bit away, watching them silently. Kaken glares at him for a moment before clenching his jaw. Thanks, I guess, he mutters begrudgingly. Todoroki blinks, looking as aloof as usual. No problem. His eyes slide to the reporters, who are standing just behind the gate. The press is annoying. You can say that again. Izuku huffs. How come they listen to you and not me? Todoroki shrugs. Well, anyway, Kaken sniffs. Class is starting soon. You still gonna check in with Recovery Girl? Izuku looks down at his phone and winces at the numerous texts from his mentor. He should go see her, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. He bids his goodbyes to Kaken and Todoroki, the former not wanting to go with him in case he gets late, and rushes over to the infirmary. Sorry, Recovery Girl. He apologizes as soon as he bursts into the room. Midoriya-kun. Recovery Girl turns to him with a confused expression. What kept you? I was beginning to get worried. He scratches the back of his head sheepishly and waves her off. It was nothing. Just had a bit of trouble getting past the press. That's all. She frowns, but when she spots the angry red bruise forming on his wrist, her eyes widen. Did they do that to you? He glances at his wrist. Oh yeah, but it's all right. Doesn't hurt that bad. Recovery Girl's expression doesn't ease. She holds out her hand and Izuku gives her his wrist, sighing in relief when she kisses it gently. As grateful as he is, he can't help but tease. I thought you were all against using your quirk for minor injuries. Your quirk, she corrects. My quirk doesn't rely on sacrificing my own energy. She turns back to her desk, but something about her tone seems troubled. He hesitates. Maybe he can't afford to have bruises today. Well, I need to use my quirk in class today. he asks, but Recovery Girl shakes her head. No, that's not it, she says. You kids are just going to be doing more sparring lessons with All Might this afternoon. Aizawa-san should have told you that yesterday. Izuku nods. She huffs. What bothers me is the press, and the fact that they're getting physical with students. Geez, so desperate to talk to Toshinori-san that they'd resort to hurting children. She sniffs. Izuku gives her a gentle smile. I don't think that they meant it. Still, I'll talk to the teachers later about keeping those vultures away. His mentor glances up at the clock before telling him to hurry off to class. Izuku races down the hallway and steps into his homeroom right as the bell rings. Aizawa spares him a single glance but doesn't comment as he rushes to his desk, panting heavily. Good job during PE yesterday. He grunts. You'll be practicing the moves I showed you during your hero class today with All Might, and then he'll talk about how you can apply your quirks to those moves. Murmurs of excitement ripple through the class and the teacher narrows his eyes. I said he'd talk about it. You won't get to spar with your quirks until you learn the basics of fighting. The excitement dies down a bit. Aizawa sniffs. Now, let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today I'll have you. Everyone tenses up. Decide on a class representative. Izuku lets out a sigh of relief. Finally, a normal school activity. The classroom erupts into shouts. I want to be class rep. Pick me. Me too. I want to do it too. I'll be the leader. Izuku stays quiet, watching with amusement as his classmates argue over who should be the class representative. Their enthusiasm makes sense. In a normal class, they'd probably just be taking on everyday tasks. But in a hero course, being class rep would allow someone to practice being a top hero by leading a group. It's a good opportunity for the future heroes. He chuckles when Kaken aggressively demands to be the one to take on the role. Ida is quick to calm down the chaos and suggests that they hold an election to choose the class representative. Most of his classmates probably vote for themselves, but Izuku isn't quite sure who to vote for. As much as he loves his friend, Kaken isn't exactly the most level-headed person. Then again, taking on a leadership role could have the effect of making him more mature, but that isn't a guarantee. Izuku glances around the room and spots Kirishima. He seems to be pretty friendly with everyone, but he's not as goofy or careless as Kaminari and Ashido. Not that Izuku really knows him too well, but if he's able to somewhat wrangle Kaken, then he should be able to deal with whatever this class throws at him. So, Izuku casts his vote for Kirishima, and nearly faints in shock when he gets chosen to be the class representative. What? Me? He squeaks. I got votes. Kaken is confused too. Huh? Zuku, who voted for him? Well, it's better than voting for you. Zero teases lightly and the blonde snarls at him. As the two bicker back and forth, Izuku is still trying to wrap his mind around the situation. He got 3 votes. 3. He got more than Yaoyorozu, and damn, he didn't even think about voting for her. She would be so perfect for the role. But, why me? He stammers. I mean, I am not even going to be a hero. Really, I'm just a healer. Hey, maybe it's not such a bad idea, then? Kaminari suggests. Kirishima grins. Yeah, you're pretty cool, Midoriya-kun. Yeah, remember when he healed Uraraka-san? He seems pretty friendly with everyone, I guess. Yeah, Midoriya-kun. Wait. Izuku waves his hands frantically. I'm flattered and all, but I am really not much of a leader. Don't sell yourself short, Midoriya-kun, Yaoyorozu says, catching everyone's attention. As a healer, you have a unique role in this class. Even though we may be classmates, every student in the hero course are rivals to some degree. Everyone except you. Izuku gapes at her and she smiles. You are a neutral party, so if you are our class representative, then we know you won't be biased in any way. Izuku blinks, then blinks some more. Oh, his voice is tiny. I guess that makes sense. Yaoyorozu nods. It's logical. She glances at the rest of the class. Zero turns away with an airy huff. Well, we know who you voted for then. He simply grins when Yaoyorozu frowns at him and says, all right, I'm down. Yeah, me too. Kirishima agrees, grinning at Izuku. Good luck, class rep. The boy hesitates. He's still not so sure about this. But everyone seems to agree with Yaoyorozu's logic, and soon Aizawa announces him as class president and Yaoyorozu as vice president. Izuku gulps nervously. Quit worrying, Zuku, Kaken growls as they sit down for lunch. It's not the end of the world. Zero nudges Izuku and says, hey, even Bakugo-kun agrees. Well, it's better than having any of you effing losers do it. Kaken snaps, stabbing his food more harshly than necessary. One of his chopsticks snaps at the end. Zero and Kaminari immediately burst into laughter while Kaken screeches at them. Izuku sighs. Next to him, Ashido puffs up her cheeks in a pout. He has a point, though. Izuku looks at her in surprise and she tilts her head. You're really the best one for it. Yamomo is so smart. She lets out a wistful sigh at the end. But I thought you guys wanted to be class rep, he protests. Glancing between her and Kirishima, you seemed so excited about it. Kirishima shrugs. Well, yeah, it seemed like a good idea at first. But then when we were writing down our votes, I thought, maybe not. Yeah, too much responsibility for the first year, Kaminari complains good-naturedly, leaning against Zero. So I figured I'd vote for you, Kirishima says, startling Izuku. I mean, if you can get Bakugo-kun under control just by saying his name, he laughs when Kaken screeches at him. Then handling the rest of us should be a piece of cake. I didn't vote for you. I still voted for myself, Kaminari admits sheepishly, scratching the back of his head, but I'm glad things turned out the way they did now. Yeah, you'll do great, Midori-kun, Ashido says. Kirishima and Kaminari grin while Zero gives him a thumbs up. Oh, Izuku blushes a little bit, tucking a curl behind his ear as he smiles down at his food. It's kind of heartwarming to know that his classmates think so highly of him after only knowing him for a short amount of time. Thanks, guys. I'll try and do my best, then. Zero grins. Don't worry about it. Although, I think Ida-kun might be a bit broken-hearted. He points at another table with his chopsticks, where Ida is currently spluttering at something Uraraka said. Izuku shrivels. Ida had seemed really enthusiastic about being class rep. Oh, God, I didn't even think I should go apologize or something. Ashido waves him off before he can work himself up too much. It's his own fault. Anyways, yeah, he's the one who talked up the whole election thing. Even though he knew most of us would vote for ourselves, Kaminari says, and then he didn't vote for himself. What did he think would happen? They all glance back at Ida, who is now standing with his chest proudly puffed. Uraraka beams at whatever he's saying, but Kaminari, Kirishima, Zero, and Ashido just squint in confusion and slight judgment. Kaken raises an eyebrow. Izuku tilts his head. He wonders what Ida is saying to Uraraka to make her look so amazed. Before he can say anything, alarms suddenly blare loudly. Izuku flinches and Ashido lets out a little leap of surprise. A voice says over the speaker system, "There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly." I repeat, level 3 security. Zero asks, what's that? I dunno, but I think it's pretty serious. Kaminari turns in his seat, looking at some older students as they jump up and start running out of the cafeteria. Others soon follow, seeming scared and panicked. Kaken stands up. If it's a security breach, then that probably means someone's trespassing on school grounds. He gives Izuku a sharp look. Let's go. They all abandon their food and hastily make their way out of the cafeteria. However, since everyone else is doing the same, the hallways quickly get overcrowded. With so many people packed together, topped with the fact that they're all panicking, it soon becomes a stampede. And for the second time that day, Izuku loses Kaken in the crowd. Don't push. Hey, what's happening? Stop it. Oh, Izuku quickly turns at the sound of the cry, but there's no point in trying to figure out who it came from. Everybody is pushing and shoving against each other as they try to reach the end of the hallway. Izuku yelps as someone steps on his foot and jerks back, only to bump into another student. Hey, wait. I'm falling. Crap. People are going to get seriously hurt with everyone stampeding like this. Izuku grimaces and tries to help a stumbling boy regain his balance. But it's hard when he barely has any balance of his own. Everyone, he yells, please, calm down. You're going to get hurt. His voice gets drowned out by the shouts of dozens of students. He can just barely hear the sound of Kaken calling his name, but there's no way he can find him in this mess. All he can do is wait for things to calm down and try to avoid getting injured in the meantime. As soon as he thinks this, an elbow comes flying towards his face. He tries to dodge, but with such little space he still ends up getting hit on the cheek. Oh, he cries out. Then a foot kicks him in the shin, causing him to stumble. A hand suddenly grasps his upper arm and yanks him backwards. He feels his back collide against someone's chest and struggles to glance over his shoulder. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun. Kirishima shouts, I've got you. He proceeds to harden his arms and holds them beside Izuku, protecting his upper torso and face from getting hit. Kirishima-kun. Thank you. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. With movement being so difficult, he can't even twist around to properly see the redhead, but it doesn't matter. Kirishima stays close, chest pressed against his back as he protects Izuku as best as he can with his arms. The greenette's feet still get stepped on every other second, but at least he doesn't have to worry about getting a broken nose on top of it. This is crazy, Kirishima shouts, painfully close to Izuku's ear. He suddenly pauses and plunges one of his arms into the crowd. A moment later, he fishes out Kaminari. Oh, hey guys. The electric boy perks up. This is crazy. That's what I just said, Kirishima replies, grunting when someone elbows him in the ribs. Another person cries out in pain and Izuku winces. People are getting hurt. He yelps. Kaminari raises his arms and yells, everyone, stop. Slow down. Slow do. He promptly gets knocked off his feet, but Izuku grabs him by the jacket before he can get swept away. He pulls the other boy close. Things are getting more and more uncomfortable by the minute, with Kirishima pressed against his back and Kaminari pressed against his front. They're roughly jostled by the crowd with every step they take, and Izuku is really starting to freak out now with just the seemingly endless amount of people around him. He's about 2 seconds away from a panic attack when everything suddenly stops. Something has caught everyone's attention, making them stop and look up. Izuku peeks over Kaminari's shoulder, surprised to see Ida standing on top of the emergency exit sign. Everything is fine, Ida shouts. His legs wobble slightly and Izuku's heart leaps to his throat in fear. Still, Ida continues, it's just the media. There is nothing to panic about. Everything is fine. This is UA. Let us act in a way befitting the best of the best. His tone is so chastising that it actually makes some students pause. A few glance around and someone calls out, "Oh, wow, it really is just the media. The police are here too." Oh good. Slowly but surely the pressure surrounding Izuku eases away as people calm down. He lets out a huge sigh of relief and beams up at Ida. The blue-haired boy is still standing confidently on top of the emergency exit sign and Izuku can't help but think that he looks really cool. As for the cause of the stampede, "Man, I really hate the media now," he grumbles and Kirishima laughs. "Thanks for protecting me back there. Are you alright?" The redhead waves him off. "Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry about me." But, he looks over Izuku's shoulder and the boy turns around, following his gaze to a couple of students making their way out of the hall. One has their arm around the other's shoulder and is clearly limping. Glancing around, Izuku sees that there are a lot of people with minor injuries. Oh, he winces, turning back to Kirishima and Kaminari. "I should go help out Recovery Girl. If you see Kaken, can you?" "Zuku. Never mind." He cuts himself off, trying to give Kaken a reassuring smile as the blonde rushes over to him. "I'm fine, Kaken. It's alright. I have to go to Recovery Girl now though." Kaken doesn't look mollified. "I'll walk you there," he says, taking a step forward, but Izuku shakes his head. "It's fine. There's already gonna be a bunch of people there anyway." Before he turns away, he glances up at the emergency exit sign and asks, "Can you make sure Ida-kun gets down safely?" Kaken grumbles in response, but Kirishima and Kaminari give him a thumbs up. Satisfied, Izuku turns and starts running to the infirmary as fast as possible. By the time he gets there, there's already a long line of students waiting outside. Sorry, excuse me," he mumbles as he pushes his way into the room. When Recovery Girl sees him, she almost looks like she's about to cry in relief. "Midoriya-kun," she exclaims, "thank goodness. What is going on? What's this about a stampede I'm hearing?" Izuku's already moving to his desk to grab some latex gloves, pausing to quickly put his hair up in a hasty bun in order to get his curls out of the way before he puts them on. Everyone freaked out when the alarms sounded and we were told there was a security breach, so everyone started rushing outside, but we got stuck in the hallway cause it was too small for all of us. So, yeah, stampede, but it was just the media that sounded the alarm. Recovery Girl lets out a noise of frustration and turns back to the student she's treating. "Dear Lord, what a mess. Can you go outside and start examining everyone? Those with more serious injuries can be treated now, but if they just have scrapes and bruises, then tell them to come back after school." Izuku nods dutifully and walks outside. "Everyone," he calls out, facing the line of students, "I'm going to check your injuries, but if you have minor injuries that can wait, then please come back after school. There are too many people to take care of right now." The students stare at him in confusion. "And who are you?" an upperclassman asks with a raised eyebrow. "I'm Recovery Girl's apprentice," he replies, already moving towards her to check her for injuries. "Where are you hurt?" Recovery Girl has an apprentice, the girl asks instead of answering. Izuku's fairly stressed out right now, so he doesn't feel too bad about giving her a harsh look. She straightens up. "Oh shit, alright. I got elbowed in the ribs pretty hard." She has no qualms about lifting her shirt to show him her ribcage. A couple of guys behind her suddenly seem very interested, but Izuku sends them a sharp glare and they avert their eyes innocently. He turns back to the girl's torso, poking and prodding gently while asking her some questions. The gloves keep him from automatically healing her as soon as he touches her skin, which would be bad if any of her ribs were broken. However, he soon determines that they're most likely just bruised and tells her to come back later. She seems a bit disheartened, but leaves. As he turns to the next student, he notices that a few other people are leaving as well, probably deciding that their injuries are minor enough to wait. A couple more students leave when the lunch bell rings, but worrying about being late to class is the last thing on Izuku's mind right now. He is surprised to come across Aoyama amongst the remaining students. However, he doesn't know the other boy too well, but it's clear that Aoyama is being unusually quiet right now. The blonde is cradling his hand to his chest with a pained expression. "Monsieur," he whimpers, "I fell in the hallway and my hand got stepped on many times." He holds his injured hand out and Izuku can immediately tell that it's broken, maybe even in multiple places. The skin is turning purple and his fingers are swelling heavily. It's the worst injury that Izuku has seen so far. "You fell." He carefully starts leading Aoyama towards the door, ignoring a student that complains about the blonde getting to skip the line. "Did you get hurt anywhere else?" Aoyama sniffles. Someone kicked me in the head and another person stepped on my back before I was able to stand up again. But my hand hurts the most. Okay, we'll get you fixed up soon, Aoyama-kun, Izuku reassures, then looks up as they approach his mentor, who is frowning down at a girl's leg, recovery girl. I checked out most of the students and managed to convince some to come back later. The rest mostly just have sprains or cuts, but I'm pretty sure Aoyama-kun here broke his hand. Recovery girl takes one look at the boy's hand and concludes the same thing. The poor woman seems so overwhelmed right now, strands of her hair are even starting to come out of her bun from all her rushing around, but she's quick to usher Aoyama outside. I'll need to do an x-ray, I'm sorry, but do you mind taking over here for a few minutes, Midoriya-kun? She looks extremely apologetic. I'm fairly certain Heya-san's ankle is just sprained, so it's fine if you just use your quirk, but remember to limit yourself. I don't want to come back in here to find you exhausted, alright. Izuku nods and she turns to leave, only to jerk back once more. Oh, and you, how are you? Any injuries? Izuku blinks and examines himself. He'd been so busy worrying about everyone else's injuries that he didn't even notice his own bruises, although they aren't that bad. It's just a couple of bruises, he says. Of course, it would still prevent him from using his quirk, and his mentor knows this too. She's expressed her reluctance to use her own quirk on Izuku before, given that it would sap the stamina that he needs to heal other people. However, since it is only a couple of bruises, she holds her hand out expectantly and kisses Izuku's knuckles when he gives her his hand. Then, she's bustling out the door with Aoyama in tow, and Izuku, hardly feeling any more tired than before, turns to the girl she had been treating earlier. Okay, Heya-san, was it? He asks, already kneeling down and taking off his gloves. The girl, an upperclassman with short pinkish hair, nods and tilts her head. Who are you? She asks. I'm Midoriya Izuku, recovery girl's apprentice, he replies, placing his hands on her ankle and letting his energy flow. She visibly brightens a few moments later and rolls her ankle carefully, smiling when she feels no pain. Wow, she exclaims, I don't even feel tired. Thanks, Midoriya-kun. She hops off the bed and bows politely before leaving. Izuku turns to the boy that was waiting after her as he approaches. I got a cut on my arm, he says stiffly, lifting his arm to reveal a 6-inch long gash running along the side of his forearm. Izuku's eyes widen. Holy crap, how'd you get this? He immediately takes the boy's arm into his hands. I think I grazed it against some kid with spikes during the stalk. The boy trails off as the gash disappears within seconds. Oh, he blinks in surprise. Cool, next, Izuku calls. The boy takes the hint and leaves. The next few minutes are spent treating patient after patient, each coming in with some sort of not minor but not life-threatening injury. He doesn't use his quirk for all of them, but he's still relieved when recovery girl returns with Aoyama. The blonde's hand is fractured in multiple places, but none of the bones completely broke, so thankfully he doesn't need surgery. Izuku keeps helping out other patients while also trying to pay attention to his mentor as she takes the opportunity to show him how to properly cast a hand. She doesn't want to heal him entirely since he still has class to attend, so she only half uses her quirk before sending Aoyama back to class with a late slip. Izuku envies her ability to control the output of her quirk. Once Aoyama has been taken care of, recovery girl is able to take over the infirmary again. However, Izuku still stays to help out until all of the students have been treated. By the time he makes it to his afternoon hero lesson, he's almost 40 minutes late. Recovery girl gave him a slip, of course, but he also had to run to homeroom to grab his uniform, then run to the Gamma Gym changing room and quickly get dressed, then run into the gym. That, on top of the fact that he's been on his feet constantly since the stampede, plus using his quirk on numerous people, plus having not been able to completely finish eating lunch, means that when he finally stumbles into the gym, he's pretty exhausted. Everyone is in the middle of practicing sparring moves with All Might, but they all pause to look at him when he enters. All Might tells them to keep going, turning to Izuku with concerned eyes when he walks up to him panting. Sorry I'm late. He gasps for breath. Recovery girl needed help healing people. Lot of injuries. He wearily hands his teacher the late slip. All Might takes it reluctantly. I heard about what happened during lunch, he says. I'm sorry that the media caused such a ruckus. Is everyone all right? Young Aoyama came in late with a broken hand. He nods at said boy, who is sitting on a nearby bench watching his classmates spar, obviously not participating due to his injury. Yeah, we dealt with most of the bad injuries, Izuku says. We asked people with minor injuries to come by after school. He takes a deep breath and straightens up, trying to focus his scrambled mind. So, what'd I miss? Oh, I was just having them practice the moves Aizawa-kun taught you guys yesterday. All Might explains, gazing at the sparring students. In a few minutes, I'll stop everyone and start talking about using their quirks in fighting. He gives him a wary smile. My first real lecture, I suppose. Right. Izuku nods. Normally he might smile back at the obviously anxious teacher, but he's finding it hard to focus when his mind is still coming down from what happened during lunch. He feels like this is the first time he's actually stopped moving since the stampede. He starts to walk towards his classmates, intent on finding someone to pair up with, but a large hand on his shoulder stops him. I think you should sit out of this one, young Midoriya, All Might says, his voice full of concern. What? Izuku asks. Why? You look exhausted, All Might replies frankly. Why don't you go sit with young Aoyama? We'll move on to the lecture soon. Izuku wants to protest, but the hero gives him a firm look and, well, he is pretty tired. So, he trudges over to the bench and sits down next to Aoyama with a heavy sigh. Monsieur, are you all right? Aoyama asks, you look dreadful. Izuku snorts a little and says, I'm fine. Using my quirk a lot just makes me a bit tired. Aoyama nods in understanding and doesn't seem to mind when Izuku stays quiet after that, leaning his head against the wall and closing his eyes. His bun bothers him, but it's pretty messed up from the hectic day, so he just takes off the hair tie before relaxing again. He's hoping to rest for a little bit, but All Might stays true to his word and stops the sparring session a few minutes later, calling everyone to gather around him, ignoring the numerous concerned glances sent his way. He joins his classmates as they sit down on the mat in front of All Might. He plops down next to Kaken and immediately leans his head on his friend's shoulder, sagging his weight against him tiredly. Kaken wraps an arm around his torso and Izuku lets out a sigh of relief. All Might starts going on a rant about applying quirks to fighting techniques and the importance of doing it safely. Izuku tries to pay attention, he really does. But he's been running on adrenaline for the better part of an hour and now everything's finally catching up to him. His muscles slowly start to go slack and his eyelids slip closed. He's not going to fall asleep, he tells himself. He just needs to rest for a couple of minutes. He falls asleep. Zuku, MHNNN. Zuku, come on, wake up. MMMMHHHH. I'm not effing carrying you all the way back to class, dumbass. I'll do it. F off, shitty hair. MHHRRHM. Izuku drowsily blinks his eyes open, looking around. Nearly his entire class is gazing at him with various expressions of amusement. Yelping, he jerks into an upright position before his eyes land on All Might standing behind his classmate. Horror fills his chest as realization dawns on him. Oh my god. Ashido-kuz, you're so cute when you're sleepy, Midori-kun. I fell asleep, he exclaims in dismay, jumping to his feet. All Might, I'm so sorry. That was so rude of me. He bows, apologizing profusely, but All Might just laughs. Don't worry about it, my boy. You look like you needed it. He grins broadly. Class is over now, though, so I'm afraid you'll have to stay awake long enough to get back to homeroom. Maybe Aizawa-kun will let you nap in his sleeping bag if you ask nicely enough. He laughs again and Izuku's face flushes a deep red. Kaken rolls his eyes and nudges him towards the door. Izuku shuffles along, hiding his face in embarrassment. As they walk back to the changing rooms, Kirishima comes up beside him and ruffles his hair gently. You sure you're all right, Midoriya-kun? I told you, it's just cause he used his quirk a lot. Shitty hair, Kaken growls, pushing the redhead's hand away from Izuku. Oi, I'm all right, Kirishima-kun, Izuku says, and it's true. The nap gave him a bit of an energy boost and his mind feels much more clear than before. Still doesn't make it okay that he fell asleep during class, though. Kaken keeps a careful eye on him throughout the rest of their afternoon classes, which are thankfully fairly calm. At their end of the day homeroom, Aizawa tells him and Yaoyorozu to decide on the rest of the class officers. They walk up to the podium and stand in silence for a moment, not quite knowing what to say. Izuku shifts uncomfortably under the gazes of all his classmates before realizing what Yaoyorozu is looking at him expectantly. Oh, right, he's the class representative. Izuku can't quite stifle the sigh that escapes him. All throughout his afternoon classes, he was really only thinking of all the students he has to treat after school. His day doesn't end once school does like the rest of his classmates. And to add the responsibilities of being class rep on top of that, Izuku's exhausted just thinking about it. Before we decide on the class officers, can I say something? He asks. His classmates blink at him curiously. Yaoyorozu tilts her head as he turns to her and says, I think you should be the class president, Yaoyorozu-san. Huh, she looks taken aback. Izuku looks at the rest of his also surprised classmates and adds, and I think Ida-kun should be the vice president. He makes eye contact with Ida and smiles. The blue-haired boy just stares at him with wide eyes. Murmurs of surprise ripple through the class. Midoriya-kun, Yaoyorozu says, baffled, but Izuku turns to her, giving her a reassuring look. I appreciate what you said about me earlier. He glances at his classmates. And I really am flattered that you think I'd be a good class president. But I really don't think this role is for me. He nods at Ida and says, during lunch, Ida-kun was able to get everyone's attention in such a cool way. He stopped the stampede and prevented even more people from getting hurt. I thought he looked really heroic too, so I think it would be best for Ida-kun to lead you guys. He trails off, then jumps and waves his hands apologetically at Yaoyorozu, of course, along with Yaoyorozu-san. She smiles but still looks uncertain. Midoriya-kun. If it's a matter of self-confidence, then it's not. Izuku shakes his head, then hesitates. Well, actually, it is, sort of, but it's mostly because I'm just really busy, you know. He laughs nervously and scratches the back of his head. His classmates glance at each other in confusion. Clearing his throat, he continues, I mean, as a healer in training, I have a lot of responsibilities. Outside the hero course, I mean. Oh, Kaminari blinks. You mean like your after-school lessons with Recovery Girl? Huh. His classmates turn to him. He has lessons with Recovery Girl after school. Kaminari explains, he's learning how to be a healer. Oh, wow, Uraraka says, on top of what we're learning in here. Izuku nods. She suddenly has a very pitying look on her face, along with most of his other classmates. Oh, geez, I didn't even think about that. He did look really tired when he came back from the infirmary after lunch. Yeah, you've got enough on your plate already, man. Don't worry about it. We didn't mean to pressure you or anything. Izuku flails his limbs frantically, trying to reassure them all that it's okay, but Yaoyorozu looks devastated. Oh, Midoriya-kun, I'm so sorry, she apologizes, putting a hand on his shoulder. I'm so ignorant, I didn't even think about. It's all right, Yaoyorozu-san, really. He cuts her off, mentally hoping to get this over with as soon as possible. God, he's really not good with all this attention on him. Why does he have to make things so weird? He glances at Ida and asks, a hopeful tone in his voice, so, Ida-kun, are you okay with being our vice pres? Ida still looks astonished, but after a few encouraging words from his classmates, he accepts the role with a rather dramatic speech. As he marches up to stand beside Yaoyorozu, Izuku sits down in his own seat with a sigh of relief. Later, when he goes to the infirmary for his lesson, he's surprised to see that Recovery Girl is not there. The numerous students with minor injuries, however, are. Izuku winces at the sight of the line already forming outside of the infirmary before deciding to go ahead and start without his mentor. Thankfully, since most of these students do have minor injuries, they're easy enough to treat. Izuku ends up raiding the cabinets for band-aids and disinfectants while instructing others to press ice packs to their bruises. He can't let them keep the packs like Recovery Girl did for Monoma. They'd run out by the end of the hour. The only time he decides to use his quirk is when a girl comes in with a heavily swollen black eye. Why didn't you stay during lunch? He scolds gently as he examines the dark bruise. The girl shrugs. Hey, it hardly hurts, so I figured it wasn't that big of a deal. Izuku stares at her incredulously. When you walked in, you told me you could barely see anything out of it. She nods once, not quite looking like she understands. Is that bad? Izuku doesn't know whether to face palm or sigh in exasperation. After a moment, he chooses the latter and grumbles under his breath as he heals her eye. Recovery Girl's earlier words come back to mind. There are two types of heroes you'll encounter. Those that try to act tough and hide their injuries, and those that complain nonstop about every little thing. He thinks he must have had his first encounter with the former. As he continues to treat students, he wonders where Recovery Girl is. His mentor hasn't sent him any text messages to explain her absence, nor did she leave any kind of note for him. When his last patient leaves, Izuku flops onto his desk chair and pulls out his phone. He's about to send her a message when suddenly, young Midoriya, I am. Hiak. A loud bang startles him enough to make him drop his phone. All Might, he exclaims as the number one hero clutches his forehead, which had smacked against the doorframe when he tried to burst into the room. Are you all right? What are you doing here? All Might winces in pain and carefully ducks under the offending doorframe as he enters the room. I'm fine. He grimaces, swallowing some blood that threatens to escape his lips. Although sometimes I wish I wasn't so tall. Izuku's lip twitches as the man closes the door behind him and deflates into his normal form, still rubbing his forehead. Consider yourself lucky. He chides lightly, leading him to sit on the nearest bed. I'd love to be as tall as you. All Might snorts and Izuku reaches to heal his head, then hesitates. If he starts healing All Might, even if it's just for a bruise, there's no telling whether or not he'd be able to stop. Instead, he settles on just giving him an ice pack and a couple of gummies to cheer him up. Thanks, the hero says. Anyway, I just came here to check on you. Also, to tell you that Chiyo-san is coming soon. But she got caught up with something for the principal. There's something in his eyes as he says this that Izuku can't quite decipher. He almost seems, not nervous, but more like bothered. Like he's got something on his mind. Something that definitely wasn't there during class. Izuku tilts his head while All Might shifts warily under his gaze. The blonde forces a grin and asks, So, are you feeling better now? I saw some students walking out of the infirmary as I came by. Were you able to treat them successfully? Shrugging off the weird moment, Izuku nods and sits back down in his chair. Yeah, I could deal with them mostly without my quirk, although there was one girl that I wish would have come during lunch. I was able to heal her without too much trouble, though. And yes, I am feeling better, thank you for asking. Still tired from he makes a vague gesture with his hands. Everything, but nothing a nice fat nap when I get home won't fix. All Might smiles. Crazy first week of school, huh? Oh yeah, definitely. Izuku huffs. I don't know why I expected things to be a bit more tame, at least at first. Welp, that's UA for you. All Might lets out a long exhale and leans back, looking amused. I remember during my first week of UA, I ended up breaking my arm within the first couple of days. Izuku's expression must be comical because All Might bursts out laughing a moment later. Haha, yeah, Chiyo-san pretty much had the same reaction. Recovery girl worked at UA when you were in UA. Izuku asks with wide eyes. Oh yes, although she wasn't the full-time healer until much later in her life. She was a very busy young woman. All Might gestures to Izuku. She used to wear her hair down too, believe it or not. Izuku blinks and his hand subconsciously reaches up to his hair, which he didn't realize was still down. He usually keeps it up in a ponytail or a bun so it doesn't get in the way, but he'd let it down before his impromptu nap on Kaken's shoulder and he hadn't put it back up. But recovery girl with her hair down. Izuku can't even imagine it. All Might is still watching him with a small smile on his face. After a moment, he says, I don't think I've ever seen you with your hair down, young Midoriya. Oh, yeah, I guess I like to keep it up most of the time, he says. It's kind of hard to maintain otherwise. Drives my mom crazy. He chuckles, idly running his hands through his curls as he talks. He starts to pull it back into a bun, but All Might interrupts him. It looks good. Oh, Izuku blushes. MMH, much better than mine does, All Might says, running a hand through his messy mane of hair. Izuku wonders how it looks so much more slick when the hero's in his muscle form. And the bangs, how do they stand up? Your hair looks fine, All Might. Izuku says, do you ever put yours up? I've never been as adept at managing long hair as most people have. When recovery girl walks in a couple minutes later, it's to see Izuku kneeling on the bed behind All Might, threading deft fingers into his mane with his brows furrowed in concentration. He pulls most of his blonde locks into a small ponytail, leaving his long tufts of bangs free. All Might rubs the back of his neck, his fingers gently tugging the smaller strands that didn't make it into the ponytail, before his gaze lands on recovery girl. How do I look? He asks, a humorous twinkle in his blue eyes. The healer huffs and waddles over to her desk, slightly less rumpled than usual. Now Shu, I have a lesson to teach. All Might bows politely and gives Izuku another grin before leaving. The boy turns to his mentor, who looks a little disheveled herself as she apologizes for being late. She doesn't give any explanation as to why, and he wants to ask her, but she's quick to turn the conversation to the students that they treated today. Like yesterday, they go over the list of patients that she logged down on her clipboard and he instantly feels bad for not doing the same with the ones that he treated both during lunch and after school. But recovery girl reassures him that it's not his fault since he didn't know. She then teaches him how to fill in the necessary information in a clipboard of his own. Plus she tells him that he is able to give late slips, although she strongly warns him against abusing that particular power. They talk about Aoyama's hand, and that eventually leads to her showing him how the X-ray machine works. It'll be a while before he's allowed to use such expensive medical equipment without supervision, but it's cool to learn about. By the time they're done, it's already 10 minutes past their usual ending time. I didn't think we'd be getting to it so soon, but I'll show you how to properly put a cast on someone tomorrow, recovery girl says as he gathers his things. You know, when there's not a bunch of injured teenagers to distract us. Okay. Izuku zips up his bag and hesitates. Recovery girl. His mentor tilts her head. When am I going to start training with my quirk? Not that these traditional methods are unimportant. I'm just curious. Recovery girl sighs softly. Well, I wanted to give you some time to settle in before we started any rigorous training, especially since your quirk makes you so tired. However, if this first week is anything to go by, it seems that going slow isn't going to fly very well. I'll think of some exercises you can do with your quirk next week. Okay. He smiles, then fails to stifle a yawn. Today has been an incredibly long day. First he got swarmed by the media, then he got stuck in a stampede, then used his quirk multiple times to heal injuries for over half an hour, not to mention all the stuff with briefly becoming the class representative and everything that happened after school. Needless to say, he's feeling pretty drained. So, he bids his goodbyes to recovery girl and turns to leave. Before he makes it to the door, however, his mentor asks, you walk home with one of your friends, right? Bewildered, Izuku glances back at her in confusion. Her tone was nonchalant, but her expression is tight with worry. It's strange. She's never really asked about Kaken before. Yeah, I walk home with Kaken, he replies uncertainly. You've met him before, right? She nods but doesn't say anything else. He shifts his feet. Is that okay? That seems to jerk her out of her thoughts, and her expression smooths slightly as she smiles. Of course, don't mind me. She trails off for a few moments and Izuku doesn't really expect her to say anything else. But then she looks back at him. Just stick close to each other on your way home. Better to be safe than sorry. Izuku frowns in confusion. She's worried about his safety. Oh, of course, he says. She nods and he leaves without another word. He finds Kaken waiting for him outside of the cafeteria munching on a couple of meat buns. Although he passes one to the greenette as they leave the school. They don't talk much, but Izuku can't keep his mind off of Recovery Girl's strange behavior at the end of their lesson. Is she just being paranoid because he told her about that time he was almost kidnapped? No, he told her that earlier in the week. Should he be worried about his safety? Is there something dangerous she knows about? Does it have anything to do with why she was so late to their lesson? His mind is racing with questions that he doesn't have the answers to. If Kaken notices that Izuku starts walking a bit closer to him than usual, he doesn't mention it. Thankfully, the rest of the week passes without much drama. Izuku spends most of the weekend reading the other book Recovery Girl assigned to him, the one that she's made notes in about the most common injuries she sees hero students get. He also wants to start doing research on ways he can help his classmates deal with the effects of their quirk overuse. But that's probably going to take a while, so he tells himself to finish the book first. It's bigger than the first aid book, but it's nothing compared to human anatomy and physiology. He'd be grateful to read literally anything other than that monstrosity of a book. When he meets Recovery Girl the next Monday morning, she looks slightly less surprised when she learns how much he's read already. I suppose there's no point in me telling you to go slow, she says with a deadpan voice, and Izuku smiles sheepishly. She sniffs and turns back to her desk, seeming rather annoyed. The same goes for Toshinori-san, apparently. Izuku blinks. With an irritated sigh, Recovery Girl says, ever since his strength has been returning, his time limit has been steadily increasing as well. Izuku nods. All Might has told him this. His mentor purses her lips. Because of this, he's been staying out longer and longer. He doesn't know how to limit himself anymore. That man has been a teacher for only a week and he's already been late twice. He was supposed to meet me before school starts because I wanted to check on his injury. But alas, she gestures to her infirmary, which is notably All Might less. Recovery Girl almost always seems annoyed when talking about All Might, so Izuku knows not to take her displeasure too seriously. He probably just got a bit sidetracked, he says, pulling out his phone to check his social media. One of the All Might accounts he follows reports that the #1 hero has already resolved 3 incidents this morning. He shows her his phone. See, he's working. Recovery Girl remains unimpressed. Izuku texts All Might as he walks to homeroom. Beware of the angry Recovery Girl. During lunch, Izuku checks the news again and sees that All Might seems to be caught up in a hostage situation. He frowns. Even though All Might doesn't teach any morning classes, it still isn't a good idea to tire himself out before their afternoon lesson. He'll probably be late. What's with the face, Midori-kun? Ashido asks. Izuku startles out of his thoughts and puts his phone away. Nothing, he says, turning back to his lunch. Lunch Rush makes good katsudon, but not as good as his mother's, of course. Kaken wrinkles his nose. I don't understand how you can eat that stuff so often. Izuku scowls at him. I like katsudon. Me too, Zero agrees, although I can never really finish the whole thing. It's kind of heavy, you know. Not exactly healthy either, Kaken says pointedly. Izuku gives him a shrewd look. Am I being fat-shamed here? Kaken's eyes widen slightly and the others laugh in response. What the F? No, he snaps. I'm just wondering how the hell a guy your size can pack away so many effing calories without becoming effing obese. I don't eat that much, Kaken. Izuku says sniffily, turning up his nose. Sure, maybe I have a bit of a sweet tooth and maybe I like to have a few snacks here and there. But he's interrupted by Kirishima laughing. Nobody's shaming you, Midoriya-kun. Kirishima grins. My quirk requires me to eat a lot of protein. Yeah, lay off, Bakugo-kun. Ashido pouts. It's not his fault his quirk makes him hungry. Yamomo has to eat a lot too in order to use her quirk. A lot of people have specific diets tailored to their quirks, Zero adds. Kaken arches a brow, looking at Izuku in confusion. Wait, what the F? I didn't know you had to eat a lot. Izuku is confused too. I don't. At least, I don't think so. Ashido tilts her head. Huh, are you sure? She asks. I mean, I just figured. Didn't you say your quirk relies on you transferring your energy or something? Izuku nods. So, the more energy you have, the better it works. She looks at him like it should be obvious, and shit, maybe it is. Izuku stares at his katsudon, dumbfounded. How did he not realize this sooner? It's not like he eats an outrageous amount more than normal, but he's definitely never shied away from putting a little extra on his plate. or going for a snack between classes. He's even noted something similar in his old Quirk journal, about how if he doesn't sleep so well the previous night or skips breakfast, then his Quirk is more sluggish and he tires out a lot faster. It's something he's noticed but never really thought too much about. Though, he says lamely, I guess I didn't realize. You didn't realize that food affects your energy. Kaminari looks rather amused. Haven't you ever taken health class, Midoriya-kun? Food basically is energy. Izuku blushes. Well, I mean, it's just something I do automatically. Eat a lot, I guess I just figured I had a big stomach. He feels very dumb right now. Kirishima snorts. Well, at least now you know. Maybe you should talk to Yamomo, Ashido suggests, shoving some rice into her mouth. You could, talk about what foods to eat. Or, I dunno, get addicted to energy drinks. I'd love to see Midoriya-kun all hopped up on caffeine. Kaminari laughs. I don't think that'd be too healthy, Izuku says as he smiles, but good idea, Ashido-san. With this new information in mind, he makes sure to finish his food by the time the lunch bell rings. He's not quite sure exactly what is going to happen in their hero class today, but Recovery Girl said they'll be doing rescue training in an off-campus facility. And, since it doesn't involve combat with quirks, Izuku will be expected to participate. He and his classmates are excited when Aizawa announces what their training session will be later in class. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. The teacher grunts, it's rescue training. Rescue. Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time, too, Kaminari says, looking at Ashido who pumps her fists eagerly. Idiot, this is the duty of a hero, Kirishima says behind him. My arms are ready to rumble. He grins, then glances at Izuku. Hey, Midoriya-kun, are you gonna train with us? Izuku nods. Yeah, Recovery Girl said that sometimes healers act as combat medics and join search and rescue agencies. Kaken grumbles at this, but Izuku ignores him. I'm not quite sure yet about what I'm going to do in the future, but I definitely want to do as much as I can. Hey, I'm not done, Aizawa grunts. You can decide if you want to wear your costumes or not this time. The panels on the wall slide open and Izuku's heart leaps to his throat. He gets to wear his costume again. Since the training is taking place off campus, they're going to take a bus. They all quickly get changed into their costumes and make their way outside. As soon as they're ready, Ida starts blowing a whistle very loudly and commands them to file into the bus in a neat and orderly fashion. Izuku glances at Yaoyorozu, who looks like she doesn't know whether to join in Ida's overly enthusiastic leadership or to just let him do his thing. Izuku's eyes meet hers and he gives her an apologetic smile. He had no doubt that Ida would take to his responsibility of vice class representative well, but he hopes Yaoyorozu isn't feeling overshadowed by Ida's strong personality. To his relief, though, he watches as the girl straightens up a moment later and tentatively approaches the blue-haired boy, helping him order their classmates onto the bus in a much calmer manner. The ride to the training facility goes by quickly. Izuku listens as his friends talk about their quirks and how popular they'll be as heroes, and laughs when Kaminari makes fun of Kaken's personality. I'll kill you. The blonde snarls and Izuku hastily pulls him back. Easy, Kaken, he says. Kaminari-kun's only teasing. Kaken plops back down into his seat with a huff, grumbling, little shit, under his breath. Izuku pats his shoulder placatingly. Asui says with a blank voice, well, even if his personality is crap steeped in sewage, at least we have Midoriya-chan here to tame him. Kaken explodes again. Tame me? He's not effing taming me. Kaken, Izuku says, frowning. The blonde's muscles subconsciously relax ever so slightly and he turns to give the greenette a withering glare. Yaoyorozu haughtily turns her nose away and comments, it's a miracle you've been able to deal with his outrageous behavior for so long without going insane. Midoriya-kun. Kaken wordlessly snarls at her and Izuku giggles. Who's to say I haven't already gone insane? Kaken gives him a look of utter betrayal while everyone around him laughs. We're here. Aizawa's voice calls out, interrupting the laughter, stop messing around. The bus soon comes to a stop and everyone starts getting off. As they stand up, Izuku gently nudges Kaken with his shoulder, giving him an apologetic smile. Kaken huffs sharply but nudges him back, albeit a little roughly, before he turns away. Forgiven. The training facility seems to be a large dome of some sort, and when they walk inside they're greeted by the Space Hero 13. Izuku immediately recognizes them from his hero journals. Everyone is super excited to see them, especially Uraraka, who apparently really likes this particular pro hero. 13 introduces the training ground as the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short, which was created by them. It contains different kinds of disaster zones including a shipwreck, landslide, fire, windstorm, etc. As 13 explains, Aizawa looks down at his phone and scowls. By the way, 13 asks, glancing at Aizawa, where's All Might? Late. Aizawa huffs and pockets his phone, said he'll be arriving at the school soon, but to go ahead and start the lesson. 13 doesn't seem discouraged. Well, he'll get here soon enough. Anyway, let's see. They turn back to the students. Before we begin, let me say one thing. Or two, or three. The numbers keep increasing and the class winces. 13 gives a long speech about quirks and how they can do good but also can kill easily if people don't know how to use them properly. The pro hero emphasizes that the students do not have powers so they can harm one another, but so they can use them to save people. Izuku glances at Bakugo at this, but the explosive blonde is merely scowling. As they talk, Izuku looks around the USJ facility, eyeing the various disaster zones. He wonders how the training will go and if he'll be any good at it, without a combative quirk. Even though he appreciates his ability to heal, part of him will always be disheartened at not being able to become a true hero. Joining a rescue agency as a combat medic is probably the closest he can get to his original dream, so he hopes he does well today. Suddenly, the lights in the dome go out. Izuku is so lost in thought that he doesn't notice at first. But then his eyes slide to the fountain in the center of the facility. The water sputters a few times before it becomes swirly. No, that's not right. Something is swirling. But a few seconds later it becomes clear that some sort of portal is forming. "Sensei?" he asks, frowning in confusion. Aizawa follows his gaze and instantly stiffens up. The portal suddenly explodes with purple and black tendrils. Amidst the fog, a pale hand reaches out. "Gather together and don't move," Aizawa suddenly orders. 13, protect the students. Izuku's classmates murmur in confusion before they notice the portal too. Their eyes widen as a man steps through the purple mass, almost immediately followed by multiple other large people. "Those are villains," Aizawa growls, slipping his yellow goggles out of his scarf and putting them on. Izuku's heart stutters at his words. He watches as his teacher steps forward and peers down at the villains as they continue to pour out of the portal, a grim look on his face. 13 glances at him as he says, "The trespassing last week was the work of these scumbags after all, huh?" Izuku tenses up. Trespassing? But it was just the media, wasn't it? Recovery Girl's worried face appears in his mind, telling him to stay close to Kaken on his way home. His eyes widen. As his classmates exclaim their alarm, Yaoyorozu speaks up, "Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors?" 13 replies, "We have them of course, but did they only appear here, or around the whole school?" Todoroki suddenly says, his voice impassive. Izuku is shocked at how calm both he and Yaoyorozu are, but he supposes they've had more training than the rest of them. Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was planned with some sort of goal in mind. Despite Todoroki's calm demeanor, his words only make his classmates even more uneasy. Aizawa orders 13 to start evacuating everyone and to try calling the school, telling Kaminari to try as well. Then, he steps closer to the edge of the platform, his scarf flying up around him as he tenses up. Izuku startles. "Sensei, you can't possibly be thinking of fighting them all by yourself. There's too many." He knows Eraserhead is a skilled fighter. He's seen for himself how easily the hero can deal with a small group of villains, but there must be dozens of them pouring out of the portal. There's no way he can fight them all, after the man saved him when he was 10. Izuku scoured the internet for every video he could find of him fighting, so he knows very well that Eraserhead is at a huge disadvantage here. His fighting style is to capture after erasing the enemy's quirk. Long battles against a large group of people are not his forte. He's not physically enhanced. He'll get tired, his eyes will get dry, he'll get hurt. "Don't worry about me," Aizawa interrupts his panicked thoughts. Not sparing him a glance, "You stay in the middle of the group and get back to the bus." Without another word, he grabs a few folds of his capture weapon and leaps down into the fray. "Sensei," he cries out, but 13 quickly starts ushering everyone towards the door. Kaken grabs him by the arm and drags him along. "You heard him," he growls, pushing him ahead. Ida glances back at him and puts a hand on his shoulder, guiding him so that he's running in the center of the group. It makes sense, keeping the healer in the safest part of the group, and from the way the other students flank around him, he's not the only one who realizes. A tiny spark of indignance still erupts in his chest, though. The retreating students suddenly skid to a halt as the portal villain materializes in front of them. "It's a pleasure to meet you," the massive fog says in a surprisingly polite voice. "We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change?" Nobody responds, staring at the villain with fearful eyes. Izuku gulps. This is real. These are real villains right in their school, and they're here to kill All Might. The number one hero is already on his way, but Izuku almost doesn't want him to get here. The villains seem so confident in their abilities. Surely they must be a real danger. After a moment of silence, the purple mask continues. "Well, regardless, this is the part I am to play." He suddenly begins growing bigger, the fog spreading out. 13 tenses up and raises their finger, clearly preparing to use their quirk, but suddenly Kaken and Kirishima lunge forward. Izuku's heart leaps to his throat as his friends pounce on the villain. A large explosion from Kaken's palms makes the ground rattle as dust and smoke fills the air, obstructing their view briefly. Did you consider you'd get beaten by us first? Kirishima snarls, his forearms raised and hardened. To everyone's surprise, however, the villain remains unharmed. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs, he says, as 13 orders Kaken and Kirishima to move away. He adds, my job is to scatter you all and torture you to death. The tendrils of fog suddenly dart forward and surround them all. Izuku panics as he loses sight of his classmates. Then, the ground abruptly disappears from under his feet and he falls, crying out as he lands on something hard a moment later. A voice calls out gleefully, fresh meat. Disoriented, Izuku blinks rapidly at the sight of a large jaw full of razor-sharp teeth snapping at him. He immediately scrambles backwards and sends a hard kick at his assailant's nose, causing them to jerk back with a yelp. Jumping to his feet, the boy realizes that he's no longer in the plaza anymore. Instead, he's surrounded by the rocks and uneven ground of the landslide zone. His classmates are gone too, replaced by a villain with a canine-like quirk that glares daggers at him. Little twerp, she snarls, rubbing her nose. That effing hurt. You're dog food now. She lunges at him again, teeth bared and claws swiping. Years of training kicks in and Izuku moves on instinct, ducking under her fist and punching her in the stomach as he darts past. She wheezes as the air is knocked out of her and stumbles, giving him time to aim a kick at the back of her knees. Once she's on the ground, he turns tail and runs away, only to skid to a halt at the sight of another villain. Izuku can't quite tell what this one's quirk is. The man is large and has snake-like eyes, but no other hints as to what his quirk might be. He just barely manages to dodge his attack, but he doesn't have time to counter. The villain moves quickly, striking with such speed that all Izuku can do is just duck and dodge repeatedly. Movement at the corner of his eyes catches his attention and he blanches, realizing that there are multiple villains surrounding him. One of them aims some sort of weapon at him and he flinches. It's enough of a distraction to prevent him from avoiding the next attack from the snake-like man. Before the hit can land on him, however, everything around him freezes. Literally. Gasping, Izuku whirls around and spots Todoroki standing a few feet away, a sheet of ice spreading from his right foot. The villains are all frozen in place, but Izuku remains untouched. It's a testament to Todoroki's impressive control over his quirk that he was able to avoid freezing Izuku in his attack. Todoroki-kun. Izuku pants, but the other boy just glares at the villains. It's pathetic to lose against a single child, he says. Get a hold of yourselves. You're adults, aren't you? His tone is flat, but just like during their sparring match, his eyes burn. Izuku gulps, his whole body shaking with adrenaline and fear. Todoroki-kun. Finally, the boy looks at him, but his gaze hardly softens. Stay close to me, he orders before turning away. Still rattled from the sudden turn of events, Izuku wordlessly nods and scampers after him. Todoroki leads the way downhill. Since they're in the landslide zone, it's fairly obvious that the exit is at the bottom of the hill. Still, it's a long way to go, and it soon becomes clear that they have more villains to worry about. Villains seem to appear out of every corner, but no matter what their quirk is, Todoroki defeats them by simply freezing them. It's almost laughably easy, but it's also incredibly intimidating. Izuku could barely hold his own against two of the villains, and Todoroki is just stopping them in their tracks within seconds. It's a reminder to Izuku that this boy really is the strongest in the class, and he isn't even using half of his power. How have you seen any of the others? Izuku asks, glancing over his shoulder as they make their way downhill. No, Todoroki replies. That warp villain said he'd scatter us and kill us. The others must be spread out across the facility. Izuku lets out a trembling breath. This is all so crazy. He can't believe they're getting attacked by real villains on the second week of school. He hopes everyone else is okay. All Might will be here soon, he says in a weak attempt at reassurance. His hand moves to his phone in his pocket, only to remember what Aizawa said about the circuits being jammed. Todoroki eyes his hand briefly before refocusing his attention on their surroundings. I've been meaning to ask, how do you know All Might? Hey, Izuku blinks, taken aback. You seem familiar with him, Todoroki says. And I'm sure Recovery Girl could have asked plenty of other heroes to sponsor you. So why him? He talks so casually that Izuku can't believe his ears. To Todoroki-kun, he sputters. I hardly think this is the best time to talk about this stuff. We're being attacked. How can you be so calm? Todoroki gives him a look that he can't quite decipher. You're scared, he states bluntly. Well duh, don't be, he says dismissively, already turning away. I'm perfectly capable of. A loud voice suddenly yells behind Izuku and Todoroki whirls around. His hand reaches towards him and Izuku feels something whip past his ear. By the time his reflexes kick in and he stumbles away, Todoroki has already frozen the villain, who looks like he was about to stab Izuku with a spear. 5 more jump out of nowhere, apparently deciding that ganging up on them is the best strategy, but Todoroki easily encases them in ice. Izuku gapes in awe, but the bi-colored boy simply gives the villains an unimpressed look. "You're right, I suppose," he says. And it takes a moment to realize that he's talking to Izuku. There are more important matters at hand. He turns to the villain that tried to stab them and says, "At this rate, your cells will slowly die. I want to be a hero, so I would like to avoid something so cruel if possible." Despite his words, his tone doesn't sound particularly regretful. Izuku tenses up as Todoroki raises his right hand to the villain's face. Clouds of cold air billow from his palm and the villain's eyes widen in alarm. A hard ball forms in the pit of Izuku's stomach. "Todoroki-kun," he warns. Todoroki ignores him and keeps his stony gaze on the villain. "On what basis do you think you can kill All Might?" he demands. "What is your plan?" The villain seems to be frozen, both with fear and ice. The air is thick with tension. When he takes too long to respond, the frost in Todoroki's hand increases. Izuku can't take it anymore. "Todoroki-kun," he barks, grabbing the boy's shoulder. "You'll suffocate him." Todoroki doesn't take his eyes off the villain. "Not if he tells me what I want to know." His finger twitches. The villain notices and his eyes well up with fearful tears. "Todoroki-kun," Izuku warns again, his breath catching in his throat. He doesn't like this. He doesn't like this. This torture tactic. Villain or not, Izuku can't stand by and watch a man freeze to death or worse, watch his classmate hurt someone for information. Just the thought makes him feel nauseous. Thankfully, the villain caves a few moments later and starts sputtering. All right, I'll talk. I don't know much, but they've got a guy who can take him down. All Might, I mean. They've got someone who can fight him." As soon as he finishes talking, a loud boom suddenly echoes throughout the dome. Todoroki and Izuku glance up at the platform to see a large cloud of dust. Then, All Might steps out of the fog. Izuku lets out a sigh of relief. All Might, the #1 hero, is still far away, his form looking a lot smaller in the distance, but they are able to see him jump down into the plaza, no doubt going to help Aizawa fight that massive villains they saw earlier. Todoroki looks back at the frozen man and utters a simple, "Thanks," before knocking him out. He uses his left hand to unfreeze him and does the same with the rest of the frozen villains, leaving a bunch of unconscious but ice-free adults on the ground. Izuku must still have a displeased expression on his face because Todoroki takes one look at him and says, "I wasn't actually going to kill him. Relax." He starts walking downhill again, his pace fast, but Izuku hesitates. It was unnecessary force. He mumbles under his breath. Todoroki's supposed to be a hero in training, and heroes don't act like that, so cold and uncaring of the pain he was causing. Seeing anyone get hurt triggers an instinct in Izuku to heal, and his gaze trails to the unconscious villains. Todoroki glances over his shoulder impatiently. When he realizes where he's looking, he says sharply, "Don't waste your energy on them." "I wasn't going to." Izuku suddenly feels the ground beneath him become slippery as ice forms under his feet. His arms flail as he slides down to Todoroki, who catches him before he can go any further. "Having a soft heart won't benefit you when it comes to villains," he says. "I got the information we needed. Now let's go." Before Izuku can say anything in response, Todoroki shifts to hold him with his left arm and turns the ground to ice again, creating a makeshift ice slide to take them downhill faster. He keeps his eye out for any other attacking villains, but it's clear that those were the last of them. Unfortunately, being pressed against Todoroki's left side means being pressed against the layer of ice he has covering himself. That, mixed with the wind whipping at them from their quick descent, has Izuku shivering uncomfortably. "Hey, Todoroki-kun," he asks over the wind. "Now's probably not a great time to ask, but why don't you ever use your fire?" Todoroki doesn't respond, and when Izuku glances at him, he sees that the boy's jaw is clenched. "You're right," he grunts, barely audible. "Now's not a great time to ask." Izuku wrinkles his nose. "Hey, you asked about All Might, and you didn't answer." The slope evens out and Todoroki returns them to normal ground, pulling away from him. "Come on." Pushing aside his annoyance, Izuku dashes after Todoroki as they race towards the exit. A loud boom and a cloud of dust erupts from the plaza, the sound rattling Izuku's bones. His heart leaps to his throat. All Might must be fighting someone. And if what that villain said was true, he runs faster, passing Todoroki as he races over to where the dust is slowly clearing. Hey, wait. Ice forms underneath his feet, causing him to slip and fall backwards. Todoroki catches him, but keeps a firm grip on his arm to stop him from moving. "You don't know what you're running into," he snaps, pulling him back. Izuku's gaze slips past him and he gasps. Todoroki turns to look as well. The cloud of dust in the plaza dissipates, revealing All Might in a precarious situation as he grapples with a large, hulking beast. The warp villain, along with another man with strange hands covering his body, look on from a few feet away. The beast's torso is stuck in one of the warp villain's portals, but his head and arms come out from the ground underneath All Might, who is bent over backwards. Izuku flinches at the sight of the beast's fingers digging into All Might's side. Blood starts soaking his shirt and he knows the beast must be hitting his weak spot. Nearby, Aizawa is still fighting against the massive villains. Despite their numbers being steadily depleted, they refuse to let the teacher get past them. The blue-haired man with the strange hands lets out an eerie laugh. Were you trying to keep him from moving by sticking him deep in the concrete? You won't be able to stop him like that. Somehow, his voice sounds both chastising and amused at the same time. Namu is as strong as you are. This is good, Kurogiri. It's an unexpected opportunity. He glances at the warp villain beside him, who must be Kurogiri. The beast Namu claws at All Might's side even harder, causing the hero to release his grip and try to pry the brutish hands off of him. Kurogiri eyes the number one hero. I do not want blood and guts flowing within me. He rumbles, but I would be happy to take in someone as great as you. As he talks, the Namu starts dragging All Might into the portal. You're too fast to see with the human eye. Restraining you is Namu's job. And then, when your body is halfway in, Izuku gasps as the portal starts closing around All Might's arms and torso. He lunges forward, but Todoroki pulls him back with a hard yank. Todoroki-kun, he cries out, but the boy fixes him with a hard glance. Stay here, but don't make me freeze your feet to the ground, letting out a frustrated groan. Izuku looks back at All Might, who's slowly being cut by Kurogiri's portal. His heart skips a beat. Go. Todoroki whirls around and dashes over to the villains. Once he's close enough, he stops and stomps his right foot on the ground, causing ice to race across the ground and freeze the Namu, stopping right before it reaches All Might. Then, he sends a jagged chunk of ice to Kurogiri, who narrowly dodges, but the distraction causes him to loosen his portal slightly. Then, all of a sudden, the portal disappears completely. All Might and the Namu are forced out and onto the ground, the former freeing himself from the latter's grip and jumping to stand beside Todoroki. All Might. Aizawa's voice reaches Izuku's ears. His homeroom teacher rushes over to the scene, keeping his eyes on Kurogiri as he wraps his capture weapon around the villain and slams him down. He pounces on top of him and pins him to the ground, panting heavily as his body shakes with exhaustion from fighting the massive villains. No doubt his eyes must be burning, but nevertheless he keeps his gaze locked on Kurogiri and avoids looking at All Might or Todoroki. The boss villain makes a noise of fascination. You're so cool, Eraserhead. So cool. All Might. Aizawa grunts again. The question of "are you okay?" is silent. Izuku is still standing a bit away, but he's close enough to see All Might's injuries. Kurogiri's portal created a large cut shaped like a ring around the hero's chest and biceps, and his left side is bleeding from where the Namu dug into his weak spot. Izuku swallows heavily. He desperately wants to help. He wants to run over there and heal All Might and make those villains stop, but he can't. The familiar, horrible feeling of helplessness rises in his throat and makes his eyes prick with frustrated tears. It's just like that time with Furuya and Akamine, or when those villains tried to kidnap him, or even when Kaken turned on him. He's useless. He can't do anything in a fight. He's not a hero, he's just Namu. The boss villain orders, "Save Kurogiri." The partially frozen beast immediately rights himself into a standing position, completely ignoring how the ice breaks his limbs off in chunks. Izuku watches in horror as new ones grow back right before his eyes. All Might is shocked too. What? His quirk wasn't shock absorption? I didn't say that was all he had. The ringleader laughs. This is his super regeneration. Namu has been modified to take you at 100%. Fear seizes his throat. Crap. But All Might isn't at 100%. Do these villains somehow know of his injury? In the blink of an eye, the Namu darts over to attack Aizawa, still pinning down Kurogiri. Before anyone can react, the beast punches and sends a giant shockwave across the facility. Something flies right towards Izuku and he dodges, squeezing his eyes shut against the dust and debris. The air slowly clears and he lifts his head, inhaling sharply when he sees that All Might is suddenly a lot closer to him than before. The number one hero has been forced back into a nearby wall, apparently having taken the brunt of Namu's punch instead of Aizawa. He's been knocked back towards where Izuku has been watching, now only a few meters away from the greenette. All Might is panting heavily as he recovers from the blow. He coughs a couple of times and Izuku can see the blood that escapes his lips. His eyes widen. This is his chance. Without giving himself time to think twice, he dashes over to All Might, yanks off his gloves, and grabs onto his exposed forearm. As soon as their skin makes contact, his quirk automatically activates and rapidly pours energy into the hero. He's so desperate to help him that he completely forgets why he always avoided healing All Might in the first place. His quirk instantly reacts to the numerous wounds he feels on the man, But thankfully the majority of his energy begins pouring into his immediate wounds first rather than scars or missing organs. All Might startles at his sudden appearance and quickly pushes him away a moment later, stopping his quirk before it can do much to heal his older injuries. That's fine, though. All he needed was a few seconds. The wounds from Kirigiri's portal and the Namu's grip stopped bleeding, the skin visibly closed once more. Young Midoriya. All Might rasps, looking torn. Thank you for healing me, but you need to get out of here right now. Oi, what the hell is this? The boss villain suddenly growls. Why'd you stop bleeding? He almost sounds like he's whining. Kirigiri's golden eyes narrow. Shigaraki, look at the boy's costume. Izuku can't see Shigaraki's face behind the hand mask, but he gets the feeling the villain's eyes are on him. After a moment, the man makes a noise of intrigue. Oh, not a hero. His stance suddenly freezes. A healer. Izuku gulps and All Might tenses up beside him. Shigaraki is speechless for a moment. Then a low growl rises in his throat. That's not fair. He rasps. This is effing cheating. His voice becomes enraged. You're not supposed to have a healer. How the F did he heal you like that? How did he heal? He cuts himself off abruptly. Kirigiri, having been saved by Namu, moves beside Shigaraki and whispers something in his ear. The boss villain stiffens. Then, no, he hisses, no. His hands reach up and he starts furiously scratching at his neck, spitting and snarling with rage. No, it's not supposed to be this way. It's not supposed to. You're supposed to be weak, he said you'd be. Shigaraki, Kirigiri says, tone sharp. The wild scratching stops, but instead Shigaraki whips his head towards Izuku. You're a effing cheat code, UNOMU. As soon as he shrieks the name, both the Beast and All Might react. Now that he's healed and energized, All Might is able to meet the Namu halfway as the latter lunges for Izuku. They strike each other simultaneously, and the impact causes another shockwave, knocking everyone off their feet. All Might punches the Namu again, but the Beast doesn't show any pain and punches back. For a few moments, all anyone can do is stare at the two massive forces of power as they trade blows back and forth. All Might soon punches the Namu hard enough to knock him into a nearby forest area, and the fight continues on there. They can still feel the effects of the shockwaves that are created as All Might forces the Namu back. But at least now they're able to stand. Brett. Izuku's head whips around to see Shigaraki lunging towards him, hands outstretched. A flash of blonde suddenly crashes into Izuku. Arms wrap around his torso, and the next thing he knows he's flying off the ground, explosions ringing in his ears. Kaken. At the same time, gray tendrils latch onto Shigaraki and yank him backwards, pulling him away from Izuku. Aizawa pounces on the villain and Kirigiri moves to intercept him, but Izuku can't see what happens after that. Kaken carries him over to where Todoroki and surprisingly Kirishima are waiting. You idiot. He snarls as he sets him down. What were you thinking, getting into the middle of a fight? It's not his fault, Todoroki says. That thing knocked All Might over to where Midoriya was hiding. Although, rushing over to heal his wounds wasn't a good idea. He gives Izuku a look. What was I supposed to do? Izuku snaps. He was injured. Kaken's eye twitches. What you're supposed to do is... Oi, talk about this later. Kirishima barks, eyes locked on something else. We've got company. Izuku follows his gaze to see that a few of the villains that Aizawa took down have regained consciousness and are running towards them. Todoroki immediately freezes 3 of them, but one has a quirk that lets her fly so she's able to dodge his eyes. Kaken uses his explosions to launch himself into the sky and lets out a battle cry as he attacks her. Meanwhile, one of the villains that Todoroki froze aims his silver fingers at them. Izuku has just enough time to duck behind Kirishima before an onslaught of bullets are fired at them. Todoroki creates a wall of ice to protect himself while Kirishima activates his hardening quirk, protecting both himself and Izuku. A pain grunt catches the greenette's attention and he looks over. Aizawa isn't faring too well against both Kirigiri and Shigaraki. The man obviously can't risk letting Kirigiri out of his sight or else he might warp him or them away. And that is something that Shigaraki is clearly trying to take advantage of. He crumbles the hero's scarf beneath his fingers when Aizawa tries to bind him and makes to dart behind him, and the man instinctively turns to intercept, to protect himself only to have his vision blocked by the purple fog that descends over his face to cover his eyes. He curses and immediately lashes out blindly to strike Kirigiri, but it's too late. Shigaraki grins beneath his mask, and Izuku watches in horror as the villain grabs his teacher's back with both hands. Aizawa screams. A loud boom catches everyone's attention, including the villains. They all look up to see the Namu go flying into the air, breaking through the glass windows of the dome and causing a massive vibration that shakes the earth. The beast disappears, but a moment later All Might is leaping towards them. In the blink of an eye, he takes out the villains that are attacking Kaken, Kirishima, Todoroki, and Izuku before going to rescue Aizawa. Kirigiri and Shigaraki barely have time to react before the number 1 hero knocks them back with an air pressure strike from his fist while he grabs Aizawa. He immediately brings the injured man over to Izuku and then steadfastly plants himself between them and the two villains. Izuku can barely hear what All Might says then. He doesn't have time to worry about the hero's condition after his fight with the Namo. All he can focus on is Aizawa and the sickening amount of blood that is pouring out of his back. He's almost glad that the man is unconscious, having passed out either from pain or just pure exhaustion from having fought so hard for so long. He just barely manages to remind himself to analyze Aizawa's wound instead of automatically healing it as he drops to his knees beside him. The skin on most of his back is completely gone, leaving a mess of raw, exposed flesh and muscle. Thankfully, despite the heavy bleeding, it doesn't appear to be very deep. Shigaraki's disintegration or whatever his quirk was doesn't seem to have had enough time to reach down to bone, so there's probably no spinal damage, thank God. Izuku wouldn't know what to do if that happened. It's still a horrendously disgusting wound to look at, though, so Izuku swallows down some bile that threatens to crawl up his throat and gently places his hands on Aizawa's bloodied back. He doesn't even think twice about the fact that he's not allowed to heal pros without a license. He's just glad he doesn't have to spend time cutting away Aizawa's clothes like he did with Uraraka. His teacher's shirt has been disintegrated along with his skin, so it doesn't get in the way of his quirk activating. Izuku feels himself weaken even more as his energy flows into Aizawa's body. Fighting and healing All Might's injuries has already taken a decent chunk of his stamina. And now as Aizawa's skin and muscle regrows underneath his palms, he finds himself struggling to stay upright. It's a good thing he's kneeling. He'd probably collapse if he was standing. Aizawa's healing doesn't take more than 15 seconds, but he still doesn't regain consciousness. Before Izuku can even begin to wonder why, Shigaraki's voice catches his attention. He used a cheat. Izuku looks up and feels his breath catch in his throat. The villain is staring at him, blood-red eyes peeking out from between deceased fingers, making him feel pinned to the spot. A scratchy voice rasps, "He used a cheat. Hey, that's not fair. What's wrong?" All Might taunts, "You're not coming." Izuku is sure that the only reason All Might isn't going after them himself is because he doesn't want to get caught up in Kurogiri's quirk again. Shigaraki startles at his words and takes a step back, looking at All Might. He gave you a 1-up. You were supposed to be weak." Izuku frowns. 1-up, cheat. He's talking like this is all just one of those video games he plays with Kaken. Shigaraki starts wildly clawing at his own throat again. Damn it. He snarls, "We've been completely overwhelmed. I can't believe he did that to my Namo." All Might quickly gets tired of his chattering. "Come now, villains. I'm sure we'd all like this to end as soon as possible. Surrender and come quietly, or I'll make you. I hate you." Shigaraki spits, "I hate you. You don't play fair, hero." Shigaraki, Kurogiri warns, but before he can say anything else, he suddenly shields Shigaraki from a bullet flying their way. Izuku looks up to see that the rest of UAS teachers have arrived and are standing on the platform. He thinks he sees Principal Nenzu too, but he can't be sure since they're so far away. Despite the distance, he's able to hear Present Mike scream loud and clear as the voice hero takes care of the remaining villains in the plaza. "Damn, they're here already." Shigaraki groans and then sighs, clearly disgruntled. "It's game over now. Shall we go home and try again later, Kurogiri? I won't let you escape," All Might says, tensing up. Instead of looking at the pro-hero, or even his ally, Kurogiri turns to Izuku. His golden eyes narrow. Izuku shrinks under his unnerving gaze. "Actually," Shigaraki Kurogiri starts to say, only to be interrupted by a flurry of snipes bullets flying towards them. Shigaraki shrieks as he gets hit a couple of times before Kurogiri swirls around him. They both disappear into a portal a moment later. "Hey!" All Might lunges towards them, but it's too late. His hand swipes on empty air. There's a beat. Then, Kirishima lets out a sigh of relief. They're gone. Beneath his palms, Izuku feels Aizawa stir slightly. He carefully rolls his teacher onto his newly healed back, but he doesn't regain consciousness. Why isn't he waking up? Kirishima asks. "You healed him." "I don't know," Izuku replies, moving to check Aizawa's vitals. His breathing is rapid and shallow, and when Izuku feels his unusually pale skin, it's cold and clammy. His hand moves to the man's neck, feeling for his carotid artery. Aizawa's pulse throbs rapidly under his fingers. "I think it's from blood loss," Izuku says, a bit uncertainly. I guess my quirk can't do anything to help that." His heart's going into overdrive trying to replace what he lost. Is he going to be okay? All Might asks, and Izuku glances up at him. He hesitates, eyeing the puddle of blood underneath Aizawa. "I'm not really an expert on blood loss, but I don't think he lost a dangerous amount. He probably just passed out because it was so sudden. And he also fought for a really long time, so he's probably exhausted anyways." "So are you," Kaken grunts, grabbing under his armpits and lifting him up. Izuku tries to gather his feet underneath him, but his legs are too wobbly to hold him up. Kaken wraps Izuku's arm over his shoulder and takes most of his weight. "Let's get these guys back to the bus," he says roughly. "Shout-a-kun." They look up to see Present Mike running over to them with Vlad King right behind him. His eyes widen when they land on Aizawa's unconscious form, and All Might hastily lifts a hand to reassure him. "Don't worry," he says, "he's all right." "That's a lot of blood." Present Mike protests, kneeling in front of Aizawa. "Young Midoriya healed him," All Might explains, stooping to put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "He's unconscious from blood loss, though." "Did anyone call an ambulance?" Vlad King nods. "And the police? They're working with us to gather up the remaining villains." "Good." All Might picks up Aizawa and then turns to Kaken. "Let me take young Midoriya. I can get him out of here faster." Kaken hesitates, but then Kirishima elbows him and he reluctantly lets All Might gather Izuku into his arms alongside Aizawa. He ends up carrying each of them in one arm, with Aizawa's long legs falling slightly over Izuku's, and he's careful not to jostle them as he leaps into the sky. Once again, young Midoriya. All Might says in a low voice, "I must both thank and scold you for running to me like that in the middle of battle." Izuku makes a disgruntled noise, leaning his head against the hero's chest tiredly. "I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. I felt so helpless." All Might lands on the platform with a sigh. "I understand it must be frustrating." He glances at the various pro-heroes and police officers that pass by as he briskly walks towards the exit. "Well, at least now we know of one way to stop you from overusing your quirk." Izuku blinks, trying to focus his drowsy mind. He recalls his quirk stopped once All Might pushed him away, breaking their skin contact. So, while he can't physically move or stop himself once his quirk is activated, it seems that at least others are capable of doing it. He makes a mental note to mention this discovery to Recovery Girl later. All Might drops Aizawa off at an ambulance and the paramedics quickly start fussing over him, putting an IV into his arm and giving him fluids. One doctor asks about Izuku, but All Might explains that he's just tired from using his quirk. "Is Recovery Girl here yet?" he asks. "She just left with one of the other ambulances a few minutes ago." The doctor replies, already getting back into her own ambulance to take Aizawa away. She's helping treat 13. Once they're gone, Izuku frowns at All Might. "Is 13 okay?" All Might grimaces. "I'm afraid they got attacked by that warp villain. I arrived just as young Ida was escaping and I had him continue on to the school. When I got inside, a few of your classmates had already driven the villain away and I saw 13 injured." Despite his fatigue, the thought of one of his teachers being seriously hurt has Izuku squirming in All Might's grasp. The hero tightens his hold on him. "And no, you will not in any way be using your quirk on them or anyone else today. You're going to trust in your mentor's capability and you're going to rest." His tone is firm and leaves no room for argument. Izuku pouts and hides his face in the man's shirt. "Bossy-sensei," he grumbles. All Might lets out a huff of laughter. All Might, a plain-looking man, approaches them with a smile. His eyes land on Izuku and he tilts his head questioningly. "This is Midoriya Izuku." All Might says, "Young Midoriya, this is my friend Tsukachi Naomasa." Tsukachi's eyes twinkle as he gazes at Izuku with curiosity. "The famous Midoriya Izuku. I must say, I've been dying to meet you after hearing everything that this one has said about you. Thank you for everything you've done." His gratitude is so genuine and sincere that Izuku glances at All Might in confusion. He feels like he's missing something here. The number one hero's brow twitches and he says, he knows. "Oh." Tsukachi just keeps smiling at him. It's almost a bit creepy, but Izuku shyly smiles back. "I was going to ask if you were okay after the fight," he says to All Might, not taking his eyes off of Izuku, "but I guess there's no need." All Might nods, frowning a bit. "Yeah, I'm fine. But that Nama was terribly strong. If I were as weak as I was last year, I might not have been able to defeat him." He seems troubled by the thought. Tsukachi asks if he can fill out a report and All Might promises to do so after Izuku is taken care of. His classmates are outside the bus being counted by a cat-faced police officer, but they wave at Izuku as All Might brings him into the bus. "Rest well, young man," he says, gently setting him down on one of the seats. "Your friends will be with you soon." "Do you think I'll be able to see Recovery Girl?" Izuku asks, then fails to stifle a yawn. "Probably not, but I'm sure she'll text you. I will too, once this is all dealt with." All Might ruffles his hair gently and Izuku lets out a tired grumble when his ponytail gets messed up. As All Might turns away, he settles into his seat, hoping to nap on the way back to school. Something tugs at the edge of his mind, however, and he finds himself calling out to the hero before he steps off the bus. "All Might, HM." The blonde glances back at him. Izuku blearily blinks and asks in a tired voice, "Why did that man call me a cheat code? He talked like we were in a video game." Something flashes in All Might's eyes. "I don't know. We'll talk more once you feel better." With that said, he leaves. The rest of the day passes by in a blur. His classmates worry about him when they get onto the bus, but soon turn to chatting about their own experiences during the attack. Izuku idly listens to their stories as he falls asleep against Kaken's shoulder. When they get back to school, the blonde ends up carrying him the rest of the way home, since they don't have to stay late for Recovery Girl's lesson. They're joined by Kirishima, Ashido, Kaminari, and Sira, all of whom insist on helping the duo to the train station, although they really just end up making fun of the way Kaken gives Izuku a piggyback ride. The Greenette is more than happy to let his friend deal with trying to soothe his mother's fretting when they get home. He naps on the couch while Kaken explains to Inko and later Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru when Inko invites them over what happened at USJ. He wakes up long enough to eat dinner and then falls asleep again. He sleeps through most of the next day too, waking up at 1 p.m. and panicking when he realizes he's late for school, only for Inko to tell him that UA is closed today. After that mini heart attack, Kaken comes over to hang out with him, although he's still too tired to do much aside from cuddle with Sushi on the couch and play video games. He tries reading more of the book Recovery Girl gave him, but Kaken yanks it out of his hands and threatens to burn it because apparently reading doesn't count as resting if it's for school. Both All Might and Recovery Girl text him repeatedly to see how he's doing, the latter having a hard time believing that he's actually resting until Kaken takes his phone and sends her a selfie of him pinning Izuku to the couch with one hand. The next picture she gets is a blurred image of Sushi attacking Kaken, taken by Izuku of course. On a whim, he also decides to send it to All Might, just for laughs. That cat is going to become the next #1 hero. XD. When he goes back to school the next day, he asks Recovery Girl how 13 is doing. Don't worry about them. They're going to make a full recovery, she says, though she seems a bit tired. That's good. There's a pause as his mentor looks at him with an expression he can't quite decipher. Then, she sighs. I'm sorry you all had to go through what you did, she says. I know it must have been very scary for you. Izuku opens his mouth to reassure her, then closes it. He knows the older woman well enough by now to know that brushing this off won't help. It was scary, he admits. I felt helpless. After what happened when I was 10. I've spent so long learning how to fight and I just thought I was stronger than. He struggles to find his words. I could barely defend myself. If it hadn't been for Todoroki-kun. He trails off with a grimace. Recovery Girl gives him a pitying look. You're always going to be at a disadvantage in battle. This world isn't fair, and some people are just born to be more vulnerable than others. But if it makes you feel better, I think you did everything right. Izuku looks up in surprise. Ignoring the fact that you're not supposed to heal pro-heroes, she gives him a stern look and he winces apologetically before she continues. Toshinori-san told me how you ran to him at the most opportune moment, taking advantage of his distance from the villains to safely heal him as quickly as you could. He also told me how he was able to stop you from going overboard with your quirk, which is something we can look into more later. Izuku looks down at his feet, processing her words. You did good, Midoriya-kun, she says resolutely, as did the rest of your classmates. You've all gotten more combat experience within the first 2 weeks of your high school career than most second and third years do. And UA will be making drastic improvements to their security from here on out to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. Izuku nods, then recalls something. During USJ. Aizawa-sensei mentioned something about the villains being the ones behind the trespassing last week. It comes out sounding like a question rather than a statement. Recovery Girl suddenly looks very guilty. Yes, I should have told you. I wanted to tell you, but Nedzu-sen didn't want to cause any unnecessary panic. He tilts his head. You looked kind of worried when you came back from. He actually still hasn't found out where Recovery Girl disappeared off to last week after the stampede. When you were late to our lesson, All Might said you were with Nedzu-san. After the press was dealt with, Hound Dog was on patrol and discovered that one of UAS southern barriers had been destroyed. She explains, we didn't know who was the cause, so obviously we were very concerned. I suppose now that it was some sort of declaration of war from this League of Villains. She sighs again. Well, anyway, that's why I was late, and why I wanted you to stay close to your friend on your way home. He seems like a good boy. Despite the heavy mood, Izuku snorts. Recovery Girl suddenly claps her hands, startling him. Anyway, I don't want you to spend so much time worrying about this, she declares. We will leave this to the heroes. Now, Aizawa-san will be telling you all some very important information in class today, so I want you to focus on that. Do you have any questions? Yes, he has a lot of questions. He's not ready to just push this out of his mind and forget about it. He wants to know who these villains are and how they knew All Might was weak and why they looked at him like that. But the warning bell rings and Recovery Girl sends him off to homeroom before he can say anything. And so he reluctantly does what she wants and tries his best to push his questions to the back of his mind. He walks into class with Kaken to find his classmates talking about the incident. Did you watch the news last night? Kirishima asks. They were covering the USJ attack. Yeah, all the channels made a big deal out of it, Kaminari says, sounding just a tad bit smug. Can you blame them? Jiru feigns nonchalance. The hero course that keeps pumping out pro-heroes was attacked. Zero notices Izuku's entrance and perks up. Hey, Midoriya-kun. You feeling better? Yeah, much better. Izuku smiles and goes to take his seat behind Kaken. As his classmates casually talk about the attack, he's suddenly struck by the oddness of it all. They all were attacked by villains and nearly died just a couple of days ago, and now they're chatting about it as if it's just a mildly interesting news story they heard, as if it happened to someone else and not them. Izuku doesn't understand how they can get over it so quickly. It was so scary. Then again, once they're pros, they're going to have to deal with villain attacks all the time. Recovery Girl said leave this to the heroes, as if it has nothing to do with the two of them. As if it's not their place, as healers, to concern themselves with events like this. And Izuku supposes that she's right. The USJ attack was terrifying, but it's unlikely that he'll have to deal with something like that again. For the first time in a while, he finds himself grateful that he's able to become a healer rather than a hero. The world of villains that the pros face every day is not something that he was prepared for. He'd much rather concern himself with injured heroes rather than villains. And yeah, feeling helpless in the battlefield was awful, but at the end of the day the heroes came out on top. They didn't need him. He shouldn't have felt helpless because he shouldn't have worried about them in the first place. He's lucky he wasn't taken hostage at any point, really. He's not a hero. He doesn't belong on the battlefield. Kaken's words snarl in his mind. You've got no business getting involved with fights. You're gonna be a healer, not a hero, so quit acting like you're anything more than a guy with a healing quirk. Izuku frowns. A bitter feeling settles in the pit of his stomach. Morning. Everyone jumps when the door slides open with a bang and Aizawa walks in. Sensei, the class exclaims. Ida's hand shoots into the air. So you are all right, Aizawa-sensei. The teacher raises an eyebrow. Kirishima-kun said that you passed out from blood loss, Asui ribbits, even though Midoriya-chan healed you. Izuku winces and curses himself for not remembering to mention that to Recovery Girl. He needs to learn a lot more about blood loss now that he knows his quirk doesn't do anything to help it. Aizawa sniffs. I'm fine. They gave me fluids and I went home later that day. His eyes slide over to Izuku. Thanks, by the way, he grunts. Izuku tries not to blush as he beams at the praise from the hero. He's pretty sure his eyes sparkle regardless, if the way Aizawa squints and looks away is anything to go by. We have a lot to discuss before your morning classes start, so pay attention, he says. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near. Kirishima and a few others immediately cheer, but Jiro and Ajiro express their concerns about another possible villain attack. Aizawa reassures them that security will be increased significantly and that the UA Sports Festival will be a good chance for young heroes such as themselves to get noticed and possibly scouted. He stresses the importance of this opportunity and to begin preparing for it. 1 chance a year, a total of just 3 chances. No aspiring heroes can afford to miss this event. If you understand that, then don't slack off on your preparations. Yes, sir. Throughout the rest of their morning classes, the sports festival is all that's on anyone's mind. Izuku suddenly finds it easy to forget about the villains with such a big event to look forward to. When the lunch bell rings, many students still linger in the room, chatting about the upcoming festival. Even though all that stuff happened, I'm getting really excited. Kirishima grins, pumping his arms enthusiastically. Shiro joins him. If we put on a good show and stand out, we'll have taken the first step to becoming pros. He nudges the redhead with his elbow. Izuku smiles as he idly puts his books back into his backpack, listening as his classmates express their excitement. Ajiro-kun, I'm getting kind of nervous now. Hagakir's shrill voice catches his attention. I need to stand out at the sports festival. Ajiro tries to be supportive, but Izuku can easily tell what he's thinking. No doubt it would be difficult for Hagakir to get noticed with a quirk like hers. You're lucky, Shoji-kun, Kaminari says to the multi-limb teen. Your brawn stands out on its own. Jiro giggles and teases Kaminari, claiming that he'll stand out when he short-circuits his brain. Izuku's never seen the effect himself, but apparently it happened during the USJ attack. He frowns in consideration. Obviously, he won't be participating in the sports festival, but maybe he can help his classmates prepare for it. Kaken stands up from his desk and starts stalking over to the door, ignoring his classmates in favor of getting lunch. Izuku makes to follow him, but Ashido's voice calls out to him. Hey, Midori-kun. She hops up to him. So what does this whole sports festival thing mean for you? Her question catches the attention of their other classmates. Oh yeah, Shiro says, you're not going to be participating, right? Izuku shakes his head. Definitely not. Recovery Girl will probably need all the help she can get. I bet there's going to be a lot of injuries. He perks up. This will be a good opportunity for me to practice training my quirk. Kaminari snickers. You're just excited that people are going to get injured. Izuku flushes and sticks his tongue out at him in response. Kaminari cackles. But still, Yaoyorozu says, turning the attention to her, even though you're looking to be a healer, your future career involves joining hero agencies, doesn't it? How will you get scouted? Izuku thinks for a moment before shrugging cluelessly. I really don't know. I'm gonna talk to Recovery Girl about all this stuff after school. but she has said that healers are always in high demand, so I bet that whole process is going to be a bit different for me. Kaminari grins and leans back in his chair, folding his arms behind his head while feigning nonchalance. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun, he says smoothly. Once I've got my own hero agency, I'll be sure to hire you as my healer. What the F? Kakin turns away from the door and glares at the electric boy. He's not effing joining your shitty agency. He snarls, he's gonna be my healer. Izuku opens his mouth, but before he can speak, Ashido pouts. Says who? Says me. Kakin snaps. I already called dibs, like 10 years ago. Jiro wrinkles her nose. What the heck? Why do you get dibs? Yeah, you can't hog Midoriya-kun all to yourself. Kirishima butts in. Guys, Izuku says, but nobody is paying attention to him anymore. To his horror, even his more logical classmates are starting to join in. Yaorazu makes a surprisingly snide comment about Kakin making decisions for Izuku, and Jiro backs her up, asking why Kakin thinks he deserves Izuku any more than they do. Uraraka asks why he would want a healer if he claims he's so strong, and even Takoyami adds his own 2 cents to the argument. Izuku loses all hope for salvation when Ida of all people joins the quarrel, claiming that it's selfish to confine a healer to one agency when they're needed by so many. The clock ticks by with Izuku just standing there watching the dispute, emotions swirling between flustered that they're arguing over him and irritated that he's being kept from his lunch. An elbow suddenly knocks into his. He glances over his shoulder and, to his surprise, sees Todoroki gazing at him with his usual aloof expression. Let's go get food, he says, sounding more like a statement rather than a request. Izuku glances back at his arguing classmates before nodding wordlessly at Todoroki. He's not even going to bother asking why the bicolored boy wants them to eat lunch together. It's odd. They've certainly never eaten lunch together before, but right now he just wants to escape from his awkward situation. They make it all the way to the door before they're spotted. Oh no you don't, you candy cane beach. Izuku really needs to tell Kakin to stop yanking him around, it's getting very annoying. He lets himself get dragged backwards by his collar and sighs when the blonde gets all up in Todoroki's face. Thought you could sneak away with him, huh? He snarls. Todoroki simply narrows his eyes in response. A hand falls on Izuku's shoulder and Kirishima says, Hey, Midoriya-kun, you've really gotta settle this for us. Yeah, whose agency are you going to choose? Ashido asks. Behind her, Kaminari points to himself and silently mouths mine, with everyone's gazes on him. Izuku gets steadily more and more flustered. Well, I don't know. His mind scrambles to find the right thing to say. Of course, he's not going to commit to anyone right now, but he doesn't want to piss off Kakin by outright denying him. He decides to settle on something light and teasing. I guess I'll just go with whoever charms me the most. He laughs nervously and scratches the back of his head, completely oblivious to the sudden competitive tension in the air as his classmates glare at each other. Anyway, let's go to lunch. As soon as he steps out of the door, a hulking flash of blonde intercepts him. Young Midoriya is here. All Might enthusiastically points at him as he beams. Izuku jumps. All Might, what's the matter? Lunch, the number 1 hero exclaims, holding up a wrapped-up bento box. Wanna eat Tojith? Yes, Izuku interrupts, seeing his chance for escape. Ignoring the confused murmurs behind him, he darts towards All Might and immediately starts ushering him away. Yes, I would love to have lunch with you. Let's go right now. He practically runs away from Class 1A, All Might following with a bewildered smile on his face. When they get to the teacher's lounge, he collapses onto the couch with a loud sigh. Is everything all right, young Midoriya? All Might asks, looking as if he doesn't know whether to be concerned or amused. Izuku waves him off. Yeah, I'm fine. You just saved me from an incredibly awkward situation though, so thanks. Oh, now All Might doesn't hide his amusement. Even after he shrinks into his normal form, his eyes twinkle with mirth as he sits down on the couch across from him. I'd ask about it, but I'm afraid of what would happen if your face turned any redder. Izuku rubs his heated cheeks and groans. All Might chuckles. Anyway, I just wanted to see how you were doing. Izuku blinks, surprised. Oh, I'm fine. It comes out like a reflexive response, his tone way too light and dismissive to show any real consideration behind his answer. All Might tilts his head. Did Aizawa-kun talk about the sports festival? Oh yeah, sounds like fun, Izuku says. He thinks about saying more, but he gets the feeling that the sports festival isn't exactly the topic the man wants to talk about. There's a beat, then All Might shifts in his seat. I'm sorry, I would have met with you later, but you have your lesson with Chiyo-san and I don't want to take you away from that. He clears his throat. Anyway, I just thought maybe we should talk about USJ. Izuku perks up. All Might notices and says, I can't tell you much because it's still an ongoing investigation, but I just thought, if you had any questions or something you wanted to discuss. Yes, Izuku straightens up. Yes, oh my god, I have so many questions. Recovery Girl said not to worry about it, and I've been trying to just focus on the sports festival, but he rambles rapidly and the blonde raises his hands. Easy, easy, kid, he says, and Izuku forces himself to take a breath. Remembers why his mind has been so plagued for the past couple of days. No, it's not supposed to be this way. It's not supposed to. You're supposed to be weak, he said you'd be. All Might. He purses his lips, trying to hide his worry. They knew you were injured. All Might sighs and nods solemnly. It seems so. Izuku opens his mouth, but he doesn't know what to say. All Might continues. There's a lot of things we don't know about this League of Villains, how they knew about my injury being one of those things. We don't know how much information they're privy to. However, I suspect it is very minimal, considering how surprised Shigaraki was when he saw you. Huh. Izuku frowns, confused. All Might clasps his hands together. If I had been in the same state as I was in when I first met you, I highly doubt I would have been able to defeat Namu. Izuku can't help but flinch, even though he was heavily injured. All Might was still extremely strong back then. Strong enough not only to survive with a missing lung and stomach, but also to keep being the symbol of peace for years after that devastating fight. If he really believes that he would have lost to Namu, then that beast must be terrifyingly powerful. Not to mention the multiple quirks. I assume that those villains must have somehow created Namu to be able to withstand the strength that I had back then. All Might says, they knew I was injured and thought that they could defeat me while I was weakened. But they didn't expect you. Izuku is still a bit confused. It must show on his face, because the man says, I've been thinking about why Shigaraki called you a cheat code. There was something else he said about you, but I can't quite recall the term. 1-up, the boy says, then explains, he said I gave you a 1-up. In video games that's an extra life. All Might brightens and nods emphatically. And that's just what you did. You basically gave me an extra life. Young Midoriya, you must understand. He leans forward and looks at him very seriously. You have done what countless other healers have failed to do. You've given me my health and my power back. And those villains weren't expecting that. They weren't expecting you. Izuku nods slowly, processing his words. So, that means that we have the advantage. All Might leans back, looking satisfied. Their information was dated and flawed. I doubt that they'll try an attack like that anytime soon. Now that they've realized how grievous of a mistake they've made. It was a bold attack that normal people wouldn't carry out even if they had thought about it. Anyway, they may have escaped, but their ringleader is injured and Namu has been captured. I don't think they'll be causing trouble anytime soon. Izuku smiles, feeling a bit of pressure lift off his chest. All Might smiles back. Does that make you feel better? Yes, Izuku breathes out a sigh of relief and the man laughs. Good, he says, I thought you'd be worried, so I figured the least I could do is help ease your anxiety. Izuku looks down at his hands with a faint blush. He's confided in All Might about many things over the past year, one of which being his tendency to occasionally panic or worry over little things. Still, it's strange to be sitting here talking about it in real life, rather than over text. Oh, All Might suddenly says, reaching over to hand him the bento box. I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep you from your lunch. Here, I asked Lunch Rush to make this for you. Izuku takes it gratefully and starts opening it. What about your lunch, All Might? The blonde waves him off. Don't worry, I'll eat later. Izuku gives him a firm look. I will, I promise. You know nothing can keep me away from food now that I have a stomach. He grins and Izuku rolls his eyes. They talk a little more about USJ while the freckled boy eats. All Might mentions how his healer costume can be both a blessing and a curse, since it'll identify him for heroes but could also put a target on his back for villains. Izuku shudders when he recalls how both Shigaraki and Kurogiri looked at him when they realized he was a healer. It was incredibly unnerving and he's tempted to bring it up. But he doesn't want the older man to think that he's being paranoid, or worse, cause him to worry too. Naturally, the conversation moves to the sports festival, and by the end of the lunch period Izuku is snorting with laughter as All Might recounts an outlandish tale from his own high school days during the festival. He leaves reluctantly when the lunch bell rings and walks back to class with a smile on his face. Oi, Zuku, Kaken says as they gather up their things at the end of the day. What you and All Might talk about during lunch? Izuku sweat drops and frantically tries to think of an answer, slowly putting his books in his backpack to give him more time. Yeah, I'm curious too, Siro says, having heard Kaken's question since he sits in the row across from them. You guys seem familiar with each other. Oh, are you guys talking about All Might? Uraraka calls out from across the room, catching even more attention. He looked like a maiden when he asked you to lunch. She giggles. Oh yeah, Midoriya-kun. What was that about? Hiroshima asks curiously as he shoulders on his backpack. Now with multiple sets of eyes on him, Izuku swallows down a wave of panic. Then, an idea pops in his head. Thankfully, as an apprentice healer he has certain privileges, so he simply says, sorry guys, you know I can't always talk about stuff like this. Awa, more secret stuff. Ashido pouts as she comes over to lean on his desk. Is it about tomorrow's hero class? You're so lucky you get to know things before us. Her comment causes murmurs of surprise and confusion to pass through the class. What is she talking about, Midoriya-kun? Yaoyorozu asks, tilting her head. Izuku waves his hands frantically. It's nothing, really. It's just, as Recovery Girl's apprentice, there's just some things that I need to be aware of beforehand, and sometimes those things involve our future classes. But it's not stuff I can talk about. Ashido puffs out her cheeks. See, secret stuff. Izuku winces guiltily. Sorry, nonsense, Ada shouts, making his way over with a firm chop of his hand. It is merely part of your duty as a healer in training to be informed and prepared for all activities that require your abilities prior to their occurrence. Izuku blinks rapidly, trying to process what he said. He gets the feeling that Ada is trying to make him feel better. Eventually, he just gives him a smile. Oh, right. Thanks. He starts making his way over to the door. Most of his classmates like to stick around for a few minutes after school to chat, but he has to get to the infirmary. Sorry, guys, I've got to go to Recovery Girl now. See you tomorrow. He opens the door to see a crowd of people standing right outside. Hey, he yelps, stumbling backwards in surprise. Midoriya-kun. Wow. Hiroraka's eyes widen. What's going on? The crowd doesn't do much aside from lots of muttering and staring, but they're completely blocking the door. All of Class 1A has looked over at this point, and Ida walks to stand beside Izuku. What business do you have with Class 1A? The blue-haired boy asks firmly. A scoff comes from behind. They're scouting the enemy. 4 eyes, Kaken grouses. Ada sputters at the rude nickname and Izuku sighs, giving him an apologetic smile. We're the ones who made it out of the villain attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival. The blonde grabs Izuku by the elbow and walks to the door, glaring at the sea of students who eye him warily. There's no point in doing stuff like that. We've got places to be, so get the F out of my way, extras. He barks. Kaken. Izuku squeaks, glancing nervously between him and the other students. Stop calling people extras just because you don't know them. Ada scolds. He didn't mean that. Izuku apologizes to the crowd, moving in front of Kaken. Sure hope not, a drawling voice says from within the mass, although it kind of sounded like he did. The crowd parts as a boy makes his way through. I came to see what the famous Class 1A was like, but you seem pretty arrogant. Are all students in the hero course like this? Izuku makes a strangled noise as he hears Kaken growl behind him. No, of course not. He's just the student who spoke earlier finally weaves his way to the front of the crowd. He's a tall, lanky boy with messy purple hair and dark circles under his eyes. He steps right up to Izuku, who takes a step back and bumps into Kaken. Seeing something like this makes me disillusioned, the boy says, sounding rather uninterested as he rubs the back of his neck. His gaze briefly roams over the class before settling on Izuku. His eyes narrow. You're that new healer everyone's been talking about, aren't you? Huh, Izuku stammers. People have been talking about him. I guess so. My name's Midoriya Izuku. The boy eyes him up and down like he can't quite decide what to make of him. And how'd someone like you get into the hero course, Midoriya Izuku? Through recommendations, Izuku replies hesitantly. Something about this guy makes him nervous. Hardly any emotions pass over the taller boy's face, but Izuku thinks he sees his nose wrinkle ever so slightly. There are quite a few people who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course, he says, tilting his head and looking down at him with hooded eyes. Did you know that? Izuku gulps. The school has left those of us a chance, the boy continues. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course, and it seems they may also transfer people out. He arches a brow at Izuku when he says this. The greenette feels Kaken tense behind him. Oi, what the F are you going on about? Kaken snarls, pushing Izuku aside with his shoulder so he can sneer at the purple-haired boy's face. He remains unfazed. I came to say that even if you're in the hero course, if you get too carried away, I'll sweep your feet out from under you. His indigo eyes roam over their classmates. I came with a declaration of war. As he speaks, the tension in the air continues to rise until Izuku feels like he can barely breathe. All right, time for him to do something about this. What was that Yaoyorozu said earlier about him being a neutral party? Izuku puts on a friendly smile and laughs nervously as he steps back between Kaken and the other boy. Wow, that's bold, he says, putting a hand on each of their chests and pushing them apart. Kaken begrudgingly takes a step back, still glaring over his head the entire time. But the other boy doesn't move and instead eyes Izuku's hand on his chest disdainfully until the healer hastily removes it. Haha, you hero types really do get competitive, don't you? He forces his grin not to waver. But, there's really no need for all this, you know. We have an extra spot after all. A boy got expelled on the first day of class, so UA entrance exam has the highest number of applicants and the lowest acceptance rate. The boy interrupts. With such a limited number of spots in the hero course, forgive me for wondering why they would give one to someone like you. Izuku's breath hitches in surprise. Then, it's as if a dam breaks. Hey, what's your problem, man? Who the hell do you think you are? What is wrong with you? I quote I'll kill you. The last one comes from Kaken, who Izuku hastily restrains from attacking. The purple-haired boy seems mildly surprised at the sudden appearance of pretty much every student in Class 1 glaring at him fiercely as they surround Izuku. Still, he's not deterred. I'm just saying, he'd be perfectly capable of healing people while in the general course. Why waste a spot in the hero course on someone who's not even going to become a hero? This time, Kaken doesn't even have to say anything because the rest of Class 1 is one step ahead of him. The classroom suddenly erupts into a loud cacophony as Izuku's classmates furiously scold and berate the boy for what he said. Hiroshima and Kaminari just barely hold themselves back from pouncing on him. Ada nearly whacks him in the head with his chopping motions as he lectures him on the importance of healers in the hero society. Yaorazu sounds like she's trying to explain why healers need to learn how to handle themselves when it comes to the dangers of the hero world. But Izuku can't quite hear exactly what she's saying since everyone's talking and yelling at the same time. The purple-haired boy looks like he's starting to regret opening his mouth. Ignoring the ringing in his ears from the loud noise, Izuku shouts at Kaken, I need to go to Recovery Girl. He nods and shoves his way into the crowd, shouldering the boy roughly as he passes. Izuku averts his eyes and hastily walks after his friend. It's only when they're in the nearly empty hallway next to the infirmary that he starts to relax. Man, what a jackass, Kaken growls, glancing back at him. You alright, Zuku? Yeah, I'm fine, Izuku replies softly. He scratches the back of his head. I feel kind of bad now. Kaken wrinkles his nose. What the F for? I mean, I guess he had a point. There are so few spots in the hero course and I'm just a healer. Oh, shut up, idiot. Kaken interrupts him. Don't let what that F-er said get to you. He's just whining cause he was too weak to make it into the hero course and decided that he had nothing better to do than pick on a healer. I mean, how effing pathetic is that? The blonde grabs him and gives him a rough noogie, one that he loudly protests, before shoving him towards the infirmary. Forget about that a hole. Focus on what's ahead of you. And if he bothers you again, tell me and I'll kick his ass. Alright. Izuku rolls his eyes but smiles as he steps up to the door. See you later, Kaken. See ya. The beginning of his lesson with Recovery Girl goes about the same as usual. They go through the list of patients that she treated today and see to the occasional student that walks in. After about 10 minutes, however, they start discussing the sports festival. He'll be helping her during it. Of course his heart warms when she expresses her immense relief to be having someone helping her out this year. Yue really makes this poor woman work too hard. However, since the first week of school is over, she brings up how they'll be training with his quirk. The sports festival is going to be a great opportunity, but that's still 2 weeks away. There's no reason he can't start training now, so Recovery Girl helps him come up with a list of goals that he wants to achieve with his quirk. 1. Be able to touch someone without automatic quirk activation. 2. Learn how to control the speed and output of his energy. 3. Be able to slow down or completely stop his quirk before an injury is fully healed, therefore helping him save as much energy as he can. 4. Figure out how to direct his energy to specific injuries so that they're healed first. 4 goals doesn't seem like a lot, but Izuku still finds himself intimidated. Multiple people have claimed his quirk to be one of the most powerful healing quirks ever, but that doesn't make it perfect. Here are his 4 greatest weaknesses laid out on a simple piece of paper and he's just supposed to overcome them. He realizes now that he's terribly inexperienced when it comes to his quirk. He always just let it do its thing, never even tried to control it. Not really. His mind flashes back to the first time he used his quirk on All Might. How terrified he was when he realized he could do nothing to control or stop the energy that was rapidly draining out of him, trying to reach as many wounds as possible as fast as it could. He couldn't do anything to make his body move. He felt frozen. Midoriya-kun. Recovery Girl's voice snaps him out of his thoughts. His worry must show on his face, because she says, of course, I don't expect you to accomplish all of this right away. I know you like to do things as quickly as possible, but I would really rather you take your time with this. You have 3 years to master your quirk. Let's just focus on one thing at a time, alright? Izuku swallows, forcing his mind to calm down, then lets out a slow exhale. Okay, good. His mentor says, I think a good goal to work on right now would be number 3. Focus on the energy as it leaves you, focus on that flow, and try to harness it. The good thing about this one is that we know we have a backup for it in case you're unable to stop your quirk. If you need, you can ask your patients to pull away from you at a certain point to break the skin-to-skin contact. Okay, Izuku says, nodding resolutely. Okay, that's a good plan. Yes, but you're still going to be training with traditional methods. Of course, she says, you can't exactly train your quirk unless there's injured people. Izuku smiles sheepishly and says, Kaminari-kun made fun of me by saying that I'm excited that people are going to get injured in the sports festival because it means I can use my quirk. Recovery Girl rolls her eyes with an amused huff. Oh, don't worry. There will be plenty of injured young hooligans for us to deal with on that day. I swear, all these gray hairs you see on my head are all from past sports festivals. Netsu-san's ideas get crazier and crazier each year. She sniffs. That rat drives me nuts. Izuku tilts his head. I thought he looked more like a bear. Oh, who knows? He snorts. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.